Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 48, Helping the Protégés. Third POV. Far off in the distance from the bookstore, on a small island nation in the Caribbean Sea, the island being known as Santa Prisca, the Young Justice League was battling it out with the forces of the cult of Cobra. The cult itself was built around the man known as Cobra, who was pretty weak all things considered. He was basically a normal man except for the fact that he could utilize ritual magic, which even that wasn't all that impressive. Basically, he was a bit of a fraud, but his worshippers followed him either way. He was on the island nation of Santa Prisca at the orders of the light, as he was there to combine two different powerful drugs to create something a lot more dangerous. Creating what would be called Cobra Venom, which was effectively venom, but stronger. The same venom that Bane utilized, and the same Bane that worked out of Santa Prisca in this universe, using the island as a base in order to produce his venom. He was just as strong as his DC Comics counterpart, making him immensely dangerous to the kids, but thankfully it seemed that they understood this much, and had ended up working with him in order to stop Cobra. Not that he would work with them for long, with him also being far more intelligent than his Young Justice counterpart. As while he didn't really show it, Bane in the comics was a genius in various ways, especially in terms of martial arts. The Young Justice had only even won because he allowed them to, the only members of them that were at all a threat to him being Miss Martian and Superboy. The Cobra Venom that was being produced would then be sold to the light, carried there by Sportsmaster, a martial artist assassin guy who was very underwhelming and not even remotely as good as Bane in terms of martial arts. Really, Bane was just playing around with them at this point. At the moment the group was hiding as they were looking into the Cobra Venom and what it was, Robin silently tapping away at a keyboard as he scanned over the information on the page, finding that the Cobra Venom was essentially a combination of Venom and a Project Blockbuster that was being made at Cadmus, the same Cadmus that had made Superboy. This is bad, real bad. We can't let them take this stuff from here, Dick said as he looked over the information. Venom on its own was already incredibly dangerous, but a stronger, more potent variation. It would be threatening to an entirely new degree. A variation 3 times stronger than Venom and permanent, Wally said as he stood by Dick, looking over the information. They both realized that this meant that it was likely that the buyer of this new variation was likely also the supplier at the same time. Meaning they were the big bads, so to say. Quite the little serum, isn't it? A voice echoed from behind them, as they both jumped in fright, only to stop as they realized it was the mystery woman. Why you? What are you doing here? Dick Whisper yelled the best he could without getting loud enough to alert any guards that may be nearby. I was bored, thought it'd be fun to see what you were doing. Only to find out that you're on a foreign country's land and doing some very illegal things. Not to mention fighting with the cult of Cobra. Impressive really, Wanda said in amusement, finding their shock to be even more fun. How did you even get here? We're miles out from any other land. Wally exclaimed somewhat loudly, causing Robin to shush him so he wouldn't alert anyone. That's my secret now. How are you going to deal with the mysterious buyer and the cult of Cobra? Not to mention Bane, who even your teacher would have to be careful around, Wanda asked, looking at Robin who frowned. We'll regroup with the others and then plan around this. I'm sure we can stop the shipment if we go about it correctly. And I think it's time to select an actual leader. Not having anyone directing us is making us confused and lost, Robin said, causing Wanda to smile, even though they couldn't see it, her face still cloaked. Good, you're learning. Perhaps it'd be best to move quickly, no. I'm sure their buyer is on their way, Wanda said, as she disappeared from sight a moment later, causing the two to glance at one another. She is creepy, agreed. Off in the distance, Wanda was watching the show from far away, sipping on some tea. She found the entire thing to be somewhat fun to watch, almost like watching a live show. She wasn't sure if the fact that she found it to be so fun to be a good thing though. Almost like she was getting some sort of complex or something. Seems that Sportsmaster isn't alone this time, Wanda muttered to herself, eyebrows furrowing as she glanced off into the distance, a frown forming on her face as she realized who it was that was accompanying him. That might be a problem for them, Wanda said, as she gazed at the Asian woman. One of the deadliest women in the entirety of DC, one of the greatest martial artists that was even better than Batman in some cases, and was the mother of Cassandra Cain. Lady Shiva, definitely not someone that any of the kids can fight. She's on an entirely different level than King Cobra and Sportsmaster. Maybe if she and Bane got into a spout then they'd be fine, but otherwise, they might get wiped out, Wanda muttered, not really liking that idea. Shiva might not have any real powers, but she was very good at killing being stronger than her. And she was nearly impossible to surprise in a fight, not to mention trained to fight and ignore telepathic intrusions. She was one of the worst lineups possible for the team, with only Superboy being a problem for her, but the woman knew enough martial art styles that she could overcome that difference. Not to mention the other soldiers that were in the area that should be able to distract him. Looks like I'm gonna have to step in to deal with that one, Wanda muttered, deciding that she would help them out with Shiva. She would be a big threat to them otherwise, and she'd rather not let some kids die. So, she sat watching for a while longer, hearing the gunshots ring out as the two groups began to battle. The chopper already landed as Lady Shiva scanned over the group, preparing to interject. Robin seemed to have understood who she was, if the way he was paling was any indicator. Batman must have told him about the League of Assassins and Lady Shiva. Meaning he knew just how incredibly dangerous the woman could be to them. Guys. That's Lady Shiva. Robin said alarmed, as he rotated out of the way of a blow, slamming a kick against the face of the grunt that tried to attack him. Who? Wally asked in a yell. One of the deadliest assassins on the planet. Works for the League of Shadows. Even bats would struggle to beat her. Robin replied as their eyes widened. Batman was widely known as the best martial artist in the Justice League, by a mile. The only one close to him in terms of skill was Wonder Woman, and that was simply because of how old she was. Otherwise, he was far and away the best. So to hear that someone was there that could make Batman of all people struggle so much was not a good thing. What do we do? The Dash, don't worry about her, kiddos, I'll take care of the little assassin. She's a bit too much for you right now, and I'd rather not see all of you die, Wanda's voice interjected, as she appeared in the area, the group looking at her with wide eyes. You Dash, yes, it's shocking I'm here again, I know. Now how about you all focus on them, and I'll take care of the assassin, okay? Wanda asked, as they all nodded and continued to fight, while Wanda glanced at Lady Shiva. Seems you know that I'm a threat, huh? Wanda said, impressed. She noticed the way Shiva tensed and stepped back, the slight paling of skin even though the woman tried her best to hide it. You fear me, don't you? I guess it shouldn't be surprising that you'd understand at least a little bit of what I might be. With your skill and experience, you probably know that you stand no chance, right? Wanda said, as the woman just stood tense, in a ready position to fight, only for Wanda's giggle to echo, from behind her. Before Lady Shiva could even comprehend what was happening, she fell face flat onto the ground, unconscious with but a tap of Wanda's finger. Sleep tight, assassin, after all, we don't want you intruding more than you already have, now do we? Wanda said to the woman, as she walked off, but not before snagging a vial of cobra venom, mostly because she was interested in seeing what it could do to some of the animals and plants she had. Beginning to leave the area, she watched the protégés battle it out, one thought on her mind as she gave them a small wave and teleported off. They should be able to handle the rest, probably. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Wanda does some trolling, more than what is shown in this chapter, but will be shown in a future chapter. She'll interact with the Young Justice and the Justice League more and more, but at the end of the day, the FIC will primarily be her interacting with her bookstore and her customers. She'll likely get 1 to 2 new worlds and then it'll slow down so I can focus on the worlds she already has connected to her shop. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 49, The Skeleton and the Doctor. Third POV. Turns out they were indeed able to deal with the rest of them. With Bane himself fleeing after watching Lady Shiva get absolutely obliterated in a fight against Wanda, being knocked unconscious as if she was nothing more than a bug, a single tap of Wanda's finger had knocked her out. Someone like that was not worth the attempt at fighting, instead, it was better to flee in hopes that he could fight another day. Wanda hadn't bothered to do anything about him, as she knew the Justice League would keep an eye out, and the Young Justice didn't focus on him either, as they had far more important things to deal with. Like making sure that the Cobra Venom wasn't taken off the island to be replicated by the light. In the case of the Cobra Venom, Wanda had looked through the venom itself and had found that it was a neat little thing, but weak. So using her powers she had strengthened it a decent bit, and then sent it off into one of the animal dimensions she had, allowing for it to be consumed by some of the creatures there. She had made sure to upgrade the venom so it wasn't painful and didn't make them mindless. All it would do now was strengthen them, and also help them evolve faster and in different ways than before. Basically just improving on what was already there, without harming them in any way. She didn't want to hurt any of her pets, after all. At the moment Wanda was back in her bookstore, sitting behind her counter as she watched Ains look through a selection of her new books. The Skeleton Man had returned rather recently, and brought a selection of a little over 75 books with him, all of them unique and entirely new. The skeleton had not come with anyone this time, coming entirely alone, which Wanda found herself slightly thankfully for, as Albedo had been rather annoying last time she had come with him. Especially with the way she was constantly glaring at her and all. That loyalty ingrained into her very being was a bit much, even to Wanda. "You got a lot more new books than I had expected," Ains said in surprise, as he looked over the new selection. There was literally hundreds of new books from the last time he had visited, and all of them were special in some way or form, quite a lot of them being magical in nature with spells that he had never seen before. "Yes, well, some of my other customers brought in quite the haul," Wanda replied with a smile, as the door dinged, another customer walking in. This time it was the doctor and Rose, who had brought in a large stack of books for her. "Ah, the doctor and his beloved companion. I was wondering when I would see you again," Wanda said with a bright smile, while the two of them both looked at Ains. "Is that a walking skeleton?" Rose asked, slightly worried. Oh, you mean Ains? I suppose you could say he is, but he's pretty chill. He comes from a world where magic exists. You're lucky one of his followers isn't here. Now they can be overwhelming," Wanda replied, as the doctor couldn't help but walk over to the larger being. "Fascinating. You are quite literally a walking skeleton. I've never seen anything like it. And I know that you spoke of magic existing, but I can't say I was expecting it to be of such a level," the doctor said, as Ains reached his hand out. "Ains Olgown," Ains said, as the doctor shook his bony hand. "The doctor. And must I say, it is a pleasure to meet you. Would you perhaps be interested in talking for a little while after we finish our purchases with Wanda?" The doctor asked, as Ains thought about it for a few moments before nodding. "I don't see why not." "Splendid. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a large stack of books to sell, and an even larger stack of books to buy," the doctor said with a smile as he walked over to Wanda, placing the stack of books onto the counter, only to walk out of the shop for a few moments, returning with another stack. He repeated this 3 more times, bringing in a total of 87 books. "Quite the group you've brought me. All of them alien, quite a few on new alien languages as well as history books to go with them. Even a few books on advanced sciences. And is that a few more Gallifreyan books that I see?" Wanda noted, glancing at the new Gallifreyan books that she saw. They were easily some of her favorite books to read when it involved science and mathematics. As they were not super long or anything, and they were all incredibly interesting and genuinely helpful, well, at least most of the time. Some of them tended to be strange and borderline useless to her. "Indeed. I've found a few more books I am willing to part with that are just collecting dust within the TARDIS. Thought they'd be better put to use in your hands, and anyone who decides to buy them," the doctor replied with a smile, not caring too much about them, which is why he was so willing to sell them. He was much more interested in the books that could only be found in Wanda's shop, books that did not exist in his universe, books that could potentially be immensely helpful, and even revolutionary, depending on which ones he decides to buy. "All right then. Are these all the books you're trading in?" Wanda asked, wanting to make sure, as the men nodded. "Good, go ahead and pick out your selection. This should cover at least 30 books, mattering on which ones you end up buying," Wanda informed the doctor, who smiled as he walked off, Rose walking to her corner to find some more romance books as usual. Ains watched the entire interaction silently, interested in talking to the doctor the more he heard him speak. The man was obviously not from his universe or Wanda's, not only that, but it seemed that he was an alien with a lot of knowledge. Knowledge Ains could potentially use if they were the pieces of knowledge. The Time Lord had walked around the shop for the next 25 minutes, selecting a stack of books, while Rose had picked out her own books. This time she ended up switching it up and had gotten science fiction romance books, a couple of them, one of which was about a romance with a literal time traveler. Wanda wondered if the doctor had noticed the obvious infatuation yet, or if he was just acting like he didn't realize. If he didn't actually know yet, then she questioned his intelligence, as the eyes she gave the men were, well, let's just say she made it very obvious she was into him. After a few more minutes, the doctor had walked back with his stack. Quite the selection you've got there. But your books should cover it," Wanda said with a smile, as she snapped her finger, the books being wrapped up into a neat stack for the men, who gave her a grateful nod. "Anything else you want?" Wanda asked, as the men shook his head. "No, I'm quite all right. Instead, I'll be taking this back to the TARDIS and talking with my skeletal friend over there," the doctor said with a smile as he walked off, leaving Wanda alone once more, as she sipped on her tea. Looking over the books the doctor had given her, she sent off most of them to the back, but decided to read some of the Gallifreyan books, more specifically the ones on history and science. She found the Gallifreyan and Time Lord history to be incredibly interesting, and she loved to learn about it whenever she could. Reading the beginning of the book, Wanda hummed as she learned about the middle half of the Time Lord's empire, of the growth of the empire and of the development of the first TARDIS. She wondered if she could create her own TARDIS in the future, but she decided she wanted to do it the right way, and to do that, she needed to learn more of the sciences before then. As she was reading through the book, the door rang once again. Wanda looked up expecting to see the doctor, only for her eyes to widen in surprise as she gazed at the person who had entered. One of the most powerful beings in his multiverse. capable of obliterating universes should he go all out, a god. Alongside his trusted companion, an angel meant to teach his lord, an angel even stronger than his own lord. The two men were Whis, the angel, and Beerus, the god of destruction. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. She is officially meeting her first DBZ character. Beerus will be another of her regulars, not because of knowledge, but because of food. You can expect to see Goku and the others soon. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 50, God of Destruction. Third POV. Can't say I was expecting to see them of all people, Wanda thought in interest as she glanced over the two of them. They were pretty strong, stronger than most of her guests, with only Death and Lucifer being stronger than both of them, although those two were stronger than anyone in the DBZ universe. So, Whis, where in the hells are we? Beerus asked, glancing around the shop. He noticed the books and the amount of them, as well as the oddity of the place. There were plants that he had never seen before, and the books all gave off a strange feeling. It would seem we are in a bookstore, my lord. Which is quite peculiar, considering it was but a red door upon our quaint little planet, Whis said with a small hum, as he looked around in interest, before both of them stopped on Wanda, who was smiling. I was wondering when I'd get a guest from your plane, but I can't say I expected it to be the god of destruction and his angel. I was expecting Kakarot or perhaps that Frisia fellow, Wanda said with a calm smile, not at all afraid of the two of them. If anything, she was more interested in Beerus's power. His Hakai was quite the interesting thing, and would be a great boon to her should she somehow manage to copy it from him. Ki would also be nice, but not as much of an importance, not when she had aura and chakra already. And who are you, woman? Beerus questioned rather rudely. Wanda chuckled at the question and the rude tone he was taking. She wondered how he would react to her should she reveal her aura to him, if she were to show him that she could atomize him, his angel, and even the Omni King with a single swipe of her finger. But, she decided not to do anything just yet, as the arrogance was just a part of him, so she was already prepared to deal with it the second she saw him. I am Wanda Maximoff, the owner of my nice little bookstore. I sell books of all kinds from throughout creation, the rarest books that you will find nowhere else. I also sell different foods that are made by hand every day, and are amongst the best of the best, Wanda replied, taking a sip of her tea as the purple cat god narrowed his eyes at the mention of food. Food? What kinds? Beerus asked. He was quite the foodie, and it had been quite some time since he had last eaten anything worth his while. All sorts really, but I primarily focus on cafe foods, so cookies, muffins, stuff like that. Why, do you wish to purchase some? Wanda asked, as the god of destruction looked at her before grunting. I want one of everything on the menu, Beerus ordered. Wanda raised an eyebrow at the choice, before snapping her finger as the order came out from behind her, being planted on the counter. The smell that the different foods that they had ordered immediately began to fill the room, as Beerus practically drooled, his hand snapping forward to eat one, only for it to be blocked by Wanda. You pay first, and then you get your meal. You either pay through currency, an exchange of books worth enough, or through exchanging knowledge, Wanda said, smiling in a borderline creepy manner as the god of destruction growled at her. I am the god of destruction, mortal. I do not do something as trivial as paying for a meal, Beerus roared, as Wanda raised an eyebrow at him. Then you will not get your food. Either you pay, or you get out of my store, and you will be banned for life. Pick 1 inch, Wanda replied, not even caring for the look the man was giving her. The only reason he hadn't automatically been kicked out by the wards yet, was because she was keeping him inside, but if he kept acting like this, he would be the first person to ever be banned from her store. An impressive feat, considering they had only met a couple of minutes ago. You, my lord, perhaps we should just pay. The delicacies are incredible, and I must admit that her selection of literature is unique, so much so that I have never in my years of living seen any of these books that she is selling, Whis cut off Beerus, deciding that that was enough. He had been browsing through the books while Beerus was starting his tantrum, and had found that he did not recognize any of them. Some of them were entirely foreign to him, and there were even books on magic and other energies he had never heard of, which should be impossible, and yet this woman had them. Whis understood that whoever she was far from ordinary, and it was likely best that they do not antagonize her. What? Why should I? She disrespected me. Beerus snarled back at Whis, who looked at his lord, unimpressed. Because I am quite confident that it will be worth it. And we have more than enough gold and books that we can trade, my lord. Or do you wish to never have these delicacies again? And with how incredible they smell, I'd say that would be a grave mistake, Whis replied, as Beerus stared at his trusted friend, before grunting. Fine, fine, pay the woman for the food and whatever books you want, Beerus grumbled, as Whis walked over to the nearby bookshelf and grabbed one of every book he could, primarily the ones on magic, chakra, and books on sealing and some others. All of them levitating behind him as he walked back to the counter a few moments later, a smile on his face as he did so. Quite the haul. I suspect you're interested in the differences between them and key. Wanda asked, as the man nodded with a small smile on his face, as his guess was all but confirmed. Indeed. This chakra sounds very interesting, and the magic within these books is far different than our own. It is most intriguing really. Now, I'll pay with books of my own today, and in repayment for my lord's attitude, I'll add in a couple extra, Whis said as he tapped his large staff against the ground, several large stacks of books being shown to Wanda. There were around 150 books in total, far more than what her books cost, but it seemed that Whis knew that too, but was paying her a lot more so that she wouldn't potentially ban them. A bribe in essence, and one that Wanda would obviously not deny. She was shameless enough to accept a ton of new books, especially when they're all gifted by someone like Whis. The books were bound to be rare and incredibly expensive. Making the deal more than worth it, as she flicked her finger, the books floating back behind her, as she smiled. Now you can have the food, Wanda said, as Beerus's hand snapped to one of the muffins and tossed it in his mouth, his eyes widening as he bit into it, a gleeful expression soon forming on his purple face. You were right, Whis, this was certainly worth it, Beerus said with a pleased grin, as he swallowed the remains of the muffin, before grabbing another muffin while Whis had grabbed his own, biting into it with a lot more grace and not whole. Wow. I must say these are positively delicious. May we order some more? I have more books to exchange if need be, Whis asked, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. How many do you want? 100 of each. Beerus said, cutting in as he finished his next muffin. Wanda blinked at the request, before noticing Whis nod as Wanda chuckled, snapping her finger as dozens of muffins began to float out from behind her, all of them being taken by Whis, who summoned his books. The books were going into the back, while the food was coming out of the back. All the while they were munching on the other foods, with Whis enjoying the donuts quite a bit, while Beerus had found himself enjoying the cookies. Is that all, or do you wish to buy anything else? Wanda asked, as Whis and Beerus glanced at one another, before they both shook their heads. That will be all for now. But I assure you we will be back for more of your food. Ah, and I'll be sure to bring more books next time. Whis said with a smile, as he walked off, his lord leaving first with him coming after, the large bags of food floating out behind him. Watching this all, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. What a strange duo. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. She has officially met Beerus and was able to calm him without having to show off or anything. Although Whis already seems to have an idea of how powerful she is. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 51, an otherworldly intermission. Third POV. While Wanda was interacting with the customers that were Whis and Beerus, her clones that were in the world of Harry Potter and Game of Thrones were currently having 2 very different experiences. In the world of Harry Potter, Clone 2, which Wanda had dubbed as Wannabe Wanda 2, was currently in London. She had been traveling around Europe for the past couple of weeks, hunting down books that were no longer owned or utilized by anyone. Books that were just sitting in ditches and abandoned homes all over the world. That way she can get them without feeling bad. She had also been taking her time to get the DNA of every magical creature she had come across. Mostly so that she can introduce them to one of her animal dimensions, so that she can see what sort of interactions they would have in a pocket dimension like the ones she had created. She had done the same with every magical plant she had come across. Wanting to put them into her green dimension, which is where she would spread them to test what sort of combinations they would make with the other more custom-made plant species she had created over time. She also was interested in them so that she could finally connect to the green, as she was getting to the point where she could realistically do it. All she had to do in order to completely connect herself to it was by using natural energy from Naruto, something that she was going to be doing soon. So far Wanda had found the books that had been utilized by Merlin, Morgana, as well as several other wizards and witches in the European region. She planned on moving to Africa next, as she knew that some of the most powerful curses in the entire world were localized in Egypt. After that would be the United States, which is currently the powerhouse in the magical sphere due to their growth in technology and not stagnating like the UK's magical population had been. They weren't the only ones either, as the magical population for China, Japan, Greece, Rome, and India were also very advanced in comparison to the UK. The world was certainly a bit more complicated than she had thought when she initially arrived. Currently Wanda was walking through Diagon Alley, as she was there to gain the knowledge of the goblins, as from what she could tell, they had magic that was completely unique in comparison to the magic of witches and wizards. It was for this same reason that she had been looking into gathering and freeing the house elves, taking them to her personal dimension where they'd be able to live in peace. As their magic was also quite unique, and very powerful too, shockingly enough. They just never utilized it to an extent that would show off its true power. Flicking her wrist, Wanda smiled as her power burst throughout the goblins' lands, copying every book in sight that was owned by them and that was entirely unique, before that same burst of power surged into several lines which returned back to Wanda, before forming into exact copies of the very same books. Placing all the books back into her book bag made to hold an infinite amount of books, Wanda smiled as she walked off, ready to find some more books. Her next target location: Hogwarts. In the world of Game of Thrones, Wanda's other clone that had been in the world for longer than her Harry Potter counterpart, had been busy, very busy. Helping Daenerys learn the ropes of becoming a true leader had proven to be a lot easier than she had initially expected. The girl was a genius, a true, genuine genius. She learned things faster than anyone else Wanda had met in that world so far, and she rapidly understood how to lead, and why she was doing what she was doing. Wanda didn't only begin to teach her how to lead, but also how to defend herself. As she couldn't be a leader without having at least some experience in combat, as otherwise she would be a liability in battle, and they could not have that. Especially since she cannot rely on her dragons all the time, unless she wants to get them killed like in canon. So, she began to teach her how to utilize 3 different forms of weapons on top of martial arts. She began to teach her how to utilize knives and daggers, a sword, and began to teach her how to utilize a bow. And just like her genius in learning leading skills, she had been learning how to fight faster than Wanda had seen in that world. Her other confidants had been shocked at the progress their queen was making, especially Ser Barristan Selmy, who had only seen a handful of others grow like she was, at the rate that she was. Some had begun to call her Visenya Reborn thanks to her capability with the sword. It wasn't just combat and leading that Wanda had focused on though, as there was another area that she needed to learn that was incredibly important. And that was dragon riding. She needed to learn how to properly ride and order her dragons, how to work with them as partners and allies, how to keep them healthy and safe, and how to grow them to become the true apex predators that they are meant to be. In order to learn this in full, Wanda ended up taking a short trip to Old Valyria, scrounging all books left on the desolate land, as well as all sorts of Valyrian steel artifacts, and dragon eggs. She had kept a little over 250 dragon eggs for her pocket dimension, but handed over another 10 to Daenerys for her future children or whatever else she may use them for. As Daenerys now knew how to bring them back to the world of the living, and how to get rid of the petrification that coated the shell. From the books, Wanda had learned a good bit about the origin of the dragons of this world, how to take care of them, as well as all sorts of other arts that the old Valyrians practiced, like their blood magic that was quite vile, and not all that useful to her. Once she had finished reading the literal tens of thousands of books, she had made copies so that she could bring back the original versions for her personal collection, and the copies would go to both the shop and to Daenerys. She made 2 copies of each book except some of the more dark ones, books that were better off not spread anymore. Over the time of teaching Daenerys, the girl ended up regaining the lands that had been lost. Regaining the entirety of Slaver's Bay, which had been renamed to Dragon's Bay. The conquering of the cities had been laughable, easy, very easy. Why? Because dragons are incredibly overpowered in Game of Thrones, and because Wanda taught Daenerys to not risk anything and just get the fight done and over with. Chivalry is useless if you lose. There is a time and place for it, something that Wanda had made very clear. She wouldn't have Daenerys die like Ned did. That man was a good person, but he was far too honorable for his own good. It was his death that had started a lot of things, but it was his son's injuries that had started everything. Well, sort of. At the moment Wanda was sitting across from Daenerys, the two of them looking over a large map, a map of the entire world that Wanda had made for Daenerys. As it turns out, the world was a lot larger than even Wanda had expected. With Suturio's actually being huge, almost the size of Essos. But it seemed to have a very nasty curse placed upon it that made it impossible to properly adventure through, as the curse itself made it so you'd go on forever. Wanda would be investigating that place sooner or later. So you're finally talking of conquering Volantis. You do know that this will mean that you are not just creating a kingdom, but what could be the makings of an empire, right? Wanda asked, wanting to make sure that the woman in front of her was certain. I know, Wanda, but the things they are doing to people cannot pass, not any longer. It is time that I break the wheel, that slavery is well and truly wiped off the world. I do not want to allow innocent men, women, and children to suffer any longer, and I shall do my damnedest to complete my mission, Daenerys said with a powerful conviction. Hearing the words of her student, Wanda smiled, deciding that she would stick around and make sure that the woman completed this dream of hers, for it was one that was worthy of her aid. Looking back down at the map, Wanda looked up to her student before grinning at her, and speaking. So, how do you wish to conquer Volantis, Queen Daenerys? There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Thought it was time to show what she has been doing in Harry Potter and Game of Thrones. Not sure how people feel about intermission chapters, but I thought it was needed, as she'll be doing some important stuff there. Who should her next 2 worlds be? As they'll likely be the last ones for a while as she starts to work more with what she already has. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 52, A Normal Day. Third POV. Back in the DC multiverse with the real Wanda, she was currently sitting in her living room, taking a break from running the shop for the day. She had been working at the shop every day for quite a few weeks now, so she decided to take a break for this weekend in order to relax a bit. She found that relaxing by herself was not bad. She read through most of the books she hadn't gotten through yet, which was the ones that Wiz had sold her, but she had also watched some movies, primarily ones that she had never seen before that had always been an interesting idea to watch. Raven ended up joining her halfway through the movie she was watching, which was one of the Transformers movies that had been made by Michael Bay. She had never seen them in her past life, so she thought it'd be fun to watch them. She found that they were pretty decent, and was interested in eventually visiting there, mostly for the unique technology they had. She decided to watch Transformers Prime eventually, as she knows that the story in that one was considered one of the best out of any Transformers cartoon, show, or movie. With Transformers 1 being better. What VE you been up to recently, Raven? Feels like I haven't really seen you besides at work, Wanda asked, as she really didn't know what the girl had been doing. She had ended up staying within one of the pocket dimensions that Wanda had created, as she wished to train alone for a while. While Ivy usually was in one of the plant dimensions, usually the ones that had unique and completely original plants that she had never seen before, as the woman really liked playing with them and learning more about them. Something about her powers made her feel more in tune with them. I was learning how to utilize this aura that you had unlocked for me. It is not as easy as I was expecting. Magic simply requires practice, learning, and understanding. But aura is more complicated for me. It requires more physical work, and it requires more trial and error than even magic does, Raven responded, as Wanda smiled. You'll get it eventually. It's all about trial and error, and understanding oneself. But I will say that you are certainly overcomplicating it a bit. Just calm yourself a bit, and begin to think over the basics of magic, as they are very similar in terms of learning. One is simply a bit more unique than the other, Wanda said, knowing that Raven tended to overthink things. She was just that sort of person, and Wanda didn't mind, but it did tend to make the girl's learning a bit slower than most, as she ignored the most obvious answers a lot of the time. Just made it so Wanda had to give her a bit of a push for her to get past it, but that was fine. I see, I shall listen to your advice, thank you, Wanda, Raven said, giving her boss a small, grateful smile as they began to return back to watching their movie, with Ivy joining them a little while later. After a nice and relaxing weekend off, the shop was back up and open, and for the first time, all worlds besides the DC one was able to enter at the same time. Meaning she could see characters from Doctor Who, Once Upon a Time, Harry Potter, Tensura, Overlord, DBZ, Naruto, TVD, and RWBY. It didn't take long before the door creaked open as Emma walked in. Hey Swan, you back for more advice regarding that crush of yours? Wanda asked, as she gave the woman an amused smirk upon seeing the glare that she was given. The woman had still not exclaimed her love to Regina, and Wanda found it to be hilarious. Ha ha ha, real funny. No, I'm actually here to buy the kid some new books. He's finished all the ones he got last time and he wants some more, Emma said, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. How about these? I just got them in a couple of days ago, Wanda said, waving her hand as a small stack of 4 books appeared. They were books that she had gotten from Wiz and were stories on the legends of various old heroes. The most interesting one was the legend of Zalama, the men who created the Super Dragon Balls. There were also a book on folktale from the Game of Thrones universe, and a couple of others that were less interesting. Looking over the books, Emma hummed, any of these contain anything too inappropriate for him? Nope, nothing that he hasn't read already. After all, he did read all about the horrors that some of the denizens of your town have committed, Wanda replied, as the woman realized that Wanda wasn't exactly lying. Yeah, you're right. Might have to talk to the kid about that one. Emma muttered, realizing that he had probably read some, not very kid-appropriate things. The door soon dinged as in walked Naruto, who had a bright smile on his face as he sprinted over as a ton of clones came in behind him, carrying what looked to be a little over 100 scrolls that were soon placed onto the counter, while Emma watched flabbergasted, and Wanda watched amused. I finished a bunch of new scrolls, Auntie. So I'm here to exchange them. Naruto exclaimed, while Wanda chuckled. I'll exchange them in a moment, Naruto. But Emma here was ahead of you, Wanda said as the kid noticed the tall blonde woman and gave her a sheepish grin. Sorry about that. Didn't see you there, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head as Emma glanced at him and then Wanda before sighing. You know what? It's way too early to question this. Will this be enough to pay for the books? The kid's probably dying to read them, Emma asked as she placed a crisp $100 bill onto the counter, with Wanda nodding. More than enough. You want to add in a muffin or do you want change? Add in a muffin. I haven't eaten yet and those things are addicting, Emma said as Wanda chuckled and brought out a muffin, handing it to Emma as she put away the $100 bill for later. She really needed to think of something to do with all the money she was getting. Thanks, Wanda. Next time I'll bring the kid with me so he can choose out some books. I'm sure Regina will want to come around too, Emma said with a nod as she walked off, ignoring the strange kid as she left the shop. Seems you've been growing pretty fast, huh, Naruto? Reading so many scrolls. Impressive, Wanda said with a smile, as she looked over each of the scrolls, finding that he had indeed read through them all, and understood them all. They were all completely new for her, and were a very welcome addition to her collection and shop, as she took them all and sent them into the back. Thanks, Auntie. I'm gonna go and find some new books, oh, and whip me up 4 bowls of ramen too please. Naruto exclaimed as she gave the kid a nod as he ran off to find some new books. After whipping up the ramen, Naruto returned with a small stack of books that were all quite expensive, but very good for someone like him. New martial arts from the DBZ universe that would more than likely be better than just about any martial art in the Naruto universe, with only the very best having a chance of being better. Here you go, Naruto, and the books you've got are just a bit cheaper than what you brought in, so you're all good, Wanda said as the boy grinned happily, gave her a thank you, and ran off with the to-go bowls of ramen, leaving Wanda alone once again. For the next couple of hours she had sold some new books to her regular DC customers, no one interesting visiting at all that day, until the very end of her working time, as the door dinged. Wanda looked up only for her eyes to widen slightly upon seeing who had entered, for the one who had entered was Monkey D. Luffy. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. And One Piece is next. Thought it was time they got brought in. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 53, The Pirates. Third POV. Upon seeing Luffy, Wanda looked at the teen and couldn't help but wonder, can he even read? Or at the very least, can he read a book in full without wanting meat or something? Wanda thought, knowing that Luffy wasn't exactly the brightest person in the world. But he was immensely charming, so that made up for it. Whoa. It's bigger on the inside. And there's a bunch of books too. Luffy exclaimed in shock as he looked around. He didn't really care much about the books, and cared more about food, specifically meat. What is this place? Is it the creation of some sort of devil fruit? Another voice echoed, this one feminine in nature. It was this person that Wanda knew for a fact would be coming back, a lot. For this was Robin. Robin looked even more odd than Luffy, not just because of the fact that the door that they walked through led to somewhere bigger, but also because of the amount of books that littered the shop, some being the biggest books she had ever seen. Well, hello there, young pirates. I am Wanda Maximoff, owner of this humble bookstore. What brings you into my shop today? Wanda asked, as she looked at the two of them. She was a little disappointed that the others weren't there, but that wasn't too much of a problem. From what she could tell, they were somewhere during the later parts of their journey, likely only a little while before Luffy unlocks Gear 5, which was a bit of a surprise, as she was expecting for it to be the Luffy from before Ace is killed. It didn't matter much to her either way. Well, this door just appeared on the front of our ship, so we were a little concerned. Robin said, trailing off as she began to glance over the books on the shelves, finding every single one of them completely unique. Not a single one of them was recognizable to her, and that by itself was interesting. At the same time Luffy was glancing around with sparkling eyes, zooming around the shop, making sure not to knock anything down, but still looking all over the place. Sorry about that. My shop just sorta appears where it wants. It appears to people of note that deserve to enter, and it would seem that you, Robin, are worthy of entering, just as much as the future Pirate King over there, Wanda said, glancing at Luffy with an amused smile on her face. So is it a devil fruit that is doing this? Robin asked in interest, as Wanda smiled. You could say that, it's a bit more complicated, but I suppose that would be the best description for my ability. Now, are you interested in any of my wares? I've got books, food, drinks, and even sell bags that carry more on the inside than what should be possible, Wanda replied, with Luffy reappearing in front of her in a moment upon hearing the word food. Meat? He questioned simply, as Robin let out a groan and Wanda giggled. I've got all sorts, Luffy. The best in the world is sold here, you want some? I take currency, exchange of books, and exchange of knowledge, Wanda replied, the teen in front of her looking at her with sparkling eyes. I want as much meat as you can give me. Luffy replied simply, not even answering her question as Robin let out another groan of annoyance. Wanda in response, just let out a chuckle and snapped her finger, as meats of all sorts began to come from the room behind her. Luffy watched with wide eyes as more and more meat began to flow in, and he began to quite literally drool at the amount, not to mention the absolutely incredible smell that passively wafted off of the meat in question. Even Robin couldn't help but feel slightly hungry upon smelling the delicious meal that was appearing. So much meat! Luffy yelled with glee, as he practically teleported to the food, only to get blocked. You pay first, Luffy, Wanda said, holding him back as the man's head snapped to Robin akin to an owl, his rubbery physique allowing him to do that. It was a little creepy by Wanda's standards, but nothing too crazy. Robin, pay her. Luffy said, drool cascading out of his mouth like a waterfall. Wanda wondered what the people in that universe ate to be shaped like that and to literally work like a cartoon. It was hilarious to look at, but also weird as hell. How much will all of this be? Robin asked, concerned for the price. As with how delicious it smelled and the size of the meal, it looked like it could be expensive. Not much, if you pay in berries, or you can pay in books, which will make it a bit cheaper. You can even pay in knowledge, it's up to you. But I can tell you that the food I sell here is quite cheap, the prices are above me, Wanda said, pointing up as a glowing menu appeared, showing the prices of each item that Luffy was wanting to eat. And just as she had said, it was cheap, much cheaper than Robin had been expecting. So much so that they had more than enough money to pay for it, unlike usual where they'd be broke by the time Luffy was done with his food rampage. That is, quite cheap. How do you make any money off of your food if you sell it for so cheap? Robin asked, genuinely curious. It's all homegrown and homemade, every single thing in that food. Meaning it costs me nothing in order to do it. I don't take advantage of others in my pricing, I price it at what it is worth and that's all, Wanda replied, as this was the truth. Even without using her power to make it, she did grow everything required to make the food. One of her farm dimensions had every single plant on Earth growing inside in neat rows, growing all the necessary ingredients for food. This was mostly just for her own enjoyment though, as she enjoyed farming every once in a while. I see, will this cover the food? Robin asked, as she reached into a pouch and brought out a large pile of berries. More than enough, thank you. And Luffy, you are welcome to dig in now, Wanda said with a smile, watching in interest as Luffy quite literally began to inhale the food, munching on it with a wide grin and happy eyes. Well, while he is doing that, I will be looking through your selection of books, Robin informed Wanda, who just gave her a nod as she walked over to the non-fiction section, looking through the books on history and other worldly books, only to immediately notice that they were different, far different than their own world's history. She furrowed her eyebrows, but continued to read through a few books, her interest growing the more she read about the Age of Heroes and the Long Night. It was so different from her own world's history that she couldn't help but get absorbed into the stories of the book, finding herself more and more interested by the page. By the time 30 minutes had passed, she had a stack of a little over 30 books, each and every one of them on history. Wanda watched the entire time, finding her picks to be interesting. Seems she's a history nerd, I'll have to stock up on some more history books, Wanda thought, as she didn't have a ton of history books. Walking up to the counter, Robin placed her stack of books onto the table. Quite the selection you've got there, you like history? Wanda asked, as Robin nodded with a small smile, as she brought out her berries again, this time paying with quite a lot more than last time. I've always loved history. And you said that I can exchange my own books for yours? Is it all right if I bring them in next time? Robin asked, as Wanda nodded. Of course. You can bring them in whenever I am open, and can bring in as many as you want. As long as they were not duplicates of the same books. In fact, I once had someone bring in over 250 books at a time and she was able to buy every book in the shop with them, Wanda responded, causing Robin to look a little excited at the thought, deciding she would bring in any duplicate books she may have and trade them in. Great. I'll make sure to come back next time with some extras I have. Luffy, you done yet? Robin asked, looking over to her captain who was, currently bloated like a balloon, patting his stomach with a grin. That was amazing. I am definitely coming back here. The meat here is the best. Luffy said with a wide smile, as he jumped back up to his feet, his bloated stomach returning to normal as Robin just let out a sigh at her captain's words. All right, Captain, we'll get more next time, but for now, it's time to get back, Robin said, as Luffy grinned and began to move towards the exit, but not before looking back to Wanda. Thanks for the food. Luffy said, giving her a wave and walked out of the door, Robin giving her a small wave too and left as well, leaving Wanda alone once again. Seeing as they left, Wanda let out a small chuckle, and had only one thought on her mind. Well then, on to the next customers. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. No idea how well I wrote Robin and Luffy as, I have never actually watched One Piece, blasphemy, I know. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 54, A Comfortable Day. Third POV. With Luffy and Robin leaving, Wanda was left to her own devices, again, and it was because of this that she began to contemplate the idea of hockey. She knew that it was intricately connected to the soul, similarly to that of aura, but it was also inherently different, more focused on 3 branching paths. Armament, observation, and conquering. Each of them were quite the interesting application of power that originated from the user's very soul. And it was because of the fact that it was connected to the soul similar to aura, that Wanda was interested in gaining it herself. She imagined that her conqueror's hockey would be so much stronger than anything in the One Piece world that it would make the strongest users of it look like newborn children, like jokes. She would hypothetically be able to force the entire universe to its knees through her hockey's pure power. But the only problem with gaining such a thing was that hockey was a bit different than that of aura or chakra. It was something that was better off unlocked on its own, instead of copied from someone else. But that also made things a bit complicated, as unlocking it for someone like Wanda meant, well, potentially accidentally unleashing her hockey across the universe, and she'd rather not accidentally destroy a part of the universe or something. So instead she would try to unlock it in the future in a pocket dimension, or even an abandoned universe somewhere else. So that she didn't accidentally get the higher cosmic entities pissed at her, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her, but it would be annoying to hear them whine about her. But for now, she was watching as Elijah Mikaelson flipped through the pages of a book on wards, alongside the no longer pregnant Haley. In the fiction section of the shop, Ron and Harry were flipping through a few comics, and in the history section Hermione was making a small stack of books. It was a busy day today, it seemed. I see you've had your child, congratulations. What did you name her? Wanda asked Haley, who glanced at her. Oh I lost Dash, no reason to lie to me, Miss Marshall, I am not one to be fooled. I am also not one to harm an innocent child, much less a newborn. Wanda cut off Haley, knowing that they were currently hiding that their child had survived. Instead they were trying to say that she was dead to keep her safe. How did you dash? I am not a mere witch, Elijah. As I had said last time you came here, I am something akin to that of a god. Lying to me is a waste of time, because I see through all lies and deceptions. Wanda cut the man off again, as he let out a sigh, remembering what she had said last time. Her name is Hope, we named her Hope, Haley said, as Wanda smiled. Hope, huh? A good name for someone who will bring a new future to your family. I hope to see her come here in the future, as I am sure I have books that will be a boon to her, Wanda responded, with Haley looking at her in slight surprise. What do you mean a new future to our family? Elijah questioned, as the way she said it, it was as if she was certain of what she was saying, that it will happen. Wanda just looked at the men and made a shooshing motion with her finger. Spoilers. Wanda said with a smirk before walking off back to her counter. It was best to let the future events happen as they will, at least for the most part. She planned on stepping in once it got to a certain point, so that Klaus and Haley wouldn't die, same with Elijah, as they were all destined to die, at least normally. She didn't want Hope to lose her entire family and end up as she had in canon. Ah, I see you're getting into history now, Miss Granger. You find everything you were looking for? Wanda asked, noticing the stack of 7 history books that the girl had made. I've been looking into the history of magical communities of other countries, and must I say it is incredibly intriguing. Did you know that the Greek gods are likely ancient wizards and witches of immense power? It's incredible. And the books you sell, a lot of them are incredibly rare. Like the History of Egyptian Dark Lords, is a book worth thousands of galleons, and you're just selling it for 20. Hermione said with a bright smile, as she brought out the money needed to pay. Yes, well, I don't like taking advantage of people, and I believe that all knowledge should be open to everyone, except for the truly darkest of knowledge, the knowledge that is better off not known. And what I sell in my shop is certainly not too dangerous to be known, Wanda responded with a smile, as she took the galleons, happy to hear that her customer was so pleased. Hermione had become more and more of a regular over the past few months, and Wanda was contemplating the idea of connecting her shop to Hogwarts itself, perhaps speaking with Dumbledore about making her bookstore some sort of in-school shop that appears every once in a while. Thanks, Miss Maximoff. I'll be back in a week or two, and next time I'll bring more than these dunderheads. Hermione said, dragging Harry and Ron with her after they finished paying for their comics, which were cheap as usual. Watching the group leave, Wanda let out a chuckle as the teen boys grumbled, leaving alongside the girl who was dragging them alongside her. After the group had left, Elijah and Haley walked up to the counter, a stack of 10 books with them. They were all on wards, seals, and things that could help protect their home, from what she could tell. She suspected that they were going to have a witch make a proper barrier around their home, or even Freya, but it didn't seem that she had shown up just yet. Is that all? I also am selling book bags that are bigger on the inside. Like this one can hold around a 1,000 yards worth of resources inside, Wanda said, holding up a book bag. Upon hearing that it could hold more things inside than what it looks like, Elijah looked very interested. And how many of these book bags may we procure? Elijah asked, wondering if there was a limit. I can give you a maximum of 10. Ah, and they will be bound to you. Just drop a single drop of blood onto it, and only the one whose blood was imbued into the bag will be able to utilize it unless the one who did it wishes otherwise, Wanda responded, as the men brought out his card. I'll take 10, Elijah said, as Wanda chuckled, bringing out a pile of bags and placing them on the counter. From her knowledge, the Mikhaelsons were likely trillionaires, so wealthier than literal countries, so it was not even remotely surprising that he was able to buy this without even worrying about the price tag, which ranged massively. The most expensive bag, aka the one that they were buying, cost around $100,000 apiece. After paying for the bags, he immediately cut his finger, a drop of blood going into one of the bags, with Haley doing the same with another of the bags. Then they put the books away, and gave her a nod, before walking off, leaving seconds later. That felt a little rude, Wanda thought as they didn't even say goodbye, but she just shrugged, deciding to ignore it for now, and instead she would focus on restocking the books that they had just bought, the new books going back into place moments later. What world should I visit in person next? I mean, TVD sounds interesting, but it would be kind of boring. Naruto wouldn't be bad either, but I'd prefer to go somewhere else first. Out of all the worlds that are connected to my store so far, Rimuru's world is by far the most interesting and appealing, especially if I can get some of those neat skills they have. Nothing particularly strong, but it could give me some new skills to play around with, Wanda thought, deciding she would go to Rimuru's world next time he came around. And it seemed like that wouldn't be before long, as the door opened, and in walked Rimuru. Seeing this, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind as she watched him walk in. Time to get some skills. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just a chill chapter with her interacting with her customers, some of which I definitely didn't forget existed, totally not. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 55, Skills. Third POV. Seeing Rimuru walk in, Wanda knew that she would finally be getting some skills, as she wanted to go to the Tensura universe now. The universe had some neat people that she was interested in meeting, and had some new and unique forms of magic that she would love to obtain for herself. There was 2 specific skills in this universe that she was very interested in obtaining, both of them being something that she should be able to obtain for herself. As all it would take is copying one of them, and then she would be able to use that new ability to create the other, which would then grant her access to more skills. Said skills were, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, and Akashic Records, Lord of Information. Ahura Mazda was a skill that allowed the user of the ultimate skill to create just about anything. Skills, memories, souls, and matter. With this skill, she'd be able to hypothetically create anything, not that she'd use it for anything too crazy, as that would be boring as hell. She certainly wouldn't be using it to create books or anything, none that she didn't already have. Didn't want to ruin her fun after all. She would use it to create souls though, as the idea of creating a new species for one of her dimensions sounds interesting enough. The Akashic Records was the second half of the skills that she wanted. It was a simple and yet immensely powerful skill, likely the strongest skill in all of Tensura, based off of pure usage and potential. At least it was the best in her hands. It, simply put, can replicate and copy any and all skills, past, present, and future. It was a skill that was the apex of all skills, the strongest of them all. A skill that could grant her any skill she wants, casually. Void God Azazoth. Yoink. Magicul's Breed Reactor. Yoink. God of Abyss Nodens. Yoink. Any and all skills could be recreated with Akashic Records. It was a scalable skill that constantly was growing stronger as long as new skills were created and born. The ultimate skill for someone like Wanda, who would be able to safely handle thousands of ultimate skills, casually. Normally a being wouldn't be able to handle too many ultimate skills, with their very souls straining underneath all of that power, that weight. But Wanda was far from normal. A being that made Veldanava look like a lizard in comparison. So handling thousands of ultimate skills was laughably easy for her. But this skill couldn't just create the other skills, which is why the Lord of Creation was necessary to obtain before that. which would be relatively easy to do, as she just had to use her already immense power to copy the ability to even steal it if need be. And then she would be able to gain whatever skill she wanted, giving her a sizable boost in power, and a ton of new and neat abilities. Ah, Rimuru. I was wondering when you would come back. What brings you to my shop? Wanda asked, noticing that he had risen in power a bit more. Not by much, but enough for her to notice it. Just buying some more books, wanted to get some new cookbooks now that I can actually taste food, Rimuru said, as he walked over to the cookbook section, beginning to grab a small stack of books. She had a little over 150 cookbooks in her shop, each of them completely unique from one another, and she was getting more and more of these books every time someone traded something in, as they were the most common books people exchanged with her. Second after the cookbooks was romance novels, and then third were history books. Wishing to teach your subordinates how to cook some better meals? Wanda asked, remembering Cheyenne had some absolutely god-awful cooking. Stuff that even made her a bit disgusted, which was saying a lot as she had seen a lot of very gross foods before. Yeah, one of my newer people is not exactly the best at cooking, so I want to help her learn how to make some decent meals. Meals that won't make me want to throw up from how disgusting they tend to be, Rimuru said, shivering as he remembered what was basically a bubbling bowl of gunk. It looked awful, and literally melted things that were thrown inside. Impressive, impressively bad. I'd suggest you also look at the cooking magics too, they help add flavor to meals and season them more accurately, Wanda said, a book floating over to the men as he gazed at the book, reading through it with a hum. Yeah, I'll be taking this, Rimuru said, hoping that it would help Cheyenne with her cooking. After another few minutes of Rimuru grabbing some books on cooking, he walked over to the counter and brought out his own stack of books. He had gotten them from recent uptake in trade with a couple of foreign friends and countries. Looking over the books, Wanda raised an eyebrow as they were mostly history books, but there was also one on different species, and even one on a combat style. Taking the books, she smiled, that'll be enough to cover the books you chose. Thanks for the exchange. No problem, Rimuru said, preparing to leave, only to stop when Wanda spoke up from behind him. Actually, I was wondering, is it alright if I get a personal tour of your town? I've been meaning to finally visit your universe, and since I don't have much else to do, this is the best time to do so, Wanda said to Androgynous Men. Don't see why not. Maybe you can help my friend learn to cook, since I've seen those meals you make, Rimuru said, as Wanda smiled. Sure, I don't mind teaching her a bit, Wanda said, as she flipped the sign to closed and walked around the counter over to Rimuru. Oh, and just warning you, some of my subordinates tend to be a bit heated, so they might try something. Just try not to kill them, will you? Rimuru asked, as Wanda giggled. I know, Rimuru, I won't harm any of them. They're just protective of you after all, Wanda said, as the men smiled, before walking through the door, Wanda stepping through a second later, as the world outside changed, and she was within a decently sized town. The town that Rimuru ran and owned. And it was within the very second that she stepped into the new universe, that Wanda felt it, the voice of the world, the power that attempted to reach into her being. Doesn't seem it's trying to harm me or anything, so, I'll allow it, Wanda thought, sensing it, the system that governed this universe, that was basically just a huge AI that decided a lot of the major things. Like the bestowing of skills, the flow of magicules, and similar things. Feeling it reach into her being, she could tell that it wasn't taking anything from her, but was instead using the magicules inside of her, and its own being to create something new, something completely and utterly original, something different. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Yahweh, God of Origin. Successful. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Pilgrim, Queen of Nevers. Successful. Feeling the new skills begin to enter her being, Wanda blinked. She could tell that they were beyond what she had been expecting and were quite impressive. Knowledge on them and their uses almost immediately flooding her mind. Yahweh, God of Origins, a skill that personifies origin, born from her being the origin in which new knowledge is born, in which chaos unlike any other is created. It is born from her being the origin of something new. Its powers are very, very simple and yet immense. It allows her to control, warp, and change the origin of something. Meaning she can warp the origin of something like magic into something darker and magic. It would become more evil, cruel, dark. Warp the origin of someone's mother into a different personality. They'll come out as a different person. Thanks to her ability to warp, manipulate, and change the origins of others, this has the offshoot effect of basically allowing for her to manipulate and control science and magic at will, for she can control their origin, making it so that something like a mere fire spell blooms into a supernova. Or changing the origin of a scientific device made to kill her, into something that makes her stronger. The skill was insane, but it was born from her origin, from her being the origin of change and potential. An origin of chaos, order, and all sorts of things. Pilgrim, Queen of Nevers, a skill that practically personifies possibility, born of her inherent connection to the entity it is named after, from the Marvel multiverse. Through this skill, Wanda can see, comprehend, and change all possibilities before her, both past, present, and future. The future of the multiverse is bare beneath her sight, and she can now change it to her will, not just on a universal scale, but a multiversal one. Possibilities are now her playground, similarity to that of Origin. The fact that she got two incredibly powerful ultimate skills from this universe was surprising. But she suspected it wasn't just bringing them from nowhere, but was creating them from what was already there, just, unrefined, needing the aid of an outside source to make it something better. She was a little confused why she didn't get anything involving chaos, but she suspected it was because she was already at the apex of chaos. She didn't need a skill for it, as she herself was beyond any skill that they could create, for no skill could compare to the chaos that she warps and changes. And now that she had these two new ultimate skills, she would be even more dominant in power, not that she really needed it. Really, this was just for her own comfort, as it would make her life easier. With the new skills that she had, she didn't even have to go out of her way to get the Akashic Records or Lord of Creation. She just needed to warp possibility in her favor, and then use a bit of Origin manipulation, and boom. She'd have both the skills she wanted. And that is exactly what she decided to do, but for now, it's time to explore Tenshura. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. So yeah, she just got 2 skills that are immensely powerful, connected to her in an intricate way, and actually useful, shocking. They're OP, but don't really do too much besides make her life a bit easier lol. She won't be getting more power-ups like this for a while. The next power-up will come once she gets into her first actual fight with a being that can actually make her struggle, probably. All I will say is that he is a being that is wanked to shit in his fandom, a fandom that is absolutely, truly, genuinely, ridiculous. A fandom that makes 40k look like toddlers. It's also a fandom that doesn't seem to understand that omnipotence equals infinite power lol. If you know, you know. Anyways. I saw Fantastic Four. It was pretty fantastic, well, sort of. It was a 7.5 out of 10. I will say that it has introduced me to Vanessa Kirby, and my god is she incredibly beautiful. She is also an incredibly good Susan Storm. It's easily the best Fantastic Four movie made so far, which isn't saying much, but still. This was on the 24th, so a little while ago. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 56, Rimuru's Village. Third POV. As it turns out, coming out of a mysterious door that had been off limits for months now, and doing so alongside the ruler of the village that it was within, tended to draw quite a lot of attention. Wanda could hear the whispers of the civilians of the village, as they watched her. But thankfully they weren't causing any sort of problems or anything, as Rimuru was telling them off, and had seemingly already told some of his more important subordinates about her and just how powerful she was. Smart, very smart. Especially since they were overprotective, and she herself was capable of wiping out the entire Tenshura multiverse with a casual flex of her power. It didn't help that she would be getting the means to create any skill soon, at least any skill that already existed in the past, present, and future. Meaning that skills like Void God Azazoth would be hers sooner or later, alongside skills like Magicul's Breed Reactor and more. Walking at the side of Rimuru along the stone pathway of the developing village, Wanda couldn't help but be slightly impressed with the development of the village. It was sizable, had well-made buildings, and all sorts of functional buildings that would be considered excellent even in modern times. I must admit, your village is quite impressive for a world like this one. Although I guess having dwarves helping you out probably made it a lot easier to accomplish all of this, Wanda said, knowing that dwarves tended to be very skilled at all sorts of craftsmanship, including making buildings. Thanks, I owe most of it to Kaijin and the other dwarves that moved here. They're real geniuses in their craft. Pretty much everything you see was made with their help, Rimuru responded, a little embarrassed at the praise, as he didn't really do much in terms of actually helping with the building process. It really was most the dwarves that had done it. All he had done was bring them there in person. Besides that, he hadn't done anything. Well, either way this was all possible because of you, Rimuru. So you should be proud of what you have accomplished so far, as not many others would be able to do all of this in the time you have, Wanda responded, smiling at his embarrassed face, finding it to be amusing. The androgynous man only flushed at the praise, and used to it, before coughing awkwardly. Alright. Since I've shown you around I'll leave you to explore more on your own, I've got other things to do. Rimuru exclaimed, before running off before giving Wanda a chance at responding. Giggling, she just watched him flee. How cute, getting all embarrassed just for me complimenting him, Wanda thought, as the slime left, probably to talk with the others to warn them of her presence there, or maybe just to get away from the embarrassment. The man hadn't been the most social person in his past life, having only a small group of friends. He also wasn't one to get praise or compliments, and even in this life he wasn't used to them. Although his subordinates tended to praise him literally whenever they possibly could. Seeing as she was alone now, Wanda decided to finally get the skills she had wanted. The Akashic Records and the Lord of Creation skills, one ultimate and the other origin. Flexing her power, she began to spread her power outwards, using her new skills to manipulate origin and possibility in her favor. Time began to slow to a crawl as she began to manipulate reality, and the very system that made up the world. She was, in essence, hacking the universe itself, warping it in her favor, so that she would get the two skills she wanted. The voice of the world couldn't even fight back as she effortlessly broke the laws of the system, and obtained that in which she truly wanted. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation. Successful. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Akashic Records, Lord of Information. Successful. As Wanda heard these words ripple through her head, she smiled, as she felt the skills cement within her being. Two immensely powerful skills that would grant her the means to create any skill she wanted, which means that she would soon gain access to the ultimate skills of others, even the strongest of them. She decided to wait until before she left for those though, and instead, she began to tour more of the quaint village, finding herself enjoying the atmosphere. It was quiet, homely, and very comfy feeling. A perfect place for her bookstore to be open at. Speaking of her bookstore, she planned on speaking with Rimuru about letting all of his subordinates shop there, as she would be willing to take trades of minerals and other homemade items that they might have to trade or sell. She was also just interested in having more species shopping at her store, besides humans, slimes, a few gods, a devil, and the like. She would eventually begin to cap the amount of people that could be in the store at the same time, so it would remain comfortable and not overcrowded, but she doubted that would happen for a while. After a while of walking around the village, Wanda was enjoying a meal at one of the few restaurants in the village. The food itself was actually quite good, at least for a small village like this one. I'll have to tell Rimuru about the spices and other herbs I'm growing, as I'm sure he can use them to make all sorts of delicious meals he wouldn't be able to otherwise, Wanda thought as she ate her tasty soup. Some of the meals in the village were unique, even to her, so she wanted to learn some of the recipes for them in the future. While eating, Wanda stopped mid-bite, as she glanced upwards, a small chuckle escaping her lips as she sensed something. Seems the little bundle of mayhem has officially arrived. I was hoping to meet her in person, Wanda thought with a small hum, sensing Malim not that far away. She had just arrived in front of a shocked Rimuru, with his subordinates already running towards her location in order to protect Rimuru, or at least try to. Finishing the rest of her tasty soup, she placed a pure golden coin on the table, before walking off with a small smile on her face, as she leisurely walked through the village towards where Malim was. A little bit outside of the village, on the cliff face that looked over it, Malim Nava was standing within a large crater, made from flexing her own power. Rimuru was in his human form, giving his subordinates that had attempted to attack her a healing potion for each of them. I'll take care of this, Rimuru said with a calm smile on his face, already having a plan in mind on how to stop Malim. What's this? Haven't played enough yet. Very well. I'll play with you some more, Malim said with a grin, her eyes glowing. Rimuru-sama. One of Rimuru's subordinates muttered. Once you give up, it's all over. So you gotta do what you can. Don't get your hopes up, Rimuru said, as he walked over to the crater, looking down at Malim. Oh. You're going to face me? Malim questioned with a raised eyebrow, excitement in her eyes. If you're so confident, why not taste one of my attacks? Rimuru asked, as Malim let out a laugh. Very well. Sounds interesting. But if it doesn't work, you must sweat to become my subordinate. Malim responded, as Rimuru nodded. Fine. As Rimuru began to communicate with Great Sage inwardly, he let out a sigh, as a golden blob appeared in his hand. This golden orb? It was honey, just very tasty honey. As he began to move forwards to shove it into Malim's mouth, a voice echoed. You know, when I came to this little village of yours, I can't say I was expecting such a show, Wanda's voice echoed from behind Malim, as the demon lord's eyes constricted, as she hadn't even sensed Wanda appear. She didn't hear her, she didn't smell her, nothing. Seeing Wanda standing there, Rimuru stopped before letting out a laugh. Man, you came at the perfect time. I was a little worried I'd have to rely on my sweet attack to beat her. Well, it would have worked, you know, but I thought it'd be best to step in either way, Wanda replied with a shrug, as she noticed Malim looking at her with a strange glint in her eyes. Why is she looking at me like that? Wanda questioned, growing concerned as she noticed tears in Malim's eyes. Rimuru also noticed, glancing at Wanda with a confused look on his face, but Wanda had no response, as Malim blurred towards her, and hugged her. It was the word that flew out of her mouth next that got even Wanda to drop her jaw, and that was Mama. Wanda could only blank as she felt the smaller form sob against her, as only one sound echoed from her, and that was, "Huh." There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Yeah, Malim senses the power that Wanda had copied from Veldanava inside of Wanda, and she can only just barely sense that Wanda was similar to him in some ways. You can expect for Wanda to have a new worker in her shop, and a chaotic little munchkin that will be getting up to a lot of interesting things, especially if she joins Wanda when she travels to some other worlds. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 57, Mama Wanda. Third POV. Looking down at the small form of Malim, Wanda was confused. She had never met Malim in her life before this point, and even she hadn't seen this coming. Well, she would have if she used her power, but that made things boring, usually at least. Why does she see me as her mother? Unless it's Veldanava that I remind her of. I know I have his origin skill that made him so strong, but this seems to be a bit much, Wanda thought in slight confusion, wondering what to do right now. How was she supposed to react to the fact that the daughter of the supreme god of this universe was calling her mama, sobbing against her chest, and hugging her so tightly? Although I have to admit she is kind of adorable. Wanda thought, glancing down at the little thing. She was considered little in Wanda's eyes, as mentally Wanda was quite literally billions of years old, and physically she likely was as well. As she had no idea how long she was in the void, and she suspected she was a lot older than she looked. Meaning Malim was indeed young to her. I'm sorry little one, but I'm not your mama. Can I ask why you called me that? Wanda softly said, cringing as she said these words, as she felt bad. Why you feel like Papa did, Malim sniffled against her clothes, refusing to let go as Wanda blinked. Furrowing her eyebrows, she began to look inwards into herself, as she began to inspect the Akashic Records skill closely, trying to figure out why Malim thought she was her father or something. And after gazing into the skill and looking at its origin, she let out a sigh. Guess she wasn't entirely wrong, Wanda thought, understanding that the skill itself was intricately connected to Veldanava himself, and thanks to her obtaining the skill, as well as her other traits that made up her very being, she was essentially his successor. She hadn't even realized it, but she did indeed get a decent power boost, one that was so weak in comparison to her own power, that she thought it was just the skill's power. That power? It was a fragment of Veldanava himself, the portion reserved for someone worthy. Why she was chosen Wanda had no clue, but she wasn't going to complain. This also meant that she likely had a new species added into her being, which once again, she didn't even realize she had within her. This being, True Dragon. Wanda was quite literally so powerful that she didn't even notice she got a power boost of such a level, although it wasn't too crazy as it was a small portion of Veldanava. I guess being a true dragon is neat. Wanda thought, not really sure how to feel about this new power, and the fact that it was sort of just forced onto her. Thankfully it didn't bind her to anything, so she could live with it. I'm sorry, Wanda said simply, not really sure what to say beyond this, as Malim's sniffles began to slowly fade. She felt terrible for the little bundle of chaos, but she wasn't really sure what to do. As she looked down at Malim, she hummed, I was meaning to get a new guest for my shop, and I was already contemplating taking little Naruto in, so, maybe I could take her in. As unlike Naruto, she isn't someone touched by fate so deeply like him, and she isn't bound to this place by feelings or anything. So she could freely leave and come back whenever she wants, Wanda thought, wondering if she should actually do this. I'm sure Death will just love to tease me over this though, Wanda thought, eyebrow twitching as she knew that women would love to mess with her over the fact that she had taken in a new straggler. You alright now, Malim? Wanda asked, her hand reaching out, softly rubbing the pink-haired girl's head, as Malim stilled slightly, before nuzzling into the warmth of the hand that felt so similar to her. Rimuru was just watching all of this with a confused glint in his eyes, but he couldn't help but let out a smile upon seeing it, as it was kind of adorable. While the others looked at this in confusion, on why in the world the demon lord Malim was basically cuddling with a taller woman, and why she called the woman Mama. Some of them realized that this woman was the mysterious guest that Rimuru had warned them about, but they didn't expect this of them. Sorry Mama, Malim muttered, as she seemingly decided that Wanda was her mama even with the woman telling her otherwise. Wanda wanted to tell Malim that she wasn't her mother, but upon the girl stepping back slightly, revealing her slightly reddened eyes, tear-stained face, and lip wobble, Wanda could only react in one way, and that was so cute. Turns out even Wanda liked cute things, and Malim was adorable in her eyes. Reaching her hand out, Wanda wiped the tears from the girl's cheeks, as Malim looked a little surprised. How about you and I talk for a little while, Wanda asked, as Malim's eyes glittered in excitement at the prospect of talking more with this mystery woman that felt so much like her father. Okay. Malim said, suddenly more chipper than before, while Rimuru saw the look in Wanda's eyes and smiled. Alright, come on, let's leave them to talk for a bit. I trust Wanda to not cause any more damage to the surroundings, Rimuru ordered, as he practically had to drag his subordinates with him. At the same time, Wanda sat down upon a smooth rock, patting a spot on her right as Malim sat next to her. You understand that I am not your father, right Malim? Wanda asked, as Malim looked a little saddened, but nodded. I know, you just feel so much like him, Malim replied, as for once she wasn't super loud or talking fast or being energetic. It was a little strange to Wanda, and she wasn't sure she liked it. I may not be your father, but I do believe I have inherited a very special ability of his, called the Akashic Records. Thanks to my inheritance of these records, I seem to have been gifted a portion of his power, and with that, came the addition of the true dragon species into my being. What you sense from me is likely because of that, Wanda explained, as Malim looked surprised. She didn't seem to know much about the skill, but she did know about true dragons, obviously. Her father was the first true dragon, the creator of pretty much everything, and the reason on why she was so powerful. So, you are my mama? Malim exclaimed, as Wanda deadpanned, sighing as she decided that there's no point even arguing over this. She knew Malim enough to know that the girl would not give up on her being her mama, so, she was now. Feels like I just got adopted as her mama, Wanda thought with a sigh, as she noticed the sparkly-eyed girl. Since you have the power of Papa, you must be super strong, right? Can we spar? Malim asked in excitement at the prospect, as Wanda giggled. No can do, Malim. I wouldn't want to harm you, Wanda said with a smile, as Malim pouted. But I'm super strong too. I bet I could beat you up even if you have some of Papa's power. Malim exclaimed, causing Wanda to look at her in amusement. You're super strong, Malim, but I'm far stronger. Here, let me show you just a little bit of what I can do, Wanda said, as above her hand a glow began to form, as within her hand appeared a glowing orb. Ah. It's just a ball of light, nothing strong about that. Look closer, Wanda said with a small smirk, as Malim tilted her head, before moving forward, as her eyes widened in surprise. The orb of light was no orb of light, it was a universe. An entire universe, held in the palm of Wanda's hand, having been created with a casual flex of her power, like it was nothing. Malim could tell that it was not a simple orb of light like she had said, she could sense the tiniest fraction of power, and it was that power that caused her to look at Wanda with even more excitement. Whoa. You really are stronger, Mama. Even I can't do that. Malim said with shining eyes, poking the ball of light that was a universe. I'm glad you believe me now, Wanda said with a small smile, wondering how she just got herself a kid. But strangely enough, as she gazed at the pink-haired menace that was playing with the universe, Wanda couldn't help but be happy. She knew this was likely because of who she was as a person, remembering the sons she had at one point, and it seemed that the desire to be a mother had carried over, even if she didn't feel the attraction to men or anything like that. And as Malim noticed her stare and looked up at her with a bright smile, Wanda smiled softly, as she had one thought on her mind. Maybe having a little one won't be so bad. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. So I've got no idea if Malim actually knew that her father was Veldanava or not, and if she knew about his skills, but I'ma just say she did in this world, alright. Wanda has her first kid. She'll probably be taking in 2 others and then that'll be it. As said before, Wanda always wanted kids, thanks to her memories, and because she wanted them even in her past life, and now she'll have them, although through adoption. Wanda is also part true dragon now, but it didn't really do much in terms of power so it won't really matter to Wanda. She'll be returning to the bookstore in 2 chapters. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 58, Adopted Daughter. Third POV. Watching Malim play with the ball for a bit longer, Wanda eventually let it dissipate, as Malim pouted at not being able to play with the universe anymore. Sorry Malim, but don't you think it's time to go and see Rimuru? And I think he has a rather tasty treat that you can try, Wanda said, patting her new daughter's head, as Malim's eyes sparkled at the mention of a tasty treat. She loved food, especially sweets, so it wasn't a surprise that she began to drag Wanda alongside her as they made their way back to the village where Rimuru was. Relax Malim, the village isn't that far. And we wouldn't want to destroy more of Rimuru's land, would we? After all, if we accidentally destroyed anything important, he might not give you the tasty treat I mentioned. And we wouldn't want to miss out on that treat, would we? Wanda asked, as the speedy half-dragon girl stopped, her eyes widening as she nodded. Okay. I'll slow down Mama, Malim said, as she began to walk a lot slower, carefully controlling herself as she concentrated on not going too fast. Wanda watched her facial expressions in amusement, finding it to be quite adorable. "Good girl, now, let's go find Rimuru," Wanda said, reaching her hand out to the girl who clasped it in her much smaller one, as they walked hand in hand, almost like a parent who was walking with their kid. It was adorable, and Wanda inwardly made sure to always remember this. It didn't take long before they had found Rimuru, who had been talking to one of his subordinates in the main village. The subordinate in question looked to be Benimaru, whose eyes widened slightly upon noticing Wanda and Melim approaching from behind Rimuru. "No need to get all tense with us, Benimaru, we won't be harming anyone," Wanda said with an amused smile on her face, as Melim walked forward, her eyes sparkly as she stopped in front of Rimuru. "Can I have that sweat treat?" Melim asked, as Rimuru looked a little confused, before a look of realization formed on his face. A chuckle escaped his lips as he brought out a bottle. "Here, I'm sure you'll like it," Rimuru said as he handed her a bottle of honey, with Melim preparing to take a lick of the inside of it, only to stop as Wanda gave her an expectant look. Thanks Rimuru," Melim said with a bright grin, as she licked her finger after dipping it into the bottle, a happy squeal echoing from her. "So good. Mama, you were right, this is delicious," Melim said with a grin, as the others in the area looked at the two with blank expressions, especially upon hearing Melim call Wanda Mama. "Told you would like it," Wanda said with a small smile, watching as Melim happily ate the honey, as it was delicious. Even Wanda was a bit interested in gathering some of it, as she could tell that it was of high quality, and smelled quite good. Rimuru watched Melim eat the honey with a bit of interest, before turning to Wanda and asking the question that had been on his mind since he heard what Melim had called her. "Can I ask why Melim is calling you Mama? As far as I know, you aren't related, are you?" Rimuru asked, causing Wanda to chuckle while Melim frowned. "She's my mama because I said she is," Melim said with a growl, not liking what Rimuru was trying to say, while Wanda sighed. "I inherited the skill of her father, which gave me a bit of his power. It also means that I am technically related to her in a way. And I can't say I mind being her mama, as I've always wanted a child," Wanda responded to the confused men. Melim brightly smiled at her words, happy to hear that Wanda wanted to have a child, and she was now that child. "Told you she's my mama," Melim said, sticking out her tongue at Rimuru, who could only wryly smile, not really sure what to say to the response he had been given. He decided to not press the matter or anything, and instead focused on the fact that Melim was still in town. "So, what now? Do you want a tour, Melim? Or are you going to go with Wanda-san?" Rimuru questioned, as he wasn't sure how he felt about having a demon lord in town. Demon lords were notorious for being dangerous, and Melim was considered one of the most dangerous of them all. Can we get a tour, Mama? I want to see Rimuru's village," Melim asked as she looked at Wanda. Wanda just giggled in response and nodded. "Sure, go ahead and take a tour. I've got a couple of things I need to do myself," Wanda said, as she grinned happily, before following after Rimuru, well, more like dragging him alongside her, but still. Wanda just watched with a smile on her face, as she walked off, deciding it was time to gather the other ultimate skills for herself. With that, she teleported off in order to do so, deciding to do it in a safe location so that nobody would see her or intrude upon her skill acquisition. With her ultimate skill Akashic records, new skills began to form within her, more specifically, ultimate class skills. She gained quite a few ultimate skills, with those skills being the following: Azazoth, God of the Void; Nyarlathotep, Lord of Chaos; Thuga, Lord of Flame Gods; Shub-Niggurath, Lord of Harvest; Asmodeus, Lord of Lust; Mephisto, Lord of Fantasy; Mammon, Lord of Greed; Yog-Sothohort, God of the Spacetime; Tsukimi, Lord of Moonshade; Samel, Lord of Deathly Poison; Abaddon, Lord of Destruction; Amaterasu, Lord of Shimmering Flame; Astaroth, Lord of Fallen; Deus Ex Machina, Lord of Machine Gods; Nodens, God of Abyss; Cthulhu, Lord of Divine Ice; Satnal, Lord of Wrath; Surya, Lord of Brilliance. Was it overkill? Absolutely. Did she care? No. Power was power, and even if she was already nigh omnipotent, it didn't matter to her. It would make her safer in the end, plus it would just make her life a lot easier and more convenient. With her new skills assimilated within her being, and the new power that came with it, she decided to head back to the village to pick up her new daughter. As she had been away from the shop for a while now, and it was time to get back home. That, and she wanted to show Melim her home, a home that Melim herself could stay in if she wished, which Wanda imagined that she would, with the way she reacted to her earlier. Wanda would make an extra room for her daughter to stay in, and even another dimension for her to have fun in. She planned on making a dimension made of candies and other sweets for her, so she'd be able to enjoy all sorts of delicious treats whenever she wants. Within limits, of course. Walking within the village, Wanda soon found her daughter, who was leaving the bathhouse after taking a nice and long bath. "Mama, you're back," Malim said with a bright grin, blurring forward as Wanda caught her in her arms, a chuckle escaping her lips. "Mum, just had some things to do. But now that I'm back, I think it's time we go home, no?" Wanda asked, as Malim blinked in confusion. "Home?" "Yep, I've got a home for us. It's above my bookstore, where I sell books and all sorts of treats to people. And I thought that you might like to come and live with me, and go on all sorts of fun adventures with me, and meet all sorts of interesting and new people," Wanda explained, as Malim's eyes sparkled. "Of course I want to live with you, Mama. I'm never gonna leave your side," Malim said with a bright grin, as she stayed in Wanda's arms, now being held up like a child, nuzzling into her mama's neck. Wanda just looked down at her new adopted daughter, and smiled, before looking over to Rimuru. "We'll be off now, Rimuru. Next time you come in I'll be giving you a gift for helping out. See you later," Wanda said, waving as she walked off, leaving Rimuru to watch them leave, wondering how Malim would even be willing to work in a bookstore. Walking off towards the bookstore as she held her daughter in her arms, Wanda smiled, as she had one thought on her mind. Time to return home. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. She has officially adopted Malim as her own, and has also gotten a ton of powerful skills for herself. They're not really the most useful or anything, but power is power, so why should she say no to getting more of it? Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 59, showing Malim around. Third POV. Walking through the front door of her bookstore, Wanda watched as Malim reacted to the inside of her shop. The girl's eyes widening slightly upon realizing that it was a lot larger on the inside than it looked on the outside. As the outside was just a simple door with the name of the shop above said door. It was unassuming, and yet Malim could sense that it was anything but normal. She couldn't even tell how big the shop is, only that it was immensely protected, and unlike anything she had seen in all her years of living. Cool, huh? This is my shop, the place where I work every day, and where I greet customers from all sorts of places, including other universes. It's also the way I can travel to other universes, and gain new powers, like this one, Wanda said, as she manipulated chakra within her hands, causing Malim to look at it with interest. It felt somewhat similar and yet different from the energy she had seen before. It was more connected to nature, almost a stronger feeling, and yet not. Had she been a true dragon, then she would have felt very in tune with it, as true dragons were connected to nature on a more personal level thanks to their existence. Wow. This place is awesome, Mama. When you told me you were in a bookstore, I thought it was going to be boring. But this place is huge. And what's all those weird glowy bits that are surrounding the place? Malim asked, zooming around the shop, looking at everything she could. I'm glad you think so. And those glowy bits are wards. They're made in order to protect my shop against anyone who tries to harm anyone inside of it, or damage anything within the shop itself. And the building is even larger than this. This is just the shop portion of it, Wanda said with a smile, pleased that her daughter seemingly found the place to be so interesting. It would have been awkward if she came to the shop to live there, and didn't even like it. But how come you need wards, Mama? Aren't you super strong already? Who could do anything in your shop with you around? Malim asked. It was a good question, as Wanda could stop anyone from attacking with just a glance, but she made the wards in order to make it automatic. I can do that, true. But this just makes it easier on me. The wards aren't just for protecting my customers, and stopping others from harming anyone or anything in the shop, but also for simple things. Like a healing ward that would automatically heal anyone who enters to tip-top shape. Or a regeneration ward that will boost the energy regeneration of anyone who enters. There's hundreds of other wards all over the shop in order to improve upon it. Both in safety and in comfort, Wanda explained, as Malim nodded slowly, beginning to understand what her mama was saying. So basically, you're lazy, Malim said with a nod, as Wanda blinked several times at her daughter's response. Oh. I'm lazy. Alright then, I'll show you lazy. Wanda exclaimed, and before Malim could even react, Wanda was on her, tickling her. The half-dragon couldn't even react as she began to loudly giggle, squealing as she tried to get away from her mama, who grinned widely as she teased her new daughter. Ha 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 ha, Mama, stop it. Malim squealed, giggling loudly as her laughs echoed through the shop. Wanda let out her own laughs as Malim continued to laugh, before eventually, Wanda began to pull back, letting Malim catch her breath as Wanda watched with amusement in her eyes. Meanie, Malim said with a pout, as she began to catch her breath, pants echoing from her lips as she glared at her new mama. Wanda just softly smiled at her daughter, as she patted her head. Sorry Malim, but that's what you get for saying your mama is lazy, Wanda said, as Malim huffed, but leaned into the warmth of Wanda's hand either way. Sorry mama, Malim replied, deciding to concede with this, as she didn't want more tickles from Wanda. She couldn't stop her if she wanted to. It's alright, Malim, I'm just teasing you. Now, do you want to go see more of your new home? Wanda asked the pink-haired girl, who nodded excitedly in response as she shot to her feet from the ground where she had been laying moments earlier. Come on then, it's time to see your new home. After leaving the bookstore into the personal space of Wanda, the woman had begun to show Malim around the large building. She showed her the kitchen where she had been testing out a ton of new treats, with the girl insisting on trying one of everything. It was in the kitchen that Malim had found the absolute treasure that was her mama's cooking. And it was there that she decided that she would only be eating meals made by her mama from now on. After the kitchen, Wanda showed her the various dimensions that she had created. The animal dimensions, the plant dimensions, and the dozens of other dimensions had all been shown to Malim. The girl had seemingly enjoyed the animal dimensions the most, especially when she got to play with all sorts of unique and interesting animals. The mythical animal dimension had a ton of very powerful animals that Malim found to be really cool. As each and every animal in that particular dimension were strong enough to destroy continents, with the peak of them being able to destroy worlds. They were pretty cool, even by Wanda's standards. She had also shown the girl the dimension she had created specially for her, doing it from afar while they were walking through the other dimensions. This new dimension was one for training and would allow Malim to go all out without fear of causing any harm to anyone else, or destroying anything important. Malim was very happy that she had a personal playground to mess around in. Malim was even happier once Wanda had shown her the main apartment where they lived. Showing Malim the theater, the basketball court, and all the other rooms. She had also shown the girl the rooms of Raven and Ivy, explaining that they worked for her, but were both busy most of the time. Like right now. Ivy was in one of the plant dimensions experimenting on some plants, trying to see what magic would do to local plant life, and if it could be used to heal Earth. While Raven was in another dimension, practicing her more demonic powers from her father. That particular power was better off trained alone, so she was in closed-door practice at the moment. Wanda let them do their thing, knowing they'd be back in a couple of days, where they'd then be able to meet Malim. At the moment they were both sat on the couch, as Malim munched on a muffin. So, Malim, what do you want to do around here? Wanda asked, wanting to know what Malim would help with. As she had already told Malim that she expected her to help around the shop. How about I can be security? Or maybe I can help stock books. Malim pondered, not really sure what she can do to help, as she had never worked before. How about instead of that, you be my little helper, So you can help me make the treats for others, help me put away books, and you can hang out with me when I'm talking with customers. You can even accompany me on my adventures to other universes, would you like that? Wanda asked, as Malim's eyes sparkled, as Wanda's idea sounded a lot more appealing than hers. That's way better than my idea. I'll do that, Mama. Malim replied, excited to help Wanda around the shop, and even more excited to travel to other interested universes with Wanda. Wanda planned on doing more visits to other universes, and taking part in DC more, as she had finally stopped connecting her shop to more universes, as she was pleased with what she already had. She would get connected to what she currently had, before moving on to new universes. She didn't want to overwhelm herself, after all. With that in mind, and upon hearing what Malim had said, Wanda smiled, as she decided to turn on a movie to watch with her new daughter, Malim snuggling against her new mama's warmth, as Wanda let her, one thought on her mind as she did so. This was definitely the right decision. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Just a chapter of showing Malim around and talking with her a bit. Next chapter will be some visits from customers, and some other stuff. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 60, Malim's first customers. Third POV. With Malim now living with her in her shop, Wanda had to rework a few of the areas, and had to adapt to her new life at home. She managed to do it all before dinner was over, and by the time the first night of Malim staying with her was over, her home had changed. She had even made the girl her own room, tailored to her own personality and likes. But, Wanda had awoken in the next morning, to a small arm sprawled out across her face, with Malim sneaking into her bed at night. Wanda wasn't against the fact, as she thought Malim's sleeping face was adorable. But she was a little put off about the fact that her face was full of arm when she had awoken, and the fact that her blanket had been all but stolen by the little menace. A little menace that would likely cause some problems in the future if she didn't make sure to make some serious ground rules. Ground rules that she was currently making, as they both sat behind the counter in the main store. Do you remember the rules, Malim? Wanda asked, wanting to make sure the girl was actually paying attention, as it seemed that she had a bad record of not really listening to people. And now that she was basically her adopted daughter, she wouldn't be taking disrespect like that from her. Malim nodded excitedly, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. Oh really? And what were the rules that I had given you? Wanda asked, wanting to make sure that Malim actually had listened to what she had said. First rule, no destroying product. Malim exclaimed, as Wanda smiled, nodding as that was indeed the first rule. Second rule, no attacking or harming the customers. Malim said, causing Wanda to nod. There were a total of 5 major rules that the girl had to follow, so Wanda was making sure she remembered them. Third rule, no traveling to other universes without Mama. Malim continued, as Wanda nodded. This was one of the most important rules of Wanda's, as while she could effortlessly find her and go to that universe, Wanda didn't want her to go to a world like Vampire Diaries, and completely upend the entire universe. Fourth rule, no stealing any treats from the kitchen. Malim explained. Another rule that Wanda deemed as important enough to mention, as Malim was, definitely a food lover, and Wanda didn't want her stealing the food of others or anything like that. You'll be getting all the food you want within reason, but you just have to ask me, okay? Wanda asked, as Malim nodded in agreement. Fifth rule, no bugging the customers while they're shopping or reading. Malim said, grinning as Wanda patted her head, a proud smile on Wanda's face, as Malim had gotten all 5 right. Good job. All of that is right. As for the last one, you can talk with the customers but not enough to annoy them too much, alright? We don't want to be scaring anyone off, Wanda explained, as Malim pouted slightly at the annoying part, but decided not to get mad. Her mama was right, after all. Okay. Can we open shop now? I want to see all the customers from other universes. Malim asked with sparkling eyes, as Wanda chuckled, flipping the sign to open. Yay. Malim cheered, as the door opened almost immediately after she opened it. In walked the doctor, alongside a small stack of books. Finally. I was wondering when you'd open up shop. The doctor said with a smile, as he walked over with the books in hands, planing them on the counter. Only to blink when he noticed the pink-haired girl looking at him with sparkly eyes. Who's this, Wanda? Rose asked, as they had both met Ivy and Raven, but had never seen the short girl with uniquely colored hair before. Before Wanda could respond, Malim did. Malim Nava. Demon Loak. Ow. What was that for? Malim exclaimed, being cut off in the middle as Wanda planted a small smack against the back of her head. Hearing the question, Wanda ignored her new daughter and spoke, this is Malim, she's my adopted daughter. It's her first day here in the shop, so bear with her please, Wanda said, as Malim pouted, causing Rose to coo, finding her to be adorable, while the doctor just chuckled. It's quite alright. She's just excited, and that hair of yours is quite interesting. Is it natural? The doctor asked, looking at Malim in interest. He had seen pink hair before, sure, but not on someone who looked so human. Well that, and he wanted to get Malim used to him, as he imagined that he would see her quite often. Yep. My perfect hair has always been with me. Pink is the best color after all, Malim replied with a grin, as Wanda smiled. I'm more partial to blue, but pink is quite good as well. Now, I've got a large stack of books here for you, Mom, the doctor said, as Malim blinked and watched as the doctor placed a stack of 12 books onto the table. Each and every one of them were new, and Wanda's eyes gleamed when she realized that a number of them were very rare, as in, only a handful of them in the entire universe that the doctor hailed from. Meaning they were going to get a lot from Wanda, as she looked the smirking doctor in the eyes. You've brought quite the haul in today, haven't you? Am I right to assume that you're going to be buying a mass amount of books? Wanda asked, as the men nodded. Yep. I thought it was time to get some new materials for the library, and you've got a ton of neat books, so I thought it was time to buy some of them. And with the book bag we got from you, it'll be perfect to get a good haul in, the doctor responded, as he had been meaning to buy a bunch of books en masse, and now was the perfect time to do so. Alright then, this should be enough for around 100 books, less mattering on the rarity of the ones you are buying. The books you brought are quite the incredible ones, Wanda said, lifting the stack with a smile as she sent them off into the back, while the doctor's eyes lit up at the mention of 100 books that he would be able to get. Rose looked equally as excited, as she would be able to get some new romance books that Wanda had been selling, a few of which she had personally written after she decided to make some new ones. The romance section had been lacking a bit in the past few days. But it was now larger, and full of new books. Well, I'll be looking through the new books you've brought in, perhaps Malim can show me some of them. The doctor asked, as Wanda smiled, looking at Malim who nodded with bright eyes, all but dragging the doctor over to the science section, which had gotten around 50 new books added to it in the past 2 days. Wanda had been making new books en masse, which is why it had even more books than before. I didn't realize you wanted kids, Rose said, as she watched them walk off towards the bookshelves. I never really thought I did, not truly. But once she called me Mama for the first time, it felt like something snapped into place. I guess it's something I've secretly wanted for a long time, and now I've gotten it. But it's still a bit to get used to, with her only moving in with me a day ago, Wanda responded, remembering her sons. Well, congratulations either way. Having a daughter must be a big change, but it sounds like it's a welcome one, Rose replied. It is. I had to change half the rooms in my house and put all the sharp objects away. Malim is a bit chaotic, so it took me hours to make sure everything was safe enough for her, Wanda said, remembering how long it took to make sure her house was safe enough. She had been a bit paranoid about it all, so she checked over the house dozens of times. Probably a bit too much. You sound like my mum, which is a good thing, probably, Rose replied with a laugh, as Wanda just smiled, as Rose glanced back. Well, I'm going to go find some romance books that I will never allow the doctor read, thanks, Rose said, as she walked off leaving Wanda alone. Watching Malim chat with the doctor, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind as she watched. Already a natural. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Just warning y'all now, I'm going to be out of town for a week starting Monday, so this Monday to next Monday, so the quality for chapters might get a little spotty during that time. I'll keep my current update schedule, every 2 days for this FIC and Spider-Gwen, while my other 2 fics, Daughter of God and Fan and Maker, will likely only get updated once. Sorry about that, to those that actually read those fics lol. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 61, Death Meets Malim. Third POV. After a bit of time, with Malim talking with the doctor for a little while, which the men seemed to find incredibly amusing, the doctor and Rose had returned to the counter, books in their book bags, which they then used to stack the books onto the counter in front of them. There was around 79 books, with 10 of them being romance books that Rose wanted to read, and the rest of them being books that the doctor wanted, mostly science books, but there were also a few books on history from a few of the magical worlds, more specifically Harry Potter and Game of Thrones. Starting to get into history now, Doctor? Wanda asked, interested in why he chose these books out of all of them. They were a bit boring in comparison to most of the science books he had been choosing. Yep. I wish to see the history of other universes, as they are just so interesting. And so different too. With the history of Westeros being a book about an entirely new and completely unique continent. One that has dragons and all sorts of mythical creatures that I've never seen before, the doctor said, excited to learn more about these worlds. It wasn't every day that you learned about worlds with magic and mythological creatures from myth and legend. And it wasn't every day you learned that they were in fact real in those universes, albeit not as much as they used to be in the case of Game of Thrones. Since most of them were dead, besides what Daenerys herself had. Well, I'm glad you're so interested. I should be getting some more books on the matter soon. I've got some customers who will be bringing more in sooner or later, Wanda responded, causing the doctor to nod, excited to see what she could be bringing in. As pretty much every book Wanda had in her collection was interesting to the doctor, at least when it comes to science, mathematics, history, and areas like that. So, does our credit cover this? Rose asked, as she cut the doctor off from going on an excited rant again. It was funny, but it also meant they'd be here a lot longer than they should be, and they had some things to do besides buying books. More than this, you could get another 15 books or so and you'd be fine. But I'll just add that to your credit for next time, so you can get more books next time you come around, Wanda responded, causing Rose to nod in understanding, while the doctor grinned, pleased that he would be able to get even more books next time. Is there anything else you want to buy? Wanda asked, as Malim planted herself into her seat next to Wanda. Rose glanced at her in amusement, as the girl was fiddling with a bookmark that she had snatched from the counter. Nope. We're all good. Have a good day, Wanda, Malim. The doctor said with a smile, as he walked off with Rose giving them a smile and wave, before walking off after him. How did you like it, Malim? Wanda asked Malim, who looked up at her with a bright smile. It was fun. The doctor guy is super interesting too. Kinda funny looking though, Malim added the last part with a shrug. Wanda wanted to say otherwise, but she couldn't help but inwardly agree that he was a bit goofy, which Wanda knew was on purpose. Well, I'm glad you did, love. He's a regular customer of mine. Ah, speaking of regular customers, Wanda said, looking to the door as in walked Death, who almost immediately looked at Malim with a raised eyebrow, while Malim looked at her in interest. Who's this, Wanda? A new straggler you've brought in? Death asked, as she gazed at Malim. She could tell that she was far from normal. Besides the obviously unique hair color that reminded her of delirium a bit, she was also exuding an energy and power completely unique. Death, this is Malim, she's my daughter, Wanda responded, as Malim blinked at the name of the woman in front of her. Whoa, are you really Death? I didn't realize Death was a person. Malim exclaimed, very interested now, as her eyes sparkled upon gazing at the woman in front of her. Death raised an eyebrow at the girl, but decided to respond. I am, and I didn't realize you had a daughter, Wanda, Death said. She could tell that they were not biologically related, of course, but she didn't expect someone like Wanda to take in a child. I took her in a couple of days ago. She's adopted, as you can already guess, Wanda said, rubbing Malim's head as the girl leaned into her touch with a pleased giggle echoing from her. Well, she's quite the cute little thing. Anyways, I'd like a few of your muffins, please. Oh, and a couple of cookies too, Death asked, as Wanda raised an eyebrow before nodding. Looking at Malim, she gave the girl a small smile as the pink-haired half-dragon got up and ran into the back. With Malim being in the back room, Death was able to ask the question that had been on her mind the second she had seen Malim. She's not from around here, is she? Not even from this multiverse, now is she? Death asked, genuinely curious about the background of Malim. She knew that the shop was connected to other multiverses, and even let in customers from around existence, but she didn't think that Wanda would adopt someone from another multiverse. Nope, she's from another multiverse. Which I do hope won't be a problem, will it? Wanda asked, wanting to make sure that having Malim in the DC universe won't unravel it or something similar. It shouldn't be. As long as she doesn't cause some serious damage or problems, then I don't see why she would be a problem for anyone. It usually takes a lot for an individual to be considered a big enough problem that one of us would have to step in, Death responded, not seeing any reason as to why she would be a problem for the Endless. Sure, she seemed quite strong, but not enough to make the Endless do anything too serious. It would take many times more power for it to be a problem. Good, I'd rather not have to fight against any of you Endless folk, Wanda responded jokingly, but Death could tell that she was serious. As if we could ever beat you, Death said with a snort, knowing that Wanda was far above them in power. It would take Lucifer himself to contend with her, and even that was growing more and more unlikely the more Wanda learned and the more universes she traveled to. She would likely be the second strongest being within this multiverse within the next year, with only the big guy himself being undoubtedly stronger than her, for obvious reasons. Can't beat omnipotence. I've got the muffins and cookies. Malim exclaimed as she ran back out, a bag full of 4 muffins and 2 cookies in her hand. Death smiled at the girl as she brought out a book of her own, handing it to Wanda, who blinked in surprise. Looking down at the book, Wanda's eyes widened in surprise at what it was. This, you spoil me, Death, Wanda said, a bright smile on her face. As the book. It was written by a very powerful race, perhaps the most powerful in the entire DC universe. It was written by the Monitors. Yeah, well, I was owed a gift by one of them, so I thought you could use a book of their own writing. I'd suggest you break it up into smaller books, as it's a lot larger on the inside than it looks, Death said, as Wanda nodded, sensing that it was hundreds of thousands of pages long, and some of that knowledge was better off not traded around, so she'd keep it to herself. Well, with a book like this, you can buy out the entire shop and then some. So choose whatever you want if you want any books, Wanda responded, not even sure what to say to the trade-in, as Death smiled. I'll make sure to remember that. Well then, I'll be off, can't be away for too long. Have a good day, Wanda, and you too, little 1-inch, Death said with a smile, as she walked off, leaving Malim and Wanda alone. She's strong, isn't she, Mama? Malim asked, as she was able to tell that she was much stronger than her. With only her mama herself being stronger. Very. But she's also a kind woman, so don't worry about her very much. Now, how would you like to help me make some cookies? I'll let you eat the leftover cookie dough, Wanda said, as Malim's eyes sparkled and she nodded, dragging Wanda with her towards the back room. As she did, Wanda just smiled, as she let her daughter drag her along, one thought on her mind as she did. Where should I take Malim first? There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Daughter of God should be coming out tomorrow or later tonight, one of the two. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 62, Anticlimactic. Third POV. Wanda decided that the best place for her to bring Malim was the greater DC universe first. As it had been a little while since she had last seen the Young Justice team. She was interested in seeing how they had been improving over the past couple of weeks since she had last watched over them. That, and she was pretty sure Malim would enjoy messing with them too. And considering where the group was, Wanda was pretty certain that that would be enjoyable. As they were currently in the Tower of Fate, where Dr. Fate was based out of. It looks like the current Dr. Fate was under some sort of threat thanks to the light, and if Wanda's assumptions were correct, it was because of a newly appeared Lord of Chaos that all the problems were being caused. It was also because of them that Dr. Fate was currently out of commission, requiring the aid of the Young Justice team to get the Helmet of Fate back onto Kent Nelson. Once he had his power back, it was likely that the Lord of Chaos would be able to be knocked away, no longer being able to threaten them, and the rest of the world with its power. At least, as long as they weren't one of the higher power-leveled Lords of Chaos, like Mordru, who was widely considered to be the strongest of the Lords of Chaos. This was all discounting Wanda, of course, as she was far about any Lord of Chaos, hundreds of times better in fact. It was because of Wanda's interest in seeing the reaction of the Dr. Fate that she had brought Malim out of the shop, into the DC universe. And it was because of this that they were currently walking through a rather interesting maze of a tower, teleporting into the tower with ease, ripping through any defenses like they were made of glass. Wanda had also promised Malim a night out shopping and having dinner at a proper restaurant, as she knew the girl was interested in seeing more of this universe, and what it has to offer. If she really wanted to, Malim could very easily meet the Justice League and the other major groups in DC, but Wanda also knew that she would likely want to get into a fight with some of the members, Superman most of all. And that was not a fight that Malim would be capable of winning, not without some major power-ups on her end. Either way, it didn't matter as Wanda and Malim walked through the strange halls of the Tower of Fate, trying to find the Young Justice group, wanting to see firsthand as they struggled through the area, trying to find and save Dr. Fate. Or at least his helmet, even if they didn't know why he needed it so bad. Wally didn't even believe in magic, which didn't help in a situation like this one, where you are reliant on belief and actually utilizing magic. Meaning, this would be a lot harder for them than it should be. After a bit of walking, the duo soon found the team, and began to watch in amusement as they struggled to find their ways around the Tower of Fate. Walking into several traps, walking into corners and dead ends, and watching as they grew increasingly irritated. "They're not doing too well, are they, Mama?" Malim asked. As they walked around the corner, the group in front of them walked into another magical trap, this one being a blast of fireballs and similar types of attacks. It didn't do much damage, but it was impressive nonetheless. Not at all, love. They're new to the idea of magic existing, with only Calder having any sort of experience in it. And even then, his experience in the utilization of magic is slim at best, Wanda responded after a few moments, as it had been a pretty decent question, one that wouldn't be a pain in the ass to answer, like notification quests and such. "And that Wally guy you told me about is not helping at all," Malim responded with a giggle, as the teen refused to believe in magic, even with it blatantly being shown directly to his face, making it very obvious that it is indeed real. No, he is not. But I'm sure they'll get it soon. I'll start the fun once the Lord of Chaos appears. You remember our conversation of the Lord of Chaos, right? Wanda asked, wanting to make sure that Malim understood just how immensely dangerous that sort of thing could be. Lords of Chaos were much stronger than Malim, at least on average. Malim would naturally start to get a lot stronger than before thanks to this, and that only made Wanda more nervous that her daughter would do something incredibly stupid, which she was beginning to realize was more of an inevitability rather than something she could realistically stop. Yep. You told me that they're incredibly strong and dangerous, even for someone like me, which is awesome. I've never met someone that could be a threat to me, besides you of course, Mama, Malim responded, a bright smile on her face as they continued to watch the team in front of them. The team itself was now getting to the parts where they would start fighting against the Lord of Chaos, which would begin to get different results, as they would be utterly crushed if this Lord of Chaos is Mordru, and that wasn't something Wanda wanted at all. Good, now, let's see who this Lord of Chaos is. If it is who I suspect, then I'll need to step in personally, meaning you'll get to see Mama mess around for a bit, Wanda said, giving her daughter a wink as she cheered excitedly. She wanted to see her Mama in action, after all. Turns out it was indeed Mordru, and just as Wanda had assumed, the man was absolutely obliterating the Young Justice in battle. Sure, he hadn't killed any of them or anything, but he also was very obviously not trying in the least. That was also a bit concerning, as it meant he was a lot stronger than he looked. Not that it would matter. Wanda could also absorb his being and become quite a bit stronger, which she ignored in favor of stopping the Lord of Chaos in front of her, as she appeared in front of the down forms of the Young Justice members. "Man, you guys aren't looking too good there," Wanda said, as they all let out groans, before noticing who it was that was standing before them. Their eyes widened in surprise, but none of them could do anything, as they simply felt too weak. They couldn't even speak at the moment. As Wanda glanced at Mordru. He was strong, sure, but absolutely nothing in comparison to her, and it was because of this that she was very confident in just absorbing his power like she did with Clarion. Only difference being is that he would give her a lot more power than Clarion did. She was many times stronger than him, after all. And it was because of this that she glanced at the Lord of Chaos with little care. The entity in question staring at her in alarm, feeling the insane power that radiated out of Wanda, power that far eclipsed anything he had, anything any Lord of Chaos had. What are you? Mordru asked, frowning as he felt Wanda's power. He could tell that it was chaos-natured, and yet, it was so much more than just normal chaos, it was a higher form of chaos. That's the question, isn't it? No idea, to be frank with you. And even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. And even if I did tell you, it wouldn't matter, as you are about to cease to exist in a few moments either way, Wanda responded, as she lifted her hand, palm stretched out as the Lord of Chaos felt a dangerous sensation exude from her. But too bad for him, he reacted far too late, as a powerful sucking sensation pulled on him, and his entire being was promptly consumed by Wanda, assimilated into her just as Clarion had been. And just like that, with no care, no over-the-top battles, nothing, Mordru had ceased to exist. Feeling his power flow through her, Wanda had only one thought on her mind as she absorbed it. That was anticlimactic. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Not sure if y'all can tell, but I was absolutely dead tired when writing this chapter. Sorry if the quality is bad, as I have been up for around 22 hours at this point, and am about to go and pass out sleeping, so, yeah. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 63, Helping the Protégés, again. Third POV. As anticlimactic as the fight was, Wanda was pleased with the new power that she had obtained by absorbing Mordru into herself. He was weaker than her by a drastic margin, so the power wasn't too crazy, but it was still more than she had expected, and it was still free power. So she wasn't going to complain about it. What just happened? Dick asked, wide-eyed as he looked up at her form, watching the entire fight as she effortlessly obliterated the men that their entire team had just lost again. A user of unknown power that had beaten them with no difficulty at all. Nobody on their team could even touch the men. Not Wally, not Calder, not Ngan, and not even Superboy. Not a single one of them touched the men, much less harm him. But Wanda had just rolled up and taken him out with a single motion of her hand. That was terrifying. Dick was a little confused on who this person was, until realization hit. It was the unknown woman that kept showing up. An unknown woman that was proving to be a lot stronger than he had initially estimated, so much so that it was becoming an increasing concern to him, and the League. And now that she had just taken out a Lord of Chaos, it meant that she was likely someone that the League themselves would have to take care of, not the Young Justice team. Again, that was terrifying. I took care of the problem for you kiddos. Mordru there was a bit too much for someone of your level to fight. No need to worry about him anymore though, as he's been taken care of. So don't worry about him coming around and trying to stop you again, Wanda responded, smiling as the boy looked up at her, as he slowly began to rise to his feet. The rest of his team was still groaning in pain, struggling to move. He had been the one to be damaged the least out of them all, so he was also getting up the fastest. It was impressive that he was the one least affected, considering he was the only normal human on the team besides the newly recruited Artemis, who utilized the bow and arrow like her mentor, Green Arrow. Thanks for saving us, Dick said with a sigh, as he grunted slightly in pain. Seeing the pain he was in, Wanda let out a chuckle as she flicked her wrist. Instantly the group in front of her began to rapidly heal from their injuries, as she eliminated the pain that was already gone now. All the while Malim watched, hidden. She didn't want to get in trouble with her mama, who didn't want Malim to be revealed just yet. As once Malim was revealed, then it wouldn't be hard for them to find out who she was. Sure, she didn't really care too much if they did find out, but it would ruin the fun she was having. That, and she was planning on letting more people into her shop from universes it was already connected to, some of them being less nice people. She was neutral after all, and she had been favoring the heroes a bit too much as of late. That and villains usually had a lot of money, and knowledge that a hero would normally never touch. So it was an easy choice to let them come to her shop, as long as they and the heroes understood that it was a neutral place, and fighting was strictly forbidden. Should they start a fight, they'd be permanently banned for life, and a curse would be placed on them as well. No problem. It would be boring to let you die. It's a lot more fun to mess with you whenever I have the time, Wanda responded with a small smirk on her face, as Artemis looked at her, confused, while the others could only let out sighs. Yeah, great. You saved us just because it's fun to tease us, really comforting, Wally grumbled, as Wanda just giggled at his annoyance. Who is she? Artemis asked, whispering to Mgan. We don't know. She just sorta shows up and helps us when we really need it. Like she showed up when we were fighting Mr. Twister, and when we were fighting against Cobra and the League. But she doesn't show up every time, it's pretty random, Mgan responded, not bothering to whisper as she had a feeling that Wanda could hear her perfectly fine. Wanda could. Are you still going to help Dr. Fate? Wanda asked, as the boy looked at her, before sighing, not even that shocked anymore. This unknown woman seemed to always know things that she wasn't supposed to, and it has now gotten to the point where they weren't really surprised anymore. Yeah, we just need to find the helmet and bring Kent to it. Can you help us with that? Or are you going to ditch us again? Dick asked, as Wanda chuckled. I would help you, but the tower itself will help you. It was only stopping you from finding the helmet because Mordra was here, and it didn't want a Lord of Chaos to get their hands on it. But now that he's gone, you'll be brought to it by the tower, Wanda responded as Dick nodded in understanding. So how do we get this tower to even do that? It's not like it can magically teleport us to the helmet. After all, magic isn't real, Wally said, still not believing in magic, even now after so much evidence was being shown right in front of his eyes. You still don't believe in magic, even now? At this point, that is just ignorance and foolishness. This entire tower is magic, it is not scientific in the least. The sooner you realize that magic exists, the better it will be for your team. As magic is not something you can simply ignore as if it does not exist, Wanda responded, finding his ignorance to be a genuine problem for their team, one that could cause some serious issues if not taken care of soon. It could actually harm them if it was left alone. Yeah, but all of this can be explained. Just cut it, child. You are being a fool, and while you may say that you do not believe in magic, we both know that the things you have been seeing in this place cannot just be explained through science. Some of it can, sure, but not all of it. Wanda cut him off, giving him a small glare of irritation. The teen could only flinch in response, as he went silent, before Wanda decided to ignore him and instead turned to Dick. The tower will bring you there itself, you just need to let it. But first, I believe that Wally over there needs to speak with the one that you're trying to get the helmet back to, Wanda said, as she glanced at Kent Nelson, who had been silently watching her the entire time. She could tell that he was assessing her, trying to figure out what she was. He could also tell that she was immensely dangerous, so dangerous that he didn't even utter a word, or try anything. A smart move on his part. Now, I'll leave you all to it, as I believe I have helped enough for the day, Wanda said with a small smile, as she teleported off, Malim following her soon after. Leaving the team alone once again. Later that day, after Kent Nelson became Dr. Fate once more, an emergency meeting was called in the watchtower. A meeting that every member of the team had attended, and one of the utmost importance. It was a meeting about the mystery woman, and the fact that she had seemingly defeated a Lord of Chaos with laughable ease, and had done something to the Lord of Chaos. So, any guesses on what she had done to this Lord of Chaos? Clark Kent asked Dr. Fate, who looked at him silently before responding. I believe that this entity has absorbed the Lord of Chaos known as Mordru, taking his power for her own. This entity is immensely powerful, so powerful that even I, a Lord of Order, cannot hope to touch her. I believe that she is a higher entity, of the same level of power as those who I cannot dare name, Dr. Fate responded, as the others in the room frowned. If you cannot say their name, then perhaps a title they have. Dinah suggested, as Dr. Fate sighed. I believe this woman is on the same level as the men who rebelled against the Creator, Dr. Fate responded simply, as they all looked confused, before their eyes widened in alarm. None more so than John Constantine, who had been invited to the meeting. Bloody hell, you mean she's on the same level as that man? Then you most certainly cannot fuck with her. Leave the woman alone. Even I wouldn't want to be in the line of sights of an entity like that. Constantine warned, as he wouldn't want to fight or mess with Lucifer Morningstar, so a being of that level was definitely above their pay grade. And we cannot do anything to stop her from messing with our protégés. Nothing. Clark asked. No. It would be better to let this woman do as she pleases, and hope that she does not do anything to harm us, or anyone else, for none of us will be able to stop her. A being that personifies chaos on a level that far surpasses even the likes of the Lords of Chaos, Dr. Fate responded seriously, not wanting anyone to even think of trying a stupid plan like attacking her or trapping her or something utterly ridiculous. I hate being defenseless like this. To be unable to stop this woman, or help them at all, Dinah grumbled, irritated as the rest of the league agreed. All the while Bruce was contemplating what he could do to stop this woman, but with Dr. Fate being so serious about not even bothering to fight her, even he had to stop himself from doing something stupid. As they thought more about the situation, they all let out sighs, and had one thought on their minds. This sucks. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Not sure how good this chapter was, as the first half was written when I was half awake last night, so, yeah. I'm going to be out of state for an entire week, this Monday to around next Monday, so the quality of chapters will be all over the place, and Fanon Maker and Daughter of God will likely only be getting one update each, maybe two. This started Monday, so I'll be getting back this Tuesday on the 19th of August. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 64, Maleem's Curiosity. Third POV. While the Justice League was currently hating their lives, due to the fact that they had to find and hunt down a woman that would likely be able to obliterate them from existence, Wanda was walking through Gotham, hand in hand with Maleem. Maleem's hair was being covered by Wanda's magic so that no one could see the unique pink hair that she naturally had. The sort of hair that would cause a lot of attention, and likely quite a few problems for them. Especially in Gotham of all places. Had Maleem been a normal girl, she would have been kidnapped and sold off in days, as that unique hair of hers would likely pull in a pretty penny. A lot of money was made off of selling people, especially unique people, like girls with unique colored hair, and metahumans. Gotham was horrible like that. Quite literally being cursed, a den of malice, hatred, and all sorts of horrible people that did not deserve to live. People like the Joker, a man who even Wanda found to be disgusting. The fact that he had not been dealt with yet was shocking. But Wanda wasn't entirely surprised, because Batman was notorious for his no-kill rule. It was one of the reasons why he was amongst her least favorite of the Justice League, with only Hawkman and maybe one or two others being on par. That's if you exclude Diana's past with the way her mother and the rest of the Amazons treated male Amazons that were born in the past. She didn't like them much either. Walking with Maleem, Wanda glanced down at the pink-haired girl, a fond smile on her face as she noticed the girl looking around in excitement. This was the first time she had ever seen such advanced technology, and the lives of the people who lived here were vastly different in comparison to that of her own world. The world they were in was arguably more dangerous than her own, even with protectors that were stronger than the likes of Guy Crimson and Veldora. How strong are the heroes in this world, Mama? Maleem asked, wondering just how powerful the Justice League actually was. Wanda had explained the Justice League a bit, but not super thoroughly. It varies, love. The weakest of them can't do more than break a small hole in a wall, and are basically nothing more than normal humans. The strongest of them. They can shatter planets and break about stars. The very peak of them are capable of destroying the entire multiverse should they go all out, and should they be at their peak. But that is only a handful of members that have the power to even touch that realm of power, Wanda responded, remembering that characters like Captain Atom were able to reach multiversal in power. He just needed the right situation. Superman could too, but only after thousands and thousands of years of sitting in the sun, or by being boosted by something else. Dr. Fate naturally could, thanks to Nabu. And what about the villains? The villains are far stronger, the heroes only win because of pure luck and chance. The peak of the villains in this universe are capable of standing before your mama, but none of them would be able to defeat me, Wanda responded, remembering Perpetua, who'd likely be one of the only villains out there that could reasonably fight her. She imagined the true form Darkseid could too, as he was the literal personification of evil. The Empty Hand might too, but she wasn't sure about him. There was also Mandrak, the Batman who laughs, and a couple of others. But they'd have to be on par with Lucifer to fight her, and she was very confident that they were not on that level. And by the time they did get to that level, she'd be far beyond Lucifer. As while she will never reach true omnipotence, as only one omnipotent being can exist at one time, she can become so strong that it would appear like omnipotence, a level of nigh omnipotence so much above the others that they'd look like ants. And yet she would still be an ant before the presence or the one above all as it is known in Marvel. They were the same beings after all. All omnipotent beings were, each and every single one of them were the same being, stretched across the omniverse and whatever may lay beyond that. Again, not a being Wanda would ever be capable of touching. You can't beat omnipotence, after all. Wow. So this universe is way stronger than mine, huh? Maleem asked, as Wanda nodded. Very much so, love. But don't worry, Mama will help you get stronger, Wanda responded, as Maleem smiled at her. Thanks, Mama. Maleem replied, excited to learn from her mama. As Wanda undoubtedly had a ton of cool and unique techniques that she could learn, besides her incredible cooking that Maleem had grown addicted to over the past couple of days. Not a problem, Maleem. Now, how about we get some food and then head back to the store, how does that sound? Wanda asked, causing Maleem to nod, as she was hungry after messing with the protégés, and wanted to get some grub. That, and she wanted to watch another movie with Wanda. She found she enjoyed action movies a lot, even if she barely understood what was happening 99% of the time. A couple of hours later, after grabbing a delicious meal at the local cafe, the two had eaten and then returned to the shop after going to a couple of stores that Maleem was interested in. Which included a lot of ice cream, a few weapon stores, and that was about it. It was fun though, and Maleem had a blast going to all the different shops, before eventually they returned back to the store. When they did, Morgan opened the shop back up a few minutes after they settled, with Maleem sitting next to her, eyes glued to the tablet in front of her as she watched an action movie. While Wanda was waiting for someone to walk in. While waiting, Malim looked up from her movie. When can I meet your workers, Mama? I want to see if they're super strong like you. Malim asked, thinking that they had to be powerful if they were going to work for someone as strong as Wanda. Soon, Malim. They're currently out doing some personal business, taking a short leave. When they come back I'll introduce you to them. And I can tell you now that one of them is super strong, much stronger than the other. While the other isn't that powerful, and instead is more in tune with nature than the other, Wanda responded, as Malim nodded slowly, a bit disappointed, but interested in meeting the one that Wanda said was super powerful. What about your customers? The doctor guy was cool, but wasn't very strong. Death was super powerful though. Are there any other customers like her? Malim asked, interested in meeting other powerful customers that could visit. Lucifer is even stronger than Death, and is likely one of the only beings in this universe that is on par with your mama. There is a couple of others that could visit in the future that are as strong as Death and even stronger, but I have no idea if they will visit, Wanda answered, knowing that there were the other members of the Endless, and a handful of other cosmic entities that could come around in the future. She could use her power to figure that out, but that would be cheating. Well, that's kinda boring. I was hoping there would be more interesting people coming in, Malim said with a small pout, disappointed that there wouldn't be more people of note visiting. Trust me, there will be a lot of super interesting people that'll come in to shop. As just because they are weak, does not mean they are not interesting. I'm sure you'll see that for yourself very soon, Wanda responded with an amused smile, knowing that there would be interesting guests coming in sooner or later. And as Wanda spoke these words to Malim, the door to the shop began to creep open, causing Wanda to smile. Her smile widened as she realized who it was walking through the door, as she had a feeling that Malim would get along with them greatly. The blonde menace had arrived in the shop, and his first words were, "Auntie, get me some ramen." That's the end of the chapter. Basically just her and Malim talking, before Naruto shall arrive and the next arc shall begin, which will be her traveling in Naruto's world with Malim. A lot of chaos shall be caused, some power-ups will be gained, and maybe more. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 65, Naruto meets Malim. Third POV. Ah, Naruto. It's been a little while since I've last seen you, what have you been up to? Wanda asked the child, as she flicked her wrist, ramen floating in from the back as the blonde-haired child plopped down in a seat in front of her counter. He always insisted upon eating at her counter, as he liked talking to her when he ate. Hearing the question, Naruto grinned, "I've been super busy, Auntie. Thanks to all the books you gave me, I've got a lot stronger. I can even beat up Team Up now. Now we're just preparing for this Chunin exam thingy," Naruto responded, before blinking as he noticed the pink-haired girl sitting next to Wanda. Malim was looking at Naruto with interest, as she could sense the unique power within him. The chakra, and more specifically, the nine-tailed fox within him. The nine tails was nothing in comparison to her, but she could tell that it was quite strong, and had a lot of potential, not to mention all of that killing intent. Whoa, you're interesting. You got a cool fox inside of you. Malim exclaimed, as Naruto went wide-eyed. Malim, what did I say about hounding customers and making them uncomfortable? Wanda stepped in upon seeing the uncomfortable look on Naruto's face, while Malim flinched underneath her sharp look. Mamas were terrifying. Sorry Mama, that power inside of him is just so neat. Malim said as Naruto blinked at the word neat. Just don't do it again, Wanda said, before turning back to Naruto with an apologetic smile on her face. Sorry about that, Naruto, she doesn't mean anything by it. And this is Malim, my adopted daughter. She's been helping out around the shop now, so you'll be seeing her more often when you come by, Wanda explained, as the blonde boy looked at her, before pouting. That is not the reaction I was expecting, Wanda thought in slight surprise, before a small smile formed on her face, understanding why he was not very pleased with Malim's existence. He was jealous. Humph, it's okay, Naruto replied simply, his pout still on his face, but not as pronounced. He was trying to not let Wanda see how it was affecting him, that she had adopted Malim. Perhaps it's time I visit Konoha, Wanda thought, as an idea came to her mind, a small smile forming on her face. Hey Naruto, how about I come and watch this Chunin exam of yours? Wanda asked, as she didn't mind staying in Konoha for a couple of months. It'd be a proper vacation for once, and she can warp time so it would seem like she was only gone from the shop for an hour or two. Naruto, hearing the question, perked up in surprise. Wait, really? You'd come watch me kick ass? Naruto asked, shocked. He had never seen Wanda outside of her store, so he thought she was always busy or something. So it was a bit of a shock to hear that she was willing to come and watch him take part in the Chunin exams. Of course, why would I not want to watch my favorite ramen eater kick the butts of everyone else? Wanda asked, smiling as Naruto cheered in excitement. She thought it was cute how the boy wanted to make her proud, while Malim was narrowing her eyes at the blonde. Awesome. I can't wait to show you my moves. Oh, and I'll show you how I beat up Team 2. Naruto exclaimed, excited to have Wanda watch him fight. He didn't outwardly admit it, but he wanted to visit Wanda more, as she had become increasingly important to him over the past few visits. She was just so kind, which was completely and utterly unlike any other villager in Konoha, as they tended to completely ignore him, or absolutely despised his guts. All because he had the Kyuubi held within his gut, which as powerful and dangerous as it was, it hadn't done the harm it had, under its own will. Not only that, but Naruto didn't do anything to anybody, so he deserved none of the hatred that he was on the receiving end of. All in all, their hate towards him was idiotic at best. I can't wait, and when are these Chunin exams being held, Naruto? Wanda asked, wanting to know the general timeline. As if it was soon enough, she would just follow Naruto to the village right now, bringing Malim alongside her. The girl would likely be interested in the place. And she was certain that chakra would be a massive boon to Malim's power. In a couple of days I think, why? Naruto asked, not really remembering, embarrassingly enough. How about after you finish up your ramen, I close up shop and you can show me around the village? I don't mind staying a couple of days early, after all, I wouldn't want to miss your fights, Wanda responded, as Naruto looked even more excited at hearing these words. Yes. That'd be awesome. I can show you all around the village. Like Ichiraku Ramen, that one barbecue spot that's pretty good, and the Hokage faces. Oh, maybe you can even meet the old men. Naruto rapidly fired in excitement, as Malim just pouted. And you'll come along too, sweetie, Wanda said, noticing the pout, causing Malim to beam happily, while Naruto narrowed his eyes at her, which she returned in kind. Seeing their stare-off, Wanda sighed, and when we do go, I'll make sure to give you both all the attention you could want, does that sound good? Wanda asked, as the two gave each other another glare, before looking up at Wanda. That sounds awesome, mama. This is gonna be awesome, Dadabayo. Around 30 minutes later, after Naruto scarfed down his ramen and bought a few more books that caught his eye, and ones that Wanda recommended, Wanda had put up the closed sign, and placed a time warp inside, so that it would seem as if only a day had passed, when in actuality, it was going to be around a month or so. She had also made sure to place a couple of protective enhancements around Malim so that nobody tried anything against her, just in case. She had done the same with Naruto, especially poisoning and mind-reading type abilities. She would give him permanent immunity to them, but not at the moment. As she doubted that Naruto would like that, and she'd rather not make the boy cross with her, as his pranks could be quite brutal when he wants them to be. And she'd not stop him either, as that would be boring. So instead, she gave him a minor one that would not work within the exams themselves, as instead, she would speak to him after the exams about something she wanted to do. It was a rather serious talk though, so it would need to wait for when everything was over with. Walking out of her shop with Malim next to her, Wanda smiled as she felt the warm breeze rub against her skin. They were outside of Konoha by a little bit, just like she wanted her shop to be. Wanda wasn't able to say anything before Naruto grabbed her hand and began to drag her with him, yelling as he did so. Come on. There's a lot I gotta show ya. Naruto yelled, as Malim ran after them while yelling. Hey, wait for me. A little bit later, and a lot of running, including some adorable bickering that Wanda found to be both amusing and adorable, they had reached the front gate of the village. Its large red coloring being quite eye-catching, as she walked through the gate, none of the guards even saying a word, as she warped reality so that she already had a pass into the village. She didn't want to bother with the security check or whatever it was called, as that would be a waste of time, and would involve a lot of annoying questions she didn't really want to answer to some nobody shinobi. With all that in mind, she stared towards, as she saw the Hokage mountain in the distance, while Naruto ran ahead and turned back to her, grinning as he spoke. Welcome to Konoha, Auntie. That's the end of the chapter. Sorry about the late-ish upload, I'm still on my vacation, so it's a bit hard to write right now, when this was written at least. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 66, Tour Around Konoha. Third POV. The village of Konoha was quite a beautiful place, even by Wanda's standards. It was large, lively, and was surrounded by trees that were created through the Mokuton, the Kekkei Genkai of Hashirama. The trees were quite literally infused with chakra and natural energy, making them stronger and more resilient than normal trees. They were also absolutely massive. Wanda already copied their makeup so she could introduce it to her own plant dimensions, as they were uniquely made and would strengthen all the other trees in the plant dimension. She was sure that Ivy would like that. Naruto had been dragging her around the village, showing her and Malim all of the shops and places of interest. Like the various clan compounds, the Umbu headquarters which he regularly pranked, Ichiraku Ramen, although they only looked at it from afar, she'd eat there later, and even his home. His home was large, thanks to him moving into the clan compound. It was sealed away so that only he could enter it. At least, before it was like that, but he allowed Wanda in as well as Malim, albeit reluctantly. The clan was full of tons of scrolls, even after he had sold Wanda hundreds of them. And he was still finding more all over the place, including ones that were secretly sealed in rooms and such. But now they were standing in front of the primary office of the Hokage, with Naruto already showing them the Hokage mountain, which was a bit interesting but wasn't all that special in Wanda's eyes. She was honestly surprised that there wasn't some sort of seal of sword in order to defend it from any attacks or defacement. So this is where the Hokage works out of. It's pretty underwhelming, to be honest. I'd have thought it would be larger, Wanda said, unimpressed with the unassuming building. It had people coming and going from it, but in general, it was underwhelming and not nearly as special as she was expecting it to be. Hey. Gigi's office is pretty cool. Well, mostly cool at least, Naruto said, trailing off slightly as he inwardly couldn't help but agree slightly that Wanda wasn't entirely wrong. The place was boring looking on the outside, but it was a lot more interesting inside. Walking into the large building, Wanda glanced around. Okay, I can admit that it does look a bit better in here than out there, Wanda admitted, as she looked around. The building had a lot of murals for past Kage on the inside, with professionally made paintings and other carvings marking the insides. They were well made, even by Wanda's standards. Told you. Now come on, let's go see Gramps. Naruto exclaimed, as he began to pull Wanda and Melim with him through the building as Shinobi and other workers glanced at them in confusion, before shrugging once they saw that it was Naruto who was dragging the two mystery people with him. He had done it quite a few times before. Eventually they made it to the door of the Hokage's office, and without even letting Wanda utter a word, Naruto kicked the door open, bringing them with him as Hiruzen looked up with a raised eyebrow. He almost instantly noticed the two unknown individuals with Naruto. Not only that, but he noticed that he could not sense anything from either of them. No energy, no intentions, nothing. That was unusual, as he could read even civilians with the tiniest amounts of chakra, and yet he couldn't with them for some reason. Naruto. What are you doing here? And who are these two? Hiruzen asked, glancing at them, as the shinobi who he was speaking with glanced back at them with a raised eyebrow. This shinobi was in fact Anko Mitarashi. This is Wanda. She's like my auntie. And this is her daughter, Melim, Naruto explained, less enthusiastically once he spoke of Melim, as she gave the back of his head a glare. Well, it's nice to meet you, Wanda-san, Melim-san, Hiruzen stated, as he looked at the two. He noticed the unique look of Wanda, as well as her name which was definitely foreign. He also noticed the way she looked completely unbothered by his glances. Not only that, but the fact that Naruto called her auntie was a cause for concern. And to you as well, Sarutobi-san, Wanda responded, not minding that he called them by their first names, as usually it would be the last name that they would say first, but in this case, not so much. She cared little for etiquette in a situation like this one. So, Naruto, what can I do for you and your friends? Hiruzen asked, looking at Naruto while Anko was busy ogling Wanda, who was easily the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Having literal divine beauty would do that. Anko swung both ways. Just wanted to show them around the village. It's the first time they've ever been, which is crazy. Naruto exclaimed, as if it was sacrilegious or something. Wanda just giggled at the boy's statement, while Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. You've never been here before? Where exactly do you live, Wanda-san? Hiruzen asked, interested. While Anko finished ogling Wanda's bountiful assets, and instead listened to the conversation. I live outside the village, running a small little bookstore. I believe Naruto's fellow teammates have been there before, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, Wanda responded, ignoring the obvious confusion of the men before her. And how did you enter the village? You got the proper paperwork, right? Anko asked, becoming somewhat serious upon hearing about her background. Nah, I brought her in myself, auntie is cool. The guards let her in because she was with me, the future Hokage. Naruto exclaimed, yelling, again. The boy sure loved to yell a lot. At the response, the two looked at him with deadpans on their faces, realizing that he had just broken a dozen different laws, and potentially had put the village in its entirety at risk. Naruto, you cannot just let people in because you know them. They could be spies or assassins for all we know. What you've done is incredibly foolish, and could put people at great risk, Hiruzen said, a sigh escaping his lips as he didn't even feel like yelling at the boy. Instead, he was just irritated more than anything, because of the boy being a fool. But he was still a boy, so it wasn't entirely shocking that he had done something like this, and with Naruto being, well Naruto, he's not surprised. Yeah, but she won't do that. Auntie is a good person. She also makes the best ramen in the world, even better than Ichiraku's. Naruto no. She helped me learn about my past. She's the reason why I know about my heritage and why I learned about the Uzumaki clan. She's the reason why I can beat Team in a fight. Not you. So don't go accusing her of doing anything, because she is not a bad person. Naruto cut him off, becoming angry as he yelled at the men. Hiruzen was shocked into silence, while Wanda softly sighed, Naruto, calm down. He's simply worried that I can prove a risk to others. But I am honored that you care for me so much to defend me against your Hokage, Wanda said softly, as the boy looked up at her, before looking back at Hiruzen. Look, I don't care that she wasn't supposed to be in here, old man. I care about her, I trust her, and that's all that matters. She's cared more for me than just about anyone else in this village, she's been the only person I can see as a mother, so you won't take that from me, got it? Naruto said, glaring at the men for the first time. Hiruzen just sat in silent shock, having never seen Naruto act like this before. He was usually so happy-go-lucky, but now he was glaring at the older men in what could best be described as hatred. Hatred for attempting to take the woman he saw as a mother from him. With everything said and done, Naruto looked to Wanda, and pulled her back with him, as she was dragged away from the office. As all of this happened, Wanda looked down at Naruto, one thought on her mind. He sees me as a mother. That's the end of the chapter. Another chapter done, Naruto yells at Hiruzen, and some more. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 67, The Sun. Third POV. After getting dragged away by Naruto, she was dragged for quite a while away as Wanda didn't fight back. Milim was annoyed, but seeing as Wanda was following after him, she didn't fight back either. Eventually they stopped. As Naruto growled. That damned old man. Talking about things he knows nothing about. He's lucky I didn't deck him in the face for that. Naruto scowled, angry with Hiruzen for the first time in a long time. Naruto, why don't you calm down for me, okay? I understand that you are angry, and I do not blame you for being furious with him, but you need to calm down, and control yourself, okay? Wanda softly said, crouching down to him as she placed a hand onto his shoulder. Growling slightly, he slowly began to nod, as he couldn't help but lean into her, causing her to blink in surprise, before wrapping her arms around the boy, as he hugged her. Milim watched on the side, but instead of feeling annoyed, she just watched him for a few moments, eyes narrowed in thought as she watched the two of them. Naruto didn't seem like a bad person or anything, and with the way her mama seemed to care for him, she found it harder and harder to hate him. Especially once she started to realize that he had been through a lot in this place, that he was far kinder than he realistically should be. That was the reason why she held back from complaining, that and she didn't want her mama to be mad at her, that'd suck. Thanks, Naruto whispered against her chest, as he pulled back from her warmth, a little embarrassed that he had just done that. So, you see me as a mother? Wanda asked softly, a warm smile on her face as she gazed down at the boy. Said boy flushed in embarrassment at the fact that she remembered that, and had openly asked him about it. He was hoping she would forget about it. It's okay if you do, Naruto. Honestly, I'm very honored to be seen in such a way by such an incredible boy like you, Wanda added, noticing his evident nervousness at trying to respond to that rather big question. Really? Is it really okay for me to think like that? What about my birth mother? Isn't that like an insult to her memory or something? Wouldn't that make her mad? Naruto asked, worried that he was potentially doing something wrong. It is, Naruto. And I guarantee you that she is not mad, that she is glad that you have someone that you can call that. More than that, there is no rule stating that you can have only one mother. I can be whatever title you want to give me, while your birth mother can be the only one you call mom, Wanda explained, as Naruto looked up at her, shocked that she was actually talking about this. That she was actually talking about her being his mother. I don't you don't need to say anything, Naruto. I've always wanted a big family with a lot of adorable babies to spoil, and you would simply be my second one. Alongside your big sister Milim, Wanda cut him off, before he started to self-depreciate or anything else that she didn't want to hear him speak of. Is it really okay? Yes, Naruto, it's fine. As said before, I am just glad that you see me in a way like that, Wanda responded with a soft smile, as the boy had tears streaking down his cheeks, as he tried to wipe them clear, but was struggling as he uttered a word that he had so desperately been able to say. Mama, Naruto whispered, as he hugged Wanda close, again. The boy sobbed into her clothes as he felt her warmth again, while Wanda's heart bloomed, happiness painting her face as she looked over to the silent Milim. Come on love, come meet your little brother, Wanda softly spoke, as Milim hesitantly walked forward, and joined the hug. All the while, Wanda glanced off into the distance, smiling softly as she saw a red-headed woman smiling back at her, as the figure spoke out. Thank you, and take care of my son for me, will you? Kushina's voice echoed in Wanda's ears, as she was the only person capable of understanding the dead in this universe, besides the Shinigami himself, and even he was of a lower level in comparison to her. Of course I will. And thank you for not being angry with me, Wanda spoke out, with only Kushina being able to hear her, with the red-headed ghost letting out a laugh, as she began to fade, but not before speaking once more. And make sure my son becomes a badass just like his mother, Dudabane. Kushina cheered out, as she faded away, Wanda giving her a nod as she disappeared from the world, likely going into the cycle of rebirth, or perhaps to watch over her son in what comes after. Either way, she was gone now, as Wanda held her children in her arms, a happy smile on her face, knowing that she now had 2 children to love, to spoil, and to protect. And she wouldn't change that for anything. A bit later, after the emotional talk with Naruto, and with the boy officially seeing her as his mama, just like Malim, the trio were now eating some dinner at a really good barbecue restaurant. It was expensive, but Wanda had infinite wealth, so that didn't matter. What really annoyed her was that they initially refused to serve food to Naruto. But after one flex of the tiniest possible amounts of her killing intent, they paled and began to serve him with whatever he wanted. All sorts of expensive meats and meals were given to them, with Naruto scarfing down some of it, as the food was genuinely quite tasty. Wanda just watched in amusement as he did this, before Malim spoke. "So what does this mean, Mama? Me having a little brother, I mean?" Malim asked, as she had never had a proper sibling before, and especially not a younger one. She had been against the idea of having one, but she couldn't bring herself to cut Naruto out anymore, not with the way he interacted with her, their mama. "It means that he'll be living with us from now on, if he's willing. It also means that you have someone new to mess around with, albeit as long as you're careful. It means that you have another member of the family that you'll have to protect when I'm not there," Wanda responded, as Malim absorbed her words, before nodding in understanding, not refuting what she had said. She'd do her best to follow what her mama wanted, she just hoped she didn't cause any sort of accident, which she tended to do a lot more than she initially would have hoped. Even when she tried her best to do the exact opposite. She sometimes thought she was cursed with how often it happened. "It also means that you'll have someone new to play with, to battle with in food competitions, and someone new to join us in any adventures we may have, which will likely be quite a lot," Wanda added, as Malim nodded more, understanding what her new duties would be. She didn't mind any of them, as a lot of them actually sounded quite fun, especially the food-eating competition that she talked about. Wanda always crushed her in the competition, which made it boring. But she imagined that Naruto would be a decent challenge in that department, at least, when it comes to eating. In an actual fight he would get obliterated with a single flick to his forehead. Hell, even a simple glare from her would have been enough. "I'll make sure to do my best to be the best big sister in the world, Mama," Malim said with a grin, as Naruto gave her his own. "I bet I can eat more barbecue than you," Naruto challenged, as Malim narrowed her eye. "I bet I can eat double what you do," Malim exclaimed back, as they began to challenge one another to all sorts of competitions. None of them meant to cause any harm, and were completely harmless fun. As Wanda watched all of this, she had only one thought on her mind. What adorable children I have. That's the end of the chapter. Sorry about the quality of this one. I wrote this at like midnight, so I am quite tired at the moment. Hopefully it was decent. She'll be going back to the bookstore in around 7 to 10 chapters, so after the Chunin exams. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 68, Ichiraku Ramen. Third POV. Sitting in one of the stools in Ichiraku Ramen, Wanda watched in amusement as her 2 children devoured the ramen in front of them. Naruto had challenged Malim to an eating contest, to see who could eat more ramen. With Naruto wishing to protect his honor as the lover of ramen. While Wanda just ate her bowl with a smile, finding that the ramen was delicious, not as good as her own, but very very close. She decided to give the men some pointers once they were done, as she imagined with a bit of tweaking, he could make ramen just as good as hers, which is a massive accomplishment. Although, she planned on eventually connecting her shop to Food Wars, so he wouldn't be on par with her for much longer. She only really wanted Food Wars because of the delicious recipes she could learn from that. Watching her 2 children devour ramen bowl after ramen bowl, Wanda let out a giggle, as she brought out a paper towel, wiping away the stray noodles that were on their cheeks. "Try not to make too big of a mess, my dears," Wanda said, as the 2 of them blushed, embarrassed as they nodded, before going back to devouring their meals, but making sure not to make a huge mess this time. They didn't want to make their mama mad, after all. "So, you're the one that Naruto talks about, huh? The mysterious auntie that has been helping him so much?" "I am," the daughter of Tsuchi asked. Naruto had talked about Wanda a lot when he was at the ramen shop, so they knew all about her. "I am. And you must be I am, the one that has been feeding him for all these years, making sure he always had a meal to eat," Wanda responded with a smile, as she inwardly gave the girl and her father a blessing of hers. It would basically just give them good fortune, so they don't need to worry about sickness or their shop getting destroyed in some attack or anything of the sort. It was the least Wanda could do considering everything they had done for Naruto over the years. They gave him ramen and fed him when nobody else would, they gave him fair prices unlike other stores, and most importantly, they fed him even when he could not afford it, for one reason or another. She honestly was contemplating giving them a bigger blessing, but decided on just limiting it to this for now. "I didn't do anything special, Maximoff-san. My father and I just fed him when he needed it, it's the right thing to do, after all," I am responded. "It's more than that, I am. You and your father mean a great deal to Naruto, and therefore, you matter a lot to me as well. What you've done for him is not something anyone else can claim, and for everything you have done for him, I must thank you, Wanda said, as the girl waved her off, not wanting to get praised like that. Again, it was just the right thing to do, Maximoff-san, no reason to praise me like that, I responded, embarrassed as Wanda just chuckled. Very well. But I will insist that you just call me Wanda, no need to be all serious and proper with me, Wanda said, as the girl in front of her nodded. Tochi listened into their conversation with a smile on his face, happy that Naruto seemed to have someone to care for him, someone that seemed to be more than just an auntie to the boy. So, Wanda, how long have you been running that bookstore of yours? Tochi asked, as the conversation flipped to something less serious and embarrassing. A few months now. It's only recently started to get more popular, Wanda responded as she took a bite of her ramen, ignoring her children at her side who were slurping on their noodles greedily. Wow, so you've only been in the business for a short while now, huh? Need any tips from a seasoned pro? Tochi asked with a smirk as snorted. Seasoned pro? Dad, last time you tried to advertise the business, you hired a guy to paint the name and address of the shop on a wall in the village. The men took the money and painted it on a wooden fence, and that fence was painted over by Jen, and like a day later, said with an amused smirk on her face, especially once she saw the pout on her father's face. I already told you that worked. We have 3 more customers than usual, that's an increase. Tochi said, as just shook her head in amusement, while Wanda listened with a warm smile on her face. I'm quite alright, Tochi-san. I've got enough customers as it is, and my business has been booming over the past couple of weeks. I appreciate the offer though, Wanda said. Smart decision, muttered, as Tochi gave her a fake glare, before pouting and walking into the back upon seeing that Naruto and Milim were nearly finished with their bowls, and were asking for more. Your father is certainly an interesting man, isn't he? Wanda said in amusement as giggled. That's an understatement. That fence story? That's only one of a few dozen marketing attempts he's tried over the years. Almost all of them fail, but a couple did work, so business is good here, said with a shake of her head, remembering the many other cases of him attempting to advertise. Even with Naruto regularly shopping at the store, they got a decent bit of customers. It was because their ramen was simply that delicious, that as long as Naruto wasn't personally there when they wanted ramen, they'd come and eat. It was thanks to this that they've stayed in business over the years. Well, that's good. Say, am I allowed to pay ahead for meals that Naruto and Milim might eat in the future? Wanda asked, as raised an eyebrow at the question. Sure, I don't see why not, responded. Nobody had ever done this before, but paying ahead was a thing that was allowed in the village, so she didn't see why they wouldn't do it. Great, here. This should pay for their meals for a while, Wanda said, reaching into her pocket, pulling out a decently sized sack of around 10 million ryo. It was enough to feed the 2 of them for years, at least, as long as they didn't go completely crazy with it. How much is that? Asked, wide-eyed as the sack was placed on the counter. It was a lot of money, that much she could tell. Around 10 million ryo. If this isn't enough I can get more, Wanda said, as she had infinite wealth, so it literally didn't matter to her how much she needed to pay. She could summon a trillion ryo casually like it was nothing, so a mere 10 million was nothing to her. 10 million ryo was equivalent to around 10 S-rank missions, meaning it was a lot of money, and wasn't something that just anyone could get. It was the equivalent to around 2,000 D-rank missions, showing just how much money it was. That is way too much, Wanda-san. Exclaimed, wide-eyed as she gazed at the money. It was the most she had ever seen in one place before, and was the equivalent to around a year or 2 of their profits. Nonsense. You've taken such good care of Naruto, and this money is nothing to me, so take it. Because trust me, Milim is going to be a frequent customer here, Wanda said, glancing at the 2, as they were finally beginning to finish their competition. One that Milim was winning. She was at 62 bowls, while Naruto was at 40. She had already obliterated the previous record amount and was surpassing Naruto by a lot. Fine, okay. Thank you for this, Wanda-san. This amount of money could make a huge difference to this place, granted my father doesn't do anything stupid with it, said with a sweat drop, already imagining what he could do with it. She'd need to keep an eye on him so he doesn't do anything stupid. With the meal paid for, and her children finally finished eating, Wanda looked at them, before speaking. So, where to next? That's the end of the chapter. Sorry about the late upload, but I got COVID. Which is just great, not? Turns out sitting in a car with 3 other people makes it very easy for one person to spread it to the others. So I am home now, but my entire family has COVID right now, so chapters aren't going to be the best. Because quite frankly, I feel like shit right now. I should be better in a couple of days. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 69, Uzumaki Compound. Third POV. After finishing their meals at Ichiraku Ramen and leaving, the trio decided to head to the Uzumaki clan compound where Naruto offered to let them stay, which Wanda gratefully accepted. She didn't want to have to return back to the bookstore and sleep there, or go to some inn or hotel. That, and she wanted to sleep in the same place as her new son, so she was more than happy to accept his offer. The compound had dozens of bedrooms and was absolutely massive, as it once housed a lot of people, but now only held one of the last remaining Uzumaki. Wanda would find the rest of them in the future, mostly for Naruto's sake, as he deserved to meet the rest of his family, even if they were only cousins or distantly related. That, and Wanda felt bad for the Uzumaki family, as after looking into the past, she knew that they had been all but betrayed by Konoha, who didn't respond to their plea for help, even after they sent several messages for aid. It was because of this that Wanda did not like or trust Hiruzen at all, as she knew that he had seen this. And it wasn't just this, but also the fact that he had been keeping Naruto's inheritance from him, had been turning a blind eye to the horrible treatment he was receiving from others, and was overall, just being awful towards the boy. Walking through the halls of the large compound, Wanda glanced at all the paintings. They were beautiful and detailed paintings of their homeland, Uzoshio. They were large paintings, with what looked to be portraits of various leaders of the clan, and other important figures to their people, including Mito Uzumaki. They were inscribed with seals and all sorts of runes, likely in order to keep the paintings from degrading or being destroyed by anyone. It was a smart countermeasure, should the compound ever somehow get broken into, which was nearly impossible considering how powerful the seals were. The current generation was awful at seals in comparison to the older ones, as the Uzumaki clan were the ones that invented a large majority of the seals that people used, like the storage seals, explosion seals, and all sorts of other ones. Without the Uzumaki, the sealers of the current age had stagnated horribly, and were not growing at all, with Jiraiya being the best sealer in the world at the moment. Minato had been excellent when he was alive as well, but he wasn't alive anymore, meaning that Naruto was the last chance for the prime of the Uzumaki clan to return. Wanda would make sure to teach the boy, as she knew sealing and runic methods that made even the Uzumaki look like children. She owed Kushina and the Uzumaki that much at least. Do you think I can ever visit there, Uzoshio? Naruto asked, as he glanced at the painting. This was his clan's homeland, and he very much wished to see what it looked like, even if it was destroyed by now. Of course. But I will warn you that the sight might not be pleasant, Naruto. Wanda responded with a nod, finishing with a warning. She didn't want her son to go there without being mentally prepared for what he might see, as what happened to that place, what the invaders did to those people, it was horrific. I know, Mama, I already read a lot of books on it, about the invasion and what they did to them. I just want to see what it looks like, and if there is anything left for me to take back, like some books or something, Naruto said, hoping, praying inwardly that there would be something there once he traveled to the lands in the future. All right then, we'll go down there soon. And I am sure there is something there, Naruto. Your clan is simply too skilled at seals to leave behind so few books or scrolls. I believe that there is likely a vault that is sealed somewhere in the lands, and if I am right, then you'll be able to enter that vault. So there's no need to worry, all right, honey? Wanda said softly, as the boy nodded slowly, giving his mama a soft hug. Thanks, Mama, Naruto muttered as she just rubbed his head, before the boy leaned back and began to lead her through the compound again. Milim was already running around the compound, exploring all the nooks and crannies of the place, as while it was nothing in front of some of the palaces she had seen, it was still somewhat impressive. Especially the seals. They eventually found the living room, at least, one of them. Attached to it was a large kitchen, which lacked any ingredients or anything to make food, and instead, had a lot of instant ramen that Naruto seemingly ate. Wanda saw this, and frowned. Naruto, why do you not have any ingredients for cooking? And why do you only have instant ramen? Wanda asked, as Naruto flinched, looking a little embarrassed as he was caught. Well, it's easier to just make instant ramen. Plus it still has nutrients, since I got the ones with vegetables and meat. It's also cheap and delicious. Naruto responded, hoping that he wasn't about to get reprimanded for this. He was. Naruto, you need more than just some ramen and dried vegetables. You need proper nutrients, protein, and actual food besides some ramen. Things like meats, vegetables, fruits. And since I am here now, I'll be making sure that you eat something more filling, Wanda said with a determined look on her face. The boy could only watch as she snapped her finger, his kitchen beginning to get filled with all sorts of ingredients for food. The instant ramen was put into the pantry and locked away, so that he would eat some proper food for the entirety of her stay in the compound. She also decided that she would need to teach him how to cook some good meals, so that he wouldn't try to go back to the all-ramen lifestyle. Because while ramen was fine every once in a while, it was not something he could solely eat, it simply wasn't good for him, even with him having chakra. But Naruto started, only to stop as Wanda's head snapped to him, her eyes narrowing as if daring him to say something. The boy flinched, as he felt the weight of a mother's gaze for the first time. And while he never had one, even he could tell that it was best to listen to his mother. Okay, Mama, I'll listen to you, Naruto said, a small pout on his lips as her narrowed eyes turned into a smile. Good. I'll also be teaching you how to cook, so that you can use that knowledge in the future should you ever need it. None of my children are going to be caught off guard by anything, and I want to make sure that both you and your sister can take care of yourselves should I not be there, Wanda said, knowing that there were universes she planned on traveling to that were simply too dangerous for them. Universes that made Tensura look like nothing. Universes that could contend with the likes of Marvel and DC at their peaks. Really? Naruto responded a bit surprised. The idea of learning how to cook from his mama sounded strangely fun. She was a really good chef, so surely if he learned from her he could become a good chef too. Of course. I'll teach you all sorts of nice recipes that you can use. I'll even teach you how to whip up a meal when you're on those missions of yours, as well as how to tell what is edible and what isn't, Wanda said with a smile, already having a plan for how to teach Naruto. She was sure that Malim already knew that latter part, so that was more so for Naruto. Poison also didn't really affect Malim, so that didn't matter much either way. Naruto cheered at the response, excited to learn from Wanda, while Wanda giggled. I'm glad you're happy. Now, how about you go find your older sister for me, while I begin whipping up dinner, Wanda offered, as the boy nodded and ran off, but not before giving her a small hug. Watching as he ran off, Wanda smiled, as she looked back to the ingredients and grinned, one thought on her mind. Time to make a meal. That's the end of the chapter. Just another slice of life chapter. The Chunin exams will be starting next chapter, so things will start to heat up a bit. She'll be returning back to the shop within 4 to 5 chapters or so. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 70, Chunin exams I. Third POV. After whipping up a nice and healthy, and delicious, meal for her 2 children, it was time for them to go to sleep. As there was still a lot to do in order for Naruto to be prepared for the Chunin exams, which includes training, a lot of training. The exams were coming soon, so Wanda wanted to help him get a good bit stronger before then. This would mostly come in the form of gravity seals, weights, and helping him learn new chakra control exercises, ones that can better help him. That, and she planned on teaching him how to properly use the Shadow Clone Jutsu, more specifically, how to use it to rapidly increase training speeds to entirely new levels. There were a lot of ways to use the jutsu, and she wanted to make sure that Naruto knew all of them. Laying Naruto down onto his nice and comfy bed, Wanda smiled as the boy snored adorably in his sleep, causing her to lean down and softly press a kiss to his forehead. Sleep well, little son, Wanda said with a smile, as she got up and left the room, walking past the bedroom where Malim was currently passed out inside, sprawled out as she snored loudly. Which was another adorable sight to Wanda. With that done, Wanda smiled, as she decided to get one of her important objectives done. One that involved a rather annoying group of people that would cause a lot of problems for this planet in the future. A group that she normally would have left alone, but thanks to her son now living here, she decided it was best to wipe them out. The group of people known as the Otsutsuki. They were a powerful race of aliens that consumed the power of entire planets, their life force. They were annoying parasites that would eventually come for the elemental nations to consume its chakra fruit, or at least, some of them would. The size of this clan of people was not nearly as big as Wanda was expecting, with there being only a couple thousand in total. They were all strong, way stronger than even a Kage, but absolute bugs in comparison to Wanda. So, with the knowledge of where they were and what they were doing, Wanda sat on the porch of the compound, staring up at the night sky as she smiled. She stretched her hand out, and with one twisting motion, every Otsutsuki in the universe had their necks snapped. They couldn't even fight back or react as they were all killed. Every bit of their power flowed into her, as she silently consumed them from across the universe, their various Jujutsu and powers flowing through her. None of it was particularly impressive or anything, but it was a neat new power to have, and could become something useful if she combined it with her power. She let out a sigh as she felt her chakra grow by an absolutely minuscule amount, akin to a water droplet in a universe-sized ocean. But she could also feel her eyes glow slightly as they warped and changed slightly, causing her to hum. Seems there's a lot more Jujutsu out there than I initially thought, Wanda thought, impressed with the sheer amount of them. There were literally dozens of different dojutsu that she assimilated all in that moment, many of them being completely unique from this world, and were never shown in the anime or manga. With the Otsutsuki finished, besides the ones on the planet and Kagaya, Wanda got to her feet and stretched slightly with a yawn, as she made her way to her bedroom and soon fell asleep. The next morning, after eating a nice and hearty breakfast, the trio had made their way to the Uzumaki training compound in order to get some training in for Naruto. The training itself is mostly composed of chakra control techniques, helping him learn some new martial arts and how to adapt in combat, as well as helping train his body. The latter aspect had proven to be quite impressive, as thanks to his immense chakra and naturally powerful body, he rapidly grew and adapted to the weights and gravities that he was forced under. Wanda had also thought about the idea of bringing him to Tensura eventually, wondering what sort of skills he could potentially obtain. As she imagined that he could get some very powerful ones, maybe even an ultimate skill too, based on his connection to Kurama. Kurama had seemingly been quite silent inside of Naruto at the moment, likely because he could tell that Wanda was not a being that he could afford to cause problems with. She'd eventually have to get Naruto to befriend the stubborn fox, as he would give her son a lot more power than what he had now. That, and she thought Naruto could use that friendship that they would eventually have with one another. The training itself had been deemed as brutal by Naruto, but both Malim and Wanda thought it was nothing. Wanda because she could quite literally lift a universe if she wanted to, and Malim because she was Malim. Malim was a maniac when it came to fighting and training. Naruto was not like that. Either way, Wanda made sure the boy understood why this training was important, and how useful it would become very helpful in the future. The next few days had passed similarly. Training Naruto, traveling around the village, enjoying walks and going shopping whenever Naruto was out with his team preparing for the exams, and reading more of the Otsutsuki library that she had ended up stealing after killing the entire clan. The books had proven to be quite good. With all sorts of unique and new methods of using chakra, explanations on their different dojutsu that she now had, and their own history. Some of the books would be a good addition to her shop once she got back home. Some of them would need to be held back as they were either useless to other people, or held some particularly dark knowledge that was better off not shared around in the shop. But finally, after nearly a week of waiting, it was time for the Chunin exams. The first two events were normally not something that she could attend, but thanks to her being, well, she was able to create an item that would show the events on their TV at the compound so that they could watch. And that is exactly what she is doing right now. With Malim sitting at her side, chomping on some recently made popcorn as she watched the screen, showing Naruto and his team. At the moment they were watching as Sasuke and Rock Lee began to battle it out. The fight itself was almost entirely as it was in canon, but Wanda did notice that Sasuke was a bit stronger than before thanks to the books he had bought from her. But not by enough to defeat Rock Lee, who was far more skilled than him in taijutsu. He was also far more skilled than Naruto or Sakura, even though Naruto was stronger than Sasuke now thanks to all the books and scrolls he had been learning. He'd only continue to surpass Sasuke in the coming months to years, with Wanda now being Naruto's mama it was only natural. Eventually the group made its way into the first test, which was the written ones where they were supposed to cheat without getting caught. It was also there that Naruto first met Kabuto, the student of Orochimaru the Sannin. Wanda noticed that Karen and several other notable figures were there as well. Karen was an important person to both her and Naruto, as she was another Uzumaki. So, she would need to help Naruto find a way of taking her in, but that would need to wait as she was more interested in seeing if her son went down the route of canon or began to show off his new knowledge that he had. As thanks to his shadow clones and the studying that he had been doing through the Uzumaki compound's library, he had grown massively in the intelligence and knowledge department. So Wanda was pretty proud to see that he had indeed just used his knowledge and did not cheat at all, causing her to smile. Watching the first part of the exam finish as they moved towards the forest of death, Wanda leaned back into the couch, one thought on her mind. Now is when the exam truly begin. That's the end of the chapter. This little arc should be finishing soon. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 71, Chunin Exams 2. Third POV. The exams themselves had been an interesting sight for Wanda, who was watching the entire thing on the TV with Malim. It wasn't just the exams with Naruto that they were watching, but the other people taking it as well, like Gaara, Karen, and even the hidden Orochimaru. Upon seeing Orochimaru's fake form, Malim couldn't help but comment, "That guy is super creepy. And is he hiding under a fake face?" Malim asked, noticing the corruptive nature of Orochimaru, the malice that was hidden underneath fake skin. That is Orochimaru of the Sannin, a rather vile little thing that likes to experiment on children and the innocent. He's a man that will be causing a lot of issues for Naruto if I do not step in," Wanda responded, as Malim looked at her. "Are you going to step in, mama?" "Naruto isn't strong enough to fight that guy yet," Malim asked. She could tell that in comparison to other beings in this world, Orochimaru was much stronger than most, likely one of the strongest men in the entire world. I will. It's better with him gone than alive. But only after a certain point, as Orochimaru is important to the development of this world. But I won't allow him to harm your little brother, so don't worry about that," Wanda responded. "I'm not worried about him," Malim said with an embarrassed look on her face. She didn't even realize that she was a little worried about her new little brother that she had been growing closer to over the past few days. "Sure you're not," Wanda teased with a smirk as Malim pouted at her mama but didn't deny what she had said. She initially didn't want Naruto to be her brother, but the more she interacted with the boy, the more she liked him. Watching the screen together, Malim munched on some popcorn as they watched Gaara. The boy in question was quite brutal in battle, and was openly killing other participants. Which was something that was natural, but the way he did it was anything but. "Whoa, that guy's pretty mean, huh?" Malim asked, pointing at Gaara. "Only because of his circumstances, love. He is like Naruto, in the fact that he is host to a tailed beast like Naruto, with him being the host to the one-tailed beast," Shikoku, Wanda responded with a shake of her head, as Malim hummed. "So are you going to help him too, mama?" Malim asked. "I will, yes. All I need to do is fix up the nasty little seal that has been put on him, and then he will naturally heal on his own. With the help of his siblings, Wanda responded with a nod, as they both turned back to the screen. Watching the screen, Wanda frowned as she noticed the way that Karen's teammates were treating her, as if she was nothing more than a walking healer. As by biting her, they could heal themselves through her unique chakra. It was a trait that an Uzumaki could have, and Karen had it. Seems I'll be helping that child out as well, Wanda muttered, snapping her finger as a small string-like beam of light shot out towards the screen and into Karen. It was a simple blessing that would keep her safe from the others, and would allow her to get away from the eventual invasion safely. It will even help protect her from Orochimaru, who would have taken her and had it gone similarly to Kanon. Wanda didn't like seeing innocent children hurting. Shinobi aren't really nice, are they? Meline questioned upon noticing the way a lot of the shinobi are treating one another. Especially how they treated some of the weaker members and the women. No, they are not. Konoha is probably the nicest of the shinobi villages, which is certainly not the best compliment in a world like this one. Wanda responded, as Konoha being the nicest wasn't really saying much. The two continued to watch the various battles that were going down in the Forest of Death. They noticed that Orochimaru was getting closer and closer to where Team 7 was, meaning that he would soon attack Sasuke southwest, that Aichi could place the nasty cursed mark on him. A mark that would cause some huge problems down the line, both for Naruto, Sasuke, and for Konoha as a whole. And it was because of this that Wanda placed a small blessing on Sasuke, a simple but effective one. It would cause for the mark to naturally be destroyed once he used it once, meaning that it would basically be gone by the time the next part of the Chunin exam starts. It would also make it so that he cannot be marked again afterwards, making him immune to it. She planned on doing it to Anko as well in the future, but she would need to speak with the woman first, as getting rid of the cursed mark involved the soul itself. For now they continued to watch as Naruto and the group traveled through the forest. The events that followed were pretty similar to Kanon, with the group arguing and talking a lot. They get lost and others attempt to act like Naruto when he went to the bathroom, only for them to get beaten up by Sasuke. But things began to change differently when Orochimaru came around. As while Sasuke and Sakura still failed to fight back much against the men, Naruto was able to do a lot more than normal. He had defeated the snake that Orochimaru sent after him quite quickly. It was when he fought against Orochimaru that things changed. He fought with a lot more skill than before, masterfully controlling his shadow clones to fight against the men, using sealing techniques and thousands of clones at the same time. He had studied the Sannin, and had heard about Orochimaru, so he knew just how immensely dangerous the men in front of him was. So, he went all out from the start, using the Raisnon technique he had been learning from Wanda, and all sorts of jutsu. He was taking full advantage of the Kage-level chakra that he had, and the Uzumaki techniques that he had been learning, like the adamantine chains that had been able to give Naruto an opening where he then landed a few hits against Orochimaru. Wanda watched with bated breath as her son fought back against Orochimaru with all his might, using all the skill and technique he had been learning with her. His improved physique allowed him to keep up with Orochimaru better and better than what was possible before. But the difference between them was still a chasm, just a slightly smaller one. And it was thanks to this that Naruto was able to fight back for as long as he had. But eventually, he began to get hit more and more, before Orochimaru managed to land one strong blow, knocking him down and unconscious. But not before he had several cuts and bruises on his body, as Wanda frowned listening to the men through the screen. Well done Naruto-kun, if you had been a bit different, then I certainly would have chosen you as my next host. Too bad you aren't an Uchiha, Orochimaru said with a grin on his face, a creepy one as he gazed at the unconscious form of Naruto, half tempted to mark him before deciding against it. Wanda frowned at the man's words, but didn't make a move as she knew that he couldn't touch Naruto. Not with Danzo and Hiruzen protecting him, and not with the Akatsuki. Speaking of Danzo and his little root, Wanda knew that she would need to take care of that little bug soon, as he would be the only real threat to Naruto while she was in the village. She decided she would wipe him out once Tsunade was taken in as the 5th Hokage, as she would be far easier to work with than Hiruzen ever would be. Continuing to watch the exams, Wanda leaned back on her couch as she took a bite of the popcorn, deciding to just enjoy this as Meline was, knowing that the rest of the event would be going similar to Kanon again. Although she had noticed that Naruto was suspicious of Kabuto, which was certainly a good thing. With all that in mind, and her watching continuing, Wanda let out a sigh, one thought on her mind. Let's see how the rest of this goes. That's the end of the chapter. Fan and Maker will be getting updated tomorrow. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 72, Chunin Exams 3. Third POV. The rest of the Forest of Death part of the exams had gone almost exactly as it had in Kanon. Naruto had woken up a little later, slightly sore but healed up within the few minutes it had been. Sasuke had gone berserk trying to protect his team, using the cursed mark for the first and only time before it had faded. They made their way through the forest and met up with Kabuto, who Naruto was openly suspicious of thanks to his increased senses and the training that Wanda had put him through, training that helped with sensing lies and trickery. Important training basically. The trio eventually managed to make their way through the forest and had gotten the last of the scrolls needed, allowing for them to finish the test with nothing more than a few bruises, and in Sakura's case, cut hair. The trio had obviously reported what had happened to Hiruzen, who had a questionable reaction to the entire thing, as he didn't really do much about the fact that Orochimaru was obviously within his village. No lockdown, no hunt, nothing. Just helping Sasuke with the mark that was no longer there, and that's all. Wanda couldn't help but question how the men had been the Hokage for so long, and how more people hadn't begun to question why the man was even Kage still, as he was obviously awful at his job, and way too old for his position. He didn't take enough action. It was the first round of the tournament part where things had really changed, as thanks to his training under Wanda, Naruto and Kiba's fight had gone completely differently, to the point that it was practically a night and day difference. Naruto had absolutely crushed the boy in battle, effortlessly dodging and parrying every strike and blow that was thrown at him, and had thrown his own strikes that hit a lot harder and hit in much better areas, more damaging areas to hit. Naruto had won the fight within 3 minutes, and had completely crushed the arrogant boy that thought it would be an easy fight. After all, Naruto had been the dead last, so of course it would be easy. Of course he was completely wrong, and paid for his arrogance. Hinata had been awed by the complete crushing of her teammate, and the fact that the boy that she was in love with had gotten so strong without anyone even realizing. Wanda was proud of the growth of her son, but knew that it was far from enough. He would need dozens more times this power in order to battle with the future threats like Pain, Obito, Madara, and of course Kaguya. The other fight that had gone differently to a surprising degree was the fight between Sakura and Ino. Sakura had grown a decent bit more in this universe thanks to the help of Naruto, who had helped train her to a higher degree in comparison to canon. She didn't initially accept the training, but eventually was forced to once she realized that she was behind, very far behind. The books and knowledge she had received from Wanda's shop had helped as well, as she had started to learn proper techniques for building muscle, and human anatomy as well. As Wanda had suggested learning about pressure points and chakra points, attacking those points could prove very strong. And thanks to this, she had defeated Ino soundly, which was embarrassing for Ino's father, as she was weak, very very weak. It was almost laughable how bad she was, as her taijutsu was non-existent, her physical attributes were pitiful, and even her Yamanaka techniques were weaker than they should be at her age. Basically, she was kind of a joke at the moment. But she would be able to improve, that much Wanda knew. And if she knew her son at all, she knew that he would be inviting his friends to her shop in order to get new techniques and books to learn from, that way they'd be stronger than in canon, and much more skilled as well. The rest of the fights had gone pretty much exactly the same, with Sasuke defeating his foe a bit faster than in canon, thanks to the cursed mark not being a problem for him. Wanda had noticed that Anko had been watching Sasuke closely, shocked that the boy didn't have the mark anymore even after receiving it from Orochimaru directly. Wanda decided she'd help the woman out soon. With the preliminary exams finished and done with, Naruto would now have a month to train before the next part of the exams, and to prepare to beat the snot out of Neji who had hurt Hinata in an extreme manner, as well as Gaara for the horrific damages he had caused to Rock Lee. Wanda would need to find the perfect moment to help Gaara with the seal, as no child deserved to go through what he had been. Which included quite literally never sleeping, which was obviously completely screwing up his mental state. Milim, who had watched the entire exam, couldn't help but comment once it was all said and done. "Wow, some of those guys suck," Milim said, remembering Ino and her skill. Yeah, they do. But, they're also the product of terrible teachers and a severe lack of training. It also doesn't help that the academy that they learn at has fallen from what it used to be, making them weak and unable to adapt to the world around them like they should be. Wanda responded with a nod, agreeing that they were weak. "I thought little bro was weak, but I guess he's only weak to me, huh? 'Cause he beat the snot out of that mutt," Milim said, happy that her brother had won his fight, even if it was a little underwhelming in her eyes. "You're the second strongest person in this universe right now, Milim. So of course he'd seem weak to you. But I am certain that once he goes to your world and obtains some skills, that he will be able to grow to potentially even rival you, at least, after some time," Wanda replied, knowing that Naruto would undoubtedly be able to develop his own ultimate skills. She wasn't sure what they would be, but they'd be enough to make him stronger than any other person in his home universe, giving him the key to defeat Kaguya. But that would have to happen later on, as for now, he had a lot of training to do. "Really? He can get that strong?" Milim asked with sparkly eyes, excited with the idea of her brother becoming a proper sparring partner. There weren't many people out there that she could fight with and go all out on. And Wanda wasn't one of them, because her mama was so strong that it would be a waste of time on her end. Trust your mama on this one," Wanda said, as they heard the front door open, and in ran Naruto. "Did you see my exam, mama? I was awesome, wasn't I? And I beat up that mutt Kiba, and I'm going to do the same thing to that team Neji, Date Bayo." Naruto asked with sparkly eyes of excitement. "Of course, I saw the whole thing. And you did incredible, sweetie, you've made me very proud," Wanda replied with a smile as the child beamed at her praise. Still a weak brat though, Meline commented on the side as Naruto glared at her. What did you say, Pinky? Naruto snarled, as the two of them glared at each other, facing off as they looked like they were about to fight. But upon seeing the face-off, Wanda narrowed her eyes as her fists bonked them both on the top of their heads. Ouchie! That hurt, mama. Meline whined as Naruto rubbed his head with a sheepish expression, especially once he saw the glint in Wanda's eyes. If you two keep fighting then you'll get no dessert tonight, and no ramen, Wanda said as their eyes shot wide in horror. Wadash, now apologized to one another. Wanda cut off their complaints as they both pouted and looked at one another. Sorry for calling you a weak brat, Meline said with a big pout on her face. Sorry for calling you Pinky, Naruto replied with a crossing of his arms, as Wanda looked between the two with a sigh, one thought on her mind as she saw them give each other another glare thinking she wouldn't see. Troublesome children. That's the end of the chapter. Not sure how well this chapter was made as I am pretty tired right now, hope it was at least decent lol. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 73, Chunin Exams 4. Third POV. A couple of days after the end of the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams, Naruto had already begun to train with Wanda. The training itself was pretty much the same as what she had been giving him before the exams, at least, for now. She would be expanding on the training soon, but for now she would stick with the basics until the time was right. At the moment Wanda was sitting in one of the natural hot springs that was on the Uzumaki property. The warm waters were coating her skin as Wanda let out a pleasured sigh. The warmth was comforting and a very, very pleasant feeling. Besides her was her daughter Meline, who was also enjoying the warmth of the hot spring. While Naruto was in the men's side of the hot spring, which was separated by a large wall that could actually be talked through, allowing for them to continue communicating even while bathing in different areas. I wish I knew about hot springs sooner, Meline said with a pleased sigh, having never been in a hot spring before, which was a shock to Wanda. She expected someone who was hundreds of years old like Meline to have been in one at least once. But it seems she was wrong in her belief. I'll have to create a dimension for a hot spring in the store, Wanda said, as the warmth of the hot spring felt even better than a normal hot bath she would have. Definitely, Meline said as she leaned back, her body lowering further into the warm waters of the hot spring. It was the most comfortable bath she had ever had, and that was saying a lot, because she has had a lot of baths over her years of living. Neither of you have ever been in a hot spring before, really? Naruto asked on the other end of the wall, shocked at their words. He had expected Meline to at least have been in one before, but to hear that she hadn't either was a shock. Nope, this is my first time. I've never really cared about bathing in them before this, but now I can see the appeal, Meline responded to her little brother, understanding why people like them so much. They don't have these sorts of things where I come from, not many of them at least, Wanda added, as the US did have hot springs, but not like Japan did, and not like the elemental nations. It wasn't even remotely as popular, and there was not even a tenth of the amount. As Wanda enjoyed the warmth of the hot spring, she stopped as she felt someone standing at the entrance of the front gates to the compound. From what she could tell they were decently powerful, around the same level as Hiruzen. If she was right, then this was likely Jiraiya, who was probably trying to find Naruto to meet the boy for the first time, the first proper time at least. Wanda wouldn't let the pervert into the compound, not with his neglect of her son, not when he abandoned Naruto without even thinking about him. Using the flimsy excuse that he had to run a spy ring, which was more so an excuse to be a pervert spying on girls. She liked Jiraiya in the anime, but in the real world, when actually near the men, she didn't. He was a pervert who spied on women. In anime it was funny, in the real world it was creepy as hell. Especially when some of those girls were young girls, which made it even worse. Although she doubted he spied on them on purpose, as he didn't seem like that type of person. He was a terrible godfather, but he wasn't a pedo. He'll meet Naruto eventually, but not right now, Wanda thought, blocking the men from even attempting to enter the compound. The men grumbled as he realized the seals were blocking him, but decided to head off and try to meet Naruto again when he wasn't in the compound. He needed to train the brat, after all. At least, that's what his sensei had told him to do, even if he really didn't want to, with Naruto being a reminder of his failure of protecting Minato and Kushina. He's similar to Tsunade in that regard, I guess, Wanda thought, reading his mind effortlessly as she saw what he was thinking in regards to his godson. It made sense, but it didn't make the neglect any better, and it didn't excuse him for his abandonment. Wanda then turned her senses to the others that were outside the Uzumaki compound, a group of people that caused her to frown deeply. Looks like I'll need to rip some roots out, Wanda thought, sensing around a dozen root members that were watching the compound, waiting for Naruto to leave in order to spy on him. Sadly for the little rat Danzo, his members wouldn't be returning to report back. As each of their skulls popped like balloons, their bodies disappeared as Wanda absorbed them from a distance, taking their chakra and power for herself. It was pretty much useless to her, but she did find some of the memories to be useful to her. They knew a few interesting techniques and a few new martial arts as well. With that said and done, Wanda returned back to her enjoyable time in the hot springs with her children. The next day, Wanda was sipping on some delicious tea, an umbrella covering her as she laid out in the warm sun, enjoying the weather as Naruto panted in exhaustion. He was running around a large track, on his arms and legs were small weighted bands that increased whenever he adapted to them. Behind him was Malim, who had a wide grin on her face, as whenever he began to slow down or stop, she'd catch up and begin to flick him with quite a bit of strength, which tended to hurt. The training itself could be considered brutal, but it was nothing in comparison to what other shinobi that were a bit stricter tended to do. At the same time, Naruto had around 150 clones around the clearing, sparring with one another, with another 50 training their chakra control, as clones of Wanda were overseeing them, making sure they were doing it properly. They were for the most part, as her son was a little genius and had rapidly adapted to the changes, and was learning even faster than in canon thanks to all of his clones working in tandem. He was taking full advantage of his practically infinite chakra, and his increasingly powerful physique. Watching him train, Wanda smiled, he's doing well. At this rate he'll overtake his canon counterpart by miles. And once Tsunade comes and becomes the new Hokage, he'll be able to leave on his training trip with me. With that, he'll be able to become stronger than anyone else in this universe, Wanda thought, planning on helping her son become stronger. Going to Malim's universe was one of the first things they would do. She also planned for him to learn how to utilize aura and even haki, both of them being an immense boon to someone like him. When can I stop, mama? Naruto yelled, sweat trickling down his body, as he panted in exhaustion. He had been doing the physical training for over an hour and a half now, and it was beginning to wear on his stamina. Soon Naruto, just a bit longer, Wanda said as she took another sip of her tea, giving her son an eye smile that made him shiver. She was terrifying when she wanted to be, and thanks to his prank last night, this was his punishment. Said prank was dyeing his sister's clothes a rainbow color, which would have been alright by itself, except the dye had exploded and ended up coating both her and Malim in rainbow dye. Malim grinned at her mother's words, knowing that this was Naruto's punishment for yesterday. Naruto could only grumble at her words, before continuing to run with Malim behind him. Watching as Naruto got back to her training, Wanda smiled, pleased, as she leaned back in her chair, sipping on her tea, one thought on her mind. This is fun. That's the end of the chapter. I don't really have anything to say for this author's note, so have a good day. Chapter 74, Chunin Exams v. Third POV. After a relentless training session at the hands of Malim and Wanda, Naruto ended up taking a short rest, before heading off on his own into Konoha, unknowing to the fact that the one-eyed man known as Danzo Shimura was currently very, very angry. All the route Umbu he had been following and watching the boy, had mysteriously disappeared over the last couple of days, as if they were never even there in the first place. No matter how hard his very best trackers tried, they couldn't find even the tiniest hint of them. It was like they had been wiped from existence. And the fact that someone was capable enough to do something like that, and was currently in the village, was a problem. A huge problem, especially with his constant surveillance of the same boy that he wished to make one of his Umbu. A perfect weapon to wield against anyone or anything that dared to try anything against the village. But no matter how hard he tried, Hiruzen was always in the way, stopping his attempts before he could even try. He had been trying his best to make the boy come to him on his own. Spreading the fact that he was the Jinchuriki to the nine tails, making sure that he couldn't even buy food or clothes without being tossed out. Having his apartment ripped apart and destroyed all the time. Harassed and bullied by random boys. But none of it had done anything, and ever since he had taken his damn Uzumaki inheritance, he had been rapidly growing, in an alarming manner. All thanks to some unknown woman that didn't seem to exist a few months ago, who runs a bookstore that doesn't seem to exist. It must be her, it has to be. An unknown woman arrives at the same time Mayumbu starts to disappear. An unknown woman meets the boy right when he becomes the inheritor of the Uzumaki and learns of his heritage. An unknown woman appears in his life just as he begins to grow at a rapid pace, Danzo muttered to himself, as he sat in his office in the route headquarters. It was a hidden location just outside the village, and was next to impossible to find, even for the best trackers in the village. It was also one of the most protected places in the village. But of course Hiruzen won't see reason, he won't recognize the danger that this woman poses. If she can cause the boy to grow this strong in such a short time, then she must be taken care of, Danzo grumbled to himself, as he motioned for the root Umbu inside to appear before him. I have a mission for you, find the woman that has started this change in Naruto Uzumaki. I want her captured, but if all else fails, eliminate her, Danzo ordered, as the three men in front of him nodded, their blank masks hiding their faces from the world as they left the room to prepare for the mission. It was an important mission, and they could not afford to make a mistake. If they did, they would likely be punished severely, maybe even killed. Watching them leave, Danzo showed a small smirk, knowing that the mission would be complete, especially when the entire root force was prepared for this. Soon the ultimate weapon shall be mine. With Naruto, the boy was unaware of what was currently happening in another part of Konoha. Instead, he was walking through the streets, heading to a weapons shop that his mama had recommended after she searched the village. She had used her power to find a shop that would treat him with respect and not with the disgust that others would. And she found the perfect shop only a few minutes away from the compound, one run by the father of Tenten, and it was because of this father that she loved weapons so much. Walking to the shop, Naruto paused in front of it, as he looked it over, before breathing in and walking into the shop. The second he did, he found that the shop itself was quite large, spacious, and had all sorts of weapons on racks. Whoa, Mama was right, this place has tons of sick stuff. Naruto thought, looking over the swords and kunai that were around the place. He wasn't the most knowledgeable when it came to weapons, but even he could tell that this was quality stuff. Oh, hello there. Do you need help with anything? A man behind the counter asked, glancing at Naruto. He blinked slightly when he realized who it was, before smiling. Huh, looks exactly like them, the man thought, remembering a red head and blonde, comparing them to the boy in front of him. Oh yeah. I was wondering if I can do bulk orders for shuriken, kunai, and smoke bombs. Naruto asked, as the man hummed. How much do you need for each? You need them for training for the Chunin exams, right? Matching on how much you need, it might take too long to have them ready, the man asked. I need around 500 shuriken and kunai, and maybe, like 75 smoke bombs. I have all the Ryo needed, Naruto responded, as Wanda had given him some money. That and he was quite literally worth hundreds of millions from the Uzumaki compound safe. And if his mama was right, then he'd be a billionaire once he claimed the inheritance from the Uzushio vault. Alright, I should be able to do that. But it'll take me around a week or so. And I'll need half up front and then half after, the man said, writing down the order and doing the calculations for the price. That's fine, how much? Let's say, 250,000 Ryo, the man responded. Naruto looked a little surprised at the price, but nodded as he brought out a check, as it was easier. A check for 125,000 Ryo was soon made and handed to him. Well, I'll see you in a week, Uzumaki-san. The man said with a smile, as Naruto gave him a wave, excited to see what his order would look like, as he left the shop, deciding to go and get some Ichiraku ramen before heading back. Back home, Wanda was working on a project alone. The project itself was a weapon that she was creating for Naruto, a katana that he could utilize in the future. It would be a powerful weapon that would grow alongside him, so it wouldn't just grant him instant power, but would instead adapt and develop with him. The katana itself wasn't hard to make, as she made it out of various metals from around existence, including proto-adamantium, vibranium, uru, nth metal, and a handful of others. But it was the enchantments and concepts she was placing onto it that was taking her a bit longer, as she was being absolutely concise with it. As she worked on the weapon, Wanda chuckled, seems Danzo is getting arrogant thinking he can try anything. Too bad for him, those little agents of his won't be getting far, Wanda said to herself, as she would be wiping them out as well. They wouldn't even be able to step near her, much less harm her. So, Wanda put a curse on each of them. Where the second they got in a certain range from her, they'd get wiped from existence like their allies from last time. This would stop her from having to do anything herself, and Danzo would yet again not be able to do anything. She'd take care of Danzo himself once Tsunade moved in and became Hokage. Running her finger over the katana in her hands, Wanda smiled, pleased with the product. It was strong, and had the potential to rise to power levels rivaling that of the strongest weapons in creation. A perfect weapon for Naruto. She would be making one for Malim too, but she would need to ask the girl what sort of weapon she would want. As Malim didn't seem like the type that would want a katana or different type of sword like Naruto did. With that in mind, Wanda smiled and flicked her wrist, the katana getting put away on the counter, as she began to walk off, one thought on her mind. Time to make some lunch. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will have more happening and will be the beginning of the last parts of this little arc anyways. Have a good day. Chapter 75, Chunin Exam 6. Third POV. Time had passed since creating the katana for Naruto, and not a lot had happened. Besides Naruto getting his new katana, learning how to use it in the best way for him, which included a lot of training with Wanda and Malim, who spent the time helping train him, a few other things had went down. For one, Danzo did end up sending the root umbu for Wanda, and just as she wanted, they were wiped from existence the second they got close, with around 20 more root umbu dying thanks to this incident. An incident that enraged Danzo, as he tried looking into her background more. He was trying his best to find out who the hell she was, and why she was so powerful, but once again, he found absolutely nothing. Something that was becoming increasingly problematic with the amount of root umbu that are dying thanks to her existence. Wanda didn't care much though, as she instead focused on helping Naruto. During this time, Naruto had officially met Jiraiya for the first time. When the perverted man was spying on a bunch of women inside of a hot spring, lecherously giggling as he enjoyed the lewd sights that he got a good look at. Only for Naruto to call out to the ladies and led them to him, in which he got a beating by the dozen women, all of which were in fact shinobi who had been on break, ranging from genin to jonin level shinobi. With one of them even being in off-duty umbu. Naruto didn't much like Jiraiya, and opted to continue learning from Wanda instead of learning with Jiraiya like he would have in canon. After all, Wanda knew everything that men could teach and more. The only downside of this was that he couldn't get the Toad summoning contract. Good thing Wanda had already thought of this, and created an entirely new summoning contract for him, one that shockingly didn't exist in this universe. This being a fox summoning contract. She made them decently strong, with their leader being a Kage level threat, and their older members being Jonin level in power. With the average child being Genin to Chunin in range. This would also allow for him to learn a new form of Sage Arts and Sage Mode, one that would likely work better for him and be stronger thanks to Wanda herself being the creator of them. The leader of the foxes was named Yasaka, and had become a direct summon of Naruto alongside her daughter Kunu. And yes, Wanda based them around the DxD characters of the same name. Naruto had also gotten his order back from the kind blacksmith, with all of the objects he ordered being finished and ready after a week of waiting. Each of them being expertly crafted, showing a lot of skill on the man's part. Naruto was happy with them, to say the least. Wanda had also been looking into the best way to approach Anko to help her, but decided that it was best to wait until after the invasion happened, so Orochimaru wouldn't be in the area. As while she could personally wipe him out easily, she knew the men could do some good if he was redeemed. That was if he was redeemed and didn't annoy the shit out of her. Naruto's growth during this time had been incredible thanks to the combination of two excellent teachers, Wanda and Malim, as well as abusing the fact that he could create hundreds of shadow clones at a time with ease. This allowed him to train dozens of times faster than anyone else, and allowed him to grow immensely fast. And it was because of this that Wanda was confident that he would be more than capable of defeating all the competition in front of him, including Gaara, even when he's enraged. It was for this reason that Wanda was standing in front of her son, a proud smile on her face as they stood outside of the arena in which he would be fighting inside of. His fight would be happening within 5 minutes. At her side was Malim, who was happily munching on a bunch of skewers, hungry, as usual. "You've done well, Naruto. You're more than ready to beat up that Hyuga boy," Wanda said with a proud smile as Naruto beamed, especially once she rubbed his head affectionately. "Thanks mama. I'll make sure to beat that team up for you and Hinata." "Date Bayo." Naruto exclaimed with an excited grin, causing Wanda to just giggle. "I'm sure you will, huh? Not off you go, you wouldn't want to be late to your fight, now would you?" Wanda said, as the boy glanced at the time, before cursing as he took off with immense speeds towards where his fight was held. Beginning to walk after him, Wanda looked to Malim who was looking up at her with puppy eyes. Wanda could only sigh as she conjured more skewers for her daughter, who happily munched on them, her cheeks puffed up cutely as she devoured the food without care. "I need to teach her how to eat without making a mess," Wanda thought watching this, a sigh escaping her lips as they made it to the stands. They moved and sat in a lone area where no one else was, a spot that was towards the center seats, so it was a perfect spot to see her son fight it out with Neji. A fight that she suspected will be far faster than in canon, and will likely lead to Neji getting the crap beaten out of him. Naruto simply grew that much in the month of training. Wanda leaned back in the seat and began to watch, as the announcer stood in the middle and spoke. "Neji Hyuga versus Naruto Uzumaki." He yelled, as Naruto stood across from Neji, his attire slightly different. It now held the Uzumaki clan logo squarely on his back, and at his waist was where his katana was held. On his wrist was a bracelet his mama had made for him, created of special flowers and her motherly love. And at his other side was his storage scroll which held quite a few supplies for this battle. It held his smoke bombs, shurikens, kunai, and all sorts of other supplies that might be needed for this battle, and anything else in the future. The perfect mobile storage device for a shinobi, something that should be used by everyone but wasn't, for some reason. "Your fate is determined, Uzumaki, concede now and I shall not make it hurt more," Neji spoke coldly, as Naruto scowled. "Only losers believe in fate. And I ain't no loser." Naruto yelled back, as Neji scowled in anger, as the announcer looked between the two with a sigh, already having a feeling this was going to be a long and potentially brutal fight. "Alright, let the battle commence." The men yelled as he leapt back, as in the next second, Naruto launched forward, moving at blinding speeds as his fist slammed into the ground where Neji stood a moment ago, the ground shattering underneath his immense strength. Damn, that was like Tsunade's punch when she was younger. Hiruzen thought, sweating bullets. Naruto had been taught how to do this by Wanda, as the technique itself was fairly simple, and thanks to the brutal chakra control training that he had been put under, he was able to do it successfully, but not to the same level of power as Tsunade could at the moment. Dangerous, I can't let myself get hit by a blow like that, Neji thought, realizing that Naruto was stronger than he had thought. And he wasn't the only one, as the other rookies felt their jaws drop as they saw the power Naruto had shown off in that one blow. The sort of power that would knock most of them out with a single strike. What the hell, when did Naruto get so strong? Kiba exclaimed in shock, Akamaru barking in agreement. Choji's chip bag had fallen to the ground in front of him before he picked it up. Shinto's eyes widened to a noticeable degree as you can just barely see them. Ino looked like she had been punched in the gut, and Sakura wasn't much better. While Shikamaru, well, he had only one thing to say to the sight before him. Troublesome blonde. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be more of Naruto's fight against Neji and reactions to his increased power. As well as some reveals and more. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 76, Chunin Exam 7. Third POV. The reveal of Naruto's immense new power had been a shock. Everyone dropped their jaws to the sight, but nobody more than Hiruzen himself. The Kage of Suna, the one that was actually Orochimaru, also stared in surprise. Naruto was strong last time they had fought, but not that strong. Meaning, he had grown a lot in the short time span since their first fight. I'm beginning to regret not marking him, Orochimaru thought, realizing that Naruto might have been the better choice after all. Because that sort of power, that sort of talent, that was incredible. You've got quite the genin there, Hokage-san. To display such a level of physical strength at his age, truly impressive, Orochimaru said, still keeping the hidden guise of the Kazekage, who is very dead at the moment. Why yes, I suppose Naruto-kun is, Hiruzen replied awkwardly, as inwardly he was questioning what had happened to make him so powerful. Danzo on the other hand, was watching with gritted teeth, knowing that Wanda was the reason for the boy's immense growth in power in such a short time. It was making it increasingly harder to get him onto his side. To make him a weapon solely for the village and himself. Still lacking in a few areas, Wanda thought, noticing a few flaws in his technique. It should have been stronger than that, but it was good enough for a fight against Neji. Neji in question was alarmed with the strength of the punch. As he moved to dodge another of the strikes as it whizzed past him, an air current rippled from each and every blow. His strikes were so fast and so strong that you could literally hear them. Neji rotated, his palm extending and slamming against where Naruto just stood, the blonde flipping out of the way with a bit of difficulty, as kunai launched at Neji, who scoffed and blocked them. Only for the kunai to puff into smoke, as clones burst out, launching strikes at Neji who blocked them with difficulty, as the real Naruto burst forwards, his fist striking squarely into his shoulder, a shout of pain echoing from Neji's throat. The strike had landed squarely against the shoulder, as he grit his teeth, realizing that it was definitely broken. A single strike had broken his shoulder, a majorly important bone for his techniques. Meaning, this battle was going to be a lot harder for him. He would need to fight through the pain in order to get through this fight, and show Naruto that fate was determined. And Naruto could not change that. Naruto didn't care much about that, as he continued to launch an assault against Neji, who was dodging the best he could, once he realized that blocking simply wasn't the way to do things. Even his Hyuga techniques wouldn't do shit against the power of his blows. And what made it worse was that Naruto hadn't even used any proper jutsu yet. So who knows what he had up his sleeves, as Neji managed to land his first blow, a palm strike against Naruto's stomach. A strike that did nothing. What? Tenten muttered, wide-eyed as she saw that the powerful strike didn't even harm Naruto at all. Like he had an invisible armor around him. And he did. It was a technique that he had made with the help of Wanda. One that allowed him to use his immense chakra reserves to make a passive chakra armor around him that blocked blows and absolutely massively strengthened his durability and defenses. And it wasn't even completed yet. Once it was completed it would be a lot better. And if he learned more about the Raikage technique involving lightning, he'd be able to make it even better. A technique worthy of being a trump card. How did that not harm him at all? Sakura questioned, genuinely confused. Asuma and Kurenai wanted to answer, but they both looked just as confused, as they had never seen something like that before. Might Guy watched particularly interested, finding that whatever the boy had used, to be quite powerful and potentially very useful. If it could block a palm technique of the Hyuga clan, it might just be a huge boon, but also a huge threat, especially for the Hyugas. And if the reaction of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan was any indicator, he had realized it too. Father, is that normal? Hanabi Hyuga asked, having never seen one of their techniques get blocked so effortlessly. No. No, it is not, Hayashi replied, frowning as he activated his Byakugan, his eyes widening in understanding what this technique was. Incredible, he's making an invisible, formless armor of pure chakra around his form. Like an extra layer of skin that blocks the blows of others. But it just like armor can break, and it relies on chakra to remain strong, so he can't keep it up forever. But with his freakishly large reserves, that might not matter to him, Hayashi thought, understanding that this wasn't a technique just anyone could use. It was perfect for Uzumaki's, and especially perfect for Naruto himself. Good, it won't be too big of a problem as long as only those with freakishly large reserves can use it. We can't touch most of them anyways, Hayashi thought, breathing a sigh of relief as he watched as Neji looked down at his palm. The boy has already lost, Hayashi understood, knowing that Neji stood no chance against such a technique. Still believe in that fate bullshit? 'Cause I don't. Fate's for wimps and losers who can't get over their own mistakes and inadequacy, Naruto said, grinning as he knew that this battle was his. He just hoped he made his mama proud with his showing. Wanda, who was listening in, was proud of her son, as he had grown a lot over the past month. He was many times stronger than his canon self was at this point, and he will only continue to grow in power and intellect. She was excited to see what he could become in the future. What do you know of fate? Neji scowled in response, throwing more palm strikes rapidly, now going on the offensive, trying to hit Naruto. He did manage to land a few blows, but his chakra armor blocked it all, absorbing the blows like they were nothing. Not even strikes against his chakra points were working, as he first would have to break through the armor, and that wasn't possible for his level. Nothing. Because that shit doesn't exist. Fate, destiny, none of it exists. And if it does, so what? You can't let it control you. We write our own fate, we write our own stories. And Naruto Uzumaki is the master of his own destiny. Naruto exclaimed in response, his fist staring against Niji's injured shoulder, the boy crying out in pain as he struggled to block the next blow that slammed against his stomach, launching him back. Niji could only try his best to dodge, as he responded enraged, "Shut up. You know nothing. You know nothing of my life, nothing of my fate." "You're right, I don't. But you do. Have you even tried to change things? To fight back against this cage you've locked yourself into? To change this fate that you seem to think is so set? Stop being a damn coward and fight back." Naruto yelled back, his fists moving at rapid speeds as Niji snarled, his own palms beginning to strike back. His superior technique was hitting Naruto more than Naruto was hitting him, but his blows did next to nothing, while every blow from Naruto broke bones, caused immense pain, and made him weaker and weaker. But at the same time as fighting, Niji was trying his best to not let Naruto's words get to him, as he couldn't help but remember the past, of his father, of his uncle, of the other Hyugas he was connected with, and one flashing more than any other. "And stop taking all your own problems out on Hinata-chan." Naruto roared one last time, as his fist launched out, slamming straight into Niji's face full force, as Niji was launched back against the stadium wall. Flashes of the warmth Hinata showed him flowing through his brain, as two final words echoed from his throat as everything began to go dark. "I'm sorry." And as he fell to the ground, knocked out, the announcer ran over to him, before nodding. As he looked up to the stands and yelled out, medics running in as he yelled. "Niji Hyuga is unconscious. Naruto Uzumaki wins." That's the end of the chapter. No idea how good the talk no jutsu was, as I am awful at that sort of stuff, sorry if it was bad. And there was a bit of action during this, but it was mostly Naruto beating the snot out of Niji, and beating a lesson into him at the same time. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 77, Chunin Exams 8. Third POV. Watching as Naruto won the fight, Wanda smiled, beginning to clap for her son, as Malim grinned and joined in. Wanda was proud of his showing, and while it wasn't perfect, it was better than anyone could have ever expected. Enough that it was almost guaranteed that he would become a Chunin after this. As with a showing like that, not even the council could block Hiruzen from making the boy into a Chunin. But the real question was if the men would do it in the first place. After all, he wanted to keep Naruto under control, that much was obvious to Wanda. And making him a Chunin would make it harder to control him. After the medics lifted Niji off in order to heal him, Naruto jumped up onto the stands, walking to Wanda with a bright grin on his face. "Did I do good, Mama?" Did I? Naruto asked, eyes sparkling as the others in his generation all blinked several times at the word Mama. None of them had ever seen this woman besides Sakura. The only person that Naruto should ever be calling that was Kushina. And she was dead. This woman was not Kushina, but Wanda, a simple bookstore owner. And now that he was calling her that, it meant that something had changed, and they would need to report this to the Hokage, immediately. Wanda glanced at the Jonin who were already preparing to go and report this to the Hokage, and just let out a small chuckle, finding it amusing. They wouldn't be able to stop her or anything, and they were not going to take her son from her, so it wasn't going to matter at all. So instead, she focused back on her son. "Yes, Han, you did great. There were a couple of things that you could have definitely done better, but you still did much better than what anyone could have expected," Wanda said with a smile, patting her son's head as he grinned. After saying these words, Ino couldn't stop herself from walking over and asking the question that was on her mind. "Naruto, who's this?" Ino asked, her inner gossip not allowing her to not know who this was. "Oh, this is my mama, Wanda. She's not my birth mother or anything, but she's taken me in, so basically the same thing. She's been teaching me all sorts of awesome techniques, and is the reason why I beat up that team." Naruto grinned, as Wanda gave the girl a small wave. Malim gave Naruto a glare at the fact that she wasn't even mentioned, causing him to flinch before continuing, "Oh, and this is my big sis, Malim. She also helped me train, and is super strong. But not as strong as Mama. Ah, nice to meet you. Ino said, not really sure what to say as she gazed at the pink-haired girl that looked like she was even younger than they were. Nice to meet ya. Are you Naruto's friend? Milim asked, staring at the girl. She was, laughably weak, to a truly pitiful level, even worse than Sakura, and that was saying quite a lot, really. Ino was basically just a normal girl, not like a shinobi. It was just her Yamanaka techniques that made her different. Without them, she'd be nothing more than a weak child. She needed serious training, and fast. Yes. I'm Ino Yamanaka, it's nice to meet you, Ino greeted, as Milim gave her a simple nod, before looking back to the arena, as another match began. It wasn't one that either her or Wanda cared about, so they both decided to just ignore it. So, Ino, what are you doing over here? Wanda asked, as Ino looked at her. I was just wondering who you were. Well, all of us were, I think. 'Cause I've never seen you before, and I was just curious. How did you and Naruto meet? Ino asked, curious. I went to her bookstore that's just out of town. Naruto replied, as Ino looked at him in confusion. Bookstore out of town? I didn't realize there was a bookstore out of town, Ino responded, confused about what he was talking about. Yeah, it's only a few minutes away. And it's huge too. With hundreds of books and scrolls. It's thanks to them that I learned about my clan, and started getting super strong, Naruto replied, answering the question that was on her mind. Is it still open? Can anyone go and shop there? Ino asked. Of course. I sell my wares to anyone, as long as they follow my rules, Wanda said with a nod. What sort of rules? A voice echoed, as Wanda glanced at the one speaking, this being Kurenai. Simple. Within my shop, there is not to be any fighting. Regardless of past experiences or who they are. It's a neutral ground, so I could have an S-ranked missing nin walk in, and they are not to be touched while inside, Wanda replied, causing Kurenai to frown. You cannot make such a rule, not for a mere bookstore. Nobody can make such a rule, Kurenai said, as Wanda snorted. I can, and I did. And maybe before cutting into a lovely conversation I was having with this young lady, you introduce yourself, Wanda said, growing a little irritated with this woman. Jonin Kurenai Yui. And maybe you should show me the respect I deserve, as a Jonin of this village, Kurenai said coldly, as Wanda fought back a laugh at this woman's nerve. While Milim showed a dark scowl, ready to get to her feet and tear the woman apart. And even Naruto had a frown on his face. Hey! Leave my mama alone. She didn't do anything wrong. And she's way stronger than some nobody like you. Not even the old man could touch a hair on my sis's head, much less my mama's. Naruto said, a scowl on his face as he yelled at Kurenai. Please, they are civilians, Naruto. I could easily handle the both of them at the same time. Now, apologize for the disrespect you have just shown me, boy, Kurenai said, glaring at him as Wanda sighed. Go ahead, love, don't hurt her though, just make her understand that I could care less for her opinion on me, Wanda said with a sigh, as Milim grinned, and as Kurenai was about to say something, Milim reappeared in front of her. With a single flick against Kurenai's forehead, the woman's eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she was knocked into instant unconsciousness. What the dash, Asuma said as he was preparing to attack Milim, only for Wanda to glance at the man, his body freezing as if he was stopped in time. How about we stop this little conflict here, I'd hate for anyone to do something stupid, over an arrogant woman's ignorant words, Wanda said, a smile on her face as Hiruzen, who had been watching this entire situation, spoke up. Agreed. Let's stop this before it escalates. I apologize for the actions of my subordinate, Miss Maximoff, Hiruzen said with a dark look on his face, as while he could not sense her power, he could tell the second Milim moved, that she was far beyond any mere jonin. He wasn't even able to sense the depth of Milim's power, and that alone was terrifying. But this woman was stronger than Milim. It was best they didn't cause issues with her, even if Naruto was now a part of her family. It's quite alright, she didn't know any better. I just hope from now on your jonins won't act like this, and your little spies will stop trying to tail my son and I, Wanda said as Hiruzen's eyes widened ever so slightly, before nodding. As you wish, he spoke, before heading back to his seat. He could already tell the council would kick up a fuss, but this woman, she wasn't something he could touch, not with Milim there. Not with the power she held in her hands. With the tense situation finished, they continued on the Chunin exams. With most of the fights going almost exactly the same as in canon. So, they were kinda boring for Wanda and Milim, while Naruto cheered on his friends and grumbled when some of them lost. But eventually, it was time for the final and most important fight. The one that would start the invasion of Konoha. The battle between Sasuke and Gaara. And as Sasuke finally appeared in the stadium after being late several times now, Wanda had one thought on her mind. This'll be interesting. That's the end of the chapter. This little arc will be finishing in around 3 chapters or so. And once that happens, we'll get back to the bookstore goodness. We'll also be getting some showings of her clones that are still in Game of Thrones and Harry Potter soon. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 78, Chunin Exams Finale. Third POV. The fight between Sasuke and Gaara had indeed been an interesting one. Sasuke was both stronger and weaker than in canon. In his base form, he was stronger, thanks to the knowledge he had obtained from Wanda and her bookstore, and the fact that he had a proper rival in the form of Naruto, who had basically forced him to try harder in his training. But he was also weaker, because he did not have the cursed mark as he had in canon, making him weaker in one way, but stronger in another. This had also meant that his defeat of Gaara had gone a bit faster than in canon, and Chidori had been the way he had done it, as Wanda had expected. And just like in canon, an illusion began to fall over the stadium as Gaara began to rage and roar in anger. The illusion didn't affect anyone in the area though, as Wanda shared a bag of popcorn with Malim, as they watched as the shinobi of Konoha and the shinobi of Suna began to battle it out. At the same time, Orochimaru revealed himself to Hiruzen, causing shock and anger to travel through the men, as he began to fight his former protege. Mama I know Han, go ahead. Just be careful with Gaara, alright? The boy is only that way because of that nasty little seal and the effects that the people around him have had on him. But he'll be all good now that I've taken care of the seal, Wanda said, as her son nodded before racing off after Gaara, hoping to stop him before he did anything too bad. Are we gonna sit and watch Mama, or are we going to help? Malim asked, wondering if she should go and help the Konoha shinobi fight off the Suna ones. You can if you want. But how about instead of going after the Suna shinobi, you take care of some of the annoying ones that have been spying on us? Wanda suggested, as Malim's eyes sparkled. Yes. Those guys give me the creeps. Malim cheered, excited to wipe out the weirdos that had been spying on them for a while. The root shinobi were annoying, and she didn't like them. So hearing that she had permission to wipe them out, meant she would go wild on them. Go ahead then, love. Just leave the one-eyed man alive, alright? I wish to take care of him myself, Wanda said, as Malim grinned and nodded, before blurring off, ready to slaughter a bunch of root shinobi. Wanda had also made sure to telepathically warn Malim against killing certain members, as there were some innocent ones that didn't deserve to die, like Sai. That and she'd feel bad for the little thing. Watching her son and daughter race off to take care of 2 different problems, Wanda smiled, proud of them. She decided to instead enjoy the fight between Orochimaru and Hiruzen, finding enjoyment in watching the old man get beaten to hell and back. At the same time, she was wondering if she should just take out Danzo now, since his little organization was about to get obliterated anyways. So maybe wiping him out now would be for the best. But, at the same time, it might be more fun to make him watch as everything he has worked so hard on, crumbles around him. Yeah, she decided she would do that and just take him out once Tsunade comes in. It's not like he could harm anyone she cares about, so it didn't really matter. Even if he did, she'd just bring them back anyways. Seems the old man will die soon, Wanda hummed, watching as Hiruzen was forced to fight both Tobirama and Hashirama. Neither of them were going all out against him, of course, but it was still an interesting fight. Had either of them gone all out, Hiruzen would have gotten slaughtered, as both were stronger than him, especially Hashirama. He was known as the god of shinobi for a reason. She wondered why people in this age called Hiruzen that, but she suspected that it was him that had given the title, so as to make Konoha appear stronger than it actually was. Looks like Naruto is going to be finished soon, Wanda thought, seeing that her son had summoned Yusaka, and was battling it out with Gaara, who had been taken over by Shikaku. But Shikaku was losing, and bad. This was thanks to the power Yusaka held, and Naruto himself being immensely powerful. At least, his sealing techniques that he was utilizing against the tailed beast were. Seems Malim is having fun too, Wanda giggled, hearing a loud boom off in the distance, shaking Konoha as a whole, as the root base was absolutely obliterated in the distance. She was going to every root base in the village, killing every single agent besides the ones that Wanda told her to leave alone. She was even leaving the village in massive bursts of speed, killing agents that were out of the village, moving so fast that it appeared as if she disappeared for a second and then reappeared a moment later. When in actuality she had traveled across the continent in a single second. It was impressive. Looks like Sasuke is also showing off a bit too, Wanda hummed, seeing that Sasuke was moving around the village, fighting and battling it out with all Suna shinobi he ran into. Seems he's doing better thanks to the books, Wanda said, smiling as she saw that Jiraiya was fighting it out with Orochimaru's summon with his own. Their battle destroying a small portion of Konoha, or at least the area of Konoha that they were in. Although Anko looks like she'll be needing some help soon, Wanda said to herself, understanding that she should probably help the poor woman with her curse mark once this invasion was over with. She deserved it, after suffering at the hands of Orochimaru. Speaking of Orochimaru, she watched as he finally lost his arm to Hiruzen, as he was beaten while Hiruzen died, losing to his protege in his own way. Underwhelming, but not unexpected, Wanda thought, only to stop when she noticed something. Oh. Is there something you need, little Shinigami? Wanda questioned, noticing the figure of the Shinigami forming near her. The figure shook its large head. No, honored one. I simply wish to see you in person, that is all. It is an honor to greet you, the Shinigami said, bowing slightly as she waved it off with an amused smile. And it's quite nice to meet you as well, Wanda responded, as the Shinigami seemed pleased that she said this, before it began to slowly fade. It would seem my time in this world is ending, honored one. Till we meet again, the Shinigami stated, before fading completely, leaving Wanda who just giggled. How interesting. To see that the death of this universe is but a spirit, not an actual cosmic entity or anything of the sort. I wonder how Death would react if she knew this. Wanda mused, wondering if she should show Death the Shinigami in the future. Oh. Maybe I can take her to Bleach in the future. That could certainly be fun. Wanda hummed, deciding that she definitely had to do that at least once in the future, as she could only imagine how the woman would react to the Hollow and all the other creatures of that universe. Bleach was a powerful universe, at least, in potential. But it was also one that would almost certainly go against many of the laws of the DC multiverse. The Hollows, the Shinigami, the various other species in the place that would not exist in DC. Not without Death herself overseeing them at least. She imagined that Death would either dislike them, or she'd want to become their lord or master or something of that nature. There were a few other universes that could be fun to bring her to. But at the same time, she wondered if it was even possible. As Death was intricately tied to the DC multiverse, so, it might be something she'd need to test in the future. After she dealt with the stuff in this universe. With that in mind, Wanda got to her feet, ready to head off to get her son and daughter, one thought on her mind as she teleported off. That was fun. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Just some thoughts and the kids going ham, nothing crazy. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 79, after the Chunin exams. Third POV. Finding Malim had not at all been difficult, as the girl was found tearing apart the last major root base. The blood of various root shinobi stained her clothing as she happily slaughtered them with a bloodthirsty grin on her face, killing hundreds of root shinobi by the time Wanda had gone and found her. Walking into the front entrance of the root base, Wanda stopped behind her daughter, amusement on her face as Malim finished killing the last of the root shinobi in this base. It was a rather gruesome sight, but the fact that it was Malim that had committed it, made it a lot more adorable in Wanda's eyes. Malim, Han, are you done? Wanda asked, as Malim perked up upon hearing Wanda's voice, twirling around with a bright smile on her face as she saw Wanda was there with her. Uncaring of the blood on her, Malim skipped over to her mama with a happy grin. Yep. All the nasty guys are gone. They were really weak, but it was kinda fun going after them, it was like capturing and crushing a bunch of bugs. Malim replied with a happy beam, her happiness growing when Wanda cleaned her clothes with a simple movement of her hand. I'm glad you had fun, now, let's go find that brother of yours, okay? Wanda asked, as Malim nodded and held Wanda's hand, as they teleported out of the destroyed base, now heading to where Naruto was. Finding Naruto hadn't been difficult, as he was in a nearby forest, the grounds and surrounding trees completely and utterly decimated after a long and difficult fight against Gaara and Shikaku. The tailed beast had been strong, but with the help of Yusaka and his various seals, he had managed to defeat the boy that was taken over by the tailed beast. And after letting his siblings take him and flee, he was now ready to head back to the village, only for Wanda to appear in a flash, standing in front of him with Malim at her side, a small smile on her face. Good job on defeating him, Naruto. And I'm happy that you let the poor boy go, he didn't deserve to get in trouble for something he cannot control, Wanda said, giving him a head pat as her son beamed at the praise. If there was one thing he and his sister had in common, it was that they both loved getting praised by their mother, especially when it came to things like this. Thanks, Mama. And yeah, I couldn't let him get in trouble for that. He seemed nice, and just needed some love from his siblings. Plus he's just like me, so it'd be wrong, Naruto responded with a smile, as he remembered the love that Gaara's brother and sister had shown him, the care they showed him even though he was terrifying to them. Is the invasion over? Naruto asked, noticing that the distant booms and sounds of fighting were over with. Suna was fought off. But, the Hokage didn't make it, Wanda said softly, wanting to see her son's reaction, as she silently watched his eyes widen and his face change a few times, before settling on a soft sigh. That sucks. I wanted to take the old man's hat, Naruto said, sad that he was dead, but thanks to all the reveals and events of the past few months, his love and care for the men had been greatly diminished. He didn't hate Hiruzen, but he didn't care for him like he used to. At this point, he was basically nothing more than the Hokage to him, just like Jiraiya was nothing more than the Sannin to him. It was far different than in canon, but it was expected when you have Wanda pointing out how inadequate they were in terms of being caretakers. One of them abandoned him, and the other had kept huge and important secrets from him. So you can't blame him for that sort of thing. You'll become the Hokage in the future if you want to, Naruto. But for now, let's just get back to the village, okay? Wanda said softly as Naruto looked her in the eyes before nodding in agreement, as he softly held her other hand, and teleported back to the village with his mama and sister. A few days later, after the invasion and the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the village was in chaos, as they were trying their best to repair the damages dealt to the village, as well as figure out who the next Hokage would be. Not only that, but Danzo was freaking the hell out after he found his entire root organization wiped out during the invasion. Every single one of his agents were either dead and completely destroyed, or were no longer under his control, and were missing. Either way, he was not doing good right now, and knew that if he didn't do something soon, he would be well and truly screwed. And even then, he might be screwed either way. So even after trying to run for Hokage himself, and trying to get Jiraiya the seat as he'd be easy to control, he failed. As Jiraiya decided that there was only one proper choice for Hokage, and that was Tsunade Senju, the Slug Sannin. At the same time, Wanda was enjoying the loot she had gotten from raiding all the root bases, the thousands of scrolls and books, which included a lot of proof of Danzo's horrid actions, and the atrocities that he had committed over the decades of his life and running root. She had already read through them all, but had also made sure to keep them in a safe location to give to Tsunade, so she'd have an excuse to slaughter the men without worrying about the Hokage becoming an annoyance. Sure, she could do it either way, but this was more so for Naruto's sake than anything. It seems he has a lot of clan scrolls that definitely shouldn't be with him. Cause Senju clan scrolls like these are not something he should be able to gather for himself, Wanda said with a hum, seeing that he had quite a lot of scrolls that would have gotten him in trouble. Not a lot of them were particularly useful or anything, but they could be for Naruto if he used them properly. Especially the Senju stuff, as some of them were actually connected to Uzumaki clan techniques. Considering Naruto is related to the Senjus albeit distantly, perhaps I could help him awaken the Mokuton, and if I do that, then I can give him these scrolls so he can use the techniques within. Otherwise these will be next to useless, Wanda said to herself, knowing that a lot of these would be pointless to put on her shelves as they'd only be usable by those with Mokuton. Probably for the best, as that will also increase his control and ability to use nature energy, Wanda spoke, deciding that she would do that, but it would have to wait until after Naruto goes and gets Tsunade, as she knew that Jiraiya was planning on having Naruto go with him to recruit her. She'd love to give chakra to Malim too, and once she did that then this could be used by her as well. Speaking of Malim, she soon walked into the room. As Wanda turned to her, was any of the scrolls useful, Mama? Malim asked, interested in what the scrolls were. Absolutely. You've really helped me out, and have given me quite a lot of new scrolls that we can sell in the shop. There's also a few scrolls here that your little brother can utilize as well, Wanda replied, nodding. Malim looked happy to hear that the scrolls she stole were useful. Glancing at the time, Malim decided to ask the question that she had on her mind, and was the reason why she had come into her mama's office in the first place. Oh Mama, I was wondering, do you want to play Mario Kart with Naruto and I? Malim asked, as Wanda blinked at the question, before smirking. You mean do I want to crush you in some Mario Kart? If so, then yes, I would gladly, Wanda said with a grin as she got to her feet, Malim giving a humph as she watched her mama get up. Not today. Today me or Naruto are gonna beat your butt. Malim said before racing out of the room to the living room, while Wanda followed, one thought on her mind. Time to crush some hopes and dreams. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just some talking and thoughts and such. The next couple of chapters will have more going on. As she will be interacting with Anko, and then join Naruto to get to Tsunade. She'll be returning to the bookstore in chapter 90, cause I severely underestimated how long this arc would last, which is my bad. Future arcs won't be nearly as long, and will last around 10 chapters at max anyways. Have a good day. Chapter 80, Healing. Third POV. After crushing her children's hopes and dreams when it came to beating her in Mario Kart, Wanda ended up deciding that it was time to help the other person that was marked with Orochimaru's cursed mark, Anko. The woman in question did not deserve to have that nasty thing on her, as it was literally connected to his soul, and was almost like a Horcrux from Harry Potter, but a bit different in nature, darker in some ways and lighter in others. It was also a lot harder to get rid of, as with Horcruxes one could just destroy them, but in the case of a cursed mark, they could not simply be destroyed, they had to be completely and utterly cleansed from the one marked, and that was way beyond most people's capabilities. She was not just anyone though, she was the Scarlet Witch, so such a thing was not at all complicated. So at the moment, she was walking through the streets of Konoha, heading towards where Anko should be at, which is a dango shop, as the woman was completely and utterly addicted to them, and it was because of these dango sticks that she ended up getting rather large in the future. That and there not being much conflict to keep herself in shape, which was the case for a lot of the characters in the Boruto timeline. A timeline that she would prefer to not happen, and one that shouldn't be happening with the Otsutsuki being pretty much completely wiped from the universe, besides Kaguya. Boruto might still be born, but it wouldn't be in the same sort of world as what happened in canon, that much she would make certain of. Although, the idea of having cute little grandbabies to spoil was very appealing. Might have to help Hinata get some confidence, Wanda thought as she imagined the adorable grandbabies she could have from Naruto and Hinata. She wouldn't manipulate or force it or anything, but she could at least help Hinata out a little. Eventually, Wanda made it to the dango shop that was her target. The same one where Anko should be staying at the moment, and the most popular dango shop in the entire village. It was filled with people going to and from, but none of them matters to Wanda at the moment, as she stopped upon the form of Anko. Gazing at the jonin, Wanda hummed as she noticed the curse mark. Seems it's more deeply ingrained into her than I thought. At this point it is tied into her very soul, and while that would normally be a huge issue to get rid of, I should be able to eliminate its influence without difficulty. Although it is certainly impressive that Orochimaru can make such a thing, no wonder he can gain his own form of immortality, Wanda thought, impressed with the way the cursed mark worked. Perhaps instead of killing him, I just beat the evilness out of him, making him turn into the version he was in the Boruto canon. He could do a lot of good if he became like that, Wanda thought, as she imagined the things he could make if she managed to turn him into his Boruto self. He'd likely be able to cure various diseases, stop all sorts of poisons and toxins, and improve technology in a lot of forms, improving the elemental nations as a whole. And maybe even more so than in canon. But she'd have to do that after she went with Naruto to get Tsunade back, as she did want to meet Tsunade in person. Mostly so she can make sure the woman understands that Naruto is her son, and he will not be used as a weapon or toy by the village. That, and she needed to make sure the woman would take care of the corrupt civilian council, for good. They had gotten way too arrogant for the little power they had, and it was time they were taken out. After all, they weren't even supposed to still have the power they had. The civilian council was formed during the Second Shinobi War by Tobirama Senju in order to better take care of the civilians of Konoha. But after he died and Hiruzen took over, Hiruzen never disbanded the council, which gave them the belief that they had the right to make input into the shinobi life, when they had no right to speak on the matter. If Tsunade didn't listen to her words for whatever reason, then she would make her listen. As she wasn't about to let her son live in and eventually run a shithole village that is lorded over by a bunch of weaklings who had no idea what they are doing. Anyways, looking back at Anko, Wanda walked forward. Are you Anko Mitarashi? Wanda asked, already knowing the answer. Anko looked up at her, before pausing as she blinked. Wanda raised an eyebrow when she saw Anko look over her figure. How interesting, Wanda thought, amused with the woman openly ogling her figure. Which she can't really blame her, because she was divinely beautiful. And who's asking? Anko asked as she finished her open ogling of the woman before her. Wanda Maximoff. I'm the one who's been taking care of Naruto as of recently. I'm also the one who has taken care of a rather nasty little thing that had been placed on the Uchiha boy, Wanda spoke, as Anko stopped, staring at her with narrowed eyes. Explain, Anko barked out, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. Only if you speak to me with respect, Mitarashi-san. After all, I am going to give you something that you have wanted ever since that sensei of yours placed that nasty little thing on you, Wanda said, as she slid into the seat across from Anko, uncaring for the glare that the woman was giving her. Explain, please, Anko said, annoyed that she had to be nice to this woman who was flaunting the impossible to her. Simple. The Uchiha boy was marked with the cursed mark of Orochimaru. I got rid of it with a little bit of difficulty. I can do the exact same for you, and since I've learned how to do it once, I can do it again with much more ease than before, Wanda explained, as Anko looked her in the eyes. And how do I know you're not bullshitting? That you're not lying to me in order to get something out of me? I've heard this shit before, and I am not getting my hopes up for the words of some random woman I have never met, Anko responded bluntly, as Wanda smiled. That is fair, so I won't get mad at you for that. As for proof, I have none. You will need to trust my words, that's all, Wanda spoke, as Anko stared her in the eyes, before replying. And how would this so-called healing even work? Some sort of seal? A super powerful secret jutsu? A sacrifice? Anko asked, as Wanda giggled. Nothing that serious, just a simple infusion of power into you, and some rather complicated things on my end. Nothing too difficult or painful. And while this might feel a little strange, it won't be anything too bad, Wanda responded, as Anko looked at her with a deadpan. You mean to tell me that you can get rid of something that nobody else in the world has been able to, not even the best seal masters, all without pain? And you even sound like you can casually do it, seriously? Anko asked, very hesitant to believe Wanda, which again, was fair, so Wanda didn't get mad about it. Yep. I am far stronger than the likes of Jiraiya of the Sannin, Anko. I might not look it, but I am likely far and away the most powerful person in this entire world, so much so that it really isn't much of a comparison. Not even that Hokage that you all were so proud of can compare to me, Wanda replied with a shrug, as Anko stared at her in disbelief. Yeah, okay, fine. If you can really magically heal me of the mark, then do it. But I am confident that you won't be able to, Anko responded, as Wanda just smiled, and stretched her hand out. And before Anko could even react, Wanda placed a singular tap of her finger against her forehead, as a strange warmth flowed through her, and something changed. At the same time as the change began, Wanda watched, one thought on her mind. This should be interesting. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. She'll be getting with death soon anyways, so it's probably for the best lol. Raven will be coming after that. Meaning we'll be seeing dates and such soon. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 81, Fear. Third POV. Watching as Anko closed her eyes, the pleasant sensation flowing through her, Wanda let out a pleased smile, knowing that the cursed mark was beginning to disappear around her. The power of Wanda ripping and tearing apart the mark, obliterating it from existence. She was also purifying any other wounds or marks that the mark could have left, as well as any wounds that were on her actual form, like scars and other things. It was a gift to Anko, mostly because Wanda liked her character in the original, so she saw no reason as to why she couldn't help the little thing out. While Anko was being healed of the cursed mark on her figure, Wanda wondered if she should just do the same on every entity that Orochimaru has marked, as a sort of punishment for the invasion. After a few moments of thought, she decided to go ahead and do that. Around the world, dozens, if not hundreds of individuals that were marked by Orochimaru's cursed mark were rapidly being healed and cured of wounds and diseases, as well as the mark upon them. This included Kimimaro Kagaya, one of his most trusted followers, and a teen that practically worshipped the men to a creepy degree. He was also a man that was dying thanks to an incurable disease born from his unique Keki Igenkai that allowed him to manipulate and warp his own bones in quite a lot of unique and odd ways. Wanda liked his character in the anime, so she saw no reason to not heal him of the cursed mark and the disease that was slowly killing him. At the same time, far off in the distance, Orochimaru was panicking. He was standing in the middle of a forest, Kabuto at his side, watching wide-eyed as his lord screeched and writhed in pain and agony, as Orochimaru felt every single one of his cursed marks getting destroyed and purified. All at the exact same time. Such a feat was not possible, not by any seal master, not by any Kage, not by anyone that Orochimaru had ever seen. Not even the likes of Pain of the Akatsuki could do something like that, even with his incredible eyes, the Rinnegan. This was too widespread, too absolute. And the fact that it was happening all at the same time was terrifying Orochimaru, as sweat caked his form, and he groaned in pain, as soon the overwhelming soul-bending agony began to cease, as pants echoed from his throat, the screaming finished, as Kabuto looked at him in worry. Orochimaru-sama. Are you okay? Kabuto asked, as the man slowly began to rise to his feet, stretching as he tried to shake off the pain that infiltrated every pore of his form. No, Kabuto, no I am not. Someone has done something that for all intents and purposes, is completely and absolutely impossible, Orochimaru spoke, as Kabuto looked at him, confused on what he was speaking of. What happened, Orochimaru-sama? What could be so impossible that it makes even you react in such a way? Kabuto asked, growing more and more worried upon seeing the expression on Orochimaru's face. Someone has destroyed and purified every single cursed mark that I have created. All 302 of them, every individual, every bite, all of it is gone, as if it is never there. And it would seem that I am paying for that in the pain and agony that I feel now, Orochimaru responded to his servant, as Kabuto's eyes widened in shock. Such a feat was beyond anything they had seen before, anything Kabuto had witnessed before. What do we do, Orochimaru-sama? How do we find such an individual? Kabuto asked, as Orochimaru scowled at the borderline foolish question. We do not find them, Kabuto. We avoid them under absolutely every possible scenario. We cannot afford to get this being, this entity to come for us. Because whatever this thing is, it is beyond any singular Kage, any shinobi, anything that has ever graced this planet, Orochimaru responded, as Kabuto breathed in, understanding that his master was afraid. Do not look at me like that, you fool. You are shocked that I am afraid. That I am terrified. Orochimaru said, as Kabuto hesitantly nodded. Only a fool wouldn't be afraid. This entity has just wiped out 302 cursed marks across the entire elemental nations, all at the same time, all in only a few moments. They have gotten rid of a mark that no seal master has ever been able to destroy, on hundreds of them at the same time. This being could more than likely slaughter us with a casual movement. I am no fool, and I will not die because I get over arrogant and try to fight such a thing, understood? Orochimaru yelled at the men, as he nodded rapidly. Kabuto understood that this wasn't really Orochimaru being angry at him. No, this was Orochimaru giving him a warning, one that he needed to listen to, if he didn't want to potentially die in the future to whoever this entity might be. What do we do then, Master? Simple, we continue on to find Tsunade, and we pray to the gods that we never run across this entity in person. Because if we do, it would be better we get on our knees and beg for their mercy, Orochimaru replied, as they continued their journey to find Tsunade, while Orochimaru had one thought on his mind. Why me? Back with Wanda, the woman in question was watching the two from a far distance, amusement in her eyes as she saw the pure fear that was on Orochimaru's face as he understood just how dangerous she was, that she was not someone they can afford to truly anger. Lest she obliterate them from existence. Turning her gaze back to Anko, Wanda silently watched as the purple-haired woman began to open her eyes slowly, a breath of relief echoing from her lips as she felt, incredible, the most incredible she had felt in years now. Since she had gotten the mark in the first place. She didn't just feel incredible, she felt powerful, very powerful. She felt cured, incredible. Like everything was awakened, no longer muted. It was like she was living a completely new life, like everything before was a fake life. It was incredible. She gazed at Wanda in awe, as she realized that the woman in front of her had just healed her casually, by simply tapping her forehead with her finger, healing her wounds and obliterating the mark from existence like it was nothing, like it never even existed in the first place. It made her realize that Wanda's claim of being the strongest person on the planet, of being stronger than the Hokage and anyone else in the village, might just be true. She might truly be sitting in front of the most powerful woman in the entire world, the most powerful person in the entire world. And it made her excited, very excited. But she decided to push that off for now, and instead focused on asking the questions that had almost immediately formed in her mind. Oh, how did you manage to do that? How did you wipe the mark from me like it was nothing? Nobody has even gotten close to accomplishing that before, and yet, you just did it casually like it was nothing, Anko asked, desperate for the answer that she wanted. To hear how it was possible. I am very powerful, Anko. And with this power, I have a lot of abilities and unique traits that nobody else can claim as their own. And amongst them is the ability to manipulate certain things that are not normally possible to be manipulated, like souls, or in your case, a fraction of soul, like the cursed mark, Wanda explained, before continuing. The only other person that could have potentially gotten rid of the mark was Orochimaru himself, or perhaps someone with a very, very powerful Jujutsu from legend. And they're not someone you can just find. And neither of them can do it with the ease I can, and without the pain, Wanda said, as Anko listened intently, and the more she heard, the more she wanted to repay the woman in front of her. And why did you help me? Anko asked, as Wanda softly smiled. Because nobody deserves to go through what you have, Anko, Wanda simply said, as Anko stared at her, before getting to her feet, and gripping Wanda's hand in her own, pulling the woman to her feet as Wanda blinked in confusion as she began to get dragged with her. What dash, follow me, I'm giving you a payment for what you just did, Anko said simply, as she dragged Wanda alongside her, with Wanda blinking in surprise, before a small smirk began to form on her face. This'll be fun. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. So just saying this now, this is simply a one-night stand sort of thing, just some fun, if you will. The next chapter will be a smut chapter between Wanda and Anko, and can be skipped fully if you wish, as it will not affect the story. Love interests are still Raven and Death, but I thought I might as well feed y'all with this. This'll be the only case of a one-night stand, so don't worry about that. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 83, Day After. Third POV. After a few more hours of passionate and very fun sex, Wanda ended up returning home, but not before Anko asked if they could have a repeat session, which Wanda agreed to. Not for a while of course, but she wasn't opposed to another session in the future. After all, the sex was truly incredible. After returning home, she ended up cleaning herself up and then fell asleep for that night, but not before making sure that Naruto and Malim had a proper meal, which thankfully they had. It was a nice and large steak dinner that they had managed to find. It was the day after, and Wanda knew that it was time for Naruto to get called on for the mission to find Tsunade. A mission that shouldn't be too difficult for the boy, as Wanda knew that Orochimaru should be weakened by quite a bit right now, and Naruto was a lot stronger than he used to be. Not only that, but if they do have to battle it out, he has his fox summons, so he can summon Yasaka, who is stronger than any of the other summons in the world, naturally meaning he would crush Orochimaru's snake summons in battle if it came down to it. The only annoying part would be Jiraiya and the Akatsuki that would make their first appearance during this time. Jiraiya because he is Jiraiya, and would make the hunt for her take a lot longer than it should, thanks to him being too busy lusting for women. While the Akatsuki were annoying because they'd be getting in Naruto's way, and are too strong for the current Naruto to fight. Especially Itachi. Either way, Naruto was going to have to go after Tsunade, and at the moment, he was out of the house, walking to get some ramen from Ichiraku, wanting to have some as it had been a little while at this point. He liked his mama's more than theirs, but Ichiraku was still his favorite restaurant, so it would be a crime to not have it at least once a week. Eventually, after walking for a little while, he reached the ramen shop and sat down, ordering his usual. And as he began to eat a few minutes later, he was cut off as he heard a voice echo from his right, as a man sat down next to him. "Hey kid, you got time to talk?" Jiraiya asked, as Naruto glanced at him. "Talk about what?" Naruto asked, munching on his ramen as Jiraiya responded. "We've got a mission, one that you have to go on with me," Jiraiya said, as Naruto blinked and frowned. "What sort of mission?" "I don't want to be away too long," Naruto said, inwardly knowing that his mama would be pissed if he was gone longer than a month. That, and he wanted to continue his training with her, and they were getting into natural energy training now. "We have to find someone," Jiraiya responded, not wanting to go into details regarding who it was that they needed to find. "Tsunade is a difficult person to work with, and even more difficult to try and speak with." "And who is that someone?" "You're being cryptic, perverted old man," Naruto replied, causing Jiraiya to snort. Not insulted by being called perverted, but was insulted that it was only perverted. "I'm a super pervert kid. And we're going to find the one who will become the 5th Hokage, a friend of mine," Jiraiya responded, as Naruto blinked, before registering the friend part, understanding almost immediately who he was talking about. "Tsunade? You want to find Tsunade? Ain't she a gambling addict who is too afraid of blood to do anything? You want her of all people to become Hokage? Even Kakashi would be better at it than her," Naruto responded with a deadpan. "Please, that kid can't even compare. Once she gets over that fear, she'll be one of the best Hokage we've ever had. Now come on, you're helping me with this mission, and no, you don't have a choice," Jiraiya said as he began to attempt to grab the boy, only for Naruto to glare at him. "First, let me finish my ramen. And I'll only go with you if my mama and big sis can come with me. If they can't, I ain't coming," Naruto replied, as he shrugged off Jiraiya's grip. The man was strong, but his physical strength was absolutely nothing in comparison to Malim's, and Wanda's was even more ridiculous in comparison. "I can't bring civilians on a miss dash, they aren't civilians, old man. Those two could flick you and you'd die. There isn't a single person in the world that can hurt my big sis, and my mama can beat her up like she's nothing," Naruto cut him off, laying down his ultimatum. "But dash, nope, that's the only way I'm coming with you. And trust me, if I don't want to go, my mama will make sure I don't go, and nobody will be able to stop her," Naruto cut him off again, as Jiraiya looked into his eyes, seeing that he was absolutely certain of the words he was speaking. "Fine. Go get your mama and sister and bring them to the front of the village in an hour," Jiraiya said after a few moments with a grumble. He didn't like that Naruto was calling some random woman mama, and he didn't like that he was so close to her. It felt wrong, like it was insulting Kushina and Minato's memory. At least, that's what Jiraiya thinks. Hearing the response, Naruto finished up his ramen and ran off to go tell Wanda and Malim. All the while, Jiraiya watched him run away. Later, after a long conversation and an explanation on the mission and what they needed to do, Wanda and Malim were walking next to Naruto, walking towards the front gate of the village, where Jiraiya was no doubt already ready and waiting for them. "Do you think the man is already waiting for us?" Malim asked, as Wanda let out a hum. "More than likely. It's either that, or he's at some sort of hot spring being a pervert. Either way, he'll be here within the next 10 minutes, or else I'll drag him here personally," Wanda responded, as Naruto shook his head. "Nah, he's there. He'd probably get in trouble if he wasn't, and he doesn't look like the type that would want to deal with all of that," Naruto said, as Wanda hummed. "We'll just have to see which one of us is right," Wanda responded with a smile. "Are we going to leave back to the shop after we find this Tsunade lady?" "I kinda miss the books and the mini dimensions you have," Malim asked, as Wanda nodded. "We should be. I just need to make sure that Tsunade understands that your brother is going to be staying with me for some time. And I also need to take care of that rat of a man, but that should all be relatively easy for me to do," Wanda responded with a nod. Walking through the front gate, their assumption was proven correct, as Jiraiya stood outside of the gate, waiting for them as he stared off into the distance, before noticing them coming closer. Finally. "We've got to get going. My intel tells me that Tsunade was spotted in a town a ways away from here a couple of days ago. From there we should be able to find her pretty quickly. You two will be able to keep up, right?" Jiraiya asked as Wanda and Malim both snorted at the question. "Mama and I are a lot faster than you, old man," Malim replied with a grin, as Jiraiya grumbled at the insult, before nodding. "Well, alright then, let's get on the road. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. The chapter is a tiny bit less than 1.4k words, as I didn't want to drag it on longer, sorry about that." The next chapter will be back to 1.4k words as normal. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 84, to find Tsunade. Third POV. The little journey to find Tsunade had been an interesting one. With Wanda and Malim enjoying the journey, seeing new villages and small towns. Jiraiya had been his perverted self, trying to go to all hot springs and saunas he could come across, and had even tried to spy on Wanda once. Only for him to be blinded for hours after that, which was basically his one and only warning against even trying that again. Should he try it again, then Wanda planned on taking his chakra from him and throwing him to the other women that he had been spying on. He'd get the shit beaten out of him, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it as he would not have chakra to defend himself with. He'd probably end up with broken bones and bruises everywhere, so he was lucky to not try it again. They continued to travel through villages for a few days, before eventually they managed to get some information on where Tsunade was. But beyond that, Wanda knew that they were now in the village where the Akatsuki would appear, more specifically Itachi and Kisame. Neither of them were a problem for her, but they naturally would be for Naruto. But Malim and Jiraiya were both capable of defeating them, Malim with laughable ease. Even the Sharingan would do nothing against her, so that wouldn't make much of a difference. At the moment Naruto was sitting in their hotel room with Malim and Wanda. He was using his clones to train his Rasengan, as while he had already mastered the usage of it, he was trying to learn how to combine other elements into it, like fire, lightning, and wind. Rasen Shuriken was the primary one that he wanted to learn, but it was also the most dangerous, to the point that Wanda had to make sure he reinforced his body with the chakra armor technique that Wanda had taught him. As otherwise he could potentially harm himself quite severely. "How's the training on the Rasen Shuriken going, little bro?" Malim asked, munching on her chips as she watched YouTube on Wanda's phone, which was capable of functioning in any and all multiverses she brought it to. "It's hard. The damn thing keeps failing, and I have to constantly keep my chakra under control or else it will explode. Not only that, but it hurts like hell without chakra armor," Naruto grumbled, irritated with how difficult the technique was. "How come you won't help him, mama?" Malim asked, as Wanda looked up from her book before smiling softly. "Because I cannot do everything for either of you. Otherwise you'll become reliant on my help, and I don't want that. I want you to get strong on your own so that you will not have to rely on me in the future," Wanda explained, as Malim slowly nodded, as that made a lot of sense in her mind. It would make sure that they could develop into proper people, at least for Naruto. As Malim had already grown strong on her own, and she had no reason to depend on her mama, even if Wanda was millions of times stronger than her. That makes a lot of sense. "Just sucks because this is really difficult," Naruto said with a pout, wishing to do this faster, but understanding what his mother was saying. That she wanted him to grow strong without her. "You'll get it eventually, honey, I believe in you," Wanda responded with a smile, as Naruto blinked at the words, before beaming as he decided to start working on his technique again. While he was working on the Rasen Shuriken, Wanda turned back to Malim, looking over her shoulder and growing amused when she realized her daughter was watching videos on a game she had gotten into over the past few weeks, Borderlands. More specifically, she was watching videos on Borderlands 3, as she had only recently beaten the second one in the pre-sequel. "You planning on playing that one soon?" Wanda asked as Malim turned to her before nodding with a bright grin. "Yeah. I'm gonna play as Amara, 'cause she beats people up with her fists," Malim said with shiny eyes, excited to play it once they got back to the bookstore, as that was where the best gaming setup was. It was also the one that was made specially for Malim in her own room so she'd have a more comfortable space to play her video games in. Wanda had her own gaming setup, and both of them were the best ones in the multiverse, akin to a supercomputer made just to play video games. Malim loved it. "Well, maybe once we get home we can play together," Wanda offered, as Malim looked at her mama with an excited grin and nodded, agreeing to the suggestion as it did sound fun. "Can I play too?" Naruto asked, hearing their conversation. "Only if you play Zane," Malim said, as Naruto blinked before nodding. "I don't know who that is, but sure." Malim grinned at the response, excited to play with her mama and brother. As while Naruto wasn't the best at video games, he was really fun to play with. And he had crazy good luck too, so maybe he could give her better drops when they play. Returning back to her video, the trio returned back to enjoying their time in peace. But that peace was soon interrupted, as the door was knocked on, causing Wanda to glance at it, before raising an eyebrow. "Seems that they're here," Wanda thought, as she got to her feet, knowing who was on the other end. "Let me take care of this real quick, alright?" "I'll be back in a moment," Wanda said with a smile, as they both looked at her, confused, before nodding as she walked through the door without even opening it. Stepping through the door, the two men on the other side looked at her in alarm as they leapt back. "Itachi, Uchiha and Kisame. I knew you'd be coming, but I honestly hoped to see more than just the two of you here," Wanda said, a little disappointed as she looked at the two of them, almost immediately noticing the rather nasty cancer that Itachi was afflicted with. "And who are you, lady?" Kisame asked, alarmed as he realized he couldn't even sense her. He hadn't even noticed as she stepped through the door, until she was all the way through it. Wanda Maximoff, the adoptive mother of the little boy that you are attempting to hunt. Not that you will be able to hunt him, or anything, Wanda said with a smile, as Kisame snorted. And you think you can stop us, please? Step aside, ma'am. We will not kill you or your daughter if you give us Naruto, Itachi said, his naturally emotionless voice echoing through the room as Wanda glanced at him. He was very, very sick, and while she did feel bad for him because of what he was forced to do, she did not care for him. Not when he slaughters hundreds of innocent children from his actions. I will give the two of you one more warning. Leave, now. If you do not, then I will make sure you both regret it, severely, Wanda warned, as the two of them glanced at one another, with Kisame snorting. All right, lady, we warned you, Kisame said threateningly, as he began to walk forwards, while Wanda just let out a sigh. And I warned you, Wanda said simply, as she disappeared from her location, and reappeared in front of Kisame. The men couldn't even follow her movements, and hadn't even realized she appeared in front of him, before a flick was placed against his forehead. The second she flicked him, he flew through the room, every bone in his body shattering in an instant as he was launched through the hallways, slamming against the wall with a crash and a loud scream of pain. Looking back to the wide-eyed Itachi, Wanda smiled. So, do you still believe you can touch my son? Or am I going to have to beat you up like that friend of yours? And before you even try it, those little eyes of yours will not affect me, so don't bother, Wanda said, as the man reared back, as he glanced at his unconscious and severely injured ally. I apologize, ma'am, we shall be taking our leave, he said, before leaving the area, Kisame with him, injured and on the cusp of death. Watching him leave, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind. That should turn out interesting. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be meeting Tsunade and bringing her back to the village. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 85, Tsunade. Third POV. As it turns out, beating the snot out of S-ranked missing nin like Kisame and Itachi tended to catch a shit ton of attention. Especially from Jiraiya, who now looked at Wanda with an entirely new light, as he realized that she truly was very powerful. And while he wasn't sure she was as strong as him, he knew for a fact that she was very capable, and more than powerful enough to take care of, and protect Naruto from certain members of the Akatsuki. So, the complaints regarding that aspect began to cease. It was a couple of days later since that event, and the trio had enjoyed their time traveling around the nation, following the leads for Tsunade. No other difficulties had arrived during that time, as Wanda had taken care of anything that could have become a problem. So instead, Naruto spent it training and just enjoying the process, as it was basically just a vacation for him more than anything. As nothing was happening, and Jiraiya was the one who was doing most of the hunting for Tsunade. A hunt that had officially ended as of today, as Wanda, Melim, and Naruto all walked behind Jiraiya, towards where Tsunade should be at the moment. How are we going to get Tsunade to come with us, pervy sage? Naruto asked, as the men grumbled at the nickname, before responding. We just gotta tell her that she's being chosen to become the Hokage and she'll come running. If not, well, I've got another plan, but I'd really prefer to not have to go down that route, Jiraiya said, sweating as he knew the other plan was. To offer to pay off all her debts, and she had a lot of them. By paying off all these debts, she'd come back, but she had a shit ton of debt, and even with the money he made from his perverted books, it would be very expensive. We can always drag her back too. I'm sure fighting her could be fun. Melim said with a bright grin, having heard of how strong Tsunade was. Jiraiya looked at Melim with a sweat drop, knowing that the kid was way stronger than she looked, and he had seen some of the workouts she had done. And quite frankly, he had no idea if she could beat Tsunade or not, but considering how powerful Wanda was, he wouldn't be surprised if she could. Yeah, maybe not that. She needs to come willingly, somewhat. So that'll be a last resort sort of thing, Jiraiya responded, as Wanda, nodding with the perverted men who had actually been growing a bit over the past few days. He wasn't nearly as bad as he was before, and was beginning to respect Naruto and his boundaries, as well as his choice of seeing Melim as his sister and Wanda as his mother. As he began to see just how much Wanda cared for him, and the power that she held that could protect him from those who wished to use him. Eventually, the group of 4 walked into a restaurant, one that Wanda knew Tsunade in, and one that Jiraiya wished to use to gather information, as it could be a good source of info. Only, he paused when he looked off into the distance, locking eyes with a tall beautiful woman. This woman was Tsunade Senju. Jiraiya. Tsunade yelled, shocked to see him. Tsunade. I've been looking everywhere for you. Jiraiya replied in shock, as Naruto and Melim both blinked upon looking at her. Especially Melim, considering she could see through the illusion that was covering Tsunade's real form. That's Tsunade. She's younger than I was expecting, Malim said in slight surprise, as she looked a lot younger than she actually was, even under the illusion. Younger looking than Jiraiya at least. Eventually the group of four moved and sat across from Tsunade, who had been very obviously drinking that night, as well as her protege, Shizun. It's like a reunion. All y'all's faces coming back at the same time, Tsunade spoke, as she downed her drink, some sort of alcohol, as Malim and Naruto both glanced at her. This is just sad, Naruto thought, while Malim thought she looked pathetic. You mean Orochimaru? So, what happened? Jiraiya asked, as he finished his own drink, the last of the bottle being poured into Tsunade's shot glass. Oh, nothing very much. We said hello, that's about it, Tsunade said, as Malim let out an audible snort. Alright, I'll cut right to the chase. Tsunade, the village, in its great wisdom, has decided to name you as the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya said, dropping the bombshell casually as Tsunade paused, before looking up at Jiraiya. You heard about the 3rd Hokage, right? Jiraiya asked casually. It was Orochimaru's doing, right? I heard about it, Tsunade responded as if it was nothing, as if it didn't matter to her. And while it did, thanks to her trauma, she truly didn't want to return. The conversation continued between the two, before eventually, Jiraiya got to the topic of Minato, and in response, Tsunade said some rather foolish things that caused the situation to escalate. Oh, sure, but all that didn't save him from dying young. Throwing his life away all for the sake of the village. Money's one thing, a life's another. To risk your life against all odds, that's a sucker's bet. My grandfather and his successor, they were also willing to die to defend the village. Well, they're both dead all right, and the village is no safer than it ever was, Tsunade responded, as Jiraiya spoke up. Sounds to me, you've changed, Tsunade. I don't know what's happened to make you like this, but to say such things out loud. Jiraiya responded, keeping calm. Tsunade just let out a giggle in response. Don't forget I am not as young as I look. The years have taught me a great deal. Sarutobi-sensei too, he should have known better. What did he expect trying to be a hero at his age? Playing as Hokage. Count me out, it's a fool's game, Tsunade finished, as finally, Malim and Naruto could not hold it in anymore, as they both spoke at the same time, and said the same words. What a coward, they both said coldly. What? And who are you brats to say that to me? Tsunade replied with a scoff, as Naruto and Malim both grinned. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I will become the next Hokage, Datebao. Naruto exclaimed with a wide grin. And I'm Malim Nava, way stronger than an old hag like you, and sure as hell not a coward. Malim said, as they both grinned at her, causing Tsunade to snort. Please, a pipsqueak like you. I could break you in half with my pinky finger. And who's the last one supposed to be, one of the girls you pay to have fun with, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked with a smirk, looking at Wanda who just snorted while Naruto and Malim glared at her. I'm the mother of these two. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't say such things about me. I'd hate to harm the future Hokage, and I've always wished to meet the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju in person. Too bad how you've turned out, I'm sure him and his brother would be horribly disappointed in you, Wanda said while sipping her tea, as Tsunade launched up, the table shattering underneath her fist. What did you say? I said that your family would be horribly disappointed in how you have turned out. Hashirama, Tobirama, Mito, as well as the ones that have caused you to become the shell of your former self, Dan and Nawaki, Wanda replied simply, as Tsunade's anger flew over the top and her fist launched towards Wanda, only for it to be blocked by Malim who caught it casually. Don't attack my mama when she's speaking, coward, Malim glared, threatening to crush the woman's fist but stopped when Wanda shook her head. Don't hurt her, Han, she's just grieving. And while she's doing it in a horrible way, she is hurting. But I must say, do you really think that running from your problems, gambling and drinking your life away, is going to change anything? Wanda asked, as she looked the woman in the eyes. As the question flew from her mouth, Wanda locked eyes with Tsunade, one thought on her mind as she waited for her to speak. This'll be interesting. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. The next chapter will be dealing with Tsunade, and finally dealing with Orochimaru, probably. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 86, Memories. Third POV. What could you possibly know about loss? About the things that I have been through? And you think you have the right to call me a coward? Who the fuck do you think you are? Tsunade scowled angrily as Wanda softly smiled, as she decided to reveal a bit of information. And what she said next was the truth, as all her lives were a part of her, this one more deeply. I lost my sons, you know, Wanda said, as Tsunade paused, with both Malim and Naruto looking at her in shock. At one point, in a sort of different life, I had 2 sons. They were darling little things, smart, strong, inherited power rivaling mine. They were a light to my life. But, eventually, they were taken from me. That was the worst time of my entire life, Wanda spoke, as she continued. I had gone through something far, far worse than you could even imagine after that, Tsunade Senju. I did things that could make even the worst slaughters, worst killings, worst wars, look like ants in comparison, Wanda said, remembering the words that she, or at least, another her, spoke. No. More mutants. Those words had killed an infinite amount of mutants, so many lives snuffed out with 3 words. A trillion lives, so many lives, that she had permanently reworked the entire multiverse in a meaningful way, and had ended the lives of more people than just about anyone else in that multiverse. So yes, I can certainly say I know what you have been through, Tsunade. I have been through worse than you, and yet, here I stand. Not wallowing in self-pity and sadness, not hating myself and drinking my life away, and certainly not contemplating the thought of working with Orochimaru, Wanda said, as Tsunade stared into her eyes. And before you even think of responding, I would be very careful with what you say. Should even a single word about them come from that mouth, I will kill you. Wanda stopped her, knowing what the woman might have said. And while they were no longer her sons technically, she still felt the warmth for them, still thought of them as such. And she would not allow someone to speak of them in such a manner, just as she wouldn't for Malim and Naruto, who were both hugging her at this point, sadness in their eyes once she revealed this information. How do you know about Orochimaru? Tsunade said, picking her words carefully. I am far stronger than I look, Tsunade. And thanks to that, I know that he has offered to revive them, to bring them back to the world of the living. But I also know that this will not work in the way you think, Wanda responded, as Tsunade looked at her. What do you mean? When they are brought back, they will be under his complete and absolute control, being nothing more than puppets that will serve him. Not only that, but they will be husks of their former selves, unkillable, but not alive. They'd be nothing more than corpses walking around with their soul shoved back into their form. It would be desecration, it would be a terrible thing to do to those you love, Wanda answered, as she continued to sip on her tea. Tsunade looked alarmed at what she heard from this, as she realized that she couldn't accept Orochimaru's offer, not if that was what it could do to Nawaki and Dan, her brother and lover. Why did you come with Jiraiya? You are strong, obviously. So why bother? Tsunade asked, as she stared at Wanda, who hummed. Because my adoptive son, Naruto, wanted me to come. And I thought it would be fun. That, and he wished to meet one of his last living relatives, even if it's distantly, Wanda responded, as Tsunade's eyes widened slightly. What? You didn't know. Naruto's grandmother on his mother's side is a Senju. I myself only found out a few days ago, but in terms of blood, I believe he is your cousin, Wanda responded, and this was actually the truth, shockingly enough. It was one of the AU differences in this world, and a major one, considering that this woman was Tsunade's sister. What was her name? Tsunade asked, as even Jiraiya looked shocked. I believe it was Mariko Senju, Wanda responded, as Tsunade stepped back in shock, realizing that Naruto was her grandnephew of sorts. I didn't realize she was married, Tsunade whispered to herself, as she gazed at Naruto with a new light, realizing that they were related. And while it was a rather strange way, he was still a Senju by blood. The kid is a Senju. Jiraiya exclaimed, as Wanda nodded. Distantly, but he does have Senju blood running through his veins, Wanda responded, as the men looked back at Naruto, who wasn't shocked, as he had been told by Wanda a few days ago once she found out. As this wasn't something that she wanted to hide from him. It'd be wrong of her to keep that sort of information from him. It'd be wrong to keep that from anyone, really. Why me? Why choose me of all people to be Hokage? Even you'd be better, Jiraiya. Especially with my fear of blood, with my problems in general, Tsunade asked her old friend as the men sighed. Because you, even with those problems, are the best possible choice. I can't run Konoha and run my spy ring, Tsunade. I don't have the connections that you do. I haven't done nearly as much for the village as you have with your medical jutsu and everything else you have done, Jiraiya responded. And you being related to the first 2 Hokages, and being one of the 3 protégés of the third is also a very big part of it, Jiraiya added, being pretty open that she was getting this not only because of her own hard work, but also because she was already related to 3 of the 4 last Hokages, in one way or another. And you expect me to become Hokage even with my fear of blood and the gambling and drinking? Yeah, right, the council would throw a fit the second I enter that office, Tsunade said with a snort, knowing exactly how the civilian council was. You just need to get past your trauma, Tsunade. Get past the loss of Dan and Nawaki, and understand that neither of them would want you to remain consumed in the past. Once you get past that, the fear of blood will naturally begin to disappear, Wanda answered, as it really was rather simple. It was just a bit difficult to actually do. But with the event with Orochimaru coming up, it should naturally be possible. Easier said than done, Tsunade responded with a snort, as she decided that there was no point fighting about this anymore. Instead, she wanted to go find and beat the living snot out of Orochimaru for trying to manipulate her into doing something so horrible. So will you do it? Will you become Hokage? Jiraiya asked, as Tsunade stared at him in silence, contemplating it, before Naruto added something. He'll also pay off all your debts, Naruto added, as Jiraiya's eyes widened and his head snapped to Naruto's a glare tearing into the boy who could only grin in response, while Wanda let out a giggle as Tsunade smirked. Deal. She instantly said, as Jiraiya visibly deflated, knowing that he wouldn't be getting out of that promise. Jiraiya could only inwardly cry at the money that would be lost from this, while Wanda smiled, pleased that this went better than she was expecting initially. Later, after Wanda and her children left for the hotel, Tsunade and Jiraiya were still in the restaurant. That woman, who the hell is she? Tsunade asked, as she looked at her teammate, visible concern on her face. I've got no clue, but all I know is that her daughter, Milim, is stronger than me, way stronger. And if Milim's claims are right, then Wanda can crush her in a single move even when she is going all out, Jiraiya responded, as Tsunade let out a breath. So basically, don't fuck with them, Tsunade said, as Jiraiya nodded. At the nod, Tsunade could only let out a small laugh at the absurdity of it, and said one final thing. Just when I thought my life couldn't get any more ridiculous. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. The next chapter will be dealing with Orochimaru, and then after that will be Danzo, and then it will be back to the bookstore. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 87, Forged Anew. Third POV. At the hotel, Wanda was in her bedroom, her kids both laying in bed on both her sides. How come you never told us about them, Mama? Milim asked, remembering the face that Wanda had made when she talked about her sons. Because it can be quite hard to speak about them, Milim. Talking about loved ones that you have lost is very hard. And it is because of that I did not get angry at Tsunade for her words, and for her attempt at attacking us. Because she is grieving. And I understand what she is going through, Wanda replied to her daughter, who sadly looked at her. What were their names? Naruto asked, as Wanda smiled softly. Thomas and William, Wanda responded softly, as Naruto was cuddled against her. I wish we could meet them, Milim whispered, as Wanda smiled. Maybe in the future, Han, after all, existence is infinite. And while the ones that I know and love might not exist anymore, there are many more out there that you can meet. Some of them I am certain are just like them, Wanda replied, as the two of them looked at her. I'd like that, Milim said, as Naruto nodded, agreeing with the idea. I'll make it happen in the future. But for now, let's get some sleep. After all, tomorrow we have a rather irritating little snake to deal with, Wanda said with a warm smile as she pressed a kiss against each of their foreheads. Soon, the three of them fell asleep, as they stayed cuddled with their mother. The next day, Wanda had awoken to eat breakfast with the kids, only to have Shizen run up to them, panting as Wanda looked at her. Tsunade-sama, she's gone. I think she's gone to meet with Orochimaru. Shizen exclaimed, as Wanda looked at her, before spreading her senses, humming as she found that Jiraiya was currently unconscious thanks to the work of Tsunade. She is. Jiraiya is currently knocked out in his room. You go and heal him, we'll go find Tsunade, Wanda ordered, as the woman looked at her surprised, before nodding and racing off. She knew from Tsunade that Wanda was immensely powerful, so powerful that she was warned not to even think of fighting her. Can I beat up the snake, Mama? Milim asked, as Wanda giggled. No darling, but you can beat up his servant, the boy named Kabuto. I'll be personally dealing with Orochimaru, as he has done some things that are overstepping his bounds, Wanda said, as they began to race through the small town that they were in, towards where Tsunade was battling it out with Orochimaru and Kabuto together. Eventually they reached the battlefield, as Wanda landed next to Tsunade, who was wiping blood from her lips. I didn't heal him. I had to see if you were telling the truth, if he was really manipulating me. And you were. So, thank you for that, Tsunade said, as Wanda looked down at her with a soft smile, her hand stretching out as she placed her hand on Tsunade's shoulder, instantly healing her of all her wounds, and not only that, but it seemed she had boosted her a bit. If her de-aging was any indicator. Oops, Wanda thought, as she just shrugged, deciding it didn't really matter that much, before she turned to Orochimaru who was watching her hesitantly. I'm shocked you still came here, Snake. Considering what I did to your cursed marks, Wanda said with a smile on her face, a smile that widened even more upon seeing the wide-eyed fear that began to form on Orochimaru's face. Milim-han, you can go and beat up that boy if you wish. Naruto, how about you take care of the summon? Wanda asked, noticing the large snake summon as Naruto grinned and nodded, racing off to summon Yasaka so he can beat up Orochimaru's snake summon. At the same time, Kabuto couldn't even react as a fist launched him through the tree line, Melim moving so fast that he couldn't even comprehend what was happening. Pain arched through his being as Melim began to truly beat the living shit out of him. You're the one who got rid of my marks. How? Orochimaru exclaimed in anger and fear. It's quite simple, I'm just powerful enough to do it. A simple little thing as a soul mark isn't difficult for me to get rid of. And doing it to 302 people isn't much of a difference for me, Wanda responded simply with a shrug, as she disappeared and reappeared in front of Orochimaru. So, how do you wish to do this? I can either kill you and wipe your soul from existence, or I can make you into something better, someone better. Show you things that will shatter that little mind of yours, and rework it into something that will improve the world as a whole, Wanda said with a smile, as the man scowled at her, attempting to use a jutsu, only for her to snap her finger as his eyes widened. Weakness filled his form, as he let out a gasp. What did you just do? Orochimaru gasped out, pain and weakness flowing through her being. I cut you off from your chakra. So now you really do have to choose. Either reworked or dead, it's your choice. And before you say anything, there are no other options, and there is absolutely no chance of you getting away from me, so I be careful with how you decide, Wanda said with a smile on her face, as if this was nothing. And it was. Reworking a soul or mind was casual to her. She could shatter the mind of anyone she wanted by just showing her true form. As the form she always showed. It was just a cover. Her true form was more akin to that of an eldritch horror, but not ugly, just beyond. That and her true form would obliterate all of reality if she showed it. With only higher multiverses like Marvel and DC being able to withstand the sheer power that would radiate from her existence should she do that. Our rework, Orochimaru stuttered fearfully, as Wanda smiled. Great. This'll hurt, but afterwards, well, let's just say your life will be a lot better, probably, Wanda said, as her hand shot out, and she tapped him on the forehead. The second she did that, his mind began to be reworked. Memories began to pour into his head. Memories of the future, of the events of Boruto. Of his own failures and growth, of the things that he would do, and the good things he would accomplish during Boruto. She also showed him what would happen in alternate universes where he continued down this route. What would happen to the world should he continue like he was. What his failures would grow into, and the true and absolute monster that he would become. Tears of blood began to trickle out of his eyes, staining his cheeks as he saw what was coming. Of Kaguya and her threat. Of the Akatsuki. Of how truly and utterly meaningless his thoughts and actions meant. Of the fact that Konoha was absolutely needed in order to stop this, in order to save the world, and save the future. He saw it all, and his mind could only struggle to understand and withstand all of this, as he breathed out, the memory soon finishing as his chakra returned to him, and he opened his eyes, looking at Wanda with a new light. Looking down to the ground below, he began to laugh. He laughed loud and manically, as he truly realized just how useless what he was doing is, and just how overwhelmingly powerful this woman before him was. I understand now. How foolish I have been. How useless what I am doing was. Orochimaru yelled out, as his laughter began to die down, his old teammates looking at him with wide eyes, as he lowered his head. I apologize for the actions I have taken against you, ma'am. I apologize for my foolishness and my arrogance. And I apologize for not seeing the truth of the world sooner. And I swear on all that I am, that I shall become what you have shown me I can become. I will accomplish things even better than that, Orochimaru said to Wanda sincerely. If she had sensed him lying or alternate thoughts, she would have killed him, but he was being completely and utterly truthful with his words. And upon hearing those words, Wanda had only one thing to say in response. Good, let's hope you keep that promise. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be getting back to Konoha and some more. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 88, Explanations. Third POV. Watching as Wanda had just seemingly broken Orochimaru down, making him into something completely unrecognizable, Tsunade and Jiraiya both looked at Orochimaru in confusion and awe. At the same time, Kabuto was looking at him in absolute horror, realizing that Wanda had just done something to his master, something that completely changed him. Wanda glanced at Kabuto, before humming, "What should I do with your protege, Orochimaru? Should I kill him, or break him down and rebuild him like I did with you?" Wanda asked, looking at the pale-faced man who looked at Kabuto. "Rebuild him, ma'am. He will be useful for the future, and I believe with his help I can complete my projects faster than without him," Orochimaru responded, as Wanda smiled and flicked her wrist. Kabuto dropped to his knees, pain echoing from his throat as he cried out in incredible agony. Like Orochimaru, he began to see things, the truth of things. The future, of what would happen, of what he would do. But she also showed him things that would permanently change him as a person. The truth of his mother's death, what she wanted for him, what he could do in the future, what he could become. The great things that he could accomplish if he worked for good, and not evil. The lives he could save. She showed him all of it, as his mind broke down and was rebuilt. The process was overall quite similar to Orochimaru's but a bit longer, as she had to show him more. His eyes bled, and he writhed, but eventually, the process finished. And just like Orochimaru, he immediately lowered his head. I apologize for my actions. I see now that what I am doing, what I was going to do, is completely pointless in the long run. I shall strive to join Orochimaru-sama, and improve this world. Kabuto yelled, slamming his head against the ground as Tsunade and Jiraiya were growing more and more concerned. Good, I hope that you will strive to become a better person, just like your sensei, Wanda responded with a smile, as Tsunade and Jiraiya finally had enough. What the hell just happened? What did you do to them? Tsunade yelled, as Wanda blinked and looked over to the woman. Oh that. It's simple really, I showed them what would happen if they continued down this route. The absolute pointlessness of their current actions, and the myriad of other alternate endings they may have, if they are good and change for the better, Wanda responded with a simple smile on her face, as if she didn't just shatter the mind of a Sannin and rebuild it. You can do that? Tsunade asked, wide-eyed. My daughter wasn't lying, you know. I am far more powerful than you, or anyone else on this planet. Just because I do not show it off, doesn't make it true. And reworking someone's mind and showing them the future isn't that difficult, Wanda responded with a shrug, as it really wasn't a problem. You can see the future? Jiraiya asked, wide-eyed. He knew of the prophecy, so he wondered if she maybe knew what it was going to bring about, but Wanda just glanced at him. I won't be telling any of you about it, so don't bother asking. And if you're wondering why, it is because by telling you the future, that future will not happen. And the future that is coming is not a bad one, so you don't need to worry about that, Wanda said before the men could even ask the question that was on his mind. That makes sense. Well, at least we know that the future is a good one, Jiraiya responded, as her explanation for why she could not explain the future did make a lot of sense. As it would make them change their choices if they knew of the future, and by changing their choices, that same future that they had been told about would not happen thanks to the changes they make. What are we doing with those two then? Tsunade asked, looking at Orochimaru and Kabuto, before Wanda smiled. I was going to suggest that you take them to Konoha. Once you become Hokage, you can give them a secret laboratory that they can work in, without being discovered. Or you can imprison them and make them repay the village by working to improve it. Either one would likely work, Wanda answered, as Tsunade looked at the two. And how do I know they won't just betray us in the future? Tsunade asked. Simple, because I said so. Seeing the intentions of someone is not even remotely difficult for someone like me. And thanks to that, I can tell you with absolute certainty that these two will not be betraying you again, Wanda responded, as Tsunade looked at the two. All right. Once I become Hokage, I'll get them a secret lab to work out of. I put them in prison, but I'm pretty sure that if I did, they wouldn't be getting out, at all. Not only that, but there'd be calls for execution, so a secret lab is the best route for this, Tsunade said, as she looked at her old teammate and Kabuto. She was tempted to just let them get killed, but if Orochimaru could be used to work with the village, improving the lives of everyone within, it was a better option than just offing the men. It also didn't help that he was still her teammate, and she'd like to not have to kill him. Fantastic. Now, let's get back to the village, shall we? Then we can return to Konoha so you can take your place as the 5th Hokage, Wanda said, as they all nodded in agreement. Walking back to the small village that they were near, Shizen couldn't help but ask the question that was on everyone's minds. How did you get so strong? Shizen asked, as that sort of power was not something that could just come out of nowhere. It had to be trained, made, earned. I was born with most of it. Given the mantle of a very, very important type of entity, one that is connected with the greater expanse of existence on a conceptual level, Wanda explained, as they all looked at her in even more confusion, but also a bit of awe. And what of chakra? I can't sense any of it from you, but you're still so strong, how? Tsunade asked. Oh that. I simply have so much chakra that you cannot properly sense it. As my chakra extends so far and wide that it is like it's a part of the world itself. You wouldn't even notice it unless you really knew what to look for, or if a Hyuga helped you, Wanda responded, as this was the truth. She had more chakra than entire universes, and thanks to that, the sheer amount of her chakra was enough to surround entire universes in its power. They all looked at her in silent awe, before Jiraiya was the one to speak up. That's ridiculous. You know that, right? To have so much chakra that it looks like it's just a part of the world itself. That's more chakra than any Kage, like ever. Not even the first Hokage had that much. Hell, I don't even think the tailed beasts do either. Jiraiya responded, completely and utterly flabbergasted with everything that Wanda was explaining. I guess I am just better than them, Wanda responded with a shrug, as it didn't really mean anything to her. The others could only look at her with deadpans, while her children grinned, knowing that their mama really was awesome. After returning back to the small village that they had been staying in, they ended up gathering up all their things, buying a few souvenirs, and began the trip back to Konoha. While Tsunade and Orochimaru also made plans for his laboratory, and what he planned on making in the future. Things like cures for various poisons, diseases, and other toxins. Things that could massively improve the survival rate of the shinobi of the village, and even the civilian lives. All of these things are huge for the village as a whole. All the while Wanda continued to train and help Naruto learn. Eventually, after a few days, they had returned back to the village, people looking at Tsunade in awe as she walked through the village alongside Jiraiya. And as they returned back, Wanda looked at Tsunade, one thought on her mind. Time to take out Danzo. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Just some explanations and the return to the village. Next chapter will be taking care of Danzo for good, and returning back to the shop after like 10 chapters. Then there'll be some dates and other stuff. Anko will not be a love interest. It'll be Death and Raven only. They'll be getting developed in the next 10 to 15 chapters, with Death coming first and then Raven after. Should be getting together by chapter 120 or so. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 89, Danzo's last day. Third POV. Returning back to Konoha had turned out to be an interesting experience. As the second that Tsunade had returned, she was whisked away by Jiraiya to the council chambers, in order to speak with the council for the first time officially. And said council had quickly proven why they were annoying little rats that Hiruzen hated with a passion. By almost immediately trying to get her to order Naruto to reveal his secrets, and how he became so powerful. More than that, they tried to get her to imprison Wanda so they could try to find out her secrets. Tsunade had immediately shut down both of these ideas, as she couldn't even touch Wanda, hell, not even Melim. Melim alone could slaughter the entirety of Konoha. Wanda wouldn't even need to lift a finger to take care of the village. So she wasn't about to be a fool and get her and her people killed in an ignorant attack on her simply so she could figure out the secrets to her almighty power. Instead, she decided as the first proclamation as the 5th Hokage, that the civilian council was going to officially be disbanded, as it had long passed its use, and was becoming a parasite that was causing more trouble than it was worth. She couldn't do this until she officially became Hokage, which came a few days later after they had returned to the village. And the reaction had been exactly what she had expected. Outcries from the council members that were being kicked out, happiness from the shinobi council that was sick and tired of the civilians, and a whole lot of her threatening them to fuck off or get punished accordingly. They promptly did fuck off. With that over, Tsunade was able to put the plan involving Orochimaru into place. Using her new power as the Hokage, and the help of Wanda to make the man a proper lab that he could work out of without ever being found, unless she allowed him to be found at least. The reactions to Tsunade being the 5th Hokage were quite mixed. As it was public knowledge that she had been a drunk and gambling addict for the past decade or so, and it was even more well known that she was quite temperamental. But the fact that she was the most well-liked Sannin, and was incredibly skilled, made up for that. Add the fact that she was the granddaughter of the first, the grandniece of the second, and one of the protégés of the third, and it made it next to impossible to truly complain about her becoming the 5th Hokage. Of course, there was one person that had complained, and tried his damnedest to stop her from becoming the Hokage, and naturally that person was Danzo. The man in question had been all but crippled in terms of power, thanks to the slaughter of his root shinobi, and the way all of his information had been stolen, and proof of his actions had been taken from his own study. It all lined up to make it very, very difficult for him to do anything. And now that he no longer had the civilian council to control, and the 2 elders had been dismissed, replaced with Jiraiya and, in secret, Orochimaru, he had next to nothing that he could truly do against her. And the worst thing was that the one that had caused all of this had gotten off, with him not even being able to prove that Wanda had acted against him in the village. It made things even worse when his communications with Orochimaru had completely and utterly ended, with the Snake Man refusing to respond to any of his messages. With Naruto not being a possibility for him to control, Danzo realized that the only way he could regain power was to cut his losses and leave, so that he could rebuild far away from the village, and once he gained the power that he so desired, he would come back and take the village, through force if he has to. Sadly for him, he completely underestimated Wanda, again. Standing in the Hokage's office, Wanda stood across from Tsunade who sat behind her chair. Jiraiya and Shizen both at her sides, the Umbu having already been dismissed the second Wanda had walked through the door. "So, Wanda-sama, what are you here for?" Tsunade asked, as Wanda didn't seem like the type to just show up out of nowhere for no reason. "I'm here to tell you that I'm going to get rid of one of your rather nasty problems." "One by the name of Danzo Shimura," Wanda responded, as Tsunade's eyes widened. "You want to go after that creep? But what for?" I've been trying to find anything that can let us pin him, but the guy doesn't leave any sort of evidence of what he is doing, Tsunade asked, as Wanda smiled, as papers formed onto Tsunade's desk. This is evidence of his many crimes against the village, including aiding in the slaughter of the Uchiha clan, bloodline stealing, causing the slow extinction of the Senju clan, releasing secrets ranging from a rank all the way to SS rank to the public and other foreign parties, utilizing a shadow organization that has been quietly killing innocent men and women from all sorts of villages, and dozens more, Wanda listed, as Tsunade blanked at the mention of her clan. What did you just say? Tsunade said emotionlessly, as killing intent began to flare around her. Danzo Shimura is the cause of Kawaki's death, alongside many other shinobi from every clan in the village. The Senju and Uchiha both died out because of him, Wanda explained, as Tsunade's fist shattered the table beneath her. I didn't think the bastard would go that far, Jiraiya said in shock, as he looked over the paper, showing more than enough evidence that he had indeed been the cause of most of these acts, with enough evidence to give them cause to find and hunt the men down. He is a little worm of a person. One that I am going to go and find and bring here. Once I do, I plan on making him feel pain that you cannot even imagine, before healing his mind of its eventual shattering, and doing it over and over, until Tsunade is ready to kill him for good, Wanda informed, as Tsunade looked her in the eyes before nodding. Bring him here, please. In return I will have you named as an honorary elder of the village, with the same pull and power as Jiraiya over here, but with none of the duties, Tsunade said. Wanda raised an eyebrow at the offer, before smiling. I'll take you up on that offer. I'll be back in a minute at most, Wanda said, as she teleported off, leaving Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya in the room alone once more, as Tsunade pulled out a thing of alcohol and began to drink. Far off outside of the village, Danzo was on the road, racing through the trees of the forests that surround the village, fleeing. He knew that eventually whoever had gathered the evidence of his actions would give it to Tsunade, so he needed to get out of there as fast as he possibly could before that could happen. Too bad for him, he severely underestimated just how powerful Wanda truly is. You know fleeing is pointless, right? A voice echoed in his ear, as his eyes widened and he attempted to attack, only to get launched to the ground a moment later, every bone in his body shattering in an instant as he groaned in pain. Why you? Danzo groaned upon seeing Wanda standing over him with a smile, her hand pointed at him as he screamed in pain. Can't let you keep these. Gotta return them to the dead, but I think I'll give Naruto a pair. Gotta make my son stronger after all. Wanda smiled with a giggle, as each of the Sharingan eyes implanted into the old man popped out one by one, blood pouring from each of the holes as he screamed in pain, before eventually the last eye from underneath his bandaged eye was pulled out, the same one belonging to Shisui Uchiha. With all the eyes gone from him besides his only normal one, Wanda smiled, as she flicked her wrist, a loud scream of agony echoing from him as blood poured from his eyes. As she quite literally began to torture his very soul. Watching it all, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. I wonder if Naruto will like a pair of Sharingan. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter is the last one in Naruto. After that it's back to the store, finally LOL. Future arcs in other worlds will not be this long, as this was extended far longer than I was expecting initially. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 90, Execution, Returning Home. Third POV. With Danzo unconscious next to her, mind shattering over and over as he was forced under horrific nightmares and torture, Wanda gripped his shirt and teleported off with the old man, reappearing back in the Hokage's office a few moments later. Tsunade shot up at the sight of the unconscious Danzo, only to look wide-eyed as Wanda floated a Sharingan eyes in jars up and onto a nearby table. A little over 20 eyes were preserved and in jars. What the hell? Jiraiya muttered, looking at the eyes, and noticing the holes in his arm, and the lack of his eye. Each of the holes in his arm was bleeding heavily, and clearly was showing that these eyes that Wanda had revealed had been inserted into Danzo's arm. Did he have those in his arm? Shizune asked, horrified as she realized what Danzo might have done. Having an entire arm fused with over a dozen Sharingan eyes was horrific. He did. They're the eyes of the Uchiha that died during the massacre. I've separated them all into the pairs that they should be in, and I've also placed the names of each of the Uchiha that they belong to on the top of them. Not sure what you can do with them, but I hope that will help, Wanda responded, as Tsunade nodded. That'll be a huge help. I'm not sure we can return the eyes with how long they've been out of them, and their bodies have likely fallen apart by now. But perhaps we can at least give them a proper send-off, Tsunade responded, wondering if perhaps they could cremate the eyes or something of the sort. The idea of giving them to someone else was definitely an appealing one, but she didn't want to disrespect the dead, so instead she'd either cremate the eyes, or return them to Sasuke who could decide what to do with the eyes. What did you do to the bastard? Looks like he's broken, Jiraiya asked, looking down at Danzo's form. I made him go through some, less than savory things, mentally of course. It's all just a form of payback for what he has done to my son, and to all the other innocents. And don't worry, every time his mind shatters I'll heal it so he always remembers what he has experienced, and so he can answer any questions you may have, Wanda responded, as Jiraiya and Tsunade both looked relieved to hear this. As they would need to question him, and thoroughly. And what about the rest of his root shinobi? Should we prepare a strike force to wipe them out? Tsunade asked, not sure what Wanda had done about them. Oh, them. No, you don't need to worry about them. My daughter took care of them during the invasion, there is no root anymore. The innocent members like the children had been freed, the rest have been wiped out, Wanda responded simply, as Tsunade looked at her in shock, but also a bit of gratitude. As wiping out the root would have been incredibly difficult for them to do, with how widespread and well hidden they were. So to hear that they were already gone was a great boon to the village, and would make what comes next to be much easier. Good. Thank you for all of the help, Wanda-sama. You have done this village, and myself, a great service, and I will not forget that, Tsunade said. Good. Then will you allow me to take Naruto with me? Wanda asked, causing Tsunade to blink. What? I wish to take Naruto to live within my shop permanently. I plan on using the next 2 to 3 years to train him, and once that happens he'll come back to deal with certain issues that are in this world. But during these years, he won't be able to take any missions. So you can think of it as a training trip of sorts, but one that you can visit as long as you're coming to the shop to buy something, Wanda responded, as Tsunade looked at her for a few moments. Alright, he was going to go on a training trip either way, but you're much stronger than Jiraiya here, so I guess that'll be for the best. Not only that, but you're closer and we can actually visit you as well. So I'll agree to this, Tsunade said with a nod, agreeing to her desire. Naruto would be better off with Wanda rather than Jiraiya. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya knew that. Wanda was the strongest person they had ever met, and it wasn't even close. And she had been training Naruto already, making him stronger than anyone his age, helping him properly utilize the genius he had inherited from his father, the 4th Hokage. Great. In return I guess I can help out with Danzo, Wanda said, as she walked over and tapped his forehead. There. Now when you ask him questions, he will have no choice but to tell the truth to whatever you ask. So there won't be a need to torture him, just ask him what you want to know, and he'll have no choice but to tell you, Wanda said, as Tsunade looked even more grateful, as this was going to make their lives so much easier. Getting the truth out of Danzo would be effortless now, and now they would be able to execute him without having to worry about anyone trying to save his ass, because he himself will be the one to explain everything he has done over the years. Thank you, Wanda. For all of this. With this, Danzo has no chance of escaping us and his own execution. And none of those old coots can even think of stepping in to stop it, Tsunade responded, giving her a smile, a happy, elated smile. Not a problem, Tsunade. Now, I'll leave you to it. As I have a son to go speak with, Wanda said, as she teleported off, leaving Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen alone with the unconscious Danzo Shimura. A couple of days later, after speaking with Naruto regarding moving in with her on a more permanent basis, Wanda was ready to finally go back to her bookstore, as she had been in the Naruto universe for what felt like forever, and it was time to get back. During these couple of days, Danzo had been questioned thoroughly by Tsunade and Jiraiya, with them asking him all sorts of important questions regarding the horrific things he had done in the past. Including his actions against the Senju clan, his part in the Uchiha massacre, the horrible things he had done to several women for their bloodlines, and all sorts of other crimes that were absolutely going to get him executed. And it did. After 2 days of questioning, and revealing his crimes to the Shinobi Council, Danzo Shimura was brought in front of the entire village, as a number of his crimes were revealed to the greater village. Crimes against the village, against the past Kage, and against humanity itself. They had kept the crimes regarding other villages a secret, of course, as revealing them would likely end up with a war being started, or a rather nasty conflict that they cannot afford to deal with. They also didn't reveal his part in the Uchiha massacre for obvious reasons, as that alone could cause some serious damage to the village as a whole. But Tsunade did decide that she would tell Sasuke the truth once he became a bit older, and wasn't so, well, him. Besides that, Wanda and Naruto had traveled to the ruins of Uzushio during this time, and like she had expected, there was a secret vault beneath the village, with tens of thousands of scrolls, all sorts of gems and rare materials, and ancient secrets and techniques of the Uzumaki clan. As well as a living shitload of sealing techniques, ones that even Wanda looked at with excitement, thanks to the sheer usefulness of a lot of them, and the power that they could exhibit within her hands. They had all been taken into a storage dimension for Naruto, with them also respectfully burying any corpses that had run across, which was quite a few. Wanda also made sure to ward the place, so that nobody would be able to enter the ruins ever again, besides those with Uzumaki blood, and herself. That way if Naruto ever wishes to do something with the place, then he could. But finally, after being in this universe for over a month, Wanda was standing in front of her bookstore, Naruto and Milim at her side, both excited to see their new home, or in Milim's case, return home. And as she walked through the front door of her shop, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. That took a lot longer than I was expecting. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. And so ends the Naruto arc. Sorry for how long that lasted, as I initially thought it would be around 3 to 7 chapters, only for it to extend to like 15 chapters or something like that. Future arcs will not be nearly this long, and will be a maximum of around 10 chapters. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 91, Home, Empress. Third POV. Returning to the bookstore after over a month of being out was a bit of a thing to adapt to, especially for her son. Naruto had taken a little while to adapt to the new home of his, with its huge inner expanse, and literal thousands of dimensions that were created by his mother. Not to mention the tech that was beyond anything he had in his world. He was quite fond of some of the dimensions she had created, like the food dimensions where everything inside was made of food and candies. He also liked the chakra dimension, where everything inside was made of pure immense chakra, so much that even Kurama was not comparable to a simple cockroach inside of the dimension. That was just how it was for most of the dimensions though. Even a simple plant in some of the stronger ones she had created, were capable of atomizing entire planets, and the strongest beasts were capable of destroying stars. And that wasn't even the strongest creature in general, that belonged to the dragon dimension where it was full of solely dragons. Besides showing off the dimensions to Naruto, she had also shown him what his new duties would be, and what would be expected of him, basically, chores. He had accepted them all, as they were actually fun, and would allow for him to meet all sorts of neat people from around existence. Speaking of people that he needed to meet. Upon returning to the shop, Ivy and Raven had finally finished their business inside of the dimensions. So, who are these two? Ivy asked, having never met with Malim or Naruto. But she could tell that they are pretty damn special, strong too. This is Malim and Naruto, my daughter and son. They'll also be new workers at the shop that will help with stocking and even cooking, Wanda informed, as Ivy blinked before glancing at the two. Adopted. Because they don't exactly look like they could be related to you, Ivy asked, as Wanda nodded, while Raven was silently looking at Malim, sensing the immense power within the pink-haired girl. She's strong, Raven said bluntly. Thanks. You're super strong too, maybe even stronger than me. Malim responded, knowing from her mama that Raven had the potential to reach the same levels of power as the higher entities of the DC multiverse, and could even approach the levels of Wanda herself, which is immensely impressive. After all, Wanda was likely in the top 5 strongest in the DC multiverse at the moment, likely tied with Lucifer, so more like top 3. Whoa, you've got a lot of nature energy. Naruto said looking at Ivy. He had been taught how to sense nature energy by Wanda as of recently, so he could tell that she had a lot of it. Thank you. I'm not sure I understand what natural energy is, Ivy responded, a little confused on what he was talking about. Nature energy is the energy of the world itself. All of nature has the energy flowing through it, and some beings, like yourself, naturally can utilize it. It's basically a physical manifestation of the green, Wanda explained, as Ivy looked interested. And can I learn how to use this, nature energy? Beyond just what I've been doing? Ivy asked, interested in the idea of utilizing natural energy to boost her powers further. It should be possible. But that'll come later. You'll need to utilize normal chakra before you can move on to nature energy. As nature energy is far more difficult to learn, and far more difficult to manipulate, Wanda responded, before stopping as a thought came to mind. How about you start to attend the lessons I give Naruto? While there you can learn how to use chakra, and learn a bit about nature chakra until you're ready. That way I can teach both you and Naruto at the same time, Wanda offered, as Ivy looked at Naruto who gave her a grin, before looking back to Wanda. Alright, I don't mind that, Ivy responded, as Naruto didn't seem so bad, so it could be fun. Great. Would you like to attend too, Raven? Wanda asked, turning back to Raven who shook her head. I'd prefer to understand and master my own powers first before I learn any other powers like chakra or nature energy, Raven responded, which was fair. She already had a lot to deal with thanks to the power she had from her father, adding chakra and nature energy on top of that might not be the best idea right now. Best to focus on one thing at a time. Alright, understandable. Now, how about we all get some food in our stomachs and then we can open up shop tomorrow? I'd like to get a good rest before opening up shop, Wanda asked, as they all nodded somewhat excited, as Wanda's cooking was amazing. With that in mind, Wanda walked off, ready to have a good dinner. At the same time, in another world, one of Wanda's clones was having an interesting time. So, how exactly did this happen? Wanda asked, a deadpan on her face as she stared at Daenerys. On her shoulders were 2 new smaller baby dragons, one white and gold, the other a deep purple color akin to amethyst. Well, after you had found the 2 eggs, I thought I could mimic what I had done to bring forth my sons, by using the sacrifice of a life, and fire to bring them to life. And, it seems that I was right, Daenerys said with a sheepish expression on her face, looking at the two dragons. When I gave you the eggs, this is not what I was expecting, Wanda said, as she had found the eggs after she teleported into Valyria and explored the destroyed land. She found thousands of eggs, but she decided to give Daenerys just 2 of them. Should Jon and Daenerys happen, she'd give them one as well, but 5 was enough for now. So, what are you naming them? Well, I do believe they are both my daughters now. So, I believe Raylax and Rhaenys would be good names for them, she responded with a soft smile, naming them after her mother and niece. The same niece that had died to the mountain, the daughter of Rhaegar Targaryen, Rhaenys. Good names. So, now that you have 2 new dragons, I'm assuming that you're finally going to be going after Volantis. After all, you've already taken Slaver's Bay and fortified it, Wanda asked, as Daenerys stared off to the distance. Yes, I believe it is time to conquer Volantis. After them, I believe Karth would be a good candidate for conquest. If not them, then I suppose Pentos would be decent as well, Daenerys mused. And what of the rest of the Dothraki? Didn't you speak of taking them into your ranks? Wanda asked, seeing what her student would decide. I think after we take Volantis I shall travel to V's Dothrak, and will show my strength in person, Daenerys said, knowing that over the months, she had been training extensively with Wanda, growing her own skill in swordsmanship. Not to mention her training in magic that had recently started, magic that was mostly related to fire magics, but there was some other simple spells that Wanda had begun to teach the queen. Over the months, Wanda had also been keeping an eye on Westeros, knowing that the Night King was off in the distance, amassing power. Not that it would do much as long as Daenerys prepared for it enough. Good. It's time you take those savages and begin to make them into something better. Because we both know that they cannot continue how they are, not if you wish to truly conquer Essos, Wanda responded, knowing that Daenerys wished to birth an empire, one even greater than the Valyrian freehold. And she would need the Dothraki changed into something better if she wanted to accomplish this. I know. They will either bend the knee and join me, becoming greater than they possibly could have been before, or they die in the flames of my dragons. Either way, they will not be continuing their current methods, Daenerys responded, as Wanda smiled. Good, don't show mercy to people that live off of enslaving others, that get power and wealth off selling men, women, and children into horrific conditions. Unless you wish for the wheel to continue to turn, to continue its current trend of slavery and death, Wanda said, as Daenerys nodded seriously, knowing that things needed to change. And she would be that change. She just hoped Wanda would be at her side to help her become that change. As she watched Daenerys look off into the distance, Wanda smiled slightly, one thought on her mind. Seems an empress will be born soon, good. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just a chapter of some talking and seeing how her clone in God is doing. Next chapter will have the Harry Potter clone and her doing some stuff on her own. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 92, a Lucifer visits, Pharaoh's tomb. Third POV. With the return to the bookstore over with, the day had passed simply, with her children getting to know Ivy and Raven a bit more. More specifically Raven, as Melim was a bit smarter than she looked, and had noticed the lingering glances that Raven had started giving Wanda recently. Wanda had noticed them, of course. And she suspected that Raven might be gaining a crush on her. Which was, cute, really cute. She was interested in the emo woman, but she also was interested in getting to know her more first, which is why she planned on inviting her out on a date soon. But now it was a new day, and after explaining a few things to Naruto regarding how to do some of the work she had given him, and it was time to open up shop. You want to flip the sign to open, Naruto? Wanda asked her son, who was sitting on her left while Melim was on her right. Last time your sister did it, so I think it's only right you get to do it this time, Wanda said, as Naruto grinned widely and nodded, knowing that flipping the sign to open was what would open up the shop to his mama's home universe. With his decision in mind, Naruto got up and walked to the door, and grabbed the sign, before flipping it open with an exaggerated movement, causing Wanda to giggle and Melim to roll her eyes, pouting slightly. You'll get to do it next time, okay? It's Naruto's first time, so he gets to go, Wanda said, as Melim slowly nodded, still wishing she was able to go, but understanding that her mama wanted her brother to get to it once too. Now, let's see who will come in first, okay? Wanda said, as they both nodded, Naruto moving to sit back next to her, as the door dinged and in walked Lucifer. Ah. My favorite bookstore owner. I was wondering when you'd open back up. That time displacement was quite the interesting little thing, Lucifer said with a grin, as Wanda sighed. Hello, Lucifer. What can I do for you today? Wanda asked, as both Naruto and Melim looked at the men with slightly surprise, knowing from their mama that this man in front of them was one of the only beings in this multiverse that could genuinely compare to her, or maybe even surpass her. Just wish to see my favorite bookstore owner, and the 2 beings from outside this multiverse. After all, it's not every day that you see someone from another multiverse, Lucifer said with a smirk as he glanced at Naruto and Malim. He could very easily sense their power and that they were quite unique. Especially when it came to the energies that they utilized, which was different from anything they had in the DC multiverse. So you're not going to buy anything, and are just here because you're curious about my children? Wanda asked, as she deadpanned. The man in front of her tended to be quite annoying at times, and Wanda was just hoping that he wouldn't cause her problems. But knowing him, that was an eventuality. Of course I am going to buy something. Those new books you have are quite interesting, and I'll also get a batch of your delicious muffins. I'm sure my favorite detective would like one. Lucifer responded, as Wanda raised an eyebrow, knowing he was talking about the one and only Chloe Decker. Hearing what he wanted, Wanda looked at Naruto, who grinned and ran into the back, only to return moments later with a batch of 6 muffins, all freshly made and smelling absolutely delicious. Fantastic. I'll also take all of these as well, Lucifer said, making a motion with his hand as a stack of around 27 books flowed from the bookshelves onto the counter, as Malim began to shove them into bags while Wanda took the large stack of cash the man had placed onto the counter moments later. Anything else? Wanda asked, as the man shook his head. Nope. I'll be back soon though. Mazikeen wishes to buy some of your books on foreign martial arts, Lucifer informed, as Wanda raised an eyebrow, remembering who Mazikeen was, but before she could say anything, Lucifer gave her a wave and walked off, causing her to sigh. He's kind of annoying, Malim said bluntly after the men stepped out of the door, causing Wanda to nod. Yes, honey, yes he is. But he is also a great customer, and not a bad man, just annoying, Wanda responded. How is as strong as you? He seems so weak. Naruto asked, as while Wanda had told them that Lucifer was likely on par with her in power, she hadn't explained why. Because he is the son of the god of this multiverse, the most powerful being in this multiverse who could crush me like a bug. This entity is known simply as the Presence and is far beyond even me. So, it is only natural that his son would be powerful as well, Wanda explained as they both looked surprised to hear that there was someone that could crush Wanda. But they decided that it did make sense, considering this entity was God. Not the actual one, of course. Wanda knew that he was just the god of this multiverse. She had no idea if there was a god out there, a true one. If there was one, she'd love to meet them. The door dinged again a few moments later, as normal customers began to walk in, this being the old ladies that loved to do their book club at her shop, and were some of her favorite customers. Mostly because they were kind and very fun to watch, especially because they read a lot of very interesting romance novels that tended to be a bit more spicy. Which, coming from a bunch of women who ranged from their 60s to late 70s, was quite amusing. Seeing that the book club was here with smiles on their faces, Wanda smiled, knowing that everything was back to normal. In the Harry Potter universe, her clone was currently in Egypt, sitting in one of the ancient tombs of a pharaoh, a tomb that housed ancient scrolls on magic's long lost, magics involving the manipulation and warping of souls. She didn't particularly need the spells, but she decided that they would be useful for Raven and maybe her children if they start to learn magic of the Harry Potter world. An array of spells on the manipulation of souls could prove to be incredibly useful against certain foes of immense magical power. Soul-related spells and powers are some of the most difficult to defend against, as they were able to directly avoid defenses and durability, making it next to impossible to properly block against them, unless you had some sort of ability or item that could defend against soul-related attacks. The Cloak of Invisibility was one of such items thanks to it being a deathly hollow. Harry Potter did not know this little fact, but she was sure he would find out eventually through some of the books he had been buying from her shop, at least, before she had went on the little vacation to the Naruto universe. Glancing at the scroll in her hand, Wanda smiled. Not bad, certainly the best soul-related spell I have found in this universe so far. A spell that allows one to absorb the souls of others, therefore absorbing their magical power and knowledge is quite a huge boon, Wanda said, knowing that such a spell was very powerful. And while she could already do this easily enough, her children couldn't, so it could be a neat boon to them. She would just need to deal with the side effects of the spell by tweaking its functions a little bit, which isn't all that difficult for a being like her. This does make me wonder, how did the pharaohs of old die so often if they had spells like this? With a spell like this, they'd be able to conquer the modern wizarding world with little difficulty. Must have been quite the foe for them to actually lose, Wanda said with a hum, interested in finding out that piece of information. But that would for the future, as right now she had something else on her mind, and that was, let's visit Hogwarts. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Not much to say in the A/N today, so have a good day. Chapter 93, Book Club, Athena's Request. Third POV. While her clone was traveling around the world of Harry Potter, Wanda was back in the bookstore, watching with an amused expression as Naruto was roped into talking with the old ladies that did the book club. The boy had only gone over to bring them their tea, but once they saw how adorable he was they couldn't stop coddling him. He didn't look out of place or anything, as Wanda had made sure to use an illusion on him that covered his normal whisker marks and impossible hair, making him look like a cute 12-year-old boy. One that was getting a lot of attention from the grandmas who were all giggling while he was embarrassed. At least Naruto is talking to some girls, Malim said with a grin, while Wanda giggled at her daughter's statement. I don't think those are the girls he was hoping to talk to, Han, Wanda said, watching her son flush in embarrassment as one of the women pulled on his cheek with a coo, especially once she noticed his blush. He looks like a tomato, Malim laughed, giggling loudly as Naruto heard her words, glaring at his sister upon hearing what she had said. The teasing was making it hard for him to keep a straight face. Don't tease your brother, Malim. Even if he does look like a tomato, Wanda said, which caused Naruto to grin only to pout upon hearing the second sentence that came from his mother. After another few minutes of the old women teasing Naruto, he was allowed to return to the counter, as Naruto gave his mom a small glare. Not a word, Naruto said with a grumble, as Wanda just giggled. I didn't say a thing, Naruto, Wanda replied, as her son just grumbled and plopped down into the chair next to her with a huff. After another 20 minutes or so, the book club had left, but not before each of them bought the next book that they had wanted to read, which was a book that Wanda had recently put into the shop, called The Summer I Turned Pretty. The book was pretty popular in her past life, and she had watched the show rather recently when she was bored, so it was a good addition to the fiction section, more specifically the romance. A while longer had passed, as more customers walked into the shop, mostly normal people who were mostly regulars who were back to buy some new books, or some of her delicious baked goods. Eventually though, a guest that Wanda did know from another universe walked in. And this was Athena. Ah, Athena. I was wondering when you'd return. I've got quite a lot of new books and scrolls for you to read, if you're interested, Wanda said, as Athena blinked, before glancing at the new bookshelves full of hundreds of new books, most of them being from the Naruto world, but also quite a few being from the Game of Thrones world and Harry Potter world. That is quite the new selection. And I will buy some from you, but I am also here to trade in some books of my own that I have gathered as of recent, Athena said, as she snapped her finger, hundreds of books appearing around her as Wanda looked at them all with a sparkle in her eyes. She could tell that they were all completely new books, so she was more than willing to accept them. However, in return for these books I ask for something more than just the books I was already going to buy, Athena said, causing Wanda to pause as she looked up at Athena with a raised eyebrow. And what would that be? Wanda asked, as Athena brought out what looked to be a set of clothes that Wanda recognized as Annabeth's. I would like you to enchant these clothes with the most powerful enchantments you can place for the books I am trading you, Athena asked, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. That's quite the ask, you know. I've never done a trade like that before, but I do have to admit that it is tempting, Wanda said with a hum, before an idea came to her mind, one that might just give her something even better. How about instead of the books, you give me something else? Wanda asked, as Athena looked at her hesitantly. And what would that be? Simple, a single drop of your blood will be enough, Wanda answered, as Athena paused. The blood of a god was immensely powerful, and could be used for all sorts of rituals and other purposes. And with a being as powerful as Wanda, it could be used for just about anything. What will you use it for? I plan on using your blood to figure out the makeup of divinity so I can mimic it. Becoming a proper god does sound quite interesting, you know, Wanda responded with a smile, as Athena looked at her wide-eyed. The idea of literally mimicking divinity was insane. And just casually talking about making yourself a god off of a single drop of blood was even more crazy. But this was also Wanda, and Athena was pretty certain that the woman in front of her could very easily accomplish this. Whether or not that is a problem, she wasn't sure. And you will not use my blood for any other purposes other than that? Athena asked, knowing that she couldn't really stop Wanda if she did, and the offer that Wanda was giving her was quite immense, as the enchantments that would be placed on the clothes would likely be well beyond anything she was imagining. Of course. I'll use the blood for that alone and then get rid of it. You won't need to worry about that. As that is all the blood is useful for anyways, at least, for me that is, Wanda said with a shake of her head at the thought. She was powerful enough to do anything a ritual would accomplish with the blood, so it would be a waste of time keeping it for such a thing. And will I be able to use this to grab some of your new books as well? Athena asked, knowing that the blood was likely worth more than some enchantaments. And the only reason she was even contemplating this idea was for the books. Books that were not of her universe, and could be used to potentially boost her power immensely. Of course. With the blood I'll enchant your daughter's shirt as well as let you pick out, let's say, 25 books, Wanda said after a hum, while her daughter and son looked at Athena. Malim could tell that the woman in front of her was quite strong. Not as strong as her, but stronger than most other people she had run into so far. Way stronger than anyone in Naruto's universe at the least. Deal, Athena said after thinking for a few moments, as Wanda smiled, her hand reaching out and swiping slightly, a glow coating the clothes as ancient runes covered it with immense power, before stopping. There you go. The clothes will be able to defend her against attacks of gods, and would allow her to withstand the true form of higher beings as well. If you bring a more durable set of armor or something of the sort, then I can enchant them with even more power, Wanda informed, as Athena nodded before lifting her finger, a singular drop of golden blood dripping from her wound. Wanda gathered the blood to the side with a smile, before adding another piece of info she thought Athena would like to know. Oh, and if you get the blood of a primordial, bring it to me and I'll give you something far better than this, something similar in power to that little bolt that your father has. Athena perked up at this, as the lightning bolt of her father was the most powerful divine weapon in the pantheon, and one of the most powerful in the entire world. Only Gungnir of the Norse, and a handful of others could hope to compare. I will keep that in mind. I am not sure how I'd get my hands on such immensely powerful blood, but if I do, I'll make sure to bring it to you, Athena responded, knowing that that was not an opportunity she could afford to miss, if she ever got it. With that conversation finished, Athena gave her a nod before walking off to select her books. All the while both Naruto and Melim had only one thing to say as they watched her leave, and that was, "She's weird." There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Just her talking with Athena and some store duties. Next chapter will be her going into the DC universe with Naruto, and messing with the team once again. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 94, Prank. Third POV. A few days had passed since the visit from Athena, and ever since she had come around, she had noticed an influx of demigod customers. As in, it went from an average of 10 visiting a day, to pretty much half the camp visiting every day. Wanda had no idea what the woman had said in regards to her store and what she had done to make them all come to her store, but she wasn't going to complain. As they were not only buying tons of books and bakery goods, but they were also bringing in several new books that she would trade for, and they were giving Naruto and Melim a new source of entertainment. New friends too. Basically, Wanda was pleased with the fact that her children were gaining some new friends. With Naruto finding the Apollo and Hermes demigods to be fun to talk with, and Melim was fond of the Ares demigods. They were the most in tune with her, and she was interested in meeting more of them. At the same time, Wanda had been interested in meeting some of the other gods, more specifically Hephaestus and Hestia. But she would have to speak with Athena herself about talking with them. With Wanda now having the blood of a divine being, it was not going to be difficult for her to become an actual god herself, but she decided against doing so until she connected to some of the other forces of the DC multiverse. The ones that she wished to connect to were, the Sage Force, the Life Force, the Green, the Red, the Clear, and the Black. There was also the Life Equation and the Anti-Life Equation. She already technically knew the latter thanks to reading the comics, and she also knew how to obtain the former, so eventually she would. The latter was mostly because she didn't really want Darkseid to obtain that thing, even if it more than likely wouldn't affect her, it would still be problematic. That, and if she was right, it would massively boost her overall power and might just mesh well with her other powers. But that would be for the future, as right now, she was in a city she had yet to actually visit properly. The city of Metropolis. Originally she planned on messing with the team, but she decided that that was kind of boring. So, instead, she decided to mess with Soups himself. It could be fun, and she was sure her son would get a kick out of pranking one of the strongest men in the entire universe. She also couldn't help but wonder if Mr. MXYZPTLK would notice that she was pranking his favorite hero, the one that he seemed to think only he could mess with. If so, she had to admit that fighting it out with a dimensional imp and absorbing his power could be nice, as she was confident that she could beat him. He wasn't remotely in the level of Lucifer, after all. Either way, she was walking through the streets of Metropolis at the moment, her children walking in front of her looking around the bustling city. A city that was far, far, far nicer than Gotham, and not nearly as dreary. But, it also had much bigger threats that tended to appear, like alien invasions and city-destroying creatures and villains. Whereas Gotham was just a shithole that tended to have a lot of smaller foes that just kept coming back over and over again. She still preferred Metropolis for shopping at least. Wow, this place is way nicer than Gotham. Naruto exclaimed as he looked around at the large skyscrapers that were spread throughout the giant city. It certainly is, isn't it? Wanda agreed, as she walked with them, amused with their attention to the surroundings of the city. How come Gotham is so awful compared to here, Mama? Melim couldn't help but ask, truly curious what the difference between the two of them were. That's because Gotham is cursed, Han, a dark curse that has been afflicting the city for a long, long time. And it is because of this curse that it remains the worst city in the world to live in. And it will continue to remain like that, until the curse is lifted, Wanda explained, as both of them looked at her in slight surprise. Are you going to get rid of the curse, Mama? Naruto asked, as Wanda paused. We'll see, Naruto. The curse may be bad, but it has been placed there by some very powerful entities of a dark place, and while I can certainly defeat them, our battle would shake the very multiverse and might cause some problems. So it will be better to leave it be until I get a bit stronger, Wanda explained, remembering that the dark multiverse was involved in the curse. More specifically Barbados, a powerful entity from that place. I'm pretty confident in defeating the Batman who laughs, should he ever rear his ugly mug, but it would likely cause some serious problems for the greater multiverse, Wanda thought, knowing that he became a multiversal entity at his peak. Not to mention Perpetua, who could be annoying. Not a threat, but annoying. It'd take Lucifer himself for her to really be worried about anything like that. I'll deal with him if it need be, Wanda thought, inwardly shrugging as it really wasn't a big deal to her. Can we go prank Superman now? Naruto asked, deciding he was done talking about the curse and now wanted to mess with Superman for a little while. Wanda smirked at the question, before responding. Of course. At the moment Clark Kent, aka Superman, was flying through the skies of the city of Metropolis, listening in to see if there was anything or anyone for him to deal with. But he found that it had been a quiet day for the most part, until now. The sound of a gunshot echoed into his ears as he turned to the right, taking off in a boom as he reappeared a moment later, landing on the ground with a small crack echoing out as he looked around. He was in an abandoned warehouse, with the roof above being destroyed a long time ago in a rather nasty fire that destroyed the roof and parts of the walls. Looking around, he activated his X-ray vision and yelled, "Hello? Anyone there?" Looking around, he began to frown as he found absolute nothing, which was confusing as he knew for a fact that the gunshot came from here. He could see the bullet on the ground in the distance, and even see some residue from where it hit. Taking a step to look at the bullet more in depth, his eyes widened as a glow formed under him, causing him to blur to the side, as a large pink explosion appeared from where he had stood moments before. Another explosion soon rocked the area that he was standing on, which he once again dodged, this time it was bright yellow. He looked at them with surprise as he continued to dodge more and more, as he realized that they were some sort of paint bomb. Not only that, but they absolutely reeked. Are these smoke bombs mixed with stink bombs? Clark thought, realizing what these things might be as he continued to dodge. He couldn't even see how many there were, but he assumed that there had to be a limited amount. So instead, he decided to focus on the bullet while dodging, as he reappeared in front of it, lifting it into his hand and looking it over. Flipping the bullet onto the side, he blinked as it had words engraved into it, and those words were, "Gotcha." Clark couldn't even contemplate what that meant, when the bullet exploded in his hand, his form being coated in a rainbow myriad of colors, and a cough escaping him, as he looked down at his suit. Not only was he covered in a rainbow coloring of paint, he also now smelled awful, thanks to the stink bomb. Trying to shake off the pain through pure speed, he groaned when he realized that the paint wasn't coming out, and was resisting the speed he was moving at. Meaning, he had definitely just gotten pranked. And by someone who had prepared for him. With that realization in mind, Clark had only one thing to say, as giggles of a woman and her children echoed far off into the distance, and that was, "Man. I just cleaned this suit. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Not much to say for the end today, so have a good day." Chapter 95, Teasing and Godhood. Third POV. After a rather enjoyable time messing with the Men of Steel, the family had returned back to the bookstore, but not before taking a souvenir from the men in the form of a piece of his cape, which was now put into one of Wanda's museum dimensions, which had all sorts of neat artifacts and items she had found so far in her journeys. At the same time, Clark Kent had just entered the watchtower, an annoyed expression on his face as the laugh of Barry Allen echoed throughout the room. "Ha! You look like a rainbow barfed all over you," he said, cackling as he watched Superman walk through the room before planting himself into his chair. A grumble escaped him at the fact that he was now going to be taunted for this. "What happened?" Wonder Woman asked, noticing the rainbow paint all over Superman as she walked into the meeting room, the rest of the League entering moments later. "I got pranked." Brutally, Clark responded with a sigh, as he leaned back in his chair. "Pranked? You, Superman, one of the fastest and strongest men alive, got pranked? How is that even possible?" Shazam asked, confused with even the idea of Superman successfully getting pranked. "Honestly, I have no idea. But whoever did it, they planned it out perfectly. Had paint bombs all around the warehouse, baited me in with a fake gunshot, and got my guard down. I couldn't even see the paint bombs when they went off. And I can't get this dang paint off either. I'm just glad I could get rid of the smell," Superman said, shuddering at the thought of being forced to walk around with the scent of stink bomb on his form. He had managed to get it off after flying through space for a bit, and was grateful for that much at least. Wanda didn't want to be too mean, so she let him get rid of the stench, but the paint would stay for a week or so, and would be an amusing thing to see when the reactions of the public flooded in. That is, concerning. "If there is someone out there that not even you can get around, we might have a problem," Black Canary said, as she understood what this person could potentially do with that sort of knowledge, or that sort of planning. "I don't think so. If they wanted to harm me, they could have, but they didn't." Instead they pranked me with some paint and a stink bomb that went away after a short while, Superman replied, shaking his head at the thought. It could have been a test run. To see if it would work on someone like you, to see if they could use it again in the future, Batman cut in, as several League members nodded, agreeing with his words. This was a threat, a problem. And they needed to find out who was behind it before they potentially used it on someone else in a less harmless manner, and more violent. I'm telling you that they aren't trying anything, Batman. They purposely made it so I can get rid of the stink bomb's smell and not the paint. Because if they could have made it so the paint could stick to me no matter what I try, do you think they couldn't do the same with the stench? No, I think they're just some super intelligent kid who wanted to have some fun, or an adult who was bored. Either way, I don't think they're a threat, Superman responded, confident in his own words. Fine. We'll find them, but only to speak with them, nothing more. Is that good enough for you? Batman asked, as Superman stared at the men before slowly nodding in acceptance, knowing that that was the best he was going to get out of the Bat. With the conversation regarding the prank finished, Barry spoke up. Personally, I would have preferred to see you painted pink, but rainbow works too. The others only sighed at his words, knowing this was going to be a long meeting. While the Justice League was at their meeting, which mostly involved making fun of Superman for his new and very colorful makeover, Wanda was currently in one of her dimensions, the shop closed for the day, and her children in the living room watching a movie. She had them spend some time together, just the two of them, as she had something she needed to do. A few things actually. The first of which was, connecting to the green. Which as it turns out, was, very easily done. Hell, the other elements were also easy to connect to. And she wasn't even meaning to, but by the end of the hour, she had connected to all of the elemental parliaments, all 10 of them. The green, the red, the white, the clear, the gray, the orange, flames, the divided, the black, the metal and the melt. Her connection to each of them had just happened. Like they were honored to have her connected to them, like their previous rivalries didn't matter in comparison to having her connected. She didn't mind this, as it had given her quite a few new and neat little powers, and had boosted her magic by a little bit, not that it made much of a difference. The Sage Force had taken a bit longer to connect to, due to its nature. But it had also been connected to faster than she had been expecting. And the power it had given was actually quite a bit, improving her psychic powers by quite a lot, and connected her to the greater collective unconsciousness. A boon, basically. The final thing that she had to do was the one that she was currently in the process of doing. And that was the copying and assimilation of divinity, turning herself into a god of sorts. One that would not be reliant on worship or anything else, and was simply going to strengthen her. More than a mere Olympian of the Percy Jackson universe at that, thanks to the automatic growth the divinity would undergo, evolving in accordance to her own power. It was because of this that Wanda was currently standing in the opening of the dimension she had created specifically in order to ascend into godhood, or at least a form of it. It was made through her power and was completely cut off from the rest of reality, so her ascending into something higher wouldn't accidentally obliterate the multiverse or something. And it was because of this that she was willing to do what she was about to do. As she stood in front of the golden blood, and breathed out. Let's see how this goes, Wanda said simply, as she reached her hand out and crushed the drop of blood, assimilating and copying the divinity and the nature behind it within an instant, as a gasp echoed from her, her eyes widening as the dimension around her began to quiver and shake. She felt no pain, no agony, only pleasure. The dimension unraveling rapidly as her form began to warp and change, her true form being revealed to the dimension as it struggled to withstand the weight of her true self. The true form of a being that could atomize multiverses. The true form that would destroy an entire reality just from standing within it, a true form that could make gods and cosmic entities shatter just from standing in her presence, much less looking at her. A true form that was growing and warping and evolving in real time, as her power began to rise and grow into a better and more refined form. As she could instinctively feel the godhood within her, a unique form, chaotic and cosmic in nature, untouched by others' thoughts and feelings, bound to her and her alone. And with it came the understanding of her domains, and those were chaos, order, magic, creation, destruction, life, death, the beginning, the end, knowledge, understanding, and possibility. Each of these concepts were higher ones, all of them immensely powerful, all of them intricately connected to her very being, personifying her as a person. These were her major domains, aka the main ones, the primary ones that make up her being. But she also had minor domains that she had power in, which were family, children, reincarnation, chakra, teaching, adventure, neutrality, nature, psionics, and fate. If she continued to develop and grow in the way she was, she could develop more. But it would take huge changes for her to develop more than she already had. And her main domains would always remain that way, as they were her. Her very being was made up of them. And now that she was not just a god of them, but the god of them, her power over them had risen to entirely new realms. And should she obtain a drop of blood from a primordial like she asked of Athena, she would be them in its entirety. All chaos, all order, all magic, creation, she'd be it all. She would personify it in the same way Nyx is the same as night, as Gaia is planet Earth. A step higher than being a god, after all, who can control the concept better than the one who was quite literally the concept itself. Either way, Wanda was very pleased with the power she had obtained, and decided that she would give Athena a gift next time she comes around because of how big this boon had proven to be. With her ascension into godhood finished, and her true form being covered by her mortal one once again, Wanda smiled, pleased as she teleported off to return to her children, one thought on her mind. Being a god is neat. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. So yeah, Wanda is now a god. She already sorta was one, but now much more so. She has quite a lot of domains, which I hope makes sense why she has each one. She won't be getting much more, a maximum of 3 major and 5 minor. And they won't be too important or anything, just power boosts. She'll be going against her first actual foe very soon, and once she kills him, her power will rise one final time for quite a long time. And it will also give her a new domain and title. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 96, Domains and Key. Third POV. Becoming an actual god had been an interesting experience for Wanda, as she had found rather quickly that her new domains were quite powerful, and had given her access to a lot more than what she could do before. A lot more than she had been expecting from the domains. Her chaos magic that was already insanely powerful, had now risen into an entire new realm. It was already stronger than any Lord of Chaos, and superior to any other chaos god in this multiverse, but now it had risen into a realm even beyond what she could do before. To the point that she was pretty confident in defeating Lucifer now. Her control over not just chaos magic, but chaos in general was now immense. Her control over magic was now even greater, as she could already learn magic with ease before, but now it was pretty much instantaneous. Just by seeing the magics of others she could copy and master them within a second. Order was now something she could passively detect and control. With her being a higher-tiered being when it comes to order than even the Lords of Order. It was akin to being a higher dimension over them. In terms of dimensions, she wasn't even sure where she was in that aspect. But she was pretty certain she scaled beyond most others in the multiverse, including the imps. Creation and destruction were 2 very powerful concepts, and after a bit of testing, she found that she could create even greater things than before. And her extension of creation was quite vast. The amount she could do with it was more than what you could imagine creation could actually do. She could create just about anything she wanted. From objects to species to energies and beyond. She could even create new abilities and powers, at least, within limits. She imagined that once she became a primordial she could effortlessly make powers. Destruction was even more absolute than creation, as it was more in tune with her than creation was. She could destroy concepts and erase them from existence with no difficulty. She had destruction beyond that of gods and other entities. Only destruction of the Endless himself surpassed her in that aspect. And she would only continue to grow in it once she starts meeting other entities that use it. Hell, Beerus alone should help her quite a lot once she sees him again. Life and death were equally as powerful as the former two, and were intricately connected with them, as well as order and chaos. Making them equally as in tune with her very being, hence why she had obtained them. Her control over life basically made her the god of the green, and allowed her to bring life to entire universes with a casual wave of her finger. And her usage of death was only weaker than that of Necron and Death of the Endless, and only because they both personified it. Once she became a primordial, she would likely surpass the former, she wasn't entirely sure about the latter. Knowledge had been an obvious concept, and was a great one for her. As knowledge was something she always chased, thanks to her bookstore. It also granted her a connection to something very, very important. The Akashic Records. The very library of existence. She felt that if she really tried to, she could enter the library and learn from its infinite halls. But she decided against it for now, as she knew that the Akashic Records was not limited to a singular multiverse, and was an existence-wide concept that other entities could theoretically enter. Some of these entities were just as strong as she was, even stronger in certain cases. She remembered a woman who stood above creation and saw it as nothing more than a chess game. A woman that she knew for a fact could enter the records and was very, very powerful. There were countless others, but she was one that she knew for certain. Understanding had allowed her to master and learn things in, well, an instant. Her understanding and comprehension had grown to the point that she was always understanding new things, her connection to the greater existence growing by the second. Possibility, now that was a powerful one. She felt that she could control it with effortless ease, even more than before. Her connection to it allowed her to see all future possibilities even better than before. And she knew that if she was to become a primordial, she would surpass even the Queen of Nevers herself, the personification of possibility. The end and the beginning were perhaps her strongest domains, her deadliest, the ones that were the most important not only to herself, but to all of creation. She was intricately connected to the beginning and end of all things. She was similar to death in that regards, as she would be there to bring the end, and she would be there to bring about a new beginning. She could now end things just by thinking of it, just as she could begin new worlds, new laws, new concepts, new branches of creation, just through thought. Her minor concepts were all fantastic as well, but not nearly as strong her primary domains. All in all, Wanda was much stronger than before, not that she really needed it. But she wasn't going to complain, as power was power. And she was still not even close to the strongest in existence, and she doubted she ever would be. After all, God did exist out there somewhere, and that thing was infinitely stronger than her, and nothing she does will ever change that fact. So all she could do was continue to grow, and enjoy her life as a mother and bookstore owner. And hope that she didn't somehow piss off God. It had been a couple of days since she had become a god, and not a lot had really happened. Besides a few new customers coming in from the Percy Jackson world, and another visit from the Doctor and Rose, it had been pretty quiet. Not too quiet, thankfully. What did you do? A purple-skinned catman said, looking at Wanda as he walked in, marching over to her counter. What do you mean, Beerus? Wanda asked with a raised eyebrow, wondering if he could actually tell that she had become a god of destruction. Interesting, if he can truly sense that, then that means his connection to destruction is far more than I thought, Wanda thought, as she gazed into his being, and began to look into his power of destruction, aka Hakai. It has a few interesting aspects, but nothing too crazy, Wanda thought, not seeing much of interest coming from it, beyond a few things she effortlessly copied into her own concept, growing its power a decent bit. I mean, where the hell is the menu for the food? Don't tell me you got rid of those delicious creations of yours. Beerus yelled, as Wanda deadpanned, realizing he didn't sense her power. He was, just hungry. Why am I not surprised, Wanda thought with a small snort escaping her. It was taking up space, just look down, Wanda said, as Beerus blinked, only to look down and found that the menu was now on the counter itself, as if it had been painted onto it. Not taking up any pointless space and even had cute chibi art of Wanda, Naruto, Milim, and Tikal. Tikal had taken to going to the animal dimension, so she hadn't actually seen the little thing in a while. Ah, I see. I'd like one of everything like the last few times, Beerus said awkwardly, realizing that he was freaking out for no reason, and had embarrassed himself like a fool. Hearing this, she smiled and looked to her side, as her children both grinned and ran into the back, soon coming out with trays of food that took seconds later, repeating this a few more times before all the food was gone, and a stack of books was in front of her. Oh, quite the books you're giving me this time, Wanda said with a hum, noticing that several of them included techniques like instant transmission, as well as other techniques from the Dragon Ball universe. Likely they were copied by Whis over his thousands of years of life, perhaps for a future god of destruction to learn from or something else. Either way, Wanda was very pleased with the books, as she inwardly had already copied Ki into herself. It had actually merged with Aura, strengthening it massively. While her chakra still remained separate, likely due to the nature of chakra being different than that of Ki and Aura. Either way, she was pleased as was soon left with Beerus, not wanting to buy any books this time. As he was still reading through the hundreds he had bought last time. With the two of them leaving, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind. Let's see what I can do with Ki. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. So she's gotten Ki and some new techniques, and her domains have been explored a bit. They'll be covered more in the future when she has to deal with certain gods and other entities that are related to them. Her first proper date is coming up as well. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 97, Helping Blake. Third POV. A lot, the answer was a lot. Wanda hadn't been entirely expecting it, but her usage of Ki was genuinely insane. The sheer variety of things that she could do with it was truly incredible. With her Ki and her natural comprehension and learning capabilities, she was able to effortlessly replicate the techniques of other Dragon Ball characters just from her memory alone. Kamehameha. Mimicked and mastered within an hour. Gallic Gun. It happened even faster. Technique after technique, mastering them all after just remembering their capabilities and what they could do. Hell, she was pretty sure that she could learn and master Ultra Instinct within a few minutes if she really wanted to. But she was much more interested in the idea of going to Dragon Ball in person to do that part. That, and she wanted to see what the Super Dragon Balls could do. And of course she wanted to meet one of the most iconic manga characters of all time, if not the most iconic manga/anime character of all time. Goku was someone she was very interested in meeting. Once Milim had her own power-up, she imagined the girl would want to take part in some of the tournaments too, as she would certainly be strong enough. Hell, even now she'd be considered pretty strong in that universe. And once she got Ki, she'd be unstoppable. But for now, she was limiting Milim to chakra and aura so she can master them first. Just like how she had taught Naruto about aura as well, which he had been extensively training over the past week that they had been back. Said aura was immense thanks to his nature, as was Malim's, who was far superior to even her brothers. Her aura was so strong that she could actually mimic certain techniques with it, techniques that no other aura user should realistically be able to use. Over the past few days, besides learning and mastering her usage of ki, Wanda had also been increasing her control and mastery of the different domains that she was connected to, which had been increasing slowly but steadily. With her control over the domains increasing, she had also been increasing her control over the different elemental parliaments, and the sage force, which had been growing massively thanks to her divinity. She wasn't even sure how strong her psychic powers had gotten, but she doubted there was a single other being in DC that was comparable to her, besides those that literally personify the energy. She knew that Raven could also grow to compare to her as well if she learned more about her psionic powers, which were incredibly immense thanks to her connection to the collective unconsciousness. But that would of course take quite some time for that to happen, especially since she was focusing more so on magic at the moment. At the moment Wanda was sitting behind her counter. Her children were actually in one of the pocket dimensions upstairs. They had wanted to do some training together, as they had been slacking a bit in the past few days. And what better way than to train in a dimension with world-ending monsters literally everywhere? Wanda had of course made sure to place some protections on them, but she was confident that Malim would be able to protect Naruto in case anything happened. And she had limited the areas that Naruto could go to, so he could only fight monsters that were in his realm of strength. So while they were out and doing that, she was sitting behind her counter waiting for a customer. And soon her customer had arrived, as in walked Blake Belladonna. "Ah, hello there Blake. I was wondering when you'd return," Wanda said, knowing that the cat faunus loved reading, so the fact that she had not returned in such a long time was a bit of a surprise. Wanda's expression changed slightly when she noticed the look on Blake's face, causing the woman to frown. "You all right there, Blake?" Wanda asked, noticing that Blake seemed sad. I'm fine," Blake said, not exactly the most enthused sounding. "Aha, I'm not going to believe that, Blake. It's quite obvious that something happened. May I ask what it's about?" Wanda asked, looking at the teenager as she shook her head. "No, it doesn't matter," Blake responded, while Wanda hummed. "Did your friends find out about your secret?" Wanda asked. Blake looked at her in confusion, as Wanda smiled. "You being a faunus, Blake. Did they find out you are a faunus?" Wanda reiterated as Blake looked surprised. "How did Blake, your bows were not exactly the best at hiding your ears. Beyond that, I have very very good senses and eyesight, so it wasn't hard to see that you are a faunus." "That, and you just confirmed it to me," Wanda responded with a smile, not caring that the girl was a faunus. "And before you say anything, it matters not that you are a faunus, Blake. I have seen a lot of people who are far far stranger looking, and I do not treat them any differently either. So you having some cute cat ears won't make a difference to me," Wanda added, as Blake blinked at the mention of cute cat ears, blushing slightly at the words. "Ruby and Yang do not seem like the type to care for such things, so I can only assume that Y said something stupid." Wanda asked, as Blake sighed and moved to sit across from her, after Wanda walked over to one of the tables. "She said that the White Fang is nothing but a bunch of criminals, that faunus are too. She sounded ignorant. Racist. Foolish." Wanda answered. "Yeah, all of those. I just couldn't stand there while she was talking like that, like they don't have their own situations, their own circumstances. So, I blew up on her, and I revealed the truth to them, or, more like it was forced from me," Blake said, causing Wanda to sigh. "You cannot blame her, Blake," Wanda replied, causing Blake to look up at her with a frown. Wanda raised a hand, stopping Blake from saying anything as she continued. "You must understand that she was raised to think like that, Blake. Her father, Jacques, is a monstrous little man who hates all things faunus. And thanks to that hatred, thanks to the racism he holds against them, it has trickled down to his daughter and son, Weiss, and her little brother. She does not know any better, she does not know the true struggles that your kind deal with due to your differences, and she does not know that her words are so awful," Wanda explained calmly. I know. It's just, I can't help but be angry with her. With the fact that she can say such callous things without even thinking of the consequences of them, that she didn't even think of how others might feel when she says such horrible things about them," Blake responded, still hurt with Weiss's words, but understanding that she didn't even realize what she was saying was so awful. "You are right to be angry, but you must also understand her point of view, and that she does not know any better. And at the same time, it's good that you're calling her out now. She cannot just say things like that without thinking of how others might react, especially once she gets older. It could put her in serious danger acting so ignorant," Wanda responded with a calm smile on her face, as Blake sipped on the tea that floated over to her. "I should probably go talk to her, Blake responded after a few moments of thought, causing Wanda to smile. "Probably. But I would continue with your plan of looking into that White Fang operation. It'll lead you to some very interesting pieces of information," Wanda responded, as Blake looked up at her. "How do you know all of these things?" I never brought up any of this, Blake asked. I'm far from a normal bookstore owner, Blake. Maybe in the future when you girls are in need, you can come to my store and I'll help you out, Wanda said with a mysterious smile on her face, knowing that they'd need her help to deal with Salem in the future. And she would be willing to give it, in return for the 4 artifacts. Now, off you go, and the tea is free of charge this time, but I do hope you'll come back soon. I've got a ton of new romance novels for you to read, Wanda said with a teasing grin on her face, causing Blake to blush brightly before scurrying out of the store moments later, not wanting to get teased by the older woman any longer. Watching her run off, Wanda laughed, one thought on her mind. So cute. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Nothing to say in this, Anne, so have a good day. Chapter 98, Legend of the Silver Eyes. Third POV. With Blake leaving, Wanda knew that the girl would likely be coming back sooner or later to talk with her about what happened with Weiss and the White Fang that she had been looking into. What she had not been expecting was for Blake to return a few hours later, her fellow team members following behind her. Weiss looked like she wanted to be anywhere but there at the moment. Ruby was looking a little awkward, while Yang had a small smile on her face. Blake on the other hand walked up to the counter and bowed. Thank you for the help earlier, it truly means a lot, Blake said, bowing to her as Wanda blinked with an amused smile. No need to thank me, hon, I just helped one of my favorite customers, that's all, Wanda responded, waving off her thanks, as it truly was no big deal for her. That, and she didn't like Weiss's racist phase in the beginning of their journey. Well, I am thanking you either way, Wanda, Blake responded, as she looked at Weiss, who looked back at her before sighing. Thank you, Miss Wanda, for helping Blake, and helping her show me the ignorance of my words. It truly means a lot, Weiss said awkwardly, not used to apologizing to others. Hearing her thanks, Wanda giggled, no need to force yourself, Weiss. I know that you aren't exactly enthused about this, after all, you barely know me, Wanda said as Weiss let out a sigh. I am not, but, I truly must thank you, Miss Wanda. Without you speaking to Blake about how to handle my foolishness, she could have been seriously injured, or worse. And for that, it is only right for me to thank you, Weiss responded, causing the others in her team to smile at her words. What she said was right, and it made them happy to see that the Ice Princess was changing as a person, and changing for the better. All thanks to them, and the help of Wanda. Wanda's words had done a lot more than she had expected them to. And would likely end up changing several things that would be coming regarding the White Fang, and the team's reaction to them. Well, you are welcome, Weiss. Is there anything else you girls want, or were you just here to thank me? Wanda asked, as they nodded their heads. Yep, we're here for some books, and I think my sis wants some cookies too, Yang said, as Ruby looked at Wanda with sparkly eyes, who only chuckled as a plate of cookies soon floated in from behind her, with around 20 cookies on the large plate as Ruby wasted no time and began to munch on them. At the same time, Weiss had moved to the stories section, and Blake had quietly moved to the non-fiction section, which was actually right next to the romance section. So once she had an opening, she'd be able to buy some romance books like she wanted. While Yang had moved to the martial arts section again, as she found some of the other books to be useful last time she had checked them out. But this time she noticed that there were over 3 dozen new books in the section, and some of them were a lot more interesting than the older ones. A lot more descriptive too. After she scarfed down the delicious cookies and paid for them, Ruby moved back to the blacksmith and weapons section. She had actually used some of the techniques she had learned from one of the blacksmith books, and had improved the firepower of her mecha shift weapon. So she was very excited to find some new books to learn from. It didn't take Team RWBY long until they had found their books. With Ruby grabbing a total of 4 books, Yang 3, Weiss 2, and Blake with the most at 6 books. The only reason they were even willing to grab so many, was because Wanda sold her books at pretty cheap prices compared to their worlds. That, and they hadn't bought any of the truly rare books. The rare ones could cost as much as a few $1,000s, due to just how rare or incredibly powerful they can be. Looking over the stacks of books, Wanda watched as the girls were about to bring out their cards to pay, only for Weiss to slap a fancy-looking black card onto the counter. Wanda had actually started taking debit and credit cards over the past few days, after she had created her own sort of bank account for the money, where it would be converted into USD and deposited into her bank account. It was also impossible to detect anything wrong with it too. Weiss - nope, I'm paying. It's my form of paying you all back for acting like such a brat the past few days. And nothing you say is going to stop me from paying for your books, by the way, Weiss cut Blake off, as Wanda chuckled and took the card. After the money went through, she handed Weiss her card back, and gave each of the girls a bag for their books. It wasn't a dimensional bag just yet, as they hadn't spent enough for such a thing. She imagined they would eventually once they decided to learn about Salem. Glancing at Ruby, Wanda decided to help the girl out. Before you leave, I actually have something for you, Ruby, Wanda said, as she reached down under the counter, and brought out an older-looking book. This was actually a book she herself had written after she had looked into the silver eyes, their creation, their uses, and the training methods for them. She had done this because she was bored. That, and she thought it could be a good thing for Ruby. "Here, I think you might be interested in what you can learn from this," Wanda said with a smile, as she handed the girl the book, who looked at it confused, before flipping it open. "Ah. You wrote this?" Ruby asked, noticing the author was Wanda. Wanda just nodded, as Ruby flipped forwards, only to stop at the title of the book, her eyes widening. The title was The Silver Eyes of Legend. Yang looked at the title equally as confused as Ruby, who was looking into Wanda's eyes that glowed a slight silver. "I did. I suggest you read it whenever you have the time, as it might just give you some insight about why that headmaster of yours was so interested in your eyes," Wanda responded. Ruby looked down at the book and then back at Wanda. "And once you finish that book, I hope you'll come back. I'd love to speak with you more about the eyes that you inherited," Wanda said, as Ruby looked at her with wide eyes, breathing in a sharp breath as she realized Wanda was speaking of her mother, Summer Rose. "Oh, okay," Ruby said, looking down at the book, deciding she would read it the second she got back. As it might just give her information on what happened to her mother. "Bye," Yang said, as she dragged her sister away, deciding that they needed to talk about this. And maybe talk with their dad too. Watching them all leave her shop, Wanda chuckled. She'll be back soon. After leaving the shop, Yang looked to her sister a second later. "You okay, sis?" "Why yeah, but I need to read this, Yang." "This book, it might explain more about what happened to Mom," Ruby responded, while Blake and Weiss both looked a little confused, but decided to stay silent as this was obviously not their place. "Ruby, that lady, I don't know if we can trust her. Maybe we should tell Dad or Uncle Crow. Hell, even Ajban. She seemed to know about Mom. Hell, she seems to know a lot of things that she shouldn't," Yang said, as Ruby instantly shook her head. "No. Not until I read this book and get answers. She might be the only person that can help me understand what happened to Mom. And if Ajban or Dad or even Uncle Crow find out, they'll try to stop that." Ruby exclaimed, shaking her head. She wanted to know what happened to her mom more than anything, and this woman was the key to that. And she was not about to let that chance get taken from her. "Sis, are you sure?" Yang asked, looking into her sister's eyes as Ruby nodded resolutely. "Fine. But once you finish that book and get the answers you want, I'll be telling Uncle Crow, okay?" Yang said. Ruby frowned at this, but nodded in the end, understanding that Wanda did know a lot of things she realistically shouldn't. But it didn't matter right now, as all she wanted to do was read this book and learn more about her eyes, and what might have happened to her mother. Back with Wanda, she was gazing into their universe with a small smile on her face, one thought on her mind as she watched them and their conversation. "This'll be interesting." There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. No end today, so have a good day. Chapter 99, Remnant with Raven. Third POV. While Ruby was off reading the new book that Wanda had given her, putting all of her focus and energy into learning more about her eyes, and the legends about them, as well as how to train and utilize them properly, Wanda was back in her store. She was currently putting away a few of her new books she had gotten from the Harry Potter universe, as well as a handful that she had created over the past few days, mostly fictional books and nothing too crazy. Putting away the books, Wanda stretched, a nice cup of coffee in her hands, as it was actually morning at this point, with it being the next day since Ruby had left to learn more about her eyes. Sipping on her coffee, she returned to the counter, looking over the menu and making a few changes, as she likes to regularly swap things out and add new menu items. This time she added a frappuccino option, as she had recently gotten really good at making different forms of coffee. She wanted to eventually add more options, but for now she limited it to that. And they were more expensive than normal coffees and teas due to the making of them. Hearing the sound of the door opening next to her, Wanda glanced over and found Raven standing there. "Hey Raven, where've you been?" Wanda asked, not knowing the answer. She didn't use her power to spy on any of her workers, so she didn't know what they were doing. The only thing she'd know is if they were doing something evil or something. "I was in the meditation dimension. My control over my magic has reached a new level as of recent, so I have been learning to do more with it," Raven answered. The meditation dimension was a dimension that was made to be used for meditation, as it sounds. It was a small dimension around the size of a decent-sized house, with rooms specially made for different forms of meditation. Not only that, but it had all sorts of incense and herbs that were made for meditation in mind. That, and a lot of teas and calming scents perfect for Raven to get into the groove so she can practice control over her magic. "Oh. And how good has your control gotten?" Wanda asked, curious. She wasn't looking into Raven's magic at the moment, so she couldn't tell. But she could tell that the woman in front of her seemed more calm than usual. Far better than ever before. Thanks to the meditation dimension, I have been able to utilize my magic to manipulate and control the elements with ease. I'm also learning new spells, and have recently mastered the art of teleportation. My range has increased thanks to my control, and I believe I can cross continents with my teleportation now, Raven responded, a slight tinge of a proud tone escaping her. Wanda smiled at her excitement, as while she didn't show it completely, Wanda was good at seeing when her student was excited. And Raven was excited. That's fantastic, Raven. How about we go out and celebrate? Wanda asked, causing Raven to look at her in surprise. Go out and celebrate? Raven asked. We can go get lunch or something, just the two of us. There's this nice bakery I've wanted to try in the world that Ruby and her friends come from, Wanda explained. Raven looked at her in surprise, before biting her lip slightly and nodding. Wanda smiled at her, accepting the offer, and even more so than that, she smirked when she noticed the slight pink on her pale cheeks. The cutie must think this is a date, Wanda thought in amusement, deciding that she won't be explaining if it was. After all, Raven was very, very attractive, and she wasn't opposed to it being dubbed as a date by the woman. Great. Do you want to get changed or anything? Wanda asked, as Raven looked down at her clothes before shaking her head. She was already in casual clothing, so she had no reason to change into anything too fancy. With that in mind, Wanda smiled. Excellent, let's get going then. Wanda said, as she got to her feet. The dark-haired woman smiling slightly in response as she followed after Wanda. Entering the world of RWBY had been a bit different, as Raven had never traveled to another universe before. And due to the nature of the universe, and its severe lack of magic, the woman had to sit still for a few moments in order to get used to the change. Wanda felt a little bad, so she helped her out a little bit. As it could be a little jarring entering a universe without any sort of magic. While she herself was adapting to the way her divinities were automatically connecting to this universe, adapting and growing in response to the new universe and the nature of it. But after she helped Raven adapt, the two were walking through Vale towards the bakery that Wanda wanted to try. They had some native desserts that you couldn't find anywhere else, which used some native plants that were sort of like a strawberry combined with a lemon. A very interesting flavor, she found. Sitting across from Raven, Wanda watched as the woman bit into her pastry. She had gotten a pastry similar to a croissant that had a berry jam inside of it. A delicious-looking treat that Raven seemed to like quite a bit as she bit into it. This world is interesting, Raven commented, as she bit into her food, noticing Faunus walking by in the overall atmosphere. It is, isn't it? With their complete lack of magic and a lot of technologies. Not to mention their complete reliance on dust and aura. And those beasts, the Grimm, are quite the interesting little things, Wanda responded. What are the Grimm? When you showed me that single one that looked similar to a wolf, it felt wrong, corrupted. Not only that, but it was seemingly trying to detect my emotions, Raven asked, wondering what exactly the Grimm were. That is a good question, Raven. As for what they are, it's a bit complicated. The people of this world are severely ignorant in what those things truly are. As they are not simple beasts created from darkness. No, they are the souls of deceased humans that continue to be reincarnated into Grimm for all of eternity, Wanda said, as Raven looked at her with wide eyes. That must be horrible. Such an existence, it must be hell, Raven responded, the fact that the Grimm were actually human souls reborn into beasts, and no matter how many times they die they'll just continue to be reborn as a Grimm, sounded terrifying. It likely is. But thankfully I do not believe they possess enough sentience to remember their lives, so they won't be suffering too much, Wanda said, pretty certain of this. Why did you help that girl? Raven asked after a few more moments of silence after hearing Wanda's explanation on the Grimm. Because I think it'd be interesting to see her growth. Her eyes, the silver eyes, are created by a god of this realm, not a proper god in comparison to the ones we have, but a powerful entity either way. And because of that, she has a lot of potential for power, and could even obtain her own form of limited divinity if she trains with them enough, Wanda responded before continuing. That, and I know the future this world is heading towards, and it is not a bright one. And I'd hate to lose such an interesting world to destruction and apocalypse. The knowledge and growth of these people are truly interesting. Interesting enough for me to interfere and help them, Wanda continued, a hum escaping her as she sipped on the tea that she had gotten. It was pretty decent. Not the best, far from it, but decent enough for her to finish it. I see. You are a neutral entity, so I suppose it is not surprising. I'd say I'm more chaotic neutral. I support and help those that I want, and could care less about if you're a villain or not. As long as you don't annoy me I'll leave you alone, unless I am bored, then no one is safe, Wanda replied with a hum. And what of my father? If I asked for your help defeating him, would you aid me? Raven asked. Of course. I care about you too much to let that little demon harm you, Wanda responded as if it was obvious. And to her it was, but obviously Raven didn't think so, as she looked surprised upon hearing the response, a slight tinge of pink forming on her cheeks at how easily Wanda answered the question. With her response set, Wanda finished the last bit of her tea, before smiling and asking a rather important question, and that was, how about we look around a bit more? There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Another simple chapter in which we do a little talking between Raven and Wanda, the beginning of their date with more happening next chapter. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 100, rest of the date. Third POV. Walking around Vale, Wanda and Raven walked side by side. Their sides almost touched as Raven had an ice cream cone in her hand, licking it absent-mindedly as she enjoyed the unique flavor that she had gotten. Which was almost like an orange creamsicle but with an odd berry only found in this world. It is quite good. While Wanda was having a cheesecake-flavored one, aka the superior flavor of ice cream. Cheesecake was one of her favorite desserts, hence the flavor. The species in this world are interesting, Raven commented, as she noticed a rabbit faunus walk past her. Why do you say that? Wanda asked, already knowing about the faunus and their little secrets, so she was curious to hear what Raven thought of them. They are more in tune with aura and magic than the others of this world, the normal humans. Almost like they were initially able to use magic but it was ripped from them, Raven responded, as Wanda smiled. This was actually what had happened long ago, once magic had begun to die in this world. They had been able to utilize it better than any normal human, and were in fact, so in tune with magic that they had the potential to rise to great power. But they lost it all. And now they only had aura. Aura that tended to be stronger than that of their human counterparts, by quite a bit in most cases. Which is why the faunus tended to be stronger huntsmen and huntresses than most. That is exactly what happened, Raven. A long time ago, they had been able to use magic, to the point that they were superior to that of humans in the art. But, at one point they had lost it all, after some events that had gone down. While in the case of aura, they do have stronger aura on average, and in general are stronger than humans. If they had more numbers, then they would undoubtedly be able to defeat the other human kingdoms, Wanda responded, knowing that if the faunus had numbers similar to Atlas or Vale, then they would be able to crush the others. They were simply superior on average, and the only reason they are weaker at the moment is because there are far more humans than faunus. And how does nobody know about this? Surely the faunus people would look into their own history, Raven asked, curious. It was wiped from history by a couple of manipulative immortals that didn't want that information to spread. That, and any information that they could find, was just written off as myth and legend, and not truth. Magic is nothing more than a joke here, not taken seriously, not taken as if it was real. I'm sure if they knew it was real, then they'd really begin to research their own history, Wanda responded, as Ashbin and Salem were behind the cover-up. They were manipulative old people that used those around them to get their way. Salem did it through force and aggressive measures, while Ashbin did it subtly and in a much more manipulative manner. Basically they were both awful, Salem more so. But Ashbin was also bad thanks to his tendency to use children to fight against Salem. So even in this world the world is ran by manipulative individuals that do not deserve the power they have, Raven said with a disappointed sigh, as she finished the last bit of her ice cream, tossing the small bit of the cone into a nearby trash can, with Wanda finishing her own cone. Sadly that is a constant in a lot of universes. But, I do believe that this world has a lot of potential for growth in the future. Especially thanks to Ruby and her team. They are likely going to be the ones to finally bring light to the manipulations of those in power, Wanda responded. Good. A world as interesting as this one does not deserve to be manipulated in such a way, Raven said, pleased with this. That there were heroes even in this world, albeit in a different form. Agreed. Which is why I've given Ruby a bit of help so she can learn more about the history of this world, and of her own power, Wanda responded with a smile, knowing that Ruby was off in Beacon reading through the book right now. I thought you were neutral. Raven asked. Not really. I do what I want, when I want it. I'm more chaotic neutral than anything. I haven't really had the chance to show how neutral I am, as most villains tend to be really annoying to deal with, and like to try and antagonize me, Wanda responded with a shrug, as again, this was true. She had yet to meet a villain that hasn't tried something against her at least once. Except for Orochimaru, and he didn't really count at this point due to his reform. So if Lex Luthor was to come into your store you wouldn't do anything to him? Raven asked, interested in the response. Yep, I'd let most villains into my shop as long as they do not cause me problems. There are of course exceptions, as there are villains that even I won't just ignore. Like the Joker, and of course your father is another of those I wouldn't allow anywhere near my store, Wanda responded with a nod, causing Raven to smile slightly, happy to know that Wanda wouldn't accept her father at all. And what if other heroes enter the shop when the villains are there? Raven asked, as she hadn't really thought of what that would do, and what the reactions would be. I'd take care of it. My store is a neutral place, so conflict on either side is not permitted. If they wanted to fight, they'd have to do it back in their world, not in my store, Wanda informed, as Raven nodded, as it made sense. After answering that question, the two stopped in front of a store. Inside of the store was all sorts of stuffed animals and souvenirs, and once she glanced at Raven, Wanda smiled, seeing the woman looking interested. Want to buy something? Wanda asked, as Raven blinked and shook her head. No, you have already paid for enough today, Raven responded with a shake of her head, not wanting to be a burden or anything. It's not a problem, love. I've got more than enough money, and can just make more if I really want to. Now come on, let's find you something to bring home, Wanda said, grabbing Raven's hand and pulling her into the store. The dark-haired woman could only blush slightly as she held Wanda's hand in her own, feeling the warmth of the woman that changed her life so very much. Later, after buying Raven a few souvenirs from the shop, including a cute plushie for the woman, the two had returned back to the shop, with a few sweets for the kids to have once they finished their training for the day. Standing in the middle of the shop after returning, Wanda turned to Raven. Did you have fun? Wanda asked, as Raven looked at her and gave her a small smile, nodding. I did. It was far more enjoyable than I was expecting. Thank you, Raven responded, biting her lip slightly as she moved forward and pressed a kiss against Wanda's cheek, causing Wanda to blink in surprise before Raven ran off. Watching her run off, Wanda giggled softly when she saw the cute blush on the woman's cheeks. How cute, Wanda thought with a pleased smile, happy with the outing with Raven that was almost certainly a date. A date that she hoped would be only the first of many. A couple of days had passed since that not date with Raven, and the woman had been reacting about as Wanda had expected. Which was basically a lot of blushing and embarrassed looks whenever Wanda was near her. Which confused Naruto and Malim, and made Ivy tease Raven whenever she could. Beyond that, the last 2 days had been rather slower than usual. But finally, something happened today, something that Wanda had been waiting for. Sitting behind her counter, Wanda was reading a book, sipping on her morning brew of coffee, only to stop when she felt someone approaching the door to her shop, and looked up. A moment later, the door slammed open and a panting Ruby ran inside, followed by a confused and worried team. Is everything in this book true? Ruby yelled, as she reappeared in front of the counter with a desperate look on her face, causing Wanda to smile and respond. It is. And as she was responding to Ruby, Wanda watched her expression morph into a mixture of glee and even more intense desperation. And as she watched Ruby look at her with hope, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. This'll certainly be a long chat. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. There's the rest of the date with Raven, and a bit towards the end. Next chapter will be the rest of the talks with Ruby, and then some more guests will begin to appear, old ones, as we haven't been exploring them much as of recent. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 101, Ruby's Confusion. Third POV. How about you come and sit and we can chat about what's in that book, Wanda offered, as Ruby shook out of her hopeful expression and nodded as the two of them moved to sit down at one of the tables in the shop. At the same time, the rest of Team RWBY dragged over chairs and sat down next to Ruby. The book, it talked about my eyes. About what the silver eyes can do. About what I can do. Where did it come from? And can I really learn how to use them like the book said? Ruby asked, looking at Wanda while the others just continued to look confused. You can use your eyes in all sorts of ways, Ruby. As for where the eyes came from, I wasn't lying within the book when I stated that it was gifted to a human long ago by the god of light. It is inherited through blood, with that first human being an ancestor of yours. Sometimes the eyes do not develop, and sometimes they do. It matters entirely on the person, Wanda explained, as Ruby breathed out. So my mom had the eyes? Yes. She had even trained in the usage of them underneath another Silver Eyes user, Wanda responded with a smile, as Yang frowned. How do you even know about Mom? We've never met you before, and I'd know if you were a family friend or something, Yang questioned with furrowed eyebrows, causing Wanda to smile. I've never met your family, Yang. But I know a lot of things about the greater world, including your pasts and your histories. And that includes the past and histories of other individuals in Remnant, like Ashbin, and both of your mothers, Wanda responded to Yang, who looked at her wide-eyed, realizing she knew about Raven Branwen, aka her mother. Who are you? Yang asked, her eyes glowing as she tensed, preparing to attack Wanda, who smiled and made a small motion with her hand, Yang's aura and semblance instantly being extinguished as the teen gasped at the weak sensation traveling through her. What did you just do? Weiss asked, also preparing to fight Wanda, who sighed. I just cut off her aura and semblance, that is all. I do not allow any sort of fighting in my store, regardless of who you are. I do warn you that if you do that again, you will be kicked out of my store, Wanda said, giving Yang a look of warning. Why, you're not a normal human, are you? Blake asked, as Wanda glanced at her before giggling. No, child, no, I am not. In terms of human standards, I believe I would rank higher than the very god that had brought the Silver Eyes into form, and the god who had created the Grimm thousands of years ago. Wanda responded with a hum, not really sure how strong they were. She estimated the twin gods to be around planet class in terms of power, so not all that impressive to her. Milim could slaughter them both, and Naruto too once he got his skills from Tenshinra. Hell, even Raven could probably give them a good fight at this point. The group of four looked at her with wide eyes, paling slightly as they realized they were standing in front of someone far stronger than they could even comprehend. Why, you're lying, Weiss stuttered, fear filling her being as she took a singular step back, trying not to show how scared she was at the moment. At the fact that she might be standing in front of a literal god. In response to the girl's words, Wanda smiled, I have no reason to lie to you, Weiss. It is pointless for someone like me. And I am above lying to children, Wanda responded, before turning back to Ruby. Why are you telling us this? Why give me this book? Why help me at all? Ruby questioned, which Wanda hummed at. Simple, I think you deserve it, and I don't really like that manipulative old coot and his ex. That, and you are one of my favorite customers, and are the perfect cookie taste tester, Wanda responded with a shrug. How do we know you aren't just manipulating us? That you aren't just lying to get something out of my sis? Yang asked with a frown. Yang, I am a god. Anything that I could possibly want from your sister, I could just make, Wanda responded bluntly, as she lifted her hand and effortlessly created all sorts of dust that formed above her hands, only for it to warp and change into priceless diamonds, then weapons of mass destruction, and even a miniature universe. And they were all completely real and actual functioning objects. With the universe dying in her hands, time moving billions of times faster in the universe than in her dimension. Watching it all, they all kept silent, not even sure what to say to what they were seeing. None of them were sure how to react to the fact that an entity was standing in front of them, one that could kill them with a twitch of her finger. Since you don't believe that I am doing this out of the kindness of my heart, how about I give you another gift that will make you believe me? Wanda asked, as Ruby looked at her confused. In response, Wanda just smiled and spread her senses throughout the world of Remnant, finding her target quite quickly. Finding her, Wanda snapped her finger as far off in a dark land, a tortured and horrifically wounded woman was teleported away and healed of all injuries. At the same time, she reappeared in front of a small house, unconscious just waiting to be found by the men living inside. There. You'll be receiving a call later on regarding the gift. But for now, I can tell you that the book will aid you extensively in the training of your eyes, Wanda said, while Ruby looked down at it. And the stories about the Queen of Grimm and Ozma. Those are both real. They are real. You'll learn more about them later on into your training, but for now, I'd suggest you learn those training methods within that book, as you'll need it for the future, Wanda suggested, as Salem would be taking action soon. How are we supposed to fight against someone who is immortal? Ruby asked with furrowed eyebrows. Knowing that within the book it explained a bit about Salem, and that she was effectively unkillable except to the gods themselves. How about once you master those eyes to a level I deem fit, I'll give you a gift that will give you the means to defeat her, Wanda offered. Ruby looked at her, surprised. Wait, why me? I'm only just starting in Beacon. I'm not ready for something like that, Ruby exclaimed, her teammates all voicing their agreements with her words, not believing that they had a chance against this Queen of Grimm, even if they had no idea who they were talking about. Because you have silver eyes, Ruby. All the wielder of those eyes are destined for something important, and you are destined for more than any other silver eyes wielder throughout history, Wanda answered, knowing that this girl would be the one to end the reign of Salem, and finally bring her feud with Ozma to an end. I just don't understand, Ruby whispered, looking down at the book in her hands. You will, child. Now, off you go, I believe there is a very special someone that you should be seeing soon. Oh, and I do hope you like the gift, Wanda said with a smile, as the girl looked at her in confusion, before walking off with her team, wondering what Wanda was talking about. Unknowing to the fact that her father, far off at their home in Patch, was holding a sobbing woman, who looked like an older version of her. A gift from Wanda in the form of, her mother, Summer Rose. Is she really destined for such a thing? A voice echoed, as Wanda glanced to the side, seeing Ivy walk out of a corner. She is. She'll become the hero of that world, alongside her friends, Wanda responded, causing Ivy to hum. Seems even in other universes, heroes are born way too young, Ivy said with a sigh before walking off to take care of more of her plants, leaving Wanda alone, who had a mysterious smile on her face. Heroes, huh? Wanda thought, as she gazed at her door and began to walk towards it, her hand gripping the doorknob as the door glowed brilliantly, one thought on Wanda's mind as she walked away moments later. I think it's time I expand a bit. As she walked away, the sign above the door that kept track of the universe the door was currently connected to glowed, and had only 3 simple numbers glowing brilliantly upon it, and those numbers were. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Just a chapter of talking to Ruby, with the end being a cliffhanger for a part of the story that I am sure a lot of people have been waiting for. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, The Sorcerer. Third POV. Sitting behind her counter, Wanda wondered who would come through the door next, now that she had connected it to the universe she knew so very much. A universe where another version of her likely exists, a universe where a younger her might be walking about. Another younger version of her at least. She was well beyond any of her counterparts at this point. And she was likely almost as powerful as the one who gave the Scarlet Witches all their incredible power, the Queen of Nevers. She honestly hoped it was someone a bit less dramatic, as she had a feeling her counterpart wouldn't take kindly to her. As while she didn't know where in the timeline her shop was appearing, she imagined it was before the day everything changed. The day she spoke the words that made her a villain forever. Remembering the words she spoke, Wanda sighed. Even though her first life was that of a normal person, she did inherit some of the less than stellar memories of her other life, in which she was simply Wanda Maximoff, and not what she was now. The one thing she absolutely did not want was to see her sons, or her counterpart's sons. The memories that would bring back, would not be the best, and she'd rather not have to live through that again. Instead, she was hoping to see someone like Spider-Man, who would be a fun first customer to have. Mostly because he was her favorite person in the Marvel Universe, with him being a true hero that deals with way more than anyone should ever have to deal with. Like his situation with Paul and MJ, the superior Spider-Man drama, and everything else. Way too much for anyone to have to handle. I'll have to give him a gift if he comes around, Wanda thought, deciding that she would give him something to deal with all the bad luck that was happening to him. Wanda looked to her side when she heard someone plop down next to her, causing her to smile when she saw that it was her children, both of them finishing their training for the day, and had decided to come and help out in the shop. How did the training go? Wanda asked, as the two of them glanced at one another, with Naruto pouting at his sister who just grinned in response. I completely and utterly trounced little bro. It wasn't even a fight, Malim said with an arrogant grin on her face, making Wanda deadpan at the response. Han, you are capable of destroying planets, it is only natural that you'd beat Naruto, who is far younger than you, and has only just started properly training. Not to mention the fact that you have skills and he doesn't. Once he does, I am sure he will rapidly catch up to you, Wanda responded, causing Malim to huff. As if. He'll never catch up to me. Only Mama can beat me in a fight now. Malim said with an arrogant grin, causing Naruto to scowl. Yeah right. I'll beat you. Once I get my skills I'll beat you up within a minute, Date Bayo. Naruto exclaimed with a fierce look in his eyes, absolutely certain of the words he had spoken. Wanda hearing the proclamation could only giggle in response, as Malim growled. You're on, brat. I'll beat you up even when you get skills. Malim responded, causing Wanda's giggle to deepen, loving the sibling rivalry the two had. As it was never beyond that, a sibling rivalry. They both knew the limits, and knew that their mama would punish them if they ever went too far. And their mama's punishments are terrifying. They never wanted to clean up the poop of magical creatures ever again. Naruto was going to refute her statement and continue the argument, but both had stopped when the front door dinged, and it slowly opened, as Wanda watched, breathing in deeply as she saw who entered. For the man that entered was known widely as the Sorcerer Supreme, known as Dr. Strange. I cannot say I was expecting you of all people to find this place first. But I suppose it does make sense, considering who you are, Wanda said out loud, sipping on her tea as Strange looked at her. Wanda. No, you are not the Wanda of my universe, are you? Dr. Strange said, noticing that she was different. He couldn't sense even the slightest bit of power from her, which was concerning considering the place he was in was some sort of separate dimension. I am not. You can think of me as an older and far more experienced version of her, one that has learned quite a lot about the power that comes with being the Scarlet Witch, Wanda responded with a smile, her children looking at the men in confusion. What is this place, Miss Maximoff? Strange asked, not able to tell what this store was besides it being some sort of separate dimension. It's my bookstore, Stephen. A dimension created by myself that can connect to various universes throughout existence. Within it I sell all sorts of books, ones that you cannot find in any other universe. I also accept trades of books, knowledge and even other artifacts, Wanda responded, as she snapped her finger, the magical bookshelves appearing as the man looked at them. He could tell that quite a number of them were quite interesting, and different than any he had learned, which made him interested in perhaps buying a few. And you are not using this store to cause any sort of trouble? Strange asked, as Wanda giggled. Strange, if I wanted to cause any issues, you'd never know before it was too late. So don't worry, I just want to run my bookstore with my children, and enjoy my life, Wanda responded, as the man noticed the two children next to Wanda. His eyes paused on Malim as he could feel the immense power within her, and he could even feel the power within Naruto as well, even if it was nothing in comparison to who seemed to be his older sister. He could also tell just from a look that they were adopted, but decided not to comment on that, and instead looked at the books in interest. Is it okay if I were to browse your selection? Of course. You can take all the time you need. We also sell bakery goods too if you are interested, including coffees and teas, Wanda responded, as the men looked a little interested. Perhaps once I find a book then I shall order something. But for now, I am more interested in browsing your impressive collection of magical books, Strange said as she nodded in acceptance, watching as he walked over to the magical section. He almost immediately found a few books on various rituals, and even one on magic specializing in exorcising demons. The books were all expertly organized, and was varying in power and difficulty. All of them being categorized by such, so that only the true masters could touch the truly difficult books. Books that Dr. Strange was already looking over. As he found a few rituals and spells that could be a huge boon to the sorcerers. Can I buy multiple copies of a single book? Strange asked as he looked over the corner of the shelf. Of course. I can make as many copies of each book as needed. I also give a discount for bulk orders of a single book, Wanda answered, as Strange decided he would need to either trade a few books that he had no use for, or use some of his funds to buy out a few of these books in bulk. They would be good for Camartage. Looking over the books, he found that her words of the books being utterly unique to be entirely correct. As he had never seen a single one of these books before. Perhaps I should tell some of the others about this place, about this Wanda, Strange thought as he glanced off to where the woman was, who was just smiling as if she knew he was looking at her. She likely did, if she was able to create a dimension so casually. At the same time, Wanda was smirking at the men, knowing what he was thinking, only one thought on her mind. This will be an interesting next few days. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. We'll be seeing a lot of interesting interactions for the next few chapters, especially once more of the Marvel characters hear about this mysterious bookstore. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 103, Strange and Rituals. Third POV. It didn't take long before the men had found the rest of the books that he wanted. Making a pile of around 10 different books to buy. All of them were magical in nature, as he found that most of the books on science that were interesting were well beyond him. He was certain that Reed or Tony would be very, very interested in them though. So he'd have to inform them of this place in the future. But he was still contemplating if he even wanted to tell anyone about this place in the first place. The dimension itself was incredibly complex, and having an alternate universe Wanda here might turn some heads. That, and he wasn't sure he wanted any of the darker entities out there finding out about this place. A being like Mephisto finding this place could bring disastrous consequences, especially if he managed to make a deal with the woman that he was currently looking at. You don't need to worry, Strange. I am not one to fall to the manipulations of other entities like Mephisto, Wanda said, knowing what he was thinking at the men paused, realizing she wasn't just guessing anymore, but knew what he was thinking. I am more than just the Scarlet Witch, Stephen. I am, beyond that now, beyond the Wanda Maximoff of your universe, well and truly at that. Wanda cut him off with a smile, as she lifted her finger, a miniature universe forming at the end of it as his eyes widened in shock. In one of my more favored universes that I have been calling home, I am known widely as a Lord of Chaos. But I suppose that isn't even a proper title for me anymore. A God of Chaos would be a far better way to describe it, Wanda added, as the men only looked at her in awe and slight fear. Are you going to cause any harm to my universe? Stephen asked, tense. Of course not. As long as I am not antagonized, then I won't be touching anyone. This bookstore is a natural place that all are permitted to enter, bar a couple of types of people. But that is only reserved for monsters like rapists and pedophiles. I have my limits, Wanda responded, smiling calmly. She wasn't worried about the men in front of her, as not even Stephen was a threat to her. Maybe if it was his peak from the earlier years of his comics, then she would be threatened, but the current him, not a chance. His earlier years were, when he was basically a god, and could do literally anything. This was the more modern and realistic version of him. He was still immensely powerful, but not godlike or anything. I see. And what of an entity like Mephisto? Strange asked. Wanda hummed at the question, as it was genuinely a good one. Mephisto was a dangerous being, not to her, but to most other beings in Marvel. He was also really damn annoying, and excellent at manipulating others. So it was only natural that Stephen was worried. He would be allowed to shop within my store as long as he does not try anything against my children and I, Wanda responded after a few moments of thought, her children both curious on who Mephisto was, deciding to ask later. She hadn't really explained much about the Marvel multiverse yet. I suppose that is fair, considering your level of power, Stephen responded in acceptance, deciding not to argue with this woman that could likely blink and obliterate him from existence. He definitely would need to be careful about who he tells though. As with her level of power and her neutrality, it was very likely that Tony or one of the others might kick up a fuss. And he didn't even want to think about the villains and what they might do with the knowledge that can be found here. He shuddered at the thought of someone like Doom finding this place. I do hope you are not thinking about restricting my bookstore, Stephen. I can make the door to my store appear anywhere in your universe, so I'd suggest against trying to hide this place, Wanda said with an eerie smile on her face that made the men a little uncomfortable. He knew that she was basically threatening him in a roundabout way. And he'd rather not piss off a being like her. As you wish, Miss Maximoff, Stephen responded awkwardly as he brought out his card to pay for the books. The total cost of the 10 books was far cheaper than he had expected, and he had more than enough to pay for them. After paying for the books, he also got a tea to go, as well as a few muffins to eat back at the sanctum. That, and he was sure a few of his fellow sorcerers would love to try them. As they did smell delicious. Is that all, Mr. Strange? Wanda asked, as the men sipped on the tea, finding it to be positively divine tasting. Yes, that is all, thank you, Miss Maximoff. And I do hope you have an excellent day, the man said, as he walked off, obviously trying to get out of the shop quickly so that he wouldn't have to stay in her presence, a presence that was likely making him quite nervous. That man was scared of you, wasn't he, Mama? Naruto asked, watching him flee. He was. Most people of that universe are going to be scared of me, Han, Wanda responded, causing the two to look at her. Why? Milim asked, confused. Because in that universe my name has a lot of meaning. And while I am not sure if it has happened yet, the things I have done in that place weren't the most morally correct, Milim. I have committed atrocities at one point, perhaps not in the same multiverse, but if my counterpart develops as I had at one point, then they'll be even more fearful of me than they are now, Wanda responded, causing them to frown. Then we'll just have to protect Mama. Naruto cheered, as Milim nodded. Yeah. And they're just a bunch of wimps anyways. 'Cause we ain't ever going to be afraid of Mama. Milim added, as Naruto fiercely nodded in acceptance. Neither even contemplating the idea of being afraid of their beloved mother. Oh. Never afraid of Mama. And here I thought you were scared of my wrath when you tried to prank me. Wanda asked, as the two blinked and began to pale slightly, remembering the revenge their mama got on them. She basically redirected the prank back at them ×5, and started her own fun prank war against them, one she was absolutely demolishing them at. Perhaps I shall dash, no. You're scary, Mama, you're scary. Milim said, shaking her head rapidly, as Wanda smirked. Oh really? I'll show you scary. She said as she leapt after her children, their squeals echoing through the store as she chased after them, the childish giggles echoing as they played. Later in the day, after Strange had left, Wanda was sitting behind her counter, as usual. In the store were the Mikaelsons, which had become an increasingly common occurrence thanks to Hope's birth that was coming up soon. They were here in order to find a spell that would protect Hope once she was born, as the other witches of New Orleans were becoming increasingly antagonistic towards them, and were openly threatening their daughter's/niece's life, so they were here to find something to protect her. It wasn't just the other this time, but also included Rebecca, who looked like she wanted to be anywhere but here. It was amusing, to be honest. Eventually their search was becoming annoying, so Haley opted to come to Wanda herself. Hello, do you have any books on spells or wards of some sort that can provide protection to an individual, even if they aren't born yet? Haley asked as she rubbed her stomach instinctively. I do believe I have a few. But it matters, do you wish for one that relies on the blood of their family living, or do you want one that involves directly engraving magic into their form, which is a lot more complicated? Wanda asked, as the ritual was incredibly complicated, but was strong. Is there a difference in power between the two? The one that involves the engraving is several times stronger, and won't rely on the blood of the family. But will instead use the babe's magic itself, and considering you are all Mikaelsons, it'd work completely fine. And even if she does run out of magic somehow, the engravings would call upon the magic of the surroundings to supplement the missing energies, Wanda explained, as the rest of the Mikaelsons walked over as they heard this. And how complicated is this ritual exactly? Rebecca questioned. Very. It would require a number of ingredients of immense rarity, as well as a lot of preparation. But, I suppose as long as you have a decent bit of knowledge in magic, you can do it, Wanda responded. What if we were to pay you for the ingredients? Would that be possible? Elijah asked, as Wanda smiled. That is perfectly fine. I can get you the ingredients, but I'd ask for books in return instead of currency. Books that you have not already traded me, Wanda answered, as the man nodded, as Klaus glanced at his brother and agreed. We will get you the books, Elijah said, as the rest of the family began to follow after him, prepared to find some books to trade for these ingredients. Watching them walk off, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind. They're not as bad as I remembered from the show. How interesting. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Fan and Maker will be getting updated in a bit. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 104, A Rich Guest. Third POV. The Mikaelsons returned soon after leaving. In tow they had brought around 25 books. Each of them were carrying a handful of books due to the sheer amount of them. Looking over the books as they were placed onto the counter, Wanda raised an eyebrow, a little impressed with the selection. The books themselves weren't super incredible or anything, at least in the grand scheme of things, but they did have knowledge within that could be helpful to certain other worlds. She imagined that the Percy Jackson people would like it, as well as Harry Potter's universe. And once she connected to the next universe she planned on going to, she imagined they would be interested as well. The next universe being the show called The Magicians, as she was interested in their form of magic which was done through movements of the hands, almost like jutsu from Naruto. They also had gods, time travel, multiverse stuff, and all sorts of neat little things that went down. It was all very interesting to her. Quite the selection you have brought me. Some of these seem to be quite advanced in nature, not only that, but they seem rare, Wanda commented, as she flipped through the books with a hum. They're some of the rarest books in our collection. We thought it would be prudent to properly pay you back for this, not only that, but you have stated that we can pay ahead, so we are hoping this would be enough to cover some future purchases we may make here, Elijah explained, as Wanda looked at him with a small glint of interest. It should cover a decent amount of future books, mattering entirely on the books you decide to select, Wanda responded, as she gathered all the books and sent them off to the back to be copied and then placed back on the shelves. At the same time, she snapped her finger as the ingredients for the ritual began to form on the counter, alongside the book on rituals, which included the one she had spoken to them about. This is the book for the ritual. There are a number of other rituals inside, but the one you are looking for is on page 489, Wanda said, as they all looked a little surprised with the open display of magic to summon objects. Thank you, Miss Maximoff. This truly means a lot to our family, Elijah said with a bow, grateful for the book and ingredients. As this would give them the means to protect the baby of Haley and Klaus. Not a problem, Elijah. Now, is that all, or is there anything else you want? Wanda asked, looking over them. She saw that none of them really wanted to be there any longer, and from what she could tell, Rebecca wanted to be anywhere but there. Can we get a few of your muffins? Haley cut in. She ignored the looks of the others in embarrassment, as she was rather hungry at the moment, both her and the little one in her stomach. What flavor do you want? Blueberry please, Haley responded after a few moments of contemplation. Hearing the flavor she wants, Wanda made a motion with her hand as a small case of muffins floated in, 6 muffins neatly placed within a box specially made for them. Anything else? Wanda asked, as Haley shook her head, inwardly salivating at the delicious scent of the tasty-looking muffins. And it wasn't just her that was staring at them, but the Mikaelsons were staring too, also finding the scent to be incredible. Excellent. I hope you all have a great day, and can use that ritual well, Wanda said with a smile on her face, as Haley gave her a nod, walking off with the rest of the Mikaelsons, leaving Wanda alone. Curious. I wonder how they're going to use that ritual without a witch. Wanda thought in interest. It'd take quite a lot of power to do what they want to with that ritual. So I can only assume that they'll be getting the help of Davina, who was a powerful witch that should have enough power to accomplish what they want. If not her, then perhaps they could get into contact with Bonnie, who had even more power than Davina did, so she'd also be more than enough. Either way, I do hope that they accomplish it properly, Wanda thought with a smile, as she waited for the door to open once more. Later in the day, Raven had returned from her day out. She had actually gone out to the Harry Potter world alone in order to gather a few ingredients she wanted for some potions she planned on making. Wanda had offered to just give her the ingredients, but Raven was pretty insistent that she cannot keep taking advantage of Wanda's kindness. So instead she went to the world alone and gathered them herself. Something that Wanda was a little surprised about, but didn't stop her after seeing how certain she was about that decision. She came back with a bag of a wide variety of herbs and plants, most of which weren't in her dimension, which she changed the second she saw them, as well as a number of books that she didn't have. When she asked Raven how she got those books, the woman only glanced at her awkwardly and said, I happened to come across them in a trash can. Wanda knew she was obviously lying, and also found out that she was awful at lying, and assumed she stole them from dark families or something of the sort. So she didn't bother asking her more, as Raven went up to put her new books away, but not before letting Wanda copy them. At the moment she was boredly sitting behind the counter, propping her head up with her hand. It was a slow day today, with only the Mikaelsons coming in so far. So boring in fact, that her children decided to go upstairs and train instead of sit with her. She couldn't really blame them, as it was really quiet today. But finally, after hours of nobody coming in, the door began to open, causing her to look up in interest, only to blink in surprise when she saw who it was. It was Lex Luthor. Oh. This place is bigger than I was expecting, the man said, looking around, a little impressed. At his side was his trusted right-hand woman, Mercy. Another guest I wasn't expecting, Wanda thought with an interested smile on her face, not at all afraid of the men in front of her. What is Lex Luthor doing in my little shop? Wanda asked, looking at the men who smiled, fake smile obviously, but a smile. I've heard you have quite the selection of books. Some of which can be said to be otherworldly, Lex said, laying it on thick that he knew she had books that no human should have. I suppose you could say that. Why, are you interested? Wanda asked as she gazed at the man, who was at the science section to the left of Wanda's perspective. He was looking over the titles of the books, finding quite a few that were catching his eye. Very. How much would it cost me to buy a copy of every book in this shop? Lex asked, which made Wanda hum. Quite a bit. But considering how wealthy you are, I am sure you can afford it with no difficulty, Wanda responded with a shrug, as the man let out a chuckle. Yes, I suppose I can. All right, I'd like to order a single copy of every book you have in this shop, Lex said, as Wanda hummed and tallied up the total for all of the books. That'll be $83,592, Wanda responded after a few moments of thought, not the total, adding it all up with little difficulty. The men blinked at the total before motioning to Mercy, who walked over and brought out a card, paying for the books a second later. My people will come by later to pick up the books, Lex said with a smile as he placed the book he was looking over back onto the counter, before beginning to walk back to the door. As he did, he glanced back at Wanda, who was just smiling in amusement at his uncaring attitude. I'll be watching you, Wanda Maximoff, Lex said before leaving the shop, causing Wanda to giggle at his words. Seeing him leave, Wanda had only one thought on her mind, and that was, how amusing. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Just a simple chapter with the Mikaelsons and her first proper visit from a villain. More will begin to appear in the coming chapters. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Villainous Visits. Third POV. With Lex Luthor now visiting her shop for the first time, Wanda had officially been visited by her first proper villain. He wasn't really the worst villain or anything, but he was absolutely a villain of impressive power, at least politically. Later that same day, his people had come and gathered the books to take back to the man's home, where he'd likely be reading through the interesting ones. Of course, Wanda had not given him some of the more dangerous books, and had kept the magic ones hidden. The magical books were only sold to magic users, that was one of her few rules. While the dangerous books he did not obtain, were only given to those above a certain level of power. Mostly for their own safety than anything else, as they could potentially die if it was used by someone too weak. A lot of them relied on an immensely powerful physical form, soul, and/or magical power. So someone like Lex would literally explode if he even attempted to use any of them. Only someone like Zatanna, Zatara, and a lot of the other magical beings in that world would be able to use the magical books. While a being like Superman would be able to use the physical ones without difficulty. Then there were of course the books on aura, chakra, and the other stuff, which nobody in that universe could use, so it was useless to even try and sell it to them. So, she opted to just show what would likely be caught. Basically, she gave him the books he deserved and could actually use. Now that Lex had visited her shop, Wanda knew that she was likely going to be receiving visits from more and more villains, specifically the ones involved with the light. As once Lex understood what her shop was selling, he would undoubtedly tell his partners about it. And if the right members visited, then they would be able to buy some of her magical books. Wanda was finally selling to villains, which was something she had to get used to for the future. Although she found that it wasn't that difficult, as she stared at the newest villain that was now shopping at her store. The woman in front of her was certainly foreign, with a darker skin tone. She was also quite beautiful, and gave off a rather superior attitude. But one look at her, and Wanda knew that this was Queen Bee. She wondered why Queen Bee of all people was here, but she supposed that the woman was here on some sort of visit to America. Or perhaps some meeting with Lex. Either way, it was a curious sight seeing the woman in front of her. Are there any books in particular you are looking for? Wanda asked, having noticed that Queen Bee has been browsing for quite a while at this point, nearly 10 minutes, which was longer than usual before someone would grab their first book. No, I am simply browsing, Queen Bee responded with a shake of her head, inwardly remembering the warning that Lex had given her. That the woman who owned the shop was not normal, not with the books she was selling. Selling books that had technologies and sciences beyond anything on Earth, in some cases by decades, to even centuries. All of them being incredible boons. But Queen Bee was aching to go to a different section in particular, one that she had been glancing at quite a lot. And that was the romance section. As it turns out, Queen Bee was quite similar to Blake in the fact that she really liked romance novels and books. Like, way too much. And with how huge the collection Wanda had of them, she was really itching to look over the different books. you can browse them, you know. I don't judge any of my customers and what they buy, Wanda said with an amused giggle, knowing that the woman wanted to go to the romance section and was just trying to keep up appearances for now. Why, I am not interested in such things. Certainly not that romance trash, Queen Bee responded with a huff, causing Wanda to raise an eyebrow. Oh. And when did I say anything about romance? Wanda asked, smirking as the woman looked at her with wide eyes, an embarrassed blush on her cheeks as she coughed and looked away, before grumbling and stomping over to the romance section, her personal guards walking with her with puzzled expressions on their faces. Seems even villains can like romance novels, Wanda thought in amusement as she watched the woman gather some books, blushes forming on her face as she read through some of the more smutty books. Watching this, Wanda sighed. Seems they also tend to be even more strange than heroes. Wanda certainly underestimated how strange they truly tended to be. As after Queen Bee had visited, she began to get more and more members of the light visiting her shop. The next person to visit was Ocean Master, who ended up buying a ton of books on the ocean and magical oceanic creatures from other worlds. Like leviathans, mermaids, and more. He had also bought quite a collection of comics, mostly ones related to oceans, like the Namor comics she had made. After Ocean Master, she had been visited by Ra's al Ghul alongside his daughter Talia. The man had been an interesting visitor, as he seemed to know that she was not a normal human, and seemed to be very respectful of her, more than any of the others had been. Which meant he likely understood that she could think him out of existence. He ended up being the first person to bring his own books to trade in, which were actually books from his league, with quite a number of them being interesting and rare enough that he was able to buy books from her shop. He had bought martial arts books, which she wasn't surprised by. While Talia had decided on buying books on histories, cooking, and healing arts. All of them being very unique and different than anything they had. The two were her favorite of the villains that had visited so far. They were respectful and knew better than to piss her off and act arrogant with her. It was the next customer that was, a little annoying in her eyes, as she stared at the men in front of her. A small fake smile on his face, as Vandal Savage stood in front of her. You want me to what? Wanda asked, as the men responded. I wish for you to cooperate with us. To supply us with your wares, and in return, we will sell you books that you cannot find anywhere else, Vandal said simply. Wanda raised an eyebrow at the offer, finding it to be slightly interesting, but not enough. I'll have to deny your offer. I am absolutely neutral, and thus, do not give anyone better treatment than another. If you wish to buy books from me, simply bring money or other books I do not already possess, to trade it. That is how it works for everyone, and how it'll work for you as well, Wanda replied, watching his reaction. Surprisingly enough, the man only nodded slowly in understanding, as he brought out a card from his pocket. That is fair, Miss Maximoff. If that is the case, I wish to buy a copy of every book in this store, just like Luther did, Vandal said, casually admitting that he was connected to Luther, which meant the light absolutely knew she was not a normal human woman. As you wish. Are you going to have others come to pick it up like he had? Wanda asked, as the man nodded as he paid for all of the books, causing her to smile, knowing that she likely just got another repeat customer. You do not seem shocked that I know that you are not normal, Vandal noted, as Wanda chuckled. As someone who is not normal, I already knew your organization knew that I am not a normal human. Otherwise Queen Bee, Ocean Master, Roz, and then you after all of them, would not appear, Wanda responded with a casual hum, as the man just chuckled, realizing she knew all about them. Which in his eyes, was just interesting and not much else. With the books bought, the man left soon later, not saying another word after her response, leaving Wanda alone, one thought on her mind. This'll be an interesting next few days. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. I am dead tired right now, so, sorry if the quality is not the best. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Annoying Conflict. Third POV. As it turns out, having villains consistently visiting the shop would eventually bring some strife. Like the fact that a villain constantly showing up in a singular city, would lead to the heroes of the planet looking into it. Which is what led to her current situation, an annoying one at that. A situation that involved her glaring in annoyance at a hero, and defending a villain. A situation that started only a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago. It had been a couple of days since the last villain had visited, and Wanda was, a bit bored to be honest. She had been taking regular trips out into other cities in the DC universe, wishing to explore some cities she had never seen before. But, she found that Gotham and Metropolis were still the most interesting, with Central City being a close third to Metropolis. But the villains there weren't that impressive or anything, mostly because the Flash was so fast that none of them could properly commit any sort of crimes. Only fellow speedsters were much of a threat to him when it came to that city. And Green Arrow City was, basically just a wannabe Gotham, if that. So besides exploring a little bit around the place, she just left not really that interested in seeing more. But finally, after a couple of days since the last visit from a villain, in walked a rather interesting customer for her to have. A first, and another person related to the light. This time it was Black Adam. "Is this the bookstore owned by Wanda Maximoff?" Black Adam questioned, as he walked in and locked eyes with her. "It is. And I am assuming that Vandal Savage and the others that are a part of that interesting little organization recommended this place to you?" Wanda asked, which Adam nodded to. Truthfully, Wanda didn't mind the recommendation, as it gave her some very interesting customers. And it did make things less boring with how the normal customers had been as of recent. "Whoa, he's tall." Naruto's voice echoed from beside her as he walked into the area, an interested gleam in his eyes as he stared at the men blessed by gods. "Naruto. Where's your sister?" Wanda asked, as Naruto pouted at the question. "She said that the store has been boring recently, so she's playing in the animal dimension again, and I guess Miss Ivy is going to show her the plant dimension later too," Naruto responded, causing Wanda to raise an eyebrow. "And why are you not up there with them then, hon?" Wanda asked, as Adam looked between them with interest, before deciding to browse as this was evidently not a conversation for him to be a part of. "Because I felt bad leaving you down here alone. We've been upstairs so much that we don't really see you while you're working. All because the shop is being kinda boring right now," Naruto responded with an apologetic look on his face. Wanda just smiled softly in response. "It's alright honey, I enjoy dash." Wanda paused as her head snapped to the door, a scowl forming on her face as the door was ripped open, and instantly members of the Justice League flooded in. More specifically, Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Shazam, and Captain Atom. "Don't move a muscle, Adam," Shazam yelled, as the men looked at them with wide eyes, alarmed that they had even noticed him coming here. At the same time, Captain Atom was looking at Wanda and Naruto with a scowl on his face, marching over to them. "You two are coming with us. It's about damn time we get some answers from you," he said, as he reached out and gripped Naruto's arm, which caused him to grunt in pain. And that was a mistake on his part. As in the next second, a deep flash of anger traveled through Wanda. And with one flex of her power, he was slammed back against the wall, screams echoing from his throat as a barrier formed in front of Adam, blocking the blow from Shazam. The rest of the League members soon were forced to their knees as she blocked their powers. Flashback end. And that was how she got into her current situation. A scowling Wanda staring at the heroes, a slightly angered Naruto glaring at them as he rubbed his arm that had just been healed, and a frowning Adam looking at them. "What do you think you are doing? What gives you the right to touch my son in such a manner? What gives you the right to barge into my store and attack one of my customers?" Wanda asked, barely holding back the infinite fury that was simmering at the surface. Just itching to wipe Captain Atom from existence. To break his mind and soul and make him go through pain nobody could even begin to imagine. To make him pay for daring to hurt her son right in front of her, in her own store. "He's a villain, ma'am. I don't know what you did, but you have to let us dash." "I do not have to let you do anything, boy. I am the owner of this shop. And my rules are law. And within this store, there is no fighting. No matter who it is. This is a neutral place, and will be treated as such. You are lucky I have not killed that ignorant little worm for daring to touch my son." Wanda glared, her fury beginning to show as Captain Atom screamed in pain, every bone in his body beginning to shatter underneath her power. "And you," Wanda said, staring at Captain Atom, before continuing. "You are banned from this store for life. Not only that, but I curse you. From now on, you shall find no love, no family, and no true connections beyond friendship. I hope you enjoy being alone for the rest of your miserable little life," Wanda said, flicking her wrist as he was flung out of her shop in a burst of speed. Back in the DC universe, he slammed into the nearest wall, groaning in pain, still weakened from her power as he felt like a normal human being launched into a wall at speed strong enough to kill a normal person. Who the hell are you?" Flash asked, realizing that the warnings they had been given were right, that they shouldn't have come here. But when they got news that Black Adam was in the city, that he was perfectly open to getting captured and imprisoned, they couldn't stop themselves and came after him. Not even realizing that they had followed him into the same bookstore that they were warned against until it was too late. And now they would pay the price, it seems. "I am Wanda Maximoff, owner of this bookstore, and mother of 2 children, one of which that foolish little man harmed. I am also not someone you should fuck with, Alan," Wanda said coldly, as the man's eyes widened in alarm, realizing she knew his identity. "Same with you, Diana, Kent, Batson," Wanda added, glancing at them, making sure only they could hear these words, as outing their secret identities was a bit much. Captain Atom she would be more willing to do that too, though. But why let him shop here? He is a villain. He has killed people, innocent people. Diana asked, angered at this woman. So what? He killed some people, I have too, far more than he has. Far more than any villain you have ever faced has, Wanda responded without a care, as the others looked at her with alarm. Don't look at me like that, heroes. I did not go out of my way to do it or anything. It was a mistake, a foolish, horrible mistake, but still a mistake that led to the deaths of an entire species, Wanda added, knowing that in actuality she had only killed most of them. And that was only her life as Wanda in 616, that wasn't even counting all her other lives which had also killed. How many? How many did you kill? Superman asked, finding his voice as she looked at him. More than the population of entire universes, Wanda responded, as the group paled in fear, realizing that the woman had killed more people than they could even comprehend. How? How is that even possible? Billy asked. I am strong, child. Far stronger than any of you. And with power, comes the ability to make mistakes far worse than what any normal person can make. And that is what mine did. I did something that wiped a species from the entire multiverse, not just a single universe, Wanda responded, knowing this would just make them fear her more than anything. It would also draw their attention even more, but it didn't matter. Nothing they did, no matter how hard they tried, would do anything to her, so it didn't make a difference. No more questions, heroes. I have given you the right to live and remain without a curse, cherish that. You all may return in a week as long as you do not break my rules. But until then, you are momentarily banned. Now get the hell out, Wanda ordered, as she launched them from the shop, the door slamming with a loud bang. Leaving her, Naruto, and Adam in the shop once more. Wanda could only sigh at the situation that had just gone down, one thought on her mind as she felt her son hugging her to calm her down. Gods, that was irritating. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Basically her just fucking up the idiots who though it was okay to cause conflict in her shop, and punishing the fool that touched her son. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, After the Conflict. Third POV. I apologize for that, Miss Maximoff. I had not realized that they were tailing me. Had I known, I would not have brought such trouble to your store, Adam said, bowing his head, feeling bad for the event that had just taken place. The fact that the heroes had caused so many problems for Wanda, and had even harmed her son, even if it was a little bit, angered the men to no end. As while he was a villain, he also knew that Wanda was incredibly powerful, and had the means to give both heroes and villains access to new knowledge and power that they couldn't previously even comprehend. And the heroes could have ruined that. You don't need to apologize, Adam. It's the arrogant little brats that caused the problem, not you, Wanda responded, waving off his apology as he didn't need to give it, the heroes did. Whether or not they would actually apologize to her was an entire different matter though. Well, I shall apologize either way. What they did was disgraceful, and was done at the wrong time. They are heroes, and yet they did such an ignorant thing, Adam responded, as she just chuckled, finding it funny that the villains of this world were easier to work with than the heroes. That was the way it seemed to work though. Villains knew when not to push their luck, they did not pry into your business, and did not come after you unless you did something against them. Whereas heroes will continuously come after you the second they even find a tiny bit of evidence of you doing something wrong. That was one of the big reasons why Wanda wanted to be more neutral, and why she didn't align herself with heroes anymore, as their arrogance and ignorance was incredibly irritating. Their no-kill rule was also incredibly foolish and only served to make the situations worse, especially with a being like Joker, who deserved death. Even to her standards, which was saying a lot. He was one of the few beings that she would kill the second she ever ran across him. That much was guaranteed. Thank you for the apology then. Have you found all of your books, or were you not able to do so due to the heroes? Wanda asked, as the men sighed. No, I think I will return to my browsing. Ah, and I apologize, child, that man has always been one of the worst of that little league of theirs, Adam said, giving Naruto a small apology before returning to his browsing. He had been looking at magical books and the ones on history before the rude interruption from the heroes. Seeing that he was going back to what he was doing before, Wanda smiled, pleased that he wasn't leaving. Turning back to Naruto, she looked over the hand that Captain Adam had gripped, finding that it was healed. Are you all right, honey? Wanda asked, looking him over, making sure he was not injured anywhere else beyond the arm. She didn't want her son injured in any way, shape, or form. I am. I've been beat up a lot worse than that. But I gotta say, that man was rude. And his grip was crazy strong too, Narrate responded, rubbing his arm slightly to get rid of the dull ache that was left over from the grip the man had on it. He had never felt that strong of a grip before, not from Sasuke, Sakura, Jiraiya, not even from Tsunade herself, who had some of the strongest physical strength in the elemental nations. None of them even compared to what he felt from Captain Adam, proving just how powerful the heroes can be, at least physically. He was rude, but you don't need to worry about him anymore. Mama's taken care of the problem. And he might be strong, but he won't be stronger than you for long, Han. As long as you continue to do your training with your sister, I am certain you will far outclass him in time, Wanda said, confident in her son's growth. Once he got his skills from the Tensura universe, she was absolutely certain that he would be stronger than Captain Atom. And once he trained, he could overcome even the likes of Superman. It was only a matter of time and training. Do you think they'll come back in a week? Naruto asked, wondering if they would come back to try and attack Wanda, or something else. I am sure they will. But considering the showing of power I had given them, I doubt they will try anything. The magic users of their team will warn them against it. I am sure Dr. Fate and Constantine are both going to be screaming at the fools for this later, Wanda responded, as she had already told her children all about the specific magic users of this world, like Dr. Fate, Satana, Satara, and of course Constantine. They hadn't met any of them, but they were very interested in doing so. Well, hopefully they aren't stupid and cause more problems, Naruto responded. Wanda snorted, knowing the heroes were awful at not causing problems. After all, most of the villains were born because of their ignorance and foolish decisions. That's a difficult thing to ask, Naruto. Heroes aren't exactly the brightest, Wanda said, as the boy laughed with her, remembering some of the stories she told him about heroes in the Marvel Universe, which included a lot of embarrassing moments. Mostly about Spider-Man. But he was an easy target, so it was hard not. Fate seemed to really dislike him for some reason, the poor thing. She'd help him out if he ever came into the shop. Do you think the heroes will at least come back to shop? I want to meet Green Arrow. Naruto asked, as she looked at him. Green Arrow? Is he your favorite hero? Wanda asked, surprised with the hero of choice. Oliver wasn't exactly the most popular. Yep. After watching that Arrow show, I really like the guy. Even if it's not the same in this universe, I still want to meet him eventually, Naruto responded with a nod. Maybe we'll have to meet that Oliver at some point then, as I have been meaning to take a trip to the Arrowverse, Wanda said with a hum, wanting to visit the Arrowverse, which was actually a separate multiverse in the DC Omniverse. Unlike what people thought, DC and Marvel had entire Omniverse to themselves, as they had several different multiverses. Like how Marvel had the mainline multiverse, and the Marvel Cinematic Multiverse, where all the movies from the MCU took place in. And how DC had the mainline DC Comics Multiverse, the DCU, and the Arrowverse. Yeah, they were a bit more complicated due to the way their multiverses changed and warped, and the series constantly being cancelled and all that bullshit. Yeah, that would be awesome. Naruto exclaimed, excited at the prospect. He wanted to travel around more with his mama, and that would be his chance. But, it would have to come later, as for now she had to help Adam check out. Walking up to the counter, Black Adam placed a stack of 15 books onto the counter. Looking them over, she found that most of them were magical in nature, but there were also a few martial arts books, and a couple of historical books. And there was even a romance book tucked in there, causing her to smirk at the men who looked away as he realized she noticed it. No need to be embarrassed, Adam. You'd be surprised how many men come in here and buy romance books. And how many women come in here and buy comics and other books you'd expect a guy to like, Wanda said with a chuckle, as she rang up all the books, finding the total to be a bit over $200. After the men gave her cash for the order, she placed it all in a bag, before asking the next question. Is there anything else you need? I have pastries here, as well as drinks that you can take to go, Wanda asked, as the man shook his head. I'm afraid I will have to decline the offer this time, Miss Maximoff. But next time I think I'll be trying your tea. I do hope you have an excellent rest of your day, Adam said, as he began to walk off rapidly, probably to tell the rest of the light about the incident with the League. Watching him walk off, Wanda chuckled, only one thought on her mind. Who knew villains would be easier to work with than heroes? There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Nothing to say for the end. Have a good day. Chapter 108, After the Fight. Third POV. While Wanda was in her shop talking with Adam, and slowly coming down from her anger at the situation that had occurred not that long ago, the Justice League was currently in a panic. After Captain Atom had been slammed into the wall and cursed, and the rest of the team had been kicked out of the shop without difficulty, the team had immediately called an emergency meeting in response. They needed to speak about Wanda, and about this entire situation. For someone was out there that could supposedly wipe entire species from the multiverse, and from the sounds of it, casually. That was not something any of them wanted, and they needed to deal with it immediately. Which is why the League was currently sitting in the meeting room, Captain Atom having a scowl on his face remembering the event that had gone down. While the rest of the members that were there were still going through everything that had just happened. While the magic users of the League had a different reaction. And that was, anger. No, not just anger, they were pissed. Why? Because the fools had just angered the most powerful magical being in the multiverse, and a being that Lucifer himself was friends with. Have you all lost your damned minds? We expressly told you not to go and piss off that woman. And what did you do? You pissed her off enough to curse one of you. Constantine yelled, angered with their foolishness. Not only that, but you have irreparably damaged our standings with her. With a being that could atomize all of us with a simple flick of her wrist. And now you have made the villains look like the good guys in comparison, Satara added, also scowling in anger. He didn't want them to even talk to Wanda due to her power. But they went beyond even that, and have likely gotten rid of all goodwill between them, if they had any in the first place. This would potentially stop them from buying any of the books that Wanda sold, which likely included incredibly rare books that could not be found anywhere else. And these fools ruined that. What were we supposed to do, just let Black Adam enter the shop and not go after him? Shazam asked. Yes. Both Zatara and Constantine yelled at the same time. It was such an easy answer too, knowing that all they had to do was wait until Black Adam left, and then go after him. But instead they jumped the gun like idiots. You just had to wait for not even an hour for him to leave, and then you could have gone after him as much as you want. But because you idiots couldn't wait, you pissed off a magical entity that none of us can even fight back against, Constantine responded, scowling darkly at them. And what's to say we can't fight back? It's just one lady, sure she might have beaten me, but I'm sure all of us working together can stop her, Captain Adam said arrogantly. The two magic users looked at him like he was stupid, and he was beginning to show that he was indeed stupid. Are you purposely that stupid, or are you genuinely just dumb? She is a being that can wipe out an entire species from the entire multiverse with casual ease. Do you seriously believe that we can do anything against that? Not a single one of us would even be able to touch her, and you want to defeat her. Constantine responded, staring at him with a genuinely flabbergasted expression. Wondering how the hell he was in this situation, and why he was even talking to these idiots anymore. Yeah but mate, just stop fucking talking. You are giving me a migraine over how utterly stupid you are. Like genuinely, I have never met someone so ignorant in my entire life. And I have met a lot of really stupid demons, Constantine cut him off, not wanting to hear whatever stupid-ass statement he was preparing to say. What do we do? A voice echoed, as the two of them looked at Batman who had been silent the entire time. The man was not pleased either. He had been quite blunt with his statement to just leave her alone, and he was ignored. And now it was biting them in the ass because they couldn't just leave it be. Nothing. You will do nothing, Dr. Fate's voice echoed, as the other two magic users nodded in agreement. What he said. She is a godlike entity that makes any of the villains you have fought look like ants. Arguing with her, fighting with her, and begging to her is not going to do anything. So, the best thing to do is leave it alone, and come back once the ban is over and apologize. That is the only way you can get out of this without potentially getting far, far worse consequences, Constantine said. Worse consequences than Captain Adam being cursed to be without love for the rest of his life. Wonder Woman said with a frown, inwardly wondering why Wanda seemed so familiar after seeing the power she had portrayed. You think that was a true curse? She was being kind. That was a childlike curse that is likely one of her weakest. No, a true curse from her would make your life a living hell, a worse fate than death, Constantine responded with a scoff, knowing that Wanda had far, far more dangerous curses that she could have used. And she hadn't. Which is a kindness by itself. So you want us to just drop it? To act like none of that happened? That she didn't confess to killing an entire species across the multiverse? She is a greater villain than any others we have ever come across, and we're just going to ignore her. Hal Jordan was the one who asked this, angered at the idea of her just getting away with it. She already said it was a mistake. One she is obviously apologetic for with the way she was talking about it. And yeah, you need to just drop it. It'll make things easier, as you actively going after her will just make everything more difficult, Constantine responded, again annoyed with them. It's not like any of you can do anything either way, like we've said, Zatara added, as most of the team scowled, knowing that this was the truth. That no matter what they did, there was simply no possible way for them to defeat Wanda, or even harm her for that matter. Alright, since we can't do anything to her, what about Black Adam? Do we have any information on why he was even there? The Flash asked, deciding to change the conversation. All we know is that he was likely there for the magic section in her shop, which has been proven real from the visit that Constantine had to the shop, and the memories that John has seen from the incident, Batman responded, as they all frowned. Any ideas what magic he is planning to learn from there? Do we even know what types of magic she is selling? Green Arrow was the one to ask this question. No idea. But knowing how powerful Miss Maximoff is, I'd assume that it is nothing simple. And if Constantine's guess is correct, she sells magic from not only this universe, but from all over the multiverse, meaning it will be even more difficult to know exactly what the man is planning to learn, Zatara responded, which only caused more frowns to form, realizing the magic is going to be hard to counter if it's not even from this universe. Which made it even more important that they apologize and gain access to the store once again. As without being able to buy the books themselves, it'll be next to impossible to counter most of the magic that Black Adam could utilize from her shop. Man, this is going to be an annoying next few days, isn't it? Trying to counter magic we have never seen before, without the ability to learn anything about it until we can shop at her store again, the Flash said with a groan, realizing this would not be a fun week. At the same time, Batman was silent, frowning as he thought over the recent events, one thought on his mind. What are you up to, Adam? There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Just a reaction chapter and basically Constantine and Zatara yelling at the idiots for being stupid. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, A Simple Morning. Third POV. While the Justice League was freaking the hell out over Wanda and her actions against fellow members of the League, Wanda was back in the shop, sitting behind her counter with an amused expression on her face. She had been watching the League freaking out, and found it to be hilarious. The fact that they had been completely ignoring Constantine and Zatara, who had been warning them the entire time. Not to mention Dr. Fate, who had been openly antagonistic with the League due to their actions. Wanda found that most of the League was not pleased with the actions of the group that had caused all the problems in her shop. Which was completely valid, considering they had potentially cut off the means to learning a lot of new and completely unique knowledge. Wanda wouldn't ban them permanently or anything, but they didn't know that. They expected her to completely stop them from entering ever again. But Wanda, while still very annoyed, was not going to ban all of them just because of the idiotic actions of the few. She wasn't cruel enough to stop those that weren't involved from entering the shop. She actually liked Constantine, and she didn't mind Zatara at this point, as the men seems to be on Constantine's side in terms of the situation. They were both sick of the rest of the League bullshit and not listening to them. To the point that the two had even gone out to get a beer and complain about the arrogance and ignorance of the League itself. Wanda didn't blame them at all. The League had been really proving that they were very ignorant in their actions and what they do. Their belief that they were always right was becoming increasingly annoying for the two magic users who knew this was going to happen. But none of that really mattered now that it was the next day. As Wanda sat behind her counter like usual, her regular shoppers walked through the store buying their books and pastries like nothing had happened. What happened yesterday, Mama? Milim asked, having not found out about the event that occurred until just earlier that day. It was actually Ivy who had told her about it after finding out from Wanda herself. Some heroes decided that they would try to attack one of the customers that came in here. I took care of them, but one of them decided to touch your brother, and I had to curse him in response, Wanda explained, with Milim frowning in response. Do I need to find that guy and beat him up? Cause he sounds like he deserves to get beaten up, Milim responded, causing Wanda to chuckle. No honey, I already took care of that man. He won't be harming us anymore, and he certainly will never return to this shop ever again, Wanda replied, waving off her concern regarding the event that had gone down. If they tried anything again, then the entire League would have to be banned. And she would be forced to curse those involved with a far more nasty curse. The sort of curse that would make their lives living hells, far worse than what she had given Captain Atom. Fine, but if I see that guy again, I'm going to punch him in the face, and not softly, but hard enough to knock him out for days, Milim said with a grumble, wishing she was there so she could have laid the man out like he deserved. All right, if he ever comes back I'll let you punch the snot out of him, Wanda responded with a giggle, amused with her daughter's protectiveness. A few moments later, Naruto walked over. You talking about that mean guy from yesterday? Naruto asked, which made them both nod. I'll join in. I'd love to beat the crap out of that asshole that decided to be so mean yesterday, Naruto added, grinning at the thought of punching the guy right in the face. Something he would certainly deserve. So what did you curse him with anyways? Milim asked, interested to find out what she cursed the guy with. As she really hoped it was something serious so he wouldn't even have a chance to try anything again. I cursed with the inability to ever find love. Be it romantically speaking or in a familial matter. Nothing too crazy, but enough to make the man really regret his actions yesterday, Wanda responded, with Ivy who walked in a moment later to whistle. Damn, that's brutal, Ivy said, as she began to take care of the plants in the shop. While she was also swapping out some of them for new plants she had created recently, which was a normal occurrence for her. Swapping them regularly so she can test the new plants and how they react to an environment like the shop. I wouldn't say it's brutal per se. I'd say it's a perfectly valid curse to place on the man after he decided to harm Naruto, Wanda responded to Ivy who just snorted. The men can't find love anymore after gripping your son's arm tightly. You might not realize it, but you are quite the mama bear. Not that I blame you for the curse or anything, the prick has always been a douche. There's a reason why he is at the bottom of all the popularity polls, even below Plastic Men, and that guy's kind of an asshole too, Ivy replied with a deadpan, but changing that face halfway into her speech when she saw the look that Wanda was giving her. At least Mama didn't kill the guy, Milim responded looking on the bright side, which to be fair wasn't a bright side to her. She wanted the guy dead. That's not really a high bar, Milim. Not killing someone isn't too difficult, Ivy replied with another deadpan, finding that this family seemed to be kind of nuts. And the longer she interacted with them the more she realized that fact. It is when the guy that you want to kill thinks he has the right to touch your son, Wanda said with a scowl on her face, even thinking about Captain Adam, wondering if she should give him an even worse curse. She has a point, Raven said as she walked in, beginning to put away some of the books, finding that most of them were the new ones that Wanda had picked up recently. Where were you at? Ivy asked, having not seen Raven in a little while now. Practicing my usage of aura. Ever since I've unlocked it I've been training on how to have it active at all times. It's surprisingly difficult, Raven responded, as she put another book onto the shelf. It's only difficult because you are not from that multiverse. Learning new power systems is harder for those that aren't born inside the multiverse that they hail from. Wanda answered her question that was about to come up soon. That makes sense, I suppose. I must ask, is it possible for me to develop a semblance, or is that not possible because I am not from that multiverse? Raven asked, looking over at Wanda who was pricing the new books she needed put away. Well, not everyone can even develop a semblance. Some people are inherently unable to. But for you I'd assume so. But it only develops in certain situations mattering on the semblance itself. But most commonly they develop in times of great stress, or after a lot of training. So if you just keep going how you are, I'd say you'll unlock it, Wanda responded, humming. She hadn't awoken her semblance yet either, and she doubted she would for a long time. As her semblance is literally a representative of her very soul, so it likely will be far stronger than any other semblance in creation. She was quite interested in what her semblance even was going to be. The semblance itself had to be related to her very being, but what that was going to be was what she was very interested in learning. She hoped it was something that would help her gain even more control over possibility or something like that. Something new, basically. Interesting. How did you learn of all of this? Raven asked, curious. I can connect to the Akashic records, Raven. Which holds all knowledge from throughout all of creation, from every multiverse and every omniverse, Wanda explained. Ah, so you read it in a book, Raven said with a nod, understanding what she was actually saying, the others nodding to her words. Yes, I read it in a book, Wanda replied, pouting slightly as they all giggled at her expense. All the while, Wanda was inwardly smiling, one thought on her mind. Good, yesterday's events are already behind us. And hopefully, it stays that way. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Nothing to say today, so have a good day. Chapter 110, Apologies from a Villain. Third POV. After the good start to the morning, the shop was back in full swing, the events involving the Justice League already far behind her. Well, that is what she wanted, but it turns out the villains of DC had other ideas. I must truly apologize for the foolishness of the Justice League. I have no idea why they had done such a horrible thing. And I will make sure to bring this matter up to the right parties to get them properly punished, Lex Luthor said, giving her an apologetic look, bowing slightly. I've already punished them, Mr. Luthor. You will find that Captain Adam shall never find love for the rest of his life, because he decided to lay a hand on my son, Wanda responded, waving off his concern. She still found it a little discomforting that the villains were still acting better than the heroes tended to. She was honestly questioning why the heroes were even popular anymore when they acted like this. She imagined that they likely didn't show their true colors very often, and likely had better control over their own emotions when there was others to control them. Like Batman, who would realistically never allow for them to act like that. Not when it could bring some huge consequences to the League. Batman was likely already coming up with plans on how to properly teach them to control themselves, as well as when not to start a fight. Like they tried to with her before Captain Adam stepped in like an idiot. Oh. That is quite nasty. Was it some sort of curse? Lex asked, genuinely curious what she had done to Captain Adam. It was, yes. Magic has infinite uses, Mr. Luthor. And you will find that I know just about every single use for magic that there is, Wanda responded, as the men looked even more interested in hearing more about that. And would it be possible for me to buy the books that teach this knowledge? Lex questioned, as he was very prepared to offer a lot of money for the books if so. Sadly no. I only sell books that use magic to those that have the ability to use it. Even then, certain books in my collection are for my eyes only. And no offense, but you have to be far stronger to handle the book that particular curse is in, Wanda responded, as the men looked a little disappointed but didn't dare to push the issue. I suppose that makes sense. But I will admit that I am interested. If I was to perhaps find someone that is capable of using these books, would you allow me to purchase them? Lex asked, still wanting to buy them even if he himself couldn't use them. I suppose it is possible. But it will have to be a very skilled user of magic. And even then, it's unlikely that they'll be able to utilize the magic within the books itself. But if you can find someone, I'll let you buy all of them if you wish. Although I will tell you that the books cost more due to their rarity, but I doubt that'll matter to you, Wanda responded, as the men hummed. I believe I know a few people who can utilize the books. And no, money does not matter in this case, Lex responded with a chuckle, before glancing at Mercy, who brought out a small book. This is a gift from my friends and I. We noticed that you do not have this book in your collection, and thought it could be a good addition, Lex said, as Wanda looked down at the book, humming in interest. She found almost immediately that the book was absolutely not from this world. And the book was in fact from Apocalypse, the world ruled over by Darkseid. Which made this book very rare, and one that can only be found there. Oh. This is quite the gift, Luther. I'm assuming it's Savage and his deal with a certain being from beyond this world. Wanda asked, as Luther chuckled. I'm not even surprised you know about that. And yes, it is from my friend Savage. I do hope this will make up for the bad blood. I'd hate to not be able to shop here in the future due to the actions of the foolish heroes, Lex responded. Oh, you aren't in trouble for that, Luther. This shop is absolutely neutral, all heroes and villains are allowed. Well, most of them at least. I am not letting Joker anywhere near here, and any rapist or pedophiles are getting atomized on sight, Wanda said. I'd be concerned if you did let that freak anywhere near here. And not even us villains are willing to be near rapists and pedophiles. Most of us prefer to subtly get rid of them when we have the chance, Lex responded, being very open with his disgust for the Joker, rapists, and pedophiles. Even villains have limits, and those three were those limits. Hell, even Vandal Savage and Ra's al Ghul didn't permit or condone such actions, and were pretty ruthless to any of their subordinates that ever committed such a thing. Who knew villains weren't completely terrible? Good, it'll make working with all of you far easier, Wanda said with a chuckle, as she took the book without complaint and sent it off to get copied, as well as the original being sent for her to read later. She was curious what the books from Apocalypse would teach. But would have to find that out later that day. As for now, she was more focused on the conversation with Lex Luthor. Well, I think it's time I get going. And truly, I apologize for the Justice League's actions, Lex said, giving her another bow before walking off with Mercy. Watching him leave, Wanda chuckled, villains sure know how to suck up to someone. We sure are sucking up to her a lot, aren't we? The voice of Queen Bee echoed, as each of the members of the Light were in a video call with one another. It's worth it. She has access to knowledge beyond anything else in this universe, Roz responded, finding that Wanda was an excellent partner to work with, and the books he had bought from her were incredibly interesting. He was already implementing some of the martial arts techniques to the rest of the League, but only after he himself had learned the art after a lot of practice. Not to mention her magical books, the spells within those books are truly incredible. And that is not something I say lightly, Black Adam spoke, as he had recently become a proper member of the Light. Yes, in all my years of living I have never seen something similar to what she is selling. Which is why it is absolutely vital that we continue our friendly relationship. We cannot afford to alienate her like the League has. If she continues to amass more knowledge from other universes, it will only prove to aid us. Which is why I propose that we ban absolutely any and all conflicts or plans from involving her, Savage spoke, as the others all went silent. Agreed. We cannot involve her. She has spoken about being neutral, but with the hero's sense of justice, I believe they will alienate her by themselves. So, we just have to make sure not to piss her off in any form. And perhaps continue to trade her rare books that cannot be found anywhere else, Lex Luthor responded, agreeing with what Savage had said. And how do we stop any other villains from being fools and making her mad? Queen Bee questioned. It's not every villain that we have to stop. But she did say that she does not like Joker, so perhaps we can keep him on dash, why don't we just direct him to her? Lex was cut off as Black Adam spoke up. What do you mean? I mean that if we direct Joker to her, she'll wipe him off the planet. Which is, frankly, a good thing. He's too villainous for my tastes, and I am a part of an organization that wants to control the world, Black Adam responded to Lex's question, the others looking interested at the prospect. Joker is a wild card that tends to be incredibly irritating, perhaps that is a good idea, Roz whispered, finding the idea to be appealing. Agreed. I believe we should get rid of Joker through this. And if her personality is anything like what I am expecting, she'll actually be happy for the chance to get rid of the madman, Vandal Savage responded, nodding in agreement as the rest of the members all voiced their agreements. Everybody hates the Joker. The guy's jokes were terrible. He was also fucking crazy. Excellent. Well then, I believe that is the end of the deal for today, Savage said as they began to slowly but surely finish their meeting. All the while, Black Adam was sitting in his office chair, looking down at a rather smutty-looking romance book. One thought was on his mind as he began to read it. Gods, I might have a problem. He soon began to giggle like a child as he continued to read the book. As it turns out, Black Adam loved smutty romance books, who knew? Wanda did. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Not sure how the ending was, but I got the chapter out in the end. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 111, Scion Visitors. Third POV. A few more days had passed since the incident and since the villains had their meeting about the event in question. And during that time, she had gotten frequent visits from members of the Light, bringing in new books for her as well as buying out other books that they hadn't last time. This included a few new books she had gotten in stock. But today was a day of visits from other worldly people. At the moment it was Death, who seemed to be interested in the book she had gotten from Vandal. The book wasn't from this world and was apocalyptic in nature, so it wasn't entirely surprising. Quite the book to be given as a gift. What happened for Savage to give it to you? Death asked, as she had no idea. She couldn't see into the shop or spy on it, so she truly didn't know what the heroes had done. The Justice League thought it was a good idea to intrude into my shop in order to capture Black Adam. That alone wasn't too much of a problem as they didn't know about my rules. But what was the problem was Captain Atom deciding to put a hand on Naruto. What followed was them getting banned for a week and Captain Atom being cursed with the inability to ever find romantic or familial love. Wanda responded. Death whistled at the curse. Brutal, but fair. Had it been me, he would have been hit with something a lot worse than that. Death responded, agreeing with the decision of cursing him. But she personally would have granted him a curse that would have made him live in pain at all times for the rest of his life. But Wanda seemed to be a bit nicer than that. I was tempted, but the guy barely touched him, more so gripped his arm. Had he done anything more than that, and I would have given him something far worse than that. If he tries to come back or anything, I'll give him something worse, Wanda responded, chuckling at the thought. Good, I like Naruto, Death said with a grin, as she grabbed the book that she was looking at. The book itself was not really that interesting to Wanda, but it did have some history and explanations on the hierarchy of Apocalypse. None of that was particularly interesting to someone who already knew most of that thanks to her past life. Either way, she had read it. And here I thought you knew everything about a world like that one, Wanda said, looking at the book Death was buying. I might be nigh omniscient, but even I don't know everything. And quite frankly, I tend to prefer not to be anywhere near that little planet. Darkseid is an arrogant little man and his true form is even more irritating than his avatars, Death said with a grumble. She was pretty obviously not a fan of the deity. Wanda wasn't either, to be honest. The whole anti-life equation thing was stupid, even if she could gain it at literally any moment, considering she knew the equation. Hell, she knew both the anti-life and life equations. She just didn't want to deal with the multiversal side effects that would come from her actually claiming them for herself. At least not yet. Fair. The guy and his followers are pricks, Wanda said, not even denying it as she began to check out the books that Death had chosen. Most of them were books on romance, but also the book from Apocalypse. After checking them out, Wanda raised an eyebrow at the selection when she gazed at the romance books. Death just blushed slightly in embarrassment. Hey, don't judge me. I've been needing some new books to read, Death sharply said, giving Wanda a mock glare as the woman just smirked in response and dropped it. After paying for the books, Death sighed. Oh, I should also mention that some of my siblings might be visiting you soon. Delirium has been especially interested in seeing what you sell, and Dream has brought up the possibility of visiting soon as well, Death said, remembering the conversation she had with them a while ago. Really? I'm not too surprised about Delirium, but I can't say I expected Dream to want to visit my store, Wanda responded, a bit surprised with this information. Dream didn't really seem like the type to be interested in that sort of thing. He was the serious type that didn't really do anything that wasn't a part of his literal job. So hearing that he wanted to visit her little bookstore was certainly interesting. He was one of the major cosmic forces that she wanted to meet, as she was really curious to see what his powers actually entailed in person. The power over dreams was immense, as with it one could theoretically make those dreams a reality, allowing for immense wide-scale reality warping through them. And Dream was, well, the personification of them, making him one of the strongest beings in the multiverse. He was weaker than Death and a couple of the other Endless, but still. Yeah, he wants to see some of the books you have. And he is curious how someone like you can exist without him being able to see you, Death responded, not really surprised with her brother's interest in Wanda. Most of the Endless were interested as she was a curious person. Well, I'll have to keep an eye out for him, Wanda said with a hum, wondering when the men would come around. Probably best if you do that. Anyways, I'm off, got to get back to work. Death said as she walked out of the shop a few moments later. Watching her leave, Wanda sighed and leaned back in her chair, wondering who could come in next. She was hoping it would be someone from a different universe as all these DC visits were getting boring. And thankfully it seemed her hope had been granted, as the door opened. A moment later a figure walked in that caused her eyes to widen slightly, before a small grin formed on her face. As she watched arguably the most iconic anime character of all time, and one of the most iconic characters in general walk in. Son Goku. Wowie. Beerus was right, this place is huge. Goku exclaimed, looking around as another figure walked in a moment later. This figure was of course his rival. Vegeta. It's a bookstore cockroach, it cannot be that big, he said, before stopping when he noticed that it was indeed far larger than he was expecting. Both of them were cut off from their conversation when they noticed Wanda. Whoa, you must be the lady that Beerus told us about. I'm Goku, nice to meet ya. Goku said with a wide grin as Wanda smiled. She was very happy to see the man in front of her, as he was easily one of her favorite characters in all of fiction. He was the one that got her into anime at one point. Nice to meet you too, Goku, I'm Wanda, owner of this store, Wanda responded with a smile. While Goku grinned at her, Vegeta was silently trying and failing to estimate her power, nothing he was doing was working. I'd stop trying that, Vegeta. No matter how hard you try you will not be capable of sensing my power, Wanda said, glancing at the men with an amused expression on her face. There's a reason why Whis and Beerus are so respectful to me. Also, all forms of fighting are completely and utterly banned here, so don't even try it, either of you, Wanda cut him off, giving them their one and only warning. The two paused when they saw the look in her eyes, and looked a little surprised when she flashed the smallest bit of her ki. She had more ki than any being in Dragon Ball, so they didn't even remotely compare to her. Alright, Vegeta said after a few moments, as even Goku couldn't help but stare at her in silence before grinning. You're really strong. You've got to spar with us sometime, Goku said with an excited grin at the prospect. The woman in front of him was the strongest person he had ever seen, even stronger than Beerus, and that's saying a lot. He wasn't sure about Whis, but he assumed that she was on the same level or stronger. Perhaps in the future, but only if you buy some books from me. And before you ask, the martial arts books are there, Wanda said, pointing to the martial arts section that the two of them went to instantly afterwards, hoping to find something interesting. While Goku was just going there because he wanted to see the pictures. Watching them walk away to the section, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind. Maybe it's time to visit Dragon Ball. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 112, The Science Shop. First POV. Seeing Goku and Vegeta in person is definitely a new experience for me. The two characters that originated from the show that originally got me into anime when I was younger. They were some of the most iconic characters in fiction, and were amongst my favorites of all time. They were also from a universe that I am very interested in visiting. I would love to meet that little Xeno figure, he was decently powerful and I was interested in copying that power of his. As he evidently had some sort of destructive power that surpassed that of Beerus. He wasn't comparable to me or anything, but he was strong. Anime fans love to overestimate the little god thing. He was multi-universal from what I've seen, maybe multiversal. Not even remotely in my ballpark at the moment. In all honesty, I'm far more interested in the Super Dragon Balls. I would love to see what I could accomplish with that thing. As while I doubt it is stronger than me, I imagine it could grant some pretty neat pieces of knowledge that I can't just normally stumble across. At least without using my divinity, but that would make things boring. As if I did use my connection to the Akashic records, then I could just learn everything and it would be boring. I plan on only ever using it for books that are simply not possible to obtain anymore. Like lost knowledge and stuff like that. Either way, it was fun watching the two scions look over the books, their eyes widening at some of the martial arts books I have obtained over the past months. None of them were really that impressive in comparison to what you could find in the Dragon Ball universe, but I imagine they can find some use for them. Whoa, some of these techniques are really cool, aren't they, Vegeta? Goku exclaimed as he looked over one of the martial arts techniques from the Naruto universe that I had gathered. I had techniques from all over the place, including even techniques from the Harry Potter universe. As it turns out that ancient wizards in Asian countries had learned to use magic spells combined with martial arts to strengthen themselves. It was all quite interesting. For once I agree. I've never seen techniques like these, Kakarot, Vegeta responded with a nod. The grumbly man seemed to actually be interested in something for once, and is he even impressed? Surprising. I obtained them during my travels. Are you interested in purchasing them? I asked, staring at the two scions who seemed intrigued by the techniques that they were looking over. They were unlike anything in their universe, so it wasn't completely surprising. Perhaps. Do they cost a lot? Vegeta asked, causing me to chuckle. No, Vegeta, those are some of the cheapest martial arts techniques I have in the shop. The truly expensive stuff is farther to the right, I responded, as that was the truth. I had far better techniques for sale than the ones they were looking at. Wow, really? Let's keep looking then, Vegeta. Goku exclaimed in excitement as he moved to the more expensive section, full of techniques that might actually make a huge difference in their combat potential in the future. DC had a lot of techniques that even I have to admit are truly impressive. Karate Kid was the best martial artist in comics for a reason. I watched them look through the different techniques, noticing that Vegeta was already making a big stack of books. Looks like he understood just how incredible some of them were. And Goku, well, Goku was just copying the same books that Vegeta was grabbing, as well as a few of the cheaper ones. Can't say I'm too surprised, to be honest. Goku was never the brightest. But thankfully it seemed that he wasn't a complete moron like in the Dragon Ball Super anime. He was still an idiot, but not like a literal child in terms of intelligence. Or in his case, I guess it's more like he's less intelligent than a child. Thankfully he still had more than that. Not that that is saying very much. Do you two need any help with picking out any techniques? I asked, noticing that they had been browsing for quite some time at this point. Not only that, but they both were looking over the same books over and over and over. Oh nope. We're just looking over the ones we've already picked. But I think I've decided that these are the ones we're gonna get, right, Vegeta? Goku asked, looking at Vegeta, who finished looking over the technique in his hand before nodding. That's right. These are the best choices. For now, Vegeta responded with a nod of agreement, as they moved to the counter with their selection of books. It was pretty obvious that Vegeta didn't understand all the selections that Goku had made, but he wasn't outwardly saying that. I imagine he'll be asking about it later on. Quite the selection you've got there. Are you planning on learning all those techniques? I asked. The stack of books was quite large and a lot of the techniques that they had chosen were not exactly the easiest to learn. We are. I'm not going to buy books on techniques that I won't learn. That is just foolish. And Kakarot learns every technique he reasonably can, Vegeta responded with a nod, as Goku seemed to agree with him. Alright then, let me add up the prices for you, I said, as I began to go through the books and check them out. At the same time I noticed Vegeta brought out a card, waving his hand, seemingly telling Goku off. Ah, yes. Goku isn't the most wealthy person in the world. While Vegeta was filthy rich thanks to his wife Bulma, who was worth like trillions in their world. She was also incredibly intelligent, and had a lot of technology that even I have to admit is impressive. After using the card, the books were all paid for in the next few moments. Alright then, that's that. Is there anything else you need? I also sell pastries and all sorts of bakery goods, I offered, knowing that Scions absolutely loved food. And as I had expected, they both had ordered, well, a lot of food. Like, the largest order of pastries I have ever gotten. Hundreds of muffins in 5 different flavors, and several other pastries in a similar order size as well. It was a lot, but it would seem that one taste of my muffins made them want more from me. I can't say I mind though, as it was funny watching them absolutely devour the food I make like they do. It was like they were walking vacuum cleaners or something. Watching them happily consume my food, I couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I am glad you two like my food so much, I said, looking at the two who were happily munching on my blueberry muffins. It's delicious. Goku said with a muffled sound, struggling to properly chew his food because of how much of it was in his mouth. The guy really needed to learn how to properly eat his food. Why thank you, I'm glad you like my cooking, I responded with a pleased smile, as Vegeta just silently munched on his own muffin. Nobody had ever devoured them with such happiness, and nobody had ever eaten them so fast either. It was nice to see someone buying a bulk amount of them and openly eating enough for the bulk order to make sense. It truly is delicious, Wanda, and I do not say such a thing lightly, Vegeta spoke, surprising me a bit. He didn't seem like the type to give out compliments, and considering his wife was like a trillionaire who could buy the best foods on the planet without any problem, this was a genuine compliment. They were really helping my ego. Well, besides my fantastic cooking that you are liking so much, is there anything else you need, or are you going to head back home? I asked, as the two Scions glanced at one another before shaking their heads. Nope, we're all done here, thank you Wanda. Bye-bye. Goku said rapidly before walking off, probably excited to eat the rest of the muffins and learn the new techniques or something. Thank you, Vegeta said simply before walking out of my store a moment later, leaving me alone once more. And as they left, a chuckle escaped me alongside a few words. Scions really are quite the interesting bunch. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, The Heroes Ask for Forgiveness. Third POV. After the Scions had left, the next few days had passed by without much fuss. The doctor had come around once with Rose, buying a few of her new books and asked about buying another book bag, mostly because it was really helpful for his various adventures. Tsunade had come around to check up on Naruto and to buy her first books from the shop, which was mostly books on how to gamble better, but also a number of martial books to give out to some of her shinobi. She had been prepared to leave, but stopped once she saw the section on medicine and healing. And the second she did, well, she stayed there for nearly an hour looking over all the books in awe. And she had to leave and return later that day to bring enough money to buy every single one of the books. She clearly saw the value of the books, as they had more knowledge and were far more advanced than anything they had in their world. The only problem was that they didn't really include much on the chakra networks, which Wanda explained was due to them being built based on a body without them. She offered to fix the books and edit them in return for a higher cost, which Tsunade agreed to. Now the Hokage had returned back with over 100 books on medicine that was more advanced than any other village. It was a giant boon that would revolutionize the medical sector for Konoha, and would save thousands of lives. Basically Tsunade just got something that should have cost a lot more money, but Wanda wasn't one to charge a lot for something like that. And now that she had that knowledge, she could begin to implement changes that would save thousands of lives in the coming months, and even more once they can create the medical devices that were explained in the books. Besides Tsunade coming in and going crazy over the medical books, the Mikelsons had returned back to the shop in order to confirm that the ritual had worked, and Hope was now safer than ever before. They had also bought a few more books after trading a few of their own. But besides that, not a lot had happened in the past few days, at least, until now. Sitting behind the counter, Wanda sipped on her tea as she was reading one of the new books she had gotten from the Mikelsons. It was a book on spells, so it was decently interesting, but most of it would be more helpful for weaker magic users as usual. The customers from the Percy Jackson world would probably find them interesting, and Harry Potter would of course want them. She planned on opening up her store to more customers in Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, and a few other worlds, so that even common people could come in. But she also would have to limit what they can see, and would apply a normality illusion onto the shop so it would look like any other shop from that universe. It would let her buy more, sell more, and meet more interesting folk. Like people in King's Landing in Game of Thrones and stuff like that. As Wanda read her book, she stopped when she heard the door ding, as it began to creep open. Looking up, Wanda stopped with a raised eyebrow as she watched the heroes of the Justice League slowly walk in. Every single member of the Justice League began to walk in, besides Captain Atom, who was permanently banned. The rest of the League's ban had been lifted now that it had been more than a week. And it seemed that they had been able to gather together for this. Miss Maximoff, Constantine said with a lowering of his head in respect. Knowing better than to be sarcastic or rude with this woman, especially in this current situation. Lady Maximoff, Dr. Fate and Zatara both said, lowering their heads as well. They were showing her even more respect than Constantine, as they both knew she could atomize them if she wanted. And Dr. Fate knew that she was well beyond any Lord of Order or Chaos. She was the god of it. What can I do for the Justice League today? I do hope you're not here to cause more problems like last time. I'd hate to have to curse the rest of you, Wanda said, staring at the large group that had gathered in her shop. Some of them frowned at her words, but most of them just stayed silent in awkwardness. Knowing that she was right to be angry, and that right now the only ones who had the right to speak up was Constantine, Zatara, Dr. Fate, and Batman. And it was Batman that spoke next. No, Miss Maximoff. We are not here to cause any more problems. We are actually here to apologize for the incident that happened here, Batman spoke, shaking his head at what she had said. The last thing they wanted was to piss off her any more than they already had. That was a one-way ticket to getting themselves killed, or at least cursed pretty brutally. And they'd rather not go through whatever Captain Atom likely was at this point. Oh. Apologize for the actions that caused harm to my son. You do understand that the man, Captain Atom, is going to remain cursed, right? I will not be getting rid of it, no matter how much you come and beg for me to do so, Wanda responded, already having an idea what was going to be asked of her. We understand that, ma'am. We are not going to argue or fight for Captain Atom. As his actions were foolish, and not at all a representation of what we as the Justice League view as okay. No, we have come to apologize for the actions of Captain Atom, and to ask for forgiveness for the mistakes that were made that day, Batman responded with a nod of his head. I do not entirely blame your little league, Batman. I blame the foolishness of that man, and the fact that your members that were there that day did not think about where they were going, and the consequences of their actions, Wanda responded, glancing at the men in front of her, slightly annoyed with this entire situation. And we also apologize for that, Miss Maximoff. Had we known it was your shop, we would not have entered the shop, and instead would have waited for Black Adam to leave first. I just wish we knew about the neutrality of this place before we entered, Superman said apologetically. He didn't truly feel bad for trying to capture Black Adam, but he did feel bad for doing it in her shop, and for what Captain Atom had done. As what he did was wrong, and was too far. It was also completely idiotic, as once he knew where they were, he should have immediately stopped, or at least been less aggressive with how he had done it. I suppose I'll accept your apologies. But just know this, my shop is neutral. All villains and heroes are allowed entrance into this place, and should they be here at the same time, there will be no fighting. Although I will say that certain, less likable folk will be banned, as even I don't like the Joker, Wanda responded, admitting her dislike of the Joker by the end of it. Nobody liked the Joker. All right. We'll make sure the rest of the heroes around the globe know the rules of this place. And we will not start any fights with villains while in this shop, so long as they don't start it, Superman responded, agreeing with her words, while inwardly a bit glad that even she won't associate with the Joker. meant that the guy wasn't liked by even nigh omnipotent deities. Considering she'd let people like Ra's al Ghul into her shop, it really said a lot for what type of person that the Joker was. That's good enough for me, I guess. I just hope we won't have a repeat of that last incident, as it will be far less enjoyable for the ones involved than last time, Wanda responded, giving them a look of warning as they all nodded, some of them sweating in fear upon hearing her words and seeing her expression. Wanda was damn terrifying. So, will that be all, or are you going to continue to try to suck up to me? Wanda asked, as the group all shook their heads, deciding that it was best to not continue right now. Wanda was obviously still not in a good mood when it came to the League. No, that'll be all. We thank you for your forgiveness, Miss Maximoff. Have an excellent rest of your day, Zatara said with a bow, as the team began to all move out of the shop, one thought on their minds as they left. That could have gone better. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be a visit from several universes' characters at the same time, and will be a fun moment. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, The Captain. Third POV. The Justice League's visit was not really the most enjoyable affair for Wanda. She found most of the team to be decent enough, but there were just enough members on the team that didn't like her for them to be annoying, irritating even. But she decided to ignore them for now, and was instead focusing on training Naruto. As recently he had begun to properly train in the various Kekkei Genkai that she had granted him in the last few days. His power was rising rapidly thanks to this. Especially once she saw him fit to obtain the Sharingan. The boy had become rapidly skilled in its usage once Wanda opted to show him how to use it, since she did have all of the different Jujutsu in that universe, so it was easy enough. Thanks to his innate talent and the training of Wanda, he had mastered and learned the Jujutsu pretty damn quick. He had gotten them to 3 Tomo and was just short of getting them to the Mangekyo Sharingan. She planned on eventually giving him the Rinnegan and even the Tenseigan, but that would have to come later on. As right now she was more focused on training the boy and mastering the powers he already had before giving him any more. She didn't want to overwhelm him with new abilities or anything. Especially when said abilities could potentially turn into skills once she brings him to the Tensura universe. But the power of these skills will be dependent on his training and mastery over them, as well as his power with them. So, it was best that he learns and masters them as much as possible before going to Tensura to gain his skills. Who knows, he could potentially develop an ultimate skill if he trains in them enough. But that would need a lot more than what he currently had, and would need a lot of time in order to reach such a scale. But Wanda had faith that he would eventually get there, probably at least. Besides training her son in mastering his chakra and the various elements that can be learned and mastered through chakra, Wanda had been looking into traveling to Dragon Ball. She wanted to go there personally in order to learn some new forms of martial arts and the various manipulations of ki. She also wanted to learn the powers of Xeno, and maybe even use the Super Dragon Balls to gather books that no longer existed in the universes of Dragon Ball, including even the books that were destroyed after Xeno wiped out the other universes. It was the best way to learn things that couldn't be learnt anymore. As while she could utilize her connection to the Akashic records, it would make things take a lot longer and far more draining. It's easier to just use the Dragon Balls to gain access to the books, and it would give her the physical versions of them, and would be far more interesting to watch happen thanks to the biggest dragon. Super Shenron was literally bigger than galaxies and such. And even to Wanda that was an impressive thing. But before Wanda could head to the universe, she had a more important thing to do. Or more like a more important customer that was in her shop. And this was in the form of the Sorcerer Supreme. But this time, he was not alone. As standing with him was someone she had not expected to see. A powerful figure in the Marvel Universe. Not for his actual physical or magical power, but for what he embodies. For the heroism that he portrays, for the person he was. And this man was Steve Rogers, aka Captain America. Staring at Steve Rogers, Wanda wondered why he was here. She expected for Strange to bring someone new to the store, but she hadn't been expecting Steve Rogers. She had been expecting someone like Tony Stark, Reed Richards, or even the version of her that exists there. But Steve Rogers was one of the last people that she expected to show up. The man was pretty morally light and would almost certainly dislike her naturality rules. Rules that he couldn't do jack shit about thanks to her power. He was here now though, so it didn't matter. Not only that, but he was closely connected to Doctor Strange thanks to previous work they have done with one another in the past, even if they have been at odds once or twice before. Strange, I can't say I was expecting you to bring Rogers here of all people. Is there any reason why you have brought Captain America of all people here? Wanda asked, staring at the man in his over-the-top costume, his shield on his back. That shield was one of the very, very few things that not even she could destroy, at least not as easily as she could with other metals. It was made of a specialized metal that was impossible for normal people to destroy, but she was not normal. I thought that the de facto leader of the Avengers would be the best person to introduce to you first. Had I chosen Stark, Richards, or even Fury, things would have been a lot more complicated. They would have asked more questions, and potentially risked your fury, Strange explained, as Wanda stared at him before nodding. It made sense. He was trying not to make her mad, which could end with a curse, like with Captain Atom. I suppose that makes sense. Well, it is nice to meet you, Captain Rogers, Wanda said, reaching her hand out as he shook it, still looking at her in confusion. Something on your mind? Wanda asked, noticing his look. Sorry ma'am. It's just strange seeing a version of the Wanda of my world acting so differently. To see one that owns a simple bookstore and has this much power, Rogers said with an awkward smile as he pulled his hand back. I understand. I'd be a bit weirded out too. I am quite different from her, older, stronger, much more wise, Wanda responded with a smile, as the men looked around her shop, inwardly agreeing with everything she was saying. So, what exactly are you here for? Wanda asked, glancing at Strange. I thought it was best to introduce a member of the Avengers to you before someone runs across you by accident. That, and I believe that you have a number of books that Rogers here might be interested in, Strange answered. Oh. And what sort of books are you interested in? Wanda questioned, looking at Rogers with a curious expression. She already had a feeling she knew, but she was interested in his answer either way. Martial arts, history, tactics, things like that, ma'am. Do you have a section that sells all of those? The captain asked, as she nodded and pointed. Over there, the third bookshelf to the left. It's full of martial arts books. The bookshelf 3 to its right is tactics, and history is on the other side, Wanda responded, as the man nodded and walked over to the shelf in question in order to see what exactly she was selling. Strange had told him about her power and that she sold books you can't find anywhere else in the entire universe, but not much beyond that. He was being secretive, seemingly on purpose. Steve understood why though. The Sorcerer Supreme feared that she would know that he was talking about her, and take it as a slight or something of the sort. And if his description of her power was any indicator, she was not someone they can ever afford to piss off. Hence why he was there and not Stark. When do you plan on bringing the others here to meet me? Wanda asked, wondering when she would see her counterpart and potentially even the other Vision. Or hell, even her sons if they existed yet in that universe. It would be strange to see them, but she knew they were not her children or anything, not truly. Soon, but I will likely do it slowly. And I will start with the members of the Avengers that are far more accepting of things like this. And not someone like Tony or Reed. Those two would cause a lot of problems over this, same with Carol. They are all kind people, don't get me wrong, but they can be arrogant, Strange responded truthfully, knowing that lying was absolutely pointless in front of her. Hearing his response, Wanda smiled, and said only one thing in response. Well, I'll be waiting eagerly. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 115, The Captain Shops. Third POV. Watching Steve browse through the various sections of books, Wanda found herself amused by the confused expressions he was wearing when he looked through certain books. He was accidentally looking at a lot of books that covered ki, chakra, and even a few on aura. Meaning he had no idea what the hell the book was talking about in most of the cases, but he still found that most of it was incredibly interesting, and if it was possible to learn more about these energies, maybe he could get stronger. He needed to get stronger with the way the world was. And this was the perfect way to do it, with hundreds of different methods to grow stronger filling up the store. And sure, most of them he couldn't really use, but there were still a dozen at least that he could. He just had to find the right one to learn. Seems he's struggling to find one, Wanda said, as both her and Strange were looking at the man that was flipping through book after book in order to find the right one to learn. Yes, well, he is in the wrong section, Strange said with a small laugh, noticing that he was in the supernatural martial arts section. And it would seem that the captain didn't even realize yet. There were a few books there that even he could learn, but they aren't exactly the easiest ones in the section to learn. If anything, they are notoriously difficult, so it was better for him to search other areas. But Wanda was going to let him find that out himself. How long do you think it'll take him to realize that? Wanda asked, glancing at Strange, who was openly chuckling as he sipped on the tea he had ordered from Wanda. The tea was delicious, and was easily the best he had ever had. I'll give him another 5 minutes, Strange responded with an amused expression on his face, as the two continued to watch the man, and continued to watch him flip through the books for another 8 minutes, before eventually the man glanced upwards, only to stop when he saw the large sign that said, Supernatural Martial Arts. And almost immediately he put the book back, an embarrassed expression on his face. An expression that increased dramatically when he looked over to Strange and Wanda and saw them both restraining their laughter. Grumbling, the captain walked to the normal martial arts section and began to flip through the books there, and immediately he noticed the difference in books. They were actually easy enough to understand, and immediately led to him grabbing a stack of books to read. It was a ton of martial arts that did not exist in his universe, and none of them required anything special. So he should be able to learn it easily enough, massively boosting his hand-to-hand combat skill. After picking out his books, the men began to walk back over to the counter, grumbling as they both laughed at him. "Ha ha ha, very funny," Steve said with a huff of annoyance, as he placed the stack of books onto the counter. The stack held a total of 19 books, 17 of them being on martial arts, 1 being on healing techniques that didn't require any sort of energies, and finally the last of the 19 books was one on advanced tactics and leading techniques. "Well, at least you found the books in the end. And you've chosen a pretty good selection, perfect for you to start out with," Wanda responded with a smile on her face, looking over the books as she began to check them out. "Really? I just grabbed the ones that looked the most interesting," Steve responded in surprise. They'll be a good introduction to the martial arts of other worlds. Once you finish those, I'd suggest coming back and I'll recommend you some other books to continue on with," Wanda said with a nod, as Steve mulled over her words before accepting the suggestion as it seemed to be a good one. A few moments later, the books were all paid for and were now in a bag that the man had in his hands. A pleased smile was on his face knowing that he had a ton of new reading to do, and a lot of new martial arts to learn. "So, when can I bring the rest of my team down here? I am sure that most of them would love to see what you've got here," Steve asked, wondering if he could bring them with him next time. "You can bring them whenever you want, Steve. I'm not going to tell you to wait or anything just because they might react differently to the fact that I am an alternate universe version of the Wanda Maximoff that they know. Just make sure to warn them of my rules before you bring them in, okay?" Wanda asked, as the men nodded. She now had a small board that displayed all the rules of the store when you entered. It was only shown to people from other worlds, and was going to be utilized so that she wouldn't need to worry about people starting conflict ignorantly again like last time with the League. "I'll make sure to do that, although I will warn you that Stark might be a bit of a problem when he comes around. That man is overbearing at times, and doesn't know what boundaries are. Danvers will also be a potential issue as well," Steve warned, as the woman shrugged. "That's up to you to warn them accurately. If they go against my rules, then they will get punished in accordance with them, simple as that. The worse they break my rules, the worse the punishment. And as the board warns, this place is absolutely neutral, so even if villains are here, you are not permitted to fight them," Wanda responded, as the men nodded in agreement. Sure, he wanted to disagree. But he knew that they could just capture the villain after they exited the shop. It didn't make much of a difference besides happening a bit later, and that's it. And unlike the League, they had more self-control than them. Well, at least Steve did. "I'll make sure to do that. And thank you, Wanda, this shop will really help the team out a lot in the future," Steve said with a smile and shook her hand. And with that, he and Strange soon left, but not before buying a muffin and cookie each, hungry after shopping for quite some time at this point. Watching them leave, Wanda smiled. "Seems the rest of the Avengers will be coming around soon, and that means my counterpart with them," Wanda thought, wondering what the Wanda of that universe would be like. She hoped she wasn't completely foolish like she had been at one point, but she had a feeling that her counterpart was going to be a bit more broken than that. It all mattered when it was there, and what the current events that were going down were. "That man was strong," Raven's voice echoed from behind her, as she walked up from the room in the back. Looking at her, Wanda nodded. He's the strongest magic user in their universe, and is quite the powerhouse. He's sort of like the Dr. Fate of that universe, but without the connection to a Lord of Order," Wanda responded, agreeing that he was strong. Stronger than any other magic user she had met so far at least. Which wasn't saying too much, as she hadn't actually met the true peak of DC magic users, not yet at least. That would come in the form of the mainline Dr. Fate, those Lords of Chaos, and the strongest of them all, Hecate herself. Impressive. "Could you maybe get some books from his universe so that I can learn the magic of that place?" Raven asked, curious to see what their magic looked like. "I can. But it has to be a certain type of magic. As sorcerers like him actually call upon the power of dimensions, interdimensional beings, and deities for their spells. It makes them stronger, but also means they are somewhat reliant on said dimensions and beings," Wanda responded. "I'll learn it either way. Better to learn it and have the capability to use it, than not learn it at all," Raven responded as she began to put away some of the newer books that Wanda had bought. "Good point." Watching Raven begin to put away the books, Wanda noticed that the woman was wearing something a bit more revealing today, and was bending over more than before when she put the books away, causing Wanda to get a number of beautiful sights. Raising an eyebrow at what Raven was doing, Wanda inwardly giggled as she realized what the beautiful woman was trying to do. And with that realization, came a thought as she looked her form over. "She's trying to seduce me, how cute." There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be another date between the two of them and more development of their relationship. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 116, the second date. Third POV. Seeing that Raven was trying to seduce her, even if it was a bit clumsy, Wanda smiled. She had to admit that the clothes that the woman was wearing clung to her tightly, and revealed more skin than she had ever seen her show off. A sight that Wanda was more than happy to enjoy. Watching her seemingly sway her hips slightly more than usual, and let her cleavage show more, Wanda decided to speak up. "Hey Raven." Wanda began, as the woman turned to her and locked eyes with her, a small dusting of pink nearly forming on her cheeks when she saw the look Wanda was giving her. "Yes?" Raven asked, trying to fight down the blush as she felt Wanda look her over. "Would you like to go out for lunch with me? I've been planning on grabbing a bite, and thought maybe you'd like to join me," Wanda asked, which caused Raven's eyes to widen slightly, before she smiled slightly. A beautiful smile. "I'd love to, Wanda," Raven responded. Wanda gave her a smile of her own upon hearing the answer. She had wanted to go on another date with her for a while now, so she wasn't about to pass up on that chance. And she didn't really have much else to do for the day, so this was the perfect time to go out and have some fun. "Great. I'll get ready while you finish the last of your work for the day," Wanda said with a small cheer, Raven watching her go with a small smile on her face as well. Both of them wondered how this date would go. Wanda hoped it would go well. Wanda decided that in order to have a good date, she was going to stop anything from getting involved. So, she used magic and her power over possibility to literally warp probability, making it absolutely impossible for anything or anyone else from getting involved today. The only beings that could possibly overcome this chance is Lucifer, the Endless, the Spectre, and the big guy himself. Otherwise nobody will be ruining her date with Raven, which made her very excited. The date location that they had both decided on ended up being in another universe. It was a universe in the DC multiverse that was completely peaceful, and they had gone to a world that was in its entirety a giant resort. It was a nice place with everything you could want for a date like the one they were on. And it was completely free beyond an initial entrance fee, which would be a shit ton to most people, but Wanda had infinite wealth. At the moment the two of them were walking through the streets of the huge resort world, finding that it was a lot more enjoyable than either of them had expected. "Wow, I didn't think a roller coaster ride could be so fun," Raven said with a small happy smile on her face, having enjoyed the roller coaster ride that they had a few minutes ago. "I know, right? It was huge too. Extended all the way into the atmosphere," literally in this case Wanda responded, having really enjoyed riding it. The roller coaster had quite literally extended into the atmosphere, which was an incredible thing to be on when it actually got up there. And thankfully the roller coaster itself had various things built into it in order to defend against any side effects that would normally kill someone for entering the atmosphere like that. Wanda found it to be pretty impressive technologically speaking. "Fun too. This place is far more impressive than I was expecting when you said we could go to a resort world," Raven commented, as they were heading to the next place Raven wanted to go to, which was a big-ass zoo with animals that not even Wanda had in her zoo dimension. She would have them in the coming weeks though. "Yeah, I didn't even realize it was like this. Certainly far more impressive than the last date we went on, no?" Wanda asked, as Raven looked at her before shaking her head. "No. This date is fun, but it's not better than the other one. I've enjoyed both of them equally, for they are different types of dates, but both are worth it," Raven responded, which only served to make Wanda smile slightly at the praise. God, this woman is making it incredibly difficult to not feel something for her, Wanda thought, knowing that it was only a matter of time before she began to feel some true feelings for the dark purple-haired woman. "I'm glad you're enjoying our date so much," Wanda said, biting her lip slightly. "It's your company I enjoy more than anything, Wanda," Raven replied, as Wanda breathed out, inwardly grumbling as Raven managed to see a small dusting of pink on her cheeks at that response. Cute, Raven thought, seeing that she had managed to get a reaction from Wanda. She hadn't really seen her blush like this before, so it was a new sight to her. A sight she was certainly going to be trying to coax from her more often in the future. Alright, let's go find this zoo," Wanda said, trying to ignore the teasing grin that her date was giving her, knowing that Raven had caught sight of the blush she had gotten. So, she began to drag Raven with her, ignoring the looks she was getting along the way. The zoo had been pretty damn interesting, even to Wanda. The zoo itself was quite large, far bigger than you would expect from a zoo holding alien animals that cannot be found in most places. And said animals were being treated surprisingly well. Wanda had been expecting to see them being mistreated, but in actuality they had been saved from extinction and carefully taken care of. And once they repopulate to a certain point they were to be released back into specific places in the universe. It was all quite impressive, and confirmed Wanda's belief that this was one of those universes that was almost entirely peaceful. Which made their time there incredibly fun and without any sort of problems. After the zoo they had seen an alien movie that was, well, not really the best. After the movie they had gone on to other fun places, like an arcade that was the size of a mall, a giant mall with all sorts of interesting things to buy, and they finally ended with a big meal. The food was alien and completely new to both of the women. But it was also delicious and confirmed their decision to come back again in the future, or at least Wanda's. She hadn't talked to Raven about it yet, as they hadn't done even 0.1% of the total amount of things to do in the resort world. The two were now sitting in one of the parks, staring into the night skies of the beautiful planet. In the skies were two large planets, one of a beautiful violet color and the other a light blue. There were also two moons in the distance, illuminating the night skies. "This place is beautiful," Raven said, their forms pressed together slightly as they gazed into the skies. "It is," Wanda said, glancing at Raven, who caught the glance and turned to her. "We're going to come back again in the future, right?" Raven asked, hoping to return again. The place was fun, huge, welcoming, and incredibly beautiful. "Only if you want to. I'd love to come back here. We did barely any of the activities that you can do in this resort world." "It'd be a waste to not come back," Raven responded with a nod, hoping to come back on a future date, if there was going to be a future date. "Good, I really enjoyed the date with you, and it'd be a waste to not come back," Wanda said, as she looked into Raven's eyes, who blushed at the gaze. Her eyes slowly glancing down at Wanda's plump lips, her blush deepening. Raven began to slowly lean forwards. Wanda's eyes widened slightly when she felt Raven's lips press against hers, not expecting it. But Wanda couldn't find it in herself to deny it, and deepened the kiss. And as they kissed underneath the skies of this incredible world, they both knew that this was the beginning of something new. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. The first proper kiss has happened, and so begins their relationship, or at least part of it. Not sure I'll be putting her with death too, but we'll see. As I kinda like her relationship with Raven. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 117, Together. Third POV. The kiss between the two had lasted for another few moments, before slowly they pulled back from one another, staring into each other's eyes as they both realized what they just did. Wanda had to admit that kissing Raven felt amazing. Sure, she had fun with Anko at one point, but that wasn't even remotely comparable to this. To the sensation of Raven's plump lips on her own, their hands wandering over each other's figure as they enjoyed each other's lips. That was amazing, incredible. Something we absolutely are doing more of. Yes it was, Wanda finished her words, a smirk on her face as she leaned down and pecked Raven on the lips again. "So, what does this make us?" Raven asked, staring into Wanda's eyes. She hoped that they could be something more than just friends, and it would seem that Wanda was about to agree with the idea. "Well, I'd say girlfriends if you want, but I don't want to jump into it if you aren't comfortable with that sort of thing," Wanda responded after a few moments, staring into Raven's eyes as she watched her face light up in happiness. Her eyes glimmered in excitement as she nodded rapidly. "I do. I want that more than anything," Raven said, as Wanda's smile deepened, and she leaned in and pressed another kiss against the beautiful woman in front of her, Raven melting into the kiss in response. "Well then, I guess we're girlfriends now, Raven," Wanda said with a low rumble, a grin forming on her face when she saw the dusting of pink on Raven's cheeks. "Gee good," Raven responded, a blush on her cheeks as Wanda giggled. "You are simply adorable. Now come on, it's time we get back to the store. Naruto and Milim will be pouty if we don't get back soon," Wanda said, as she reached her hand out, her hand clasping Raven's as the woman looked down at their hands held in one another's. A small smile formed on her face as she allowed herself to get pulled along with Wanda, one thought on her mind as Wanda pulled her. Best day ever. The rest of the date had continued back at the store, which was mostly them cuddling and watching a late-night movie with Milim and Naruto. The two of them noticed their relationships pretty quickly, and had given Raven the talk, which was mostly them trying to threaten her, and Wanda slapping them upside the head for trying to scare her girlfriend. While Raven just thought it was cute and agreed to their demands, which was pretty much just them asking her to take care of their mama. Wanda thought it was cute, just like Raven did. The night had ended with the two sleeping in the same bed for the first time. But they hadn't done anything inappropriate, and just cuddled with one another and nothing more. The next few days had been spent enjoying their time with one another, growing closer and even going on mini dates. Which was just going to lunch and dinner a couple of times, and even going out with the kids accompanying them too. All in all, the two were getting close. Her kids didn't seem to really mind Raven being her girlfriend much, beyond the initial threats of bodily harm. They hadn't done anything else to her. And her customers had even noticed their closeness. The old ladies in the book club seemed to particularly like teasing Raven about it, as the girl still blushed slightly whenever Wanda looked at her in a certain way. She was still unused to being in a relationship, especially with someone as loving and kind as Wanda tended to be towards her. But now it was a little less than a week later. And besides going on dates, helping Raven with some magic training that she was struggling on, Wanda had just been relaxing and enjoying her new relationship. However, today was a bit different than usual. As in walked the doctor and Rose, but this time, they were accompanied by another person. I didn't think you'd be bringing another guest with you, Dr. Wanda commented, glancing at the woman that was looking around the store with wide eyes. She knew who this was, older woman that had quite the personality. The mother of Rose Tyler. Jackie Tyler. This the shop you were talking about? Doesn't seem all that special to me, Jackie said, looking around. She remembered her daughter talking about this place like it was some incredible place that had all the books you could ever want. But in actuality it looked like nothing more than a simple bookstore you could find all over London. Don't judge a book by its cover, Mum. This place has books you couldn't even imagine anywhere else, Rose responded with a smile, knowing her mum was going to be gobsmacked once Wanda brought out the truly incredible books. It's true. I've found more books here that I have never seen than anywhere else in the universe. And it grows every single time I come back, the doctor said, noticing there was a large increase to martial arts books, and a number of new history books too. He wanted to ask where she got them, but decided against it, knowing that Wanda rarely ever explained things about the places she got the books. Speaking of unique books, I've got one I think you might be interested in, Doctor. It's a book about an interesting little civilization, and the planet that they are situated on. The planet known as Apocalypse, which is run by its tyrannical godlike ruler, Darkseid, Wanda explained, as she always did whenever trying to get the doctor to buy some newer and more expensive books. Like the book on Apocalypse she had gotten from the light. And am I right to assume this is from another universe? The doctor asked, walking over as he looked at the book in its odd language he had never seen before. Oh certainly. This is from a universe that on average has technology that is nothing compared to what you know, but the absolute peak of this universe has technology that is truly incredible, even by the standards of your species. Hell, they have weapons that are based around emotions themselves. And the strongest technologies there surpass even what you know, Wanda responded, as the doctor looked surprised. Truly. Think of it like this, Doctor. The peak of that universe makes the likes of the Grace look like worms, Wanda responded, as his eyes shot wide in shock. The Grace within his universe were known as the Great Old Ones, higher dimensional entities that kept the very multiverse together. They created the Guardians of Time, who each represented fundamental concepts of reality, and were basically gods themselves. Very, very, very powerful gods. In terms of pure power, they were at the very peak of multiversal, making them powerful beings. And the Grace casually made them. There was only one thing in Doctor Who that was more powerful, and that was the sentient object known as the Glory, which was the heart of the very omniverse itself. And whoever controlled the Glory, controlled existence. It was one of the few objects that Wanda knew of that was absolutely guaranteed to be more powerful than her. It was more powerful than just about anything and everything in existence, except what had made it. Wanda knew there was something higher up, that a higher being did exist. But she simply didn't know what that thing was. But she certainly was growing more and more curious to find out what said being was like. But that didn't matter much right now, it was a future problem when she ascended far, far higher in power. This universe has such power? The doctor whispered, knowing that the Grace was not something that could simply be overpowered. Easily. One of the only beings I have personally met that can contend with me, is situated in that place. But don't worry, the higher beings in that multiverse are pretty chill most of the time. And it's not like they can go to your multiverse anyways, Wanda responded, waving off his concerns as it was no problem. At the same time, Rose was showing Jackie around the shop, easily able to tell that the doctor was having an important conversation at this point. Or at least was having one. Well, I suppose that makes me feel a little better, the doctor whispered, only to stop when he saw Wanda glancing behind him, her lip twitching as she was trying not to laugh. One of them just entered, didn't they? The doctor asked, as she slowly nodded. Doctor, meet Death of the Endless, the personification of death itself. And one of the beings I was talking about, Wanda introduced, as Death looked a little confused before looking at the doctor, her eyebrow shooting up, before looking back at Wanda. Seeing the reaction Death had shown to the men, Wanda raised her own eyebrow, one thought on her mind as the doctor looked nervous. Well, isn't this interesting? There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 118, The Doctor Meets Death. Third POV. It seems that Death can sense the unique biology of the Doctor, being the timeless child and all that, Wanda thought, knowing that Death was likely confused on how he was even able to live. He did go against several laws of the DC universe after all. What is he? Death asked her, glancing at the Doctor. Why don't you ask him, Death? He knows more about his species and its oddities than I do, Wanda responded, amused that the woman was making the Doctor shuffle nervously in place. It wasn't every day you meet the literal personification of death that can eliminate you with a single movement. What are you? Death asked, staring at the strange individual in front of her. She could tell that he was not even remotely human. She could also tell that he has died many times over, and should not even be alive right now. But for some reason, he was. As if time itself had bent in order to revive him over and over. And from what she could tell, it has happened thousands of times. The doctor did not know about this of course, and could not know about it until he becomes 13 because if he learns too early, it might negatively affect his universe's timeline, and dramatically at that. This oddity about him isn't born from the Time Lord species he supposedly is, but the true nature of the Doctor, with him being the timeless child. An entity that cannot die, and is the one that the Time Lord species is based around. He doesn't remember any of this, as it was wiped from his mind, hidden forever or at least until the time was right. And that time was not now. And Wanda made sure that Death knew that by giving her a few mental images of what not to talk about, causing Death to glance at her in understanding. I am a Time Lord, Lady Death. I come from a species that can live several times over, through something called a regeneration. After death, we regenerate using a unique energy that exists within us that allows us to regenerate 12 times for a total of 13 incarnations. This also makes it so we have 2 hearts, are far smarter than any normal being, and a number of other things, the doctor explained. His species was far more confusing and complicated than that, but that was the simplest way he can explain what he was to her. The actual explanation of his species in full would have taken hours and been confusing as all hell. I suppose that's why you have time-space energies coalesced around you. What an odd species you are, Death said, having not seen a species like this before. Thank you. The doctor said awkwardly, once again not sure what to say. He had met cosmic entities before of course, but most of them were, well, trying to kill him. Death was quite nice in comparison. No problem. I was just curious. I've got no jurisdiction in your multiverse so I'll leave you be. But the death that exists over there must be slacking if it's letting a species like you exist, Death commented, not sure how the hell they were allowed to exist. There isn't a real death over there. The universe he comes from is dominated by science and nothing more, Wanda said, as Death looked over to her. Truly. No magic. No cosmic forces. Not like the ones you have, no. No Endless, no Lucifer Morningstar, no monitors, nothing like that, Wanda responded with a nod, which ended with her fighting off a laugh as she saw the look on Death's face. She looked completely and utterly confused about the universe he hailed from, and how it was even functioning. Wanda questioned that constantly as well, with the amount of universe-ending events that occurred literally every single day. Hell, every hour. How strange, Death said, not really sure what else to say to the news about the Doctor's universe and its makeup. Your universe is the one that sounds strange, Lady Death. Because our universe was stripped of magic eons ago, the Doctor said, remembering that it was his species itself that had wiped out magic from the universe. They thought that magic made things too chaotic, went against the order of things. Like a chaotic bug in a computer system, and they were the coders that were wiping out bugs from the system. Your universe sounds more and more impossible by the second, Death said with a shake of her head in amusement. She was really curious about the place, and wondered if Wanda would be willing to take her there in the future. Wanda would be, but that'd have to be later. As Jackie was walking back over, a large stack of books in her hand. Mum, do you really need that many, lewd books? Rose asked, an embarrassed blush on her cheeks as the books that her mum had grabbed were all smutty as hell, and had quite provocative covers on them. Of course. I have my own needs, you know, Jackie responded, placing the books onto the counter with a shameless smile on her face. As if she wasn't about to buy what was borderline porn in writing form. That is, quite the selection, Wanda said as she began to check out the books, trying not to say anything more. As she had never seen someone so shameless before, well, beside Lucifer. But that dude is never anything but shameless. Jackie just smiled in response as Wanda checked them all out. She was a little surprised when she saw the price tag of the books. It was way cheaper than any other bookstore she had been to before. Is that price right? Seems real bloody cheap, Jackie asked, as Wanda nodded. It is. The normal books in my shop are cheap, Jackie. It's the more unique books that are truly expensive, like the one that the Doctor has bought, Wanda said, as the Doctor had indeed bought the book on Apocalypse. Guess I've got a new bookstore to regular, Jackie responded with a smile, as she paid for the books. Happy to see that they were way cheaper than her usual spot she visited every month or two. And the books that Wanda was selling was way more interesting too. I'm glad you like this place so much, Jackie. I'll have to stock up on some more smutty books for you to buy, and tease your daughter with, of course, Wanda said, giving the woman a grin that she returned, with Rose groaning knowing that her mum was definitely going to be messing with her a lot from now on. Well, I'm off, got new books to read. Come along, Rose, Jackie said as she gave Wanda a raise and began to leave the shop. Rose looked at her mother with a sigh and followed after her. She's quite the character, Death commented. You have no idea, the Doctor said with a chuckle, as he gave Wanda a wave and a simple nod to Death before following after them, leaving Wanda and Death alone once again. His universe is intriguing. And living so many lives. Truly interesting that he can even function anymore, Death said, as she turned away from the door and back to Wanda. His universe is one of the most unique that I have ever seen, trust me. And it also has some of the most advanced sciences I have ever seen as well, Wanda responded, agreeing that it was all interesting. She would have to visit the place sooner or later, maybe even go on a trip with the doctor. Just so she could see the true nature of that universe and its beauty. You'll have to bring me along there if you ever visit it, Death said, as Wanda raised an eyebrow at the words. Sure, I don't mind. It could be fun, you know, laughing at the dozens of strange species that are spread about in that universe. So, what are you here for, Death? Books. Food. Wanda asked, as Death shook her head. None of those things. I am actually here to tell you that my brother Dream will be visiting this place in 3 days, and I thought it was only right to warn you beforehand so you don't get blindsided, Death replied. Huh, thanks for the warning, Death, Wanda said with a hum, wondering what Dream would be coming by for. Soon after telling her about Dream and buying some bakery goods, Death left, leaving Wanda alone once more with her thoughts. And after Death left, Wanda had one thought on her mind. Let's go see what the Young Justice team is up to. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 119, A Depressed Team. Third POV. As it turns out, they were not up to much. Not because they weren't given missions, but because of a recent rather traumatic event that has seemingly put them out of commission for the moment. An event involving a rather detailed and very realistic simulation that ended with the death of literally everyone in the team. And with how real it looked, they had all been traumatized by the end of the simulation. Not exactly the best way to train your students. And Wanda couldn't help but wonder what they were thinking, making teenagers go through something like that, and with no warning at that. At the very least she thought Superman would have said something against the training, as it was brutal, even for the standards of the League. Not to mention the fact that it was Batman and Martian Manhunter that had primarily been behind it. Which is why Wanda felt a little awkward just standing in the mountain without doing anything. Because while she didn't have the best relationship with the League, she didn't have anything against the Young Justice. In actuality she thought they were fun to mess with, so she decided that maybe it was time to help them out a bit. She's been helping the villains out a lot recently, so why not help the kiddos? Which is why she was now undoing her cloaking spell as Martian Manhunter and Batman stood in the middle of the training grounds of the mountain, talking about the events, and how Black Canary was going to try and be a therapist for them. She wasn't a very good one, to be frank. You know, when I decided to come and mess with the kiddos again, this is not what I was expecting to see, Wanda spoke, as the 2 members of the League jumped when they heard her voice, head snapping to her only to pause when they saw who it was. Whoa, what is she doing here? Shazam's voice echoed as he entered the area alongside Red Tornado, both of them pausing when they saw that Wanda was in the mountain. That is exactly what I was about to ask, Batman said, staring into Wanda's eyes as the woman just hummed, glancing at the floating holographic scenes that were showing the team at the moment. Well, I like to mess with the kiddos every once in a while, and figured I'd come by and do it again today. Only to see them moping around like they watched a puppy get kicked, Wanda responded, glancing at the men in front of her. So I have to ask, what made you think that putting them through something like that was a good idea? You couldn't have really thought such a traumatic experience was good for them, right? Wanda asked, finding this entire situation to be stupid. She had a soft spot for kids, always had, always will. And these were a bunch of kids that were obviously not in a good place right now thanks to the training that they had just been put under. We did not think that they would react in the manner they had, Lady Maximoff. And the simulation was never supposed to go so far in the first place, but my niece is far stronger than we had anticipated, and had taken control over the simulation, making it far more traumatic than it was ever supposed to be, Johns responded, a somber expression on his face, knowing that what happened was partially his fault. Alright, I guess I can't entirely blame you for that. But, I think the way you're trying to help them might not be the best. Because seriously, Black Canary? No offense to her, but is she even a licensed therapist? Wanda asked, not really understanding why they chose her of all people. No, but we believed she would be a good choice with her experience, Batman responded simply, beginning to wonder if even that was a good choice. He did know a few therapists that worked with heroes that were very, very good at keeping things quiet. Perhaps one of them would be a better choice. I'd suggest you get an actual therapist for the job. I do it personally myself, but I'm not a licensed therapist, and cannot be here long enough to help them. And I am sure you know someone that can help them better than Black Canary can, Wanda said, not wanting a bunch of traumatized kids to get what would basically be a pep talk from a hero that knows nothing about helping someone through trauma. At least not like what a therapist can do. Will do, Batman said, deciding to listen to her words this time. Mostly because they were beginning to make more and more sense, and Wanda was not someone he really wanted to mess with. Not when there were no plans to make that could stop her. No contingencies that could possibly work, nothing. As she would just know the second he even thought of doing it. Good, I'd hate to come back to mess with them more only to find out they are still depressed about a simulation, Wanda responded, a little amused when she saw the man's lip twitch in annoyance, trying to fight off the scowl from forming on his face. You were the one that has been messing with them, aren't you? Martian Manhunter asked, as Wanda smiled. Only a little bit. Keeps them on their toes. I haven't hurt them or anything, so I don't see it as a problem, Wanda responded, not even bothering to hide the fact that she had been messing with them. There was no point in acting like she hadn't been, it was obvious. I guess we can't even stop you either way, just try not to harm them please, Batman said with a long drawn-out sigh, wishing he was anywhere but here. Wanda was beginning to give him a headache at this point. Something that was becoming more and more common, he fears. I won't, I'm not in the business of hurting kids. Now, I'll be off, and make sure they're all better before I come and mess with them next, otherwise I'll be disappointed, Wanda replied with a small smile on her face, before teleporting off. She is peculiar, Red Tornado spoke blandly after a few moments of silence. Yes, I am beginning to realize that now, Batman responded with a sigh, rubbing his forehead as a headache was forming from the bookstore owner who was also a nigh-omnipotent god. Returning back to her shop, Wanda could barely hold back her laugh as she heard the final grumbles of Batman, keeping an eye on him to see his reaction to what had just gone down. It was funny to see the men show more emotion, especially when that emotion is irritation and annoyance with her. He rarely showed emotion, so seeing any at all was certainly a treat in her eyes. Have fun. Raven asked with mirth, watching her girlfriend, which made her heart flutter every time she thought of that word, walking towards her. Of course, love. It's impossible to not have fun when messing with the heroes of the League. But they were being rather foolish, Wanda responded, pressing a peck against her girlfriend's lips who only smiled slightly into the kiss. Foolish how? They were going to have Black Canary acting like a therapist to a bunch of children that had just gone through a rather traumatic experience. Mind you, she is not a therapist and knows nothing about working with children in that way, Wanda responded, as Raven could only deadpan at the explanation. The more I hear about the League the more I wonder how they have functioned this long without falling apart, Raven replied, as Wanda chuckled. I believe that it is mostly due to the aid of Batman. That man is single-handedly holding them together, and without him they'd be screwed, Wanda responded, fully confident that he was the primary reason why the Justice League hadn't been torn apart by now. Huh, I guess if it was anyone keeping them together, he is the one that makes the most sense, Raven said, agreeing that Batman was likely why they hadn't been ruined by now. He was really good at making sure the team didn't tear into one another constantly. Even if he didn't openly intervene in their spats. Well, moving on from the League, did anything interesting happen while I was gone? Wanda asked, sitting into her chair behind the counter like always. Raven shook her head. Nothing, it was pretty quiet the entire time, besides a couple of regulars visiting, Raven replied, and before Wanda could respond, the door to the shop opened, as they both turned to it. Only for Wanda to raise an eyebrow at who she saw entering. For the one that entered was the one and only Peter Parker. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be the meeting with Peter Parker, and that'll be about it. But it will include some fun moments. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 120, The Spider. First POV Wanda. Seeing Peter Parker in person is certainly quite the strange feeling. I remember him from my many memories of the Marvel Universe. I remember him being a kind man, a good man. One of the purest and greatest heroes in the entire multiverse, which was saying a lot considering how massive that place is. And I could tell just looking at him that this Peter Parker was just as incredible as that one, seemingly already in his 20s or so. Meaning he is no longer in his teenage years, and is probably already towards the time of Dr. Octopus taking over his mind. I can't say for certain, but I have a feeling he is near the time Superior Spider-Man is born, or perhaps even after. And if that is the case, then that means that Spider-Verse will be occurring soon, with Secret Wars coming after that. But that was a bit strange as it doesn't sound like my counterpart has said the words that nearly wiped out an entire species yet. Either way, Secret Wars was coming soon. And that was an event I was very interested in partaking in. God Emperor Doom was incredibly powerful, even by my standards. He was one of the few beings in the Marvel multiverse that I am confident will be able to make me struggle. Perhaps even make me go all out. There weren't many beings out there that could do that. Not after my most recent power-ups. But again, once I obtain the blood of a primordial from the Percy Jackson universe, be it from Athena or someone else. Once I get the blood of a primordial, I will become the concepts I have as my domains, and once that happens. I'll ascend to an entirely new realm of power, one that not even the likes of Lucifer could possibly contend with. I could see Raven out of the corner of my eye glancing at the men. She seemed to sense his odd power. The connection to the web of life and destiny, in which he is its most important totem, the one that holds it all together. Even if he had no idea he was, at least, not yet. And if the expression of growing fear was any indicator, it would seem his spider senses are going crazy right now. That sense is incredibly impressive if he can even sense the power that I possess. Or at least a fraction of it. No need to be afraid, Peter Parker. I am not going to harm you, I said, smiling in order to calm him. I'd hate to drive away such an interesting customer like him, and it would suck to not get customers out of the rest of the spider folk. How do you know my name? He asked me, fear riddled throughout his voice. I know a lot of things, Peter. Or have you not met the overversion of me from your universe? I asked, surprised that he didn't recognize me immediately. Although I suppose I do look a little different from the version that appeared in his world. The man stared at me for a few moments, seemingly trying to place my face and see if he truly did know me. And it would seem that he soon understood as his eyes began to widen. Wanda. Why are you a version of her from another universe or something? Peter asked, shaking off his fear as he stared into my eyes, glancing at Raven as he seemingly felt his senses flare around her too, just not nearly as powerfully as he had with me. Fair. She is strong, but not on my level. Not yet at least. I am. You can think of me as an older, wiser, and far stronger version of your Wanda. One that likes to run a bookstore that connects to various universes, and even other multiverses. I thought Strange would have told you all of this. I asked, beginning to think that perhaps the man had found this place on his own. That was Parker luck right there. Both absolutely awful and shockingly good, the former was far more common than the latter. So this is just a bookstore. I was honestly expecting to get jumped by a villain, again, Peter said, causing me to chuckle. The man was obviously used to the awful luck he has been afforded. If I was him I wouldn't be making jokes about it. But I suppose when you live with it for so long, it's only natural you'd get used to it. It is. But I also sell all sorts of bakery goods like muffins, cookies, and other similar things, I responded with a smile, as the man looked a little interested in the food, before deciding to get onto what was probably more important in his mind. And what sort of books do you sell? Peter asked, glancing around as he saw just how many books I actually had on my shelves. Over 1,000 at this point, and it grew every single day. The shop seemingly got bigger with it, but nobody was even noticing thanks to me manipulating the perception of others that were normal at least. All sorts. It'd be harder to ask what types of books I don't sell, I responded with a smile, as the man glanced at all the different categories my books are put into. I've got books on all sciences, magics, martial arts, cooking, basically anything you can possibly think of. And I have books that are more advanced than anything you have seen, I explained, as the men began to look more and more interested in my books. He could barely hide the excitement that began to shine in his eyes, which caused me to giggle slightly. I hadn't seen that many people who had come to my shop that were so excited about the books I sold, especially not the ones on science. The doctor was the other one that was particularly excited at the books I've got. And how expensive are these books you're selling? They're quite cheap, Peter. I know that you have problems financially due to putting so much of your time into your alter ego, so don't worry. Unless you go out of your way to pick out the truly rare books I have, then you should be able to easily afford any of my books, I responded, as most of my books ranged from $5 to $25. The most expensive book I had in my collection cost over $250,000, and was a book explaining the basics of Gallifreyan technology, which in the right hands could catapult someone's scientific knowledge ahead by literal centuries. Lex had bought one of the 5 I have created, and I imagine he'll be taking advantage of that very soon. For what? I've got no idea. But I made sure to make it very clear that time travel was not something you want to mess with, when the man bought it from me a couple of weeks ago. Okay, thanks. The man said as he immediately began to walk over to the science section, but not before I spoke out to him. Oh, and Peter. I'd suggest you buy some martial arts books. Because no offense, but from what I have seen your martial arts skills could use some serious work, and I think those would help you. Especially if you wish to develop your spider senses to a higher level, I said, knowing that his spider senses could be trained. At their peak they could allow him to literally see the future seconds ahead of being attacked, making it next to impossible to hit him or even hurt him. The man nodded at my words, and turned to the martial arts section first because it is closer. I watched him silently as he began to browse my selection excitedly, while Raven watched with me. He's interesting, my girlfriend spoke, moving next to me. He is. He's a hero from the same universe as Doctor Strange. A great hero that goes through more suffering than most heroes I know, I responded, remembering what happened to him in the future. Like the absolutely awful storyline involving Paul and MJ. I really hope that man does not exist in Peter's life, otherwise I might wipe him from existence. Because seriously, he is annoying and pointless. Watching the man pick out his books with Raven at my side, a small hum escaped my words, and I whispered to myself. Let's see what books he chooses. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. That's the end of the chapter. Just a simple chapter of meeting Peter, and that's about it. Anyways, have a good day. Chapter 121, Helping the Spider. Third POV. As it turns out, he had selected quite the assortment of books. Around 20 of them in total, which was a bit of a surprise considering he wasn't exactly the most wealthy person in the world. Money had always been a problem for him, which is a travesty considering what he did for a living, and how many lives he has saved over the years. The books he had picked out were wide-ranging. He had selected a handful of martial arts books after a suggestion for improving them, each of them being surprisingly suitable for his powers and the overall style he is going for. Flexible, wild, and next to impossible to really calculate or guess how it was going to go next. He had also grabbed several science books. These were on advanced engineering that could probably improve his suit dramatically, as well as books on advanced quantum mechanics and advanced electrical engineering. All of them would be useful for him and the suits he makes, which Wanda assumed is what he is going to use it for. To improve his suits and make them stronger than just a spandex, because that is basically what they are at this point. Not exactly the most durable and defensive suits to wear when fighting against all sorts of villains, many of which use bombs, blades, and other weapons of similar style. The total price of all the books added together is a little over $200. Not that cheap, but not too expensive. Wow, you're right, that is way cheaper than I was expecting, Peter said in surprise, having fully expected for the total to be double that, which would have probably forced him to put some of the books back. But $200? Yeah, he could pay that without too much of a problem. Placing 2 $100 bills onto the counter, Wanda took them with a smile, as she took the last $10 owed a moment later. She didn't charge tax or anything, so he didn't have to worry about anything else. I'm assuming you're using these to upgrade that suit of yours? Wanda asked, placing the books into a bag for the men, albeit somewhat slowly. She wanted to talk with him more than that, and didn't want him to run off just yet. Yeah. I figured I could use an upgrade, and if these books really have all the information that they are advertising, then I should be able to learn some new methods to improve my web shooters from here. And what about the durability of your suit? Are you not going to upgrade that? Wanda asked, raising an eyebrow as it seemed that the men hadn't even thought of that. Which was, probably like the first thing he should be upgrading realistically. Yeah. I totally, definitely, absolutely thought about that. Peter nodded rapidly, as he tried to fight off the embarrassment as he realized he hadn't even thought about that, and was more focused on upgrading his web shooters. Something that probably didn't need an upgrade as much as the suit itself did. And what about training your spider senses? Have you thought about working on that? Wanda asked her second question, hoping to get the men to train in his senses, as the spider scenes would be a great boon to him if he just learned how to develop it further. Train my spider senses. If you train your spider senses they'll become stronger. This way you can react to attacks before they are even thrown, like, seconds before they are thrown. And in your line of work, I imagine that sort of boost would be a huge help, Wanda responded. How would I train in my senses? Peter asked, growing very interested in training them now. He had been beaten to hell so many times that he had lost count at this point. And if he could train his senses to a higher level, then he would gladly undergo the training. Especially if it meant that he would be able to defeat his villains easier than now, which would therefore lower the amount of civilians harmed in the crossfire. And that was all he really cared about. Well, there are a few ways you can do it. You can get someone to help you, do frequent spars every single day in which they are genuinely trying to hit you. Cutting off your other senses, like your sight, smell, hearing, and taste would also drastically help as you would be solely relying on your spider senses, Wanda began, before continuing. You could also set up a machine that will fire things at you in random areas at random intervals, which would force you to rely on your spider senses to dodge. And again, if you cut off all senses besides spider senses then this training will be far more efficient, Wanda explained. There were other ways he could do it, but these were the simplest ones. So, basically just cut off all senses besides spider sense, and then train with others or with machines that will force me to dodge. Seems simple enough, Peter responded with a nod, deciding that he'd need to contact some people for this, as he definitely had to train this way in order to improve his spider senses. It'd be a waste not to after Wanda had just given him the method. It sounds simple, until you are constantly getting hit all over, and are forced to learn how to live without senses, Wanda said with a small smile, already knowing that he would be hurting over the coming days once he started to train this way. It would be worth it in the end. Can't be any worse than what I already deal with. Oh, and can I get a couple blueberry muffins? I'm starving, Peter asked, as Wanda nodded, 2 blueberry muffins floating over to the counter as the men placed a $5 bill onto the counter after seeing the price for them. Taking the muffins, the men smiled. Thanks, Wanda, have a good rest of your day. Peter said with a wave, his previous nervousness around Wanda gone after seeing how nice she was. He inwardly decided that he would definitely be returning again in the future, whenever that will be. Watching him leave, Wanda smiled. Seems his life will be getting a lot easier in the coming months, Wanda said, knowing that with these training methods, there was a very good chance that he would be able to grow to the point of easily defeating some of the villains he used to struggle against. Like the Sinister Six. Spider senses were just that incredibly strong. How long before he can develop his spider senses to the point that he can sense attacks before they even happen? Raven asked at her side, biting into a muffin of her own. It'll take a while, probably months, maybe even years. But once he reaches that level, the previous villains that nearly drove him to death several times before would no longer be nearly as much of an issue. It'll be worth it, Wanda responded as the man exited the shop, the door dinging as it closed behind him. If another version of you exists in that multiverse, does this mean she will come here in the future? Ivy asked, as she stepped out from behind them. She had been silently waiting for Peter to leave so she could water the flowers and swap out some of the old ones for newer, more beautiful ones. It's pretty likely. Once she finds out about this place, she'll come here, Wanda nodded. And are you okay with that? Ivy asked, raising an eyebrow at Wanda's lack of a reaction to the fact that her counterpart might come around soon. Of course. I knew when I connected my shop to that place that she would likely come here eventually, it's not a problem. I'm just hoping it is before she makes the greatest mistake of her life, Wanda said, still not sure where in the timeline it was. At first she thought it was before Secret Wars, but now it was hard to tell. She just hoped that the 3 words hadn't escaped her counterpart yet, so maybe she could stop her from wiping out so many lives and decimating an entire species into near extinction. Ivy and Raven glanced at each other when they saw the expression on Wanda's face, and both just said the same thing in response, and that was, let's just hope. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. All tiers are currently 15% off until January 1st. That's the end of the chapter. Anyways, have a good day.